The story begins with raindrops falling on leaves. Under a downpour, a fierce battle is unfolding. A sword is knocked into the air and plunges into the ground behind a warrior. Corpses are strewn everywhere, and those who fell seem to be his comrades. Before long, he is also crushed by someone with a palm strike. At the brink of life and death, he can only curse, "Damn it, this is bad." Then Duong Thong recalls the scene when he spoke to the leaders. "The enemy is coming. Do you have a plan, or are you only thinking of running away?" A leader replied, "As a leader, isn't the job to ensure war preparations go smoothly?" Duong Thong interrupted him. "I'm sick of those principles." But the other two completely ignored the captain. "Have you forgotten our strategy with the Murim alliance?" Duong Thong continued, "The point is, if we really want to win this war, the captain must immediately lead the main force to launch an attack." His words angered the leaders. An army was sent to the battlefield just to buy time for them to escape. They shouted slogans, "Brothers, charge!" and rushed forward. Duong Thong and his comrades bravely charged into battle. He saw the opponent's attack flying toward him. They were all blown away. Our raid was completely meaningless, Duong Thong thought. It's no use. He looked around and gripped his sword tightly. Preparing to continue the fight for the Murim alliance, a plume of smoke rose in the middle of the forest. The enemy they faced was far superior in strength. They were on the verge of total annihilation. A raindrop fell on a leaf, carrying the blood of the deceased. This is where Duong Thong struggled to get up. He looked up at the sky and muttered, "Am I still alive?" Duong Thong cursed angrily. "Why did I have to protect that trash? They planned to run from the start. I can't believe I was stabbed in the back like this." Duong Thong raised a hand to the sky. "I don't want to die like this. How unlucky." Duong Thong moved his body, felt the pain, and tried to sit up. All those born with a silver spoon say the same things. Duong Thong spat out a mouthful of blood and looked around. He spat out another mouthful of blood. His enemy was gathering strength to finish him off. He no longer had the strength to resist. "It seems it's my turn." The entire Murim alliance had been destroyed by a powerhouse named Than Phong, who suddenly appeared. As for those leaders, they used the alliance as a shield and had all fled. Duong Thong faced his enemy, so this is how the world ends for me. Memories flooded back. His father's voice echoed. "Duong Thong, remember this. Effort will be rewarded. Do not rely on talent. Keep putting in double the effort time and time again. Even for those with talent, diligent cultivation remains supreme. Power will grow for the one who cultivates most diligently." Duong Thong muttered, "Father, you were wrong. I cultivated so hard I coughed up blood, and the result was becoming a sacrifice for those bastards," Duong Thong screamed as the attack pierced his body. "This is my final effort. I tried so hard, Father, but those efforts were all in vain. For someone born with a wooden spoon like me, all efforts will vanish into thin air." Duong Thong died. A notification rang out. "Welcome to the world of Murim Online, a world of leveling up through effort and completing missions." Duong Thong sank into the void. Creating new character. The system continued to announce, "Checking connection area. Connection failed. Re-establishing based on player's memory." Duong Thong opened his eyes. "Loading." Someone was calling his name. "Duong Thong." The system continued to announce, "Loading." Duong Thong started. "Loading complete. New character has been created." Duong Thong looked around thinking, "Where is this? Where am I?" His father continued to shout, "You brat!" and punched Duong Thong in the face, saying, "It's broad daylight, and you're still lying here sleeping?" Duong Thong sat up in pain. "Why is there a bump on my head? What's going on?" He looked at his father. "Isn't this father's face? Are you awake yet, you brat?" "Why is father here?" "This is my childhood room. What should I do?" The system announced, "Scenario setup complete." Duong Thong looked down at his body. "The road to the new world starts from my room. Does father need to participate like this?" He observed the surroundings. Old walls, the smell of mold. Duongthong lay back down on the bed. It's great to be back to my old life, he thought. I'm already dead. Let's just sleep a bit longer. No need to see the bloodshed on the battlefield anymore. This world might be different. His father grabbed a broom and rushed over, hitting Duongthong off the bed. Get up! Get up quickly and get ready. You're going to be late. The tuition for Thanfong Dojo is on the table. Take it. Don't waste this opportunity. Duongthong winced. It hurts! Even in this world, Father hasn't changed a bit. He suddenly paused. Wait a minute. Father just mentioned Thanfong Dojo. Tuition? Although it was hard to believe, Duongthong began to reflect. Could it be the Thanfong of the past? Duongthong muttered, Ridiculous. The system announced, all settings complete. Game start. Thanfong, a name I will never forget. A dojo founded by Ta Jiang, a disciple of the ManHwa sect, a basic dojo. They will teach you martial arts, cultivation methods, and other things as long as you register as a disciple. However, it is only the second largest dojo in Murom. All dojos are managed by the Murom Alliance. Nowadays, thanks to the Murom Alliance, Murom has been at peace for over 100 years. In fact, if you don't join any dojo, you won't be able to obtain the title of a recognized martial arts master. Most children here admire Murom warriors. They dream of becoming warriors regardless of age, status, or gender. But in Murom, things aren't that simple. Martial arts masters are divided into two types. The first type has strength, which is everything. The second type are those born with wealth, power, and talent, also known as gold spoons. There are also some with social status but no wealth or talent. They are called silver spoons. Finally, those with no wealth, power, or talent, people like me, are called wooden spoons. But the good news is I can still change my status by advancing at one of the best dojos like Thanfong. Thanfong Dojo recruits disciples aged 16 and up. My father worked hard his whole life to save enough tuition for me. This is exactly what I knew from 35 years ago. This is definitely not a dream. Everything is too real. What on earth happened? Just a moment ago, I was crying like a child because a monster almost killed me. But now... Duongthong looked up at the sky, exclaiming, The weather is beautiful. He looked toward his father. His father spoke up. Your goal is to become a martial arts master. Do your best. Don't become someone like me. Duongthong thought, Ha ha, did I once have a goal like that? In my youth, I defied everything to pursue it. He looked around, sensing everything. These things are no different from the past. He couldn't believe it. Everything was exactly as it was. Did I really return to the past? Is all of this real now? His father handed him a sweet potato. Take this and eat it on the way. Duongthong took it, continuing to ponder. That's right. Every morning, Father would throw me a sweet potato. I really don't know what's happening, but one thing is for sure. I've been sent back to the past. A quest board appeared. Quest content. Go to Thanfong Dojo and register within 2 hours. Completion reward, stamina +1. Failure, quest deletion and activity restriction for 3 days. Duongthong stopped. His father asked in confusion, What's wrong? Duongthong pointed at the panel in front of him, explaining, Father, don't you see this? It's right in front of me, like a board with words. But his father saw nothing. See what? He sighed and yelled, Duongthong, stop talking nonsense. Go quickly. You're about to miss the registration time. Move it. Duongthong hurriedly replied, Yes, I'm going now. He ate the sweet potato as he walked and soon arrived at the dojo gates. Finally here, everything is just like in my memory. He calculated while chewing. I have to do this troublesome test again. Duongthong looked around. I'm really not used to this small body. His gaze stopped at the registration area where many people had gathered. I see it. That's where the groups are assigned. The black flag is for those who will later lead clans, possessing talent and martial strength. The white flag is for commoners, those who only have enough money for tuition. In reality, there is a huge difference between these two colors. Official disciples will be taught personally by Dojo Master Ta Jiang, while poor people who only have tuition money like me are assigned to a different training area. No matter how hard we try or pass all the martial tests, we can only be recruited as handymen or gatekeepers. A stupid gatekeeper. That can't be me. He calculated. This is the starting point where wooden spoons become servants. The black flag is where the successful ones are. A curious person asked, I wonder what they'll test this time. Even if their levels are equal, it doesn't mean they can all become official disciples. Another person chimed in, I only know that last year there was an internal test. Those lined up under the black flag will be tested first. Pass the test, and they will become official disciples. Duong Thong arrived at the registration desk. Behind him there was constant chatter. If I don't keep up with the pace, they'll send me back, right? I wonder if it's the same this time. Definitely not, because the test changes every year. Duong Thong stepped in confidently. That's right, the test changes every year. But I already took this test 35 years ago. His eyes were full of determination. Back then I failed, but now it's different. An announcement came from inside. Number 70. Duong Thong stepped forward. Duong Thong thought to himself, what are these flashing numbers? Is it a countdown clock? If the first number is the hour, then the remaining time is 30 minutes. He looked around anxiously. The man urged him impatiently, hurry up. The judges included Spearsmanship Master Jiang Ho, Than Fong Dojo Master Ta Jiang, and Murim Black Tiger Mak Toy. The one speaking was Ta Jiang. Are you looking for something? Duong Thong replied, no, sir. I was just wondering what the test would be like. He asked further, so what do you think the test will be? Duong Thong answered immediately, this might be a test on meridians and pressure points. Ta Jiang's eyes were fixed on Duong Thong. What makes you think that? He calmly explained, it's because I saw these outfits. He continued to probe. Just by looking at the appearance? Clearly he didn't believe Duong Thong. How could this kid? Duong Thong replied, yes, sir, because the dummies in front of me are of different sizes. Ta Jiang asked, so what does this have to do with meridians? Duong Thong explained, the first step in learning martial arts is to locate the pressure points. The size and location of meridians depend on the gender and age of the body. There will be differences in combat. We first need to quickly identify these points. Therefore, we need dummies of different sizes to train disciples. He remarked, very good. You are absolutely correct. Let the test begin to see if your close combat skills are as excellent as your observation skills. He waved his hand, the curtain was pulled back, and the test began. Duong Thong became alert. The dummies began to rush in. He dodged a blow, frowning as he thought, that almost hit me. He adjusted his stance, calculating, I need some time to adapt to this small body. Although this body was both small and weak, Duong Thong still gathered his strength to rush in and counterattack. But at least everything here is better than 10 minutes ago yesterday. Before Duong Thong took the test, the voice of the dojo staff rang out. Number 69, fail. The onlookers felt a bit of pity. Poor boy. Mak Toy laughed and said, these dummies are more useful than expected. Ta Jiang replied lazily, they were brought back from Trung Nam Mountain. They aren't ordinary wooden men. To get them, we spent a lot of money. They are designed like real people. As long as you infuse elemental internal power into them, they can provide an experience like a real fight. Very suitable for a test. These dummies can even counterattack when their right pressure points are hit. So they are perfect for this year's test. Convenient, he observed and thought. To ensure fairness, I chose 3 dummies with different sizes and pressure point locations. What if no one passes this test? Ta Jiang paused for a moment and gave a long yawn. To him, it didn't matter. They needed to put in more effort. Jiang Ho worried for him. What if no one passes this year? Ta Jiang replied, it's still too early to say. Mak Toy reminded, what about your little daughter? He remained cold. You don't need to worry about her. Only then did Ta Jiang show a bit of concern. But if she doesn't have friends, it will be hard to develop later. Mak Toy laughed. Ta Jiang muttered, I hope she can make a friend with someone. Who is the next candidate? Jang Ho looked at the file and read to him, Number 70, this child's name is Duong Thong. It says here he comes from the West. Ta Jang thought impassively. That means that kid has never studied martial arts, don't expect much from him. Jang Ho noticed Ta Jang's attitude and suggested, should we send that kid back? Ta Jang quickly stopped him. No need, he'll be eliminated soon anyway. Just let him in. The order was given, and the announcement quickly rang out. Number 70, Duong Thong, enter. Ta Jang frowned as he observed. To him, Duong Thong was too thin and small. He came from the peasant class, his eyes full of curiosity. He spoke up. Welcome to the test. Are you a fool? What are you looking for? Duong Thong replied fearlessly. No. I was just wondering what the test would be. Ta Jang showed interest. Oh? So what do you think we will test? He answered immediately. This will be a test on meridians and pressure points. Ta Jang was very surprised. I see confidence in his eyes. 5 minutes later, Ta Jang was speechless. Jang Ho and Mak Toi had similar reactions. Duong Thong focused on the battle, his face written with determination. I must finish this test as soon as possible. Duong Thong rushed forward, dodging skillfully. He hit the dummy's pressure point, but it didn't react. Duong Thong quickly backed away. He recalled memories of his past life. In my previous life, I hit the largest dummy and failed. Now I remember. Bare-handed bone-setting method. He approached the dummy and kicked it in the head. Tendon-snapping technique. Then Duong Thong spun around and slammed it to the ground. However, the dummy was unharmed by this blow. Instead, it counterattacked, catching Duong Thong completely by surprise. He was flung back, but quickly stabilized his body. He observed and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Ta Jang watched him thoughtfully. Bare-handed bone-setting method. This is a therapeutic technique used in medicine. This method can twist meridians. How does this kid know it? When the number of enemies is greater, the best way is to attack the weakest first. Because each body size is different, the largest dummy possesses the most elemental internal power. Using pressure point techniques to attack it only makes it angrier. How will you handle it now? He muttered, almost got it. I suddenly remembered the techniques I learned in my past life. Duong Thong observed and calculated strategy. This dummy is stronger than me. Even though I know its pressure points, I don't have enough strength to execute them. How to deal with someone stronger than me? Let's try this. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward, making Ta Jiang wonder. What is this? Bare-handed bone-setting method. Duong Thong used different methods, continuously hitting the dummy in front of him. Pressing method. Ta Jiang's eyes didn't leave Duong Thong as he attacked. The dummy was sent flying by his acupressure strike. The judges were all speechless. Did that kid just use his fists? Jang Ho corrected him. Look closely. There's a strange power in Duong Thong's hands. He smiled triumphantly. I succeeded. The dummy was motionless. Mak Toi exclaimed in shock. How did that kid do that? Jang Ho continued, using massage techniques to hit pressure points. He hit the pressure points accurately. Ta Jang also joined the discussion. Bare-handed bone-setting method. This is a technique used for treatment, but in this case, it has become a way to attack the enemy. He even pressed the pressure point on the left of the 52nd vertebra, the place that connects to the lower half of the body. Jang Ho marveled. I never thought of using this method to attack pressure points. Ta Jiang interrupted him. None of us ever thought of it. This is the power of creativity. He concluded, creativity is a trait only found in geniuses. He looked toward Duong Thong again and remarked, interesting kid. The test ended. Duong Thong was taken to the waiting room. Duong Thong was satisfied. Great. From today I will change history. He thought of the acupuncture book, a famous book recorded during the war period, which recorded 8 types of bare-handed bone-setting methods, secrets of joint adjustment and acupuncture. This book won't be widely circulated for another 10 or 20 years. I remember it was very useful when dealing with enemies stronger than me. So good. Duongthong smiled to himself, thinking idly, knowing the future. Even though I'm 40 years old, it's been a long time since I felt this way. The system panel appeared, catching Duongthong's attention. Quest complete. You have received the quest completion reward. He immediately felt an unusual change in his body. What is this? Duongthong moved his hands and muttered, Power. The next announcement also appeared. Special reward. You have successfully completed the mission. Due to your outstanding performance, you will receive an additional special reward. Please choose one of the 3 following rewards. Small restoration pill. Stamina plus 10, recovers 50% HP. Golden dragon sword. All attributes plus 5%. Wisdom Dharma eye. Martial arts will be permanently maintained when the 3rd eye awakens. Duongthong was stunned. What is this? Duongthong thought about the rewards laid out before him. Small restoration pill. This is a type of medicine that can only be used at Shaolin Temple. Golden dragon sword. Isn't this the sword of little overlord Traklang? Can I really take these things? Finally, I'm about to get rich. I really want them all. He was so focused that he didn't realize someone was approaching from behind. That person suddenly put an arm around his shoulder. Hey, nice to meet you. This caused Duongthong to choose the wrong thing he wanted. You have chosen Wisdom Dharma eye. Duongthong looked up at the person while angrily cursing in his heart. Damn it! Which bastard interrupted me? The young man asked again, What are you doing? Duongthong was stunned. Jiang Hung! He cried out in surprise, a cry that even startled the birds flying by. Is it really Jiang Hung? Jiang Hung took a step back, looking at him a bit worriedly. Wait, he spoke up. You know me? Then he explained himself. But I can't blame you. Who here doesn't know me? Duongthong thought, that's right. He was considered the best candidate at that time, a natural genius. Outwardly, he just went along with it. Haha, that's right. It's an honor to meet you. Jiang Hung replied arrogantly. I'm also glad to meet you. No need to be so dramatic. Duongthong smiled, but his mind was racing. So this genius will become my fellow disciple. He asked further, What's your name? But Duongthong was focusing on something else. Above his head was a line of text. Level 9, Jiang Hung. Jiang Hung urged, Hey brother, what's your name? Duongthong snapped out of it, but he was still thinking about the text above Jiang Hung's head. What does that text above his head mean? Ah, my name is Duongthong. He glanced at the system, sending him a notification. The Wisdom Dharma eye skill has been activated. Level 1, proficiency 0%. Duongthong thought to himself, I'm starting to understand. Is it the power of the 3rd eye that helps me see this information? What does level mean? Is the number attached to it power or something related to strength? Jiang Hung stretched and asked for a favor. So, Duongthong, wake me up when the test is over, okay? Duongthong looked outside, wanting to test his skill. These things are so strange. A young man in yellow spoke up. Is it this way? The gatekeeper pointed in one direction and replied, Those who didn't pass go that way. Duongthong muttered, The one who just got disqualified was level 2. That warrior is level 9. He pondered, What exactly does level indicate? Jiang Hung and that warrior are the same level. So what is my current level? Jiang Hung sighed. Duongthong immediately turned back to look at him. At this rate, I'm afraid only the 2 of us will pass the test. A voice rang out, interrupting him. You're wrong. There's one more person. Jiang Hung followed Duongthong's gaze, his face full of surprise. Ta Thuong, a red-haired girl, stepped in and introduced herself. I am Ta Thuong. Looking at my surname, you probably understand. In the future, I will become the most outstanding disciple of this dojo. Jiang Hung replied to Ta Thuong, The daughter of dojo master Ta Jiang. You passed the test thanks to your father, right? Duongthong was stunned. His memory of this person surfaced, the heir of Than Phong Dojo. Even though she's young, I know she is a very cruel woman with prejudices against those in the clan. Damn it, why is she my fellow disciple too? Ta Thuong glanced at him with annoyance and spoke while stepping on Jong Hung. Hey, don't you stare at me. He cried out in pain. Hey, are you crazy? Duong Thong thought to himself, she is younger now than she was 30 years later. At this moment she is still quite innocent and kind. But he still forced a professional smile and replied, I'm just a bit surprised. Heh, sorry. She bowed her head, knelt on one knee, and warned Jong Hung. As for you, I completed the test myself. No one dares doubt my ability. After all, I am the daughter of Dojo Master Ta Jiang. Do you understand, Roosterhead? Duong Thong exclaimed. Not exactly kind. Jong Hung replied with irritation. This is an undercut hairstyle, not a rooster head. Ta Thuong retorted, There's such a thing as that hairstyle? Jong Hung didn't back down. What era are you living in? Duong Thong looked at these two helplessly and thought, they're fighting before even starting. Jong Ho walked in from outside, cutting off the argument. Ta Thuong, why are you so noisy? He announced, This year there are 5 disciples accepted, including you two. We will soon prepare the initiation ceremony. Now go take your clothes and change. Duong Thong thought, I can't see his information. Duong Thong touched the uniform and observed it with satisfaction. A black uniform. ID NDT 0. Jiang Ho continued, All right, I'll wait outside. Ta Thuong spoke up. Master Jiang Ho, how were we ranked in the evaluation? He turned his head, thought for a moment, then raised his hand, pointed at Duong Thong and said, First place. Then he pointed at Jong Hung. Second place. All 3 were stunned. Jiang Ho continued, Ta Thuong, you are third. Jang Hung looked toward Duong Thong and thought, his rating is the highest. Duong Thong couldn't believe it. I'm first? The gazes of these two made him feel a chill down his spine. In his heart, Jiang Hung was thinking about having a duel with him. The other 2 disciples were also questioning their rankings, but Jiang Ho was too lazy to answer. Jiang Hung was immersed in his own excitement. When he's at his best, I will challenge him. Ta Thuong was confused. How can these 2 be stronger than me? Duong Thong wanted to escape this situation. Best to just change clothes quickly. During the opening ceremony, disciples will meet the master and learn the dojo rules. The initiation will start tomorrow. You can go home now. It was already late afternoon. Jiang Hung yawned and said, The sun is setting? I did nothing but sit and wait. He started picking a fight with Ta Thuong. Oh, isn't that Ta Thuong's father? I'd better be careful. This girl is tough. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you, you black rooster head? Ta Thuong said. Duong Thong thought wearily, she's no different from my memory. Jiang Hung laughed and waved at them, saying as he walked away, Ha ha ha, I was just kidding, sorry. See you tomorrow. Ta Thuong said irritably, Who wants to see you? Duong Thong sighed inwardly. I can't believe I have to study with these people. Ta Thuong continued, I'm leaving too. She spoke while turning to leave. Goodbye, Duong Thong. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. Duong Thong looked into the distance. His thoughts drifted to the past. Just yesterday I was with my comrades on the battlefield, yet now I'm here. I wonder how they are doing and where they are now. The first day here wasn't too bad. Many things have changed. He muttered and clenched his fist. Tomorrow morning, I must do better. Duong Thong groaned. He thought while running breathlessly, I'm late. Could it be because I used up all my stamina yesterday that I slept so soundly? Duong Thong saw the large gates of the dojo. Just as he was about to arrive, he suddenly stopped. The gatekeeper shouted, Hey! You kid! Why are you late on your first day? Duong Thong explained, Sorry. Please let me in. But the other man ignored him and slammed the gate shut. You will be punished for being late. Duong Thong panicked. This is bad. He sighed. My head hurts. Jong Hung's voice echoed from behind Duong Thong. Duong Thong turned his head. Jang Hung laughed and said, "You're late too? But I know why you're late." He asked, "What do you mean by that?" The other explained, "I know you need enough sleep to be in peak physical condition to show your strength in today's training. Most importantly, you know how to manage your time. Waking up early or late doesn't matter. What matters is working hard after you wake up." Duong Thong thought, "I never thought of that nonsense," but only replied, "Ah, no, it's not." Jang Hung laughed. He took a stance and suggested, "How about we have a warm-up match now?" Duong Thong was even more horrified. "The dojo gates are closed and you're still thinking about fighting me?" At that moment, the system turned Jang Hung's challenge into a mission. Emergency mission. Defeat Jang Hung. Time limit, 15 minutes. Success reward. Learn a martial arts skill. Failure penalty. Stamina drops to 0%. Duong Thong read the book diligently like a devout follower. "I spent 3 months in the Thanfong Library to learn the Sam Tai sword technique, a sword style containing the harmony of yin and yang, the combination of the wisdom of heaven, earth, and man, known as the 3 laws of swordsmanship. These 3 laws are also the basic moves of martial arts. The vertical slash, also known as the Jade Emperor stance, cuts vertically to open the space of great mountains. Next is the horizontal slash of the earth, sweeping through thousands of troops and horses with a fatal blow, and the straight thrust of man. Every symbol has its own attribute, yin and yang. These 2 always complement and restrain each other. Specifically, it is like heaven, earth, and man." He flipped to the next page. "So these are the 3 basic laws of swordsmanship." There was a commotion outside. Duong Thong immediately looked out. "What's going on?" Jang Hung was fighting someone. He laughed and said to those he had knocked to the ground, "Why is everyone leaving? Doesn't anyone want to have a match with me?" After being recognized by the Thanfong dojo master, Jang Hung could duel his fellow disciples every day. He looked for opponents all day, only stopping when it was time for bed. People even called him the Infinite Monster. In his previous life, Jang Hung was the sect leader of a high-level Murim sect, the #1 expert of Thanfong, and one of the 3 leaders of the Murim Alliance. He became a hidden dragon of the Murim world, a man who had everything. Jang Hung was indeed an unparalleled genius. Duong Thong glanced at the mission board. "Why did a mission suddenly appear? Failure penalty is stamina dropping to 0%. What does that mean? I won't die, right? If I succeed, I'll get a martial arts skill." He thought, "I wonder what my level is. Probably level 2. Jang Hung in front of him took a stance and continued to coax, "Hey, want to have a match with me?" Duong Thong thought, "Fighting him is like a child against a warrior. This is a battle with too much of a strength gap. How can I complete this mission?" Duong Thong remembered, "Ah, I have 30 years of life and death experience on the battlefield. Maybe I should just take a gamble like the entrance test yesterday." He spoke up. "Fine, let's do it." Jang Hung said excitedly, "Great, let me see your skill." Duong Thong became alert. Jang Hung was beaming. Duong Thong told himself, "I can do this." He rushed toward Jang Hung. Jang Hung reached out and grabbed Duong Thong's face. Just one move caused him stinging pain. He thought worriedly, "No, this isn't good." Duong Thong quickly used his hands to press on Jang Hung's arm. Jang Hung immediately felt a sharp pain. Duong Thong broke free from Jang Hung's grip and launched a strike. Jang Hung raised his arm in defense. Duong Thong observed, "There's an opening. The chance has come." He swung a punch to attack, but unexpectedly he dodged it. Jang Hung countered with a punch that hit Duong Thong. He brought his teeth together in great discomfort. "I have to neutralize his attack." On the other side, Jang Hung also began to be wary of Duong Thong. "My right arm suddenly has no strength. Could he have attacked a pressure point on my hand?" Jang Hung was surprised to see Duong Thong closing in. "He's coming!" 8-method bone-setting art. Duong Thong began to use it, the basic laws of martial arts. Jang Hung countered, grabbing Duong Thong and slamming him to the ground. However, when Duong Thong struck back, Jang Hung held his ground. Duong Thong's kick forced Jang Hung to retreat, widening the distance between them. Duong Thong calculated, "Damn it, there's no hope of winning this match. Even with 30 years of experience, this weak body is too fragile. I shouldn't have risked this fight. The gap in speed and power between the two sides is too large. What should I do?" Jang Hung warily thought of a strategy. "He took my attack and still hasn't made a move. His dodging speed is also quite fast." He sneered, "Come on, aren't you the top scorer of the entrance exam? You're hiding something, aren't you? Could it be you know how to use the Samtai sword technique without a sword?" Duong Thong was alert. "This idiot." I didn't expect him to be able to realize this. Jang Hung moved. Duong Thong watched him. "Wait, the 3 laws of swordsmanship. Each law has a different way to counter a strike. No, it's not using a sword, but the attacking motion. This is very similar to the law of heaven. An overhead strike. The law of heaven." The system notification rang out. Character skill unlocked. Duong Thong recalled the knowledge he had read. Heaven and earth. Memories of his past life flashed in his mind. Duong Thong made a decision. "This is my chance." Jang Hung launched a strike. He jumped up, preparing to attack. The 3 laws of fist arts. Duong Thong moved. This was a basic technique similar to the 3 laws of swordsmanship. Duong Thong lifted his leg to counter. Jang Hung was stunned. He kicked Jang Hung's open hand. "Because its weakness is the stance of earth." The Samtai sword technique swept across. Jang Hung lost his balance. Duong Thong sneered, "Great. As expected, these 2 things are connected." But his triumph didn't last long before he was immediately sent flying. Duong Thong cried out in shock, "What?" While he was still midair, Jang Hung closed in. Duong Thong let out a miserable scream. The system notification rang. "You have been defeated. Mission failed. You will be punished. Due to mission failure, within 1 hour, your stamina will drop to 0%. Jang Hung looked at him and said, "You almost beat me. If it weren't for the wind technique of the Quan Fong style, I definitely would have been the one taking the hit." Duong Thong frowned. "I was 40 when I learned the Quan Fong technique. This 16-year-old kid already knows how to use it?" Duong Thong's vision began to fade. He muttered, "What is this? Why is everything so blurry?" Jang Hung asked worriedly, "Hey, are you okay?" Duong Thong thought, "Is this the effect of stamina depletion?" Jang Hung's voice grew fainter. "Hey, I haven't even used my full strength yet. I have a lot more to show you." Duong Thong gradually lost consciousness. "Is this my first day of school? How terrible." Duong Thong slowly opened his eyes. Mak Thoi was in front of him. Seeing him awake, Mak Thoi spoke up. "You brat, do you know how hard I worked to bring you in here? I can't believe you were sleeping like the dead. What did you do last night?" Duong Thong looked around. On the other side, Jang Hung was doing leapfrogs. He glanced at the mission board. The mission was still there. "So this mission only ends when I defeat that bastard." Mak Thoi looked at him as if he were a monster. "What's wrong with this kid?" Duong Thong smiled foolishly and muttered, "Can I really defeat him?" Mak Thoi reached out and pinched his cheek as a reminder. "It's very late, you crazy person." He threw Duong Thong toward Jang Hung and ordered, "Go over there and leapfrog with Jang Hung." Jang Hung, on the contrary, welcomed Duong Thong. "Brother!" Mak Thoi shouted. 100 laps of leapfrogs!" Jang Hung laughed and asked, "Feeling better? I didn't expect you to faint like that." Duong Thong replied, "Isn't it thanks to you? How many laps have you done?" Jang Hung replied, 10 laps. Want to bet?" As soon as Jang Hung finished speaking, the mission notification immediately rang out. "No thanks, no need. Not again. Another mission? Why does this guy love betting so much?" Duong Thong leapfrogged tiredly, thinking, "I can't move my legs anymore. I've reached my limit." He looked at Jang Hung, who had left him far behind. The distance between him and Jang Hung was growing larger. Duong Thong grit his teeth and continued to move. The system notification rang. "You have broken through your stamina limit. Physicality increased by 1 point. Stamina recovered by 10%. Duong Thong was shocked. He excitedly felt it. Incredible, my physicality increased by another point. Duongthong sped up and passed Zhang Heng. This time I must win. Zhang Heng said dissatisfiedly, "You're cheating. Both hands must be behind your ears." Mak Toi stood nearby, watching with confusion, thinking, is this even considered a punishment for them? Duongthong was exhausted. I lost to Zhang Heng again. Every time a mission fails, I faint. They will surely laugh themselves to death and call me a coward. He collapsed to the ground. By the way, every time my stamina reaches its limit, a window appears. At that time, I receive extra power and recover faster. What exactly is wrong with me? This is truly too hard. Will I be like this forever? Ta Thuong spoke up. Are you done? She looked down at him and continued. I came to see the top student who was absent on the very first day. Are you being punished? Duongthong replied, pretty much. She laughed. Why do you keep staring at me? Am I that beautiful? Duongthong struggled to sit up, denying what Ta Thuong just said. Because you're blocking the sky. She didn't argue with him further. I see. Duongthong slowly stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. How embarrassing. I didn't realize she was so beautiful when she was young. Are you crazy, Duongthong? Ta Thuong continued in a teasing tone. But don't you go falling for me. I'm already betrothed. Duongthong said loudly. Who would want to like you? Ta Thuong just laughed. Not finished, he continued. Ah, your fiancé is from the Sichuan Tang family, right? Ta Thuong asked back in confusion. What? Do rumors spread that fast? Duongthong recalled the Sichuan Tang family, one of the 5 great Murim families, but in a few years it completely collapsed due to internal conspiracies. I feel sorry for Ta Thuong. A difficult life awaits her. She continued. Damn it! Why do these political marriages still exist? She shrugged and turned to leave. That's just how the world works. Duongthong looked at her back and thought, if she doesn't marry into that family, maybe later she won't turn into that terrifying woman. Whatever. I should worry about myself first. If I didn't know everything that happened to me, I probably couldn't change my current life. Just being a student isn't enough. I need to try harder and do more. He looked at Ta Thuong's back. New information was added. The system notified him. 3rd Dharma Eye level up. Proficiency level 1. You can permanently observe martial arts through the 3rd Dharma Eye skill. Reached 100%. Upgraded to level 2. Duongthong was very surprised. 3rd Dharma Eye. Now I can even see age. Duongthong reflected. All my skills can increase in proficiency. This can help me upgrade just like the 3rd Dharma Eye. Even if I don't complete missions or get rewards, I can still become stronger by working hard to level up my skills. Ta Thuong suddenly turned her head and said, Ah, wait. Listen, when you're done here, our instructor said both of you must come to the dojo. There's something to discuss. Duongthong thought, this is it. Something bad is about to happen. He looked around. Where did that guy go? Zhang Heng was hanging from a tree. Ta Thuong pointed up. Sleeping like the dead up there. Birds perched on the roof of the dojo. Duongthong stepped inside with a clear intention. I have to see those people's information. Ta Zhang and Mak Toi were waiting for him inside. At the moment, Duongthong can only see a single line of information. He thought despondently, I'm doomed. Ta Zhang is here too. I can only see the names of the 2 of them. Well, it's still better than yesterday. Zhang Heng yawned as he walked beside Duongthong. We're here. Duongthong was very tense. He had heard that anyone who does something bad gets scolded by Ta Zhang. He spoke up, You 2 fools. Not only were you late on the first day, but you were also fighting. Duongthong listened in silence as Ta Zhang gave the order. Go do 500 more laps of leapfrogs. This is the punishment for your absence today. You can't go home until you're done. Then he continued, You 2 fools, do you dare to be late again tomorrow? Both of them replied, We wouldn't dare, sir. He waved them away. Fine. Go outside and carry out your punishment. Zhang Heng hurried off. Yes! Duong Thong was still busy being surprised by this man's attitude. Why is it so different from the rumors I heard? As he was about to leave, Ta Jiang called him back. Also, student Duong Thong, you must return here to report tomorrow morning. He muttered, I'm doomed, as he turned to leave. Duong Thong couldn't hide his fear. He really thought he was done for. After both of them left, Ta Jiang spoke up. This group is quite interesting. Mak Thoi chimed in, I just hope those two don't cause any trouble. Ta Jiang pondered and did not reply. On the training ground, Duong Thong said with satisfaction, Wonderful, there's no one here. He looked at what was in front of him. In my past life, I could only train in certain places. Only Orthodox students and official disciples were allowed on this training ground. Duong Thong exclaimed, It's so beautiful. He looked around. To build a solid martial arts foundation, I'd better start practicing as soon as possible. Duong Thong reached out for a wooden sword. If I miss this chance, I'll never have the opportunity to come back here again. He frowned and thought, if I lose this chance, no matter how high my martial arts are or how much effort I put in, I'll end up like my past life, living at the lowest level of this society. From now on, I will train hard until I reach the peak. Even though it was already late afternoon, he began practicing. The system announced, Diligent sword-swinging practice has leveled up your skill. Duong Thong was very satisfied. His swordsmanship ability was just like his physicality and stamina. He continued practicing, dripping with sweat. The system announced again, Diligent sword-swinging practice has leveled up your skill. I feel my swordsmanship is gradually improving. Anything that happens to me now can become a skill. This is a good opportunity for me. I'll give it my all now. I can become stronger. It was late at night while Duong Thong was still practicing when a group of people approached him. The leader said with dissatisfaction, What is that kid doing? Isn't that my wooden sword? Memories of his past life flooded back. A stack of books was pushed to the ground. Kong Bok and his henchmen looked at Duong Thong with contempt. Pests like you should live in the dirt, you hear? Lowlife. He stepped on Duong Thong's face and warned, Don't lift your head when you see me. Understood? Kong Bok crouched down and continued, From now on, you only listen to my orders. Kong Bok, Duong Thong protested, You can't do this, senior. Kong Bok sighed. Then he turned to a henchman and ordered, Keep watch for me. That guy sneered and replied, Got it. Kong Bok swung his hand and scolded Duong Thong, Trash like you has no right to call me senior. He swung his fists and began beating Duong Thong. That title doesn't suit something like you. He could only helplessly shield his head. Kong Bok beat him mercilessly while cursing, This dead dog, you still dare to make a sound? Hey, you dead dog. Duong Thong reminisced while gripping the wooden sword in his hand. There are countless wooden swords here. Why did I pick that bastard sword? Kong Bok turned to someone and asked, Was he the top scorer of the entrance exam? Do you know where he's from? The other replied, They only said he comes from somewhere in the martial world. This same person then asked Duong Thong, Hey, you over there, put that wooden sword down. Do you know who it belongs to? Duong Thong was startled and thought, What? Since when were they here? The other person was about to rush forward. You dare! But Kong Bok raised his hand to stop him. Wait! He looked up and reminded the group, Someone is watching. I don't want to complicate things. At the top of a tower, lights were flickering. Tajong was looking down at them. Kong Bok thought, It's this late and he's still observing a kid who just arrived today? What exactly is this guy's status? He ordered, Bring him in here. I want to speak with him directly. The other took the order. Ah, yes. Duong Thong was alert. His intuition told him something bad was about to happen. He used his skill to check the other person's level. It was 8. His name was Kong Bok, 17 years old, 1 level lower than Zhang Heng. Kong Bok spoke up. Don't mind what that kid said just now. It's just a wooden sword. I only came here to greet you. I am Kong Bok, the person in charge of the dojo, also known as the clan convener in the military. Duong Thong was extremely wary. He kept his distance from the other man and thought, this guy greeting others definitely has no good intentions. When he finds out I come from a poor family, he'll go crazy. That's all he thinks about. This man named Kong Bok reached out his hand as if wanting to make an alliance. I heard there are many outstanding talents among this year's students. I wonder which family you come from. Duong Thong placed the wooden sword back into Kong Bok's hand. He replied, Is there a problem? He thought to himself, this guy is like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Kong Bok became angry. What? He approached Duong Thong with a sneer. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect our entrance exam top scorer not to come from any prestigious family. Duong Thong glanced at him and thought, this is why I don't want to talk to this guy. Kong Bok leaned into his ear and whispered, if you haven't learned anything here yet, be careful, because you don't know what will happen later, you peasant. Duong Thong wasn't afraid. Instead, he replied, we both know what kind of place Thanfong Dojo is, so I want to test myself here. He clasped his hands in a formal bow. It's late. Please excuse me, I must go home now. After saying that, Duong Thong immediately turned to leave. He knew Kong Bok was staring at him. Tension was clear on his face. He frowned. At the top of the tower, Ta Jiang was still observing. Duong Thong left the training ground smoothly. Kong Bok checked his wooden sword. He cursed, Ha! He even chipped my wooden sword. Dawn gradually broke. Duong Thong sat up. Looking out the window, he thought, I couldn't sleep. Because Thanfong is the largest dojo of all, the descendants of the 9 great sects and famous noble families in Murim all come here to study martial arts. Many of them have refused their family's help, while some were recognized by everyone very early on and can certainly rely on their immense support to succeed. Last year, he joined the dojo very early and was appointed as the person in charge of Thanfong, the clan convener, Kong Bok. At this moment, he is the strongest student. Because I thought too much plus his provocation early this morning, I couldn't sleep. However, the fact is that I am the top scorer, someone from a poor family. I cannot be on equal footing with them. How did Jiang Hung do it? He was also the top scorer in the past life. Did he and that guy ever have any friction? He surely must have proven his ability. Duong Thong, dripping with sweat, was working hard at training. His stats increased slowly. He thought, I'm not as strong as Jiang Hung, but I'm number 1. As long as I work hard, I'll get stronger. He stopped and muttered, my legs are so tired. Duong Thong wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. I must get stronger quickly. I need to go to that secret training spot more often. Jiang Hung was very surprised to see Duong Thong. He was being punished for being late. He looked up and asked in confusion, What? Duong Thong thought in shock, this bastard is already level 10? I don't even know what my current level is. So frustrating. Jiang Hung spoke up. Hey, what's with that expression? Duong Thong racked his brain to find a way to bridge the power gap. He went to Mak Thoi's room. He replied, there is no way. You have no choice but to increase your strength yourself. Duong Thong asked, really? He continued to explain, the difference in strength is the efficiency of attack and defense. To overcome this, you must first have the same physicality or muscle. There is also a method to counter an enemy, through a clear understanding of the opponent's martial arts. This idea flashed through his mind. Countering someone else's martial arts, Mak Thoi continued, making Duong Thong look up at him. You want to win that way? If so, Jiang Hung is a dead man. He laughed with a look of great pride. I really liked watching your match yesterday. Although there were many flaws, if you are guided by the system to learn one more thing, you can certainly beat Jiang Hung. That is the masterful control of spiritual power. Today you will learn this from me. Duong Thong was shaking. Even the basin of water on his head was shaking along with him. Mak Thoi reminded, hey, your posture is starting to get shaky. Duong Thong was in a horse stance, carrying a basin of water on his head and holding a stick in both hands. His face showed clear signs of pain from holding the position for so long. Mak Thoi continued. We will develop your internal power. This is only the first step on the path to mastering spiritual power. Endurance training is the best way to improve internal power so that the spiritual power in your body can develop better during practice. During the training, the system also brought him a notification. You have broken through your physical limit. Physical strength +1. Additional reward, spiritual power +1. Stamina recovery 10%. Duong Thong thought, what? I even get additional rewards while training spiritual power? This is even more than the leapfrogs before. Additional rewards. HP +10, strength +10, spiritual power +5, balance +3. McToy observed and evaluated. This kid, he has been training like this for 2 hours. This exercise is both difficult and boring, so most people give up after 30 minutes. However, this exercise is very suitable for Duong Thong because he is someone who enjoys punishment. He turned around and said, enough. Follow me. I will show you some other exercises. Duong Thong inwardly pleaded, please, a little more. I want to increase my spiritual power a bit more. He led him to a tree and delivered a kick that snapped it, right before Duong Thong's astonished eyes. A single move cut the tree down. McToy explained, I used spiritual power to enhance the destructive force of that sweep just now. The more spiritual power used, the stronger the destructive force. That's why Zhang Heng's earth-based strikes are so powerful, because he channels spiritual power into his attacks. I thought you wouldn't survive after taking that hit. See? That is the prowess of spiritual power. McToy channeled his power and continued. If you concentrate spiritual power into a single point... He suddenly stopped. No. I think the best way for you is to observe your peers performing it, not me. Then he turned and called to Thuong, Hey, to Thuong, come here for a moment. McToy said excitedly, All right, Ta Thuong knows how to concentrate spiritual power into a point, so she can demonstrate it in my place. She approached and asked, Demonstrate what, sir? McToy replied, Ta Thuong, demonstrate the shattering wind kick of Than Phong martial arts for Duong Thong to see. Ta Thuong blankly repeated, Wind kick? But she agreed and asked, Yes, sir. Where should I perform it? She thought, Finally, an opportunity to show off my strength in front of Duong Thong. On this side, Duong Thong was also dazed. Wind what? McToy pointed to a massive rock nearby and said, Kick this. Ta Thuong channeled her internal power into her leg and unleashed the shattering wind kick of Than Phong martial arts. A large crack appeared on the surface of the rock from her kick. McToy explained, It's exactly like that. If you concentrate spiritual power into one point, the effect will be like this. This is one of the skills you will learn at this dojo. Duong Thong was amazed. He said to Ta Thuong again, How long do you think it will take to completely destroy this rock? Duong Thong thought in amazement, I really know nothing about Than Phong martial arts. Although I wanted to learn, the only thing I learned at Than Phong Dojo before was tracking techniques. Ta Thuong excitedly replied to McToy, With my current ability, I can advance from dragon rank to phoenix rank. What do you think, master? He showed interest in her spirit and said, So you intend to rise to phoenix rank? Then your path is still very long. Duong Thong recalled his intention. This is why I want to become a core disciple of Than Phong Dojo. McToy continued, Fine, anyway, your path is long. What needs to be done now is practice. You need to practice much more to control internal power like Ta Thuong and Zhang Heng. Duong Thong grit his teeth in frustration. Damn, why is it so hard? He reminded him, No need to rush. First, you must learn swordsmanship. If there's any part of your body that is insufficient, a weapon will compensate for it. Duong Thong looked at the wooden sword that he handed to him. Its information appeared. Wooden sword, used for individual practice. You have received your first weapon, a wooden sword. Attack +3, spiritual power +1. Below was a note. Stats increase depending on proficiency. Duong Thong remembered that wooden swords could also increase spiritual power. In his past life, he had also used swordsmanship. Ta Thuong waved and called out, Our physical training time is up. Duong Thong, let's go to the next class. Duong Thong replied. Than Phong martial arts includes 5 forms of attack: sword, fist, palm, kick, and spear. Ta Thuong explained as they walked. Most of them originate from the masters of the ManHwa sect. There are many basic ultimate techniques. However, they were blocked halfway by Kong Bok. He spoke up impatiently. "Oh, isn't this the top student?" Duong Thong was immediately annoyed. Ta Thuong said to him, "Senior Kong Bok, why did you bring so many people here?" He looked at her and replied, "Ta Thuong, I'm not in the mood for nonsense with you right now. Can you go first?" Ta Thuong asked unhappily. "What?" Kong Bok approached Duong Thong with a sneer. "Because I have a bit of business to settle with him. I came here personally because this first-year top junior wants to build a better relationship with me." Duong Thong thought irritably. "The small path in the bamboo forest between the master's room and the training field, I deliberately took this path, yet I still ran into him." Kong Bok urged, "Why aren't you saying anything? What do you plan to do?" Duong Thong looked around, calculating that they were surrounding him. He spoke up. "So this is what you prepared for a junior?" Kong Bok laughed loudly. "Calm down, they are just here to watch the show." He thought, "You have no way out." Kong Bok suddenly attacked. Both Ta Thuong and Duong Thong reacted. He dodged the attack while she used her hand to deflect the strike's direction. Duong Thong grit his teeth and cursed, "Bastard, he aimed for the vital point in my stomach." Ta Thuong shouted angrily, "Senior Kong Bok, are you crazy? Do you know how dangerous that is?" Kong Bok sneered. "If he's the top student, he'll surely dodge it, right, Duong Thong?" Duong Thong raised his sword to block in front of Ta Thuong. He thought, "If it weren't for Ta Thuong, I would have been in danger. This bastard, I am not as weak in this life as I was in the past." He realized something, and his grip on the sword tightened. Is he also feeling tense? He pondered. Although he knows I am the top student, he doesn't know what my skills are yet. On this side, Kong Bok was also observing Duong Thong, thinking in confusion, "What's with that stance? Is it too late to beg for mercy now?" A mission appeared on the system panel for him. Special mission: defeat Kong Bok. Time: 15 minutes after the match starts. Reward: agility +1. Failure: temporary loss of strength for 1 hour. Duong Thong began to form a plan. Another special mission. He was a bit flustered. If I make good use of the weapon and apply what I've practiced, I can defeat him. He spoke up. "Fine. Isn't this great? Do you intend to fight me without using a wooden sword?" Duong Thong said fearlessly, "If you want to use one, you can." Kong Bok observed Duong Thong in confusion, thinking, "What did this guy eat today to be so confident?" He reached out his hand, and his lackey immediately placed a wooden sword in it. Kong Bok thought, "Very well. You have successfully annoyed me." He said angrily, "Fine. Let me see the strength of this year's top student." Kong Bok was wary. Duong Thong was also observing him. "His level is equivalent to Jang Hung's or 1 level lower. I just need to dodge his attacks first." Kong Bok took a step back and performed a sword technique, the heart-piercing sword. He intended to use this move to end the match, a continuous attack of Than Phong swordsmanship. Duong Thong leaped high, dodging the swing of the sword. Kong Bok couldn't believe it, thinking, "He dodged it?" Duong Thong gripped his sword with both hands and struck straight down. Sam Tai sword technique, heaven stance, mount Tai pressure. Kong Bok lost his balance and retreated. Duong Thong's sword struck the ground. He clicked his tongue in annoyance while observing Kong Bok, thinking, "My spiritual power control isn't perfect yet, so the strike was off, but anyway, I've put some pressure on him." He sneered and spoke up, "I wonder how you'd feel if you took that hit." Kong Bok was enraged by these words. He warned, "Don't be too arrogant." Duong Thong continued to dodge as the other man attacked. He knew it wasn't over. The weakness of people like him is relying too much on martial arts learned within the family. It's their first reflex and has become a habit. Confident guys like him will have a few tricks to win when facing a strong enemy, and having won through those tricks, they will continue to use the same method in battles with other opponents. Some pretend to attack upward with the sword but actually aim downward. Others try to attract the opponent's gaze and then slowly approach to strike. If this persists, it becomes a bad habit that's very hard to fix later. The future Kong Bok is completely different from Jang Hung. In my past life, I saw him fight many times. Kong Bok was frustrated. What? Why? Why is it useless? How can this be? Duong Thong calculated. I was defeated many times, but that's what gave me the motivation to strive and become stronger. Character skill, past life. Memories activated. Duong Thong sneered, easily parrying the man's sword moves. I can recall everything clearly. Kong Bok was enraged by his attitude. Damn it, he's laughing. The flames of anger in his heart flared up even more intensely. He asked him in a threatening voice, You dare! Duong Thong was momentarily frozen by this pressure and hastily retreated. Kong Bok thought irritably, Does this guy know how I'm going to strike? Ta Thuong, standing nearby, had the same thought. Duong Thong looks very slow, yet he can anticipate the attacks and constantly dodge. At first glance, anyone can see the gap in skill and strength between the two, but how on earth is he doing it? Can he see the future? Kong Bok's lackeys observed silently from behind. Kong Bok thought with annoyance. He wriggles like a snake, I can't catch him at all. He recalled old news. That rookie got into a fight on his very first day? His lackey replied. At that time, Duong Thong and Jang Hung were late and couldn't get into class. They said the two fought, and the result was Jang Hung won. That guy is quite tough. Kong Bok grit his teeth. Jang Hung beating him was entirely thanks to the wind technique and the heaven stance. What the hell is that wind technique anyway? The more Kong Bok thought, the angrier he got. Both of them are very annoying and in my way. The wind technique of the original style is too difficult, so I'll just use the heaven stance, mount tie pressure. Duong Thong spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. Is something wrong? Kong Bok shouted irritably, Shut up! Duong Thong calculated. Since I know the enemy's bad habits, I can easily judge his attacks. Now what I need to do is channel spiritual power into the sword to increase damage and then unleash the final blow. Kong Bok immediately closed the distance. Their swords clashed. Kong Bok said, Using mount tie pressure to attack isn't a bad choice. Duong Thong struggled to block the blow but was still pushed back. Kong Bok took advantage and rushed forward. Hey kid, I'll show you the level of instinct of the heaven stance. Mount tie pressure in swordsmanship. He raised his improved sword high. Heaven stance sword chi. Mount tie pressure. Duong Thong was shocked. This is... Someone spoke up to remind him to focus. Duong Thong channeled spiritual power into his sword. Earth stance, sweeping the 1,000-man army. The two swords clashed. Kong Bok was flung back. The sword in his hand cracked and shattered into many pieces. Kong Bok was horrified. His lackeys cried out, Damn it, it's the crack from yesterday! Duong Thong continued to rush forward. He had smashed Kong Bok's sword. But the opponent did not back down. They rushed in again. Duong Thong thought to himself, One more time. Kong Bok struck his pressure point. Duong Thong let out a loud shout and unleashed the sweeping the 1,000-man army. His sword struck the opponent's side. Kong Bok let out a scream of pain. Everyone present was stunned. Kong Bok was sent flying far away by Duong Thong and collapsed painfully on the ground. The system displayed a mission completion notification. Duong Thong thought in shock, I succeeded. Now I can channel spiritual power into my attacks. Ta Thong couldn't believe it. He actually won! Kong Bok's lackeys in the back were secretly plotting, I have to knock that girl out and get Kong Bok out of here. Ta Thuong paid no attention to this guy. She was still concerned about Duong Thong. Duong Thong is stronger than I thought. This guy's hand was grabbed. Jang Hung spoke up, Senior, how can you attack from behind? Ta Thuong turned around. Jang Hung held the guy who stammered, Sorry. Kong Bok's lackeys hastily turned tail and ran. Jang Hung said to her, Hey, you should be a bit more careful. Ta Thuong asked curiously, What are you doing here? You must be lost. He replied, Not exactly. This path is for going to the next class, right? Ta Thuong was still in shock. So he really lost to him? By the way, Jang Hung looked at Duong Thong. He's getting stronger by the day. On this side, Duong Thong was reflecting on the match. At the last moment, I barely managed to settle it. He smiled with satisfaction and a bit of excitement. Whatever, I got the reward. Agility points. I used my own hands to defeat him. I defeated Kong Bok. I entered Thanfong Dojo to study as an intern. Here, students like me will later become workers. Because I love martial arts, I joined the dojo. Although taught by masters, I am not proficient in any skills. Therefore, since childhood, I have been mocked by classmates and seniors. To be honest, in this martial world, the place I want to go to and love most is Thanfong Dojo, because I really like martial arts. I met my first friend at the Thanfong study room here. Duong Thong pushed the door open and stepped in. He looked around and muttered, "It's been a long time since I've been here. In my past life, this was a place I frequented." A teenager in a white uniform stood up. Duong Thong was very surprised to see him. He muttered, "Duong Dui," then realized he was being rude. He immediately reached out his hand and introduced himself. "Hi, I'm Duong Thong." The teenager shook his hand. "My name is Duong Dui." He smiled and asked further, "Are you looking for something here?" He pondered, "Yes, I want to learn more about the benefits of acupuncture." Duong Dui thought to himself, "He's an official disciple, but treats me like an old friend. During the break, he taught me a lot of things. Even though I didn't understand anything, I still tried to absorb them." Duong Thong spoke up. "Do you know the secrets of Thanfong martial arts mentioned in the 27th volume? Let me tell you a bit about it." Duong Dui asked back, "Thanfong martial arts? You're talking about martial arts only taught to official disciples? How can that be?" Duong Thong explained, "The images in this book can be like needles guiding other techniques in Thanfong martial arts. For example, the flowing flower palm on page 50. He shrugged and smiled, saying, "I haven't finished reading all the books here, but soon I'll finish learning everything necessary." He placed a hand on his shoulder. "You must remember this. Even an intern can become stronger than an official disciple." Duong Dui gave a wry smile and thought, "I know you certainly can, but I don't know if I can." On the day I became friends with Duong Thong, my life at the dojo completely changed. At that time, Duong Dui was peeking from outside. Jiang Ho was lecturing the disciples in black uniforms. Inside were many sword techniques similar to Manhwa swordsmanship. For example, the minor central swordsmanship, which is the best swordsmanship in Thanfong martial arts. This sword technique, it has the same name because... Duong Thong raised his hand to speak, surprising both Jiang Hung and Ta Thuong. "It's because Thanfong martial arts is a martial art inherited from the swordsmanship of the Manhwa sect." Jiang Hung sneered. "You're starting to act cool now, Duong Thong. You want to show off in front of Ta Thuong, don't you?" Duong Thong retorted, "What are you saying? Are you talking about yourself?" On this side, Ta Thuong grabbed his collar and scolded, "You bastard, why are you bringing my name into this?" Jiang Ho spoke up to stop them. "Hey, you three, why can't you be quiet? All of you go stand outside as punishment. Hands up." As for the most noticeable change among the disciples, the seniors who bullied me suddenly became silent. Even the meanest senior among them vanished. Fortunately, all day today I wasn't taken care of by that senior, but seeing him pretend as if nothing happened was still a bit uncomfortable. Kong Bok stopped when he heard Duong Thong's voice. He was talking to Duong Dui. "Oh, Duong Dui, you're here too?" Duong Thong continued. "Beside you are Jiang Hung and Ta Thuong." "You're waiting for me, right?" Ta Thuong irritably scolded them. "Move aside, shorty." Afterward, all three were punished with kneeling, but the playful attitude didn't change at all. "Hey, let's have a match today." "No, now is not the time. Wait a bit longer." Duong Thong also pretended nothing was wrong. He said to him, "Duong Dui, wait a moment, class is almost over." It was getting dark. Duong Thong reminded Duong Dui, "Just pretend we don't know Kong Bok." He replied, "That's great. I'm really envious of you." Duong Dui smiled. "You don't care about him because you're too strong." Duong Thong looked at him and sighed. Then he smiled and slowly stood up. "Don't say that. I'm not any stronger than you. I'm not talented or more outstanding than anyone else. I just want to become strong. That's why I practice harder than others. That's also the only thing I'm good at." Duong Dui couldn't believe it and thought, he really is a strong person. He waved at him. He was also a very good person. To be blunt, it's a bit cool. Duong Thong laughed loudly. See you tomorrow then. Duong Dui ran home, thinking about Duong Thong. Seeing Duong Thong like that, maybe I can't just keep reading books forever. Should I try practicing a little? Lost in thought, Duong Dui accidentally bumped into someone else. The two in front of him warned, "Hey, watch where you're going." Duong Dui was stunned. Those two observed him. The pink-haired one spoke while drawing his sword. He was wearing the dojo uniform. Duong Thong's father waved at him and gave instructions before he set off for the dojo. Be careful on the road. Thanks to you, I have firewood to burn today. I have been enrolled at the dojo for a month. Duong Thong bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, father. I'm going out for a bit and will be back soon. The rumors of the 3 Long and 3 Feng originated from the Than Phong dojo. Long is for men and Feng is for women. This is a title used to describe the 3 strongest people who are certain to pass all the dojo's exams. In my past life, those 3 were Zhang Hung, Ta Thuong, and Kong Bak. But since I defeated Kong Bak, I am the one who replaced him. I will become one of the 3 Long. My life has now completely changed. Duong Thong will defeat Zhang Hung. Just you wait, Zhang Hung. Once I succeed, I will become a legend among the 3 Long. I will continue to practice and raise my rank. The wall of his past life was filled with Duong Thong's dreams. This upgrade function has given me more motivation. The effectiveness of this function is undeniable. He looked around and muttered, I wonder if Duong Dui is coming today. Ta Jiang looked at him unhappily and said, Duong Thong, do you know that I trust you very much? He respectfully replied, Yes, I know, sir. He continued, When the sun rises, we will conduct a practical escort mission. He looked up at him and thought, Is it a practical escort mission? Is it the test for the 3 Long position? Ta Jiang continued, Why do your eyes look so tense? Duong Thong gave a stuttering laugh and replied, Sorry, I'm just too nervous. He thought to himself, To think that even though my 3rd eye proficiency has increased, I still can't see his level. Ta Jiang explained, There's no need to be too tense, as this is just a procedure to check if you are qualified. If you are eligible, you will receive a title like Long or Feng. Your mission is to escort goods as a member of the guard team. Depending on your actions, there will be corresponding scores and achievements. You must transport the items to their destination intact, so protection here includes the items as well. Furthermore, you must know how to cooperate and judge unexpected situations such as weather, terrain, and bandits. Listening to him, Duong Thong couldn't help but recall old times. These things remind me so much of that era. Ta Jiang paused for a moment and continued. Usually, there are 3 choices of locations for the practical escort. Unfortunately, I cannot accompany you all this time. Duong Thong was stunned, not quite understanding. Ta Jiang finished. Therefore, I will arrange for the official disciples, you and other participants, to go to one place together. He frowned. That place is the windless zone. He calculated in his head. What is this? Why didn't they choose the other 2 places but chose exactly that spot? This didn't happen in my past life. There were places called the Thu Nhi Agency and Nguyen Than Agency. Later they merged and were called the Windless Zone, the Windless Escort Agency. At that time, everyone who passed through the Windless Zone was slaughtered. Sending everyone to that place is no different from telling your disciples to commit suicide. He began to question Ta Jiang. So what about the other places? Did something happen? Ta Jiang looked at him, closed his eyes, and replied, Yesterday, all of Than Phong's land deeds and vouchers vanished into thin air. Among them were some documents prepared for stamping. If even those disappear with the current situation, we won't be able to do anything. Fortunately, the owner of the Windless Zone owes me a favor. Thanks to him, everything is still under control. But I have lost my prestige. Duong Thong left Ta Jiang's place. He looked up at the sky, inwardly doubting. I wonder who the thieves are and what their purpose is. That was the greatest tragedy of the Murim. All official disciples escorting goods to the windless zone were murdered. It was a surprise attack. This couldn't be a simple theft. It was an invasion from Longho village, one of the 18 great districts of the Murim. I don't know what the goods being transported are. For some reason, those goods were not made public. To be blunt, only the ManHwa sect represents the client for this shipment. Only they know what's inside. However, for some reason, the people of the ManHwa sect and the Thanfong military do not want to continue investigating this case. Thus, this matter was gradually forgotten. Duongthong calculated. But now I and the others are caught up in this. How can I stop this from happening? If I report this, they'll just see it as a joke from a child like me. If I ask old man Ta Jiang to cancel this trip, I'm sure he won't listen. He could even imagine how he would reply, "If you want, you can choose not to go." However, according to the regulations here, any disciple who does not participate in this practical escort will be disqualified without exception. The system notification rang. Mission accomplished. Mission: escort to the windless zone. Time limit: until the mission ends. Reward: spiritual power. Failure: mission data will be deleted and you will be in a coma for 3 days. Duongthong sighed in annoyance. What kind of hellish mission just appeared? Regardless, I have to do it. He frowned. I have to complete the mission and please the dojo at the same time. Duongthong reached into his pocket and pulled out 1 copper coin. He tossed it up and thought excitedly, 2 birds with 1 stone. Duongthong placed the coin on the table. Hoang Trung looked at him as the coin rolled toward him. He stopped it with 1 finger and said, "You've come to place a shipping request, haven't you?" Duongthong laughed. "On the 1st of next month. There will be a cargo cart from Shanxi in the southwest going to the Central Plains. The mission doesn't specify a specific location. I will go as an escort, so I can take a different route to anywhere as long as I can complete the mission. Please help me." He looked at him and spoke. "Fine, I accept your request. Just come back tomorrow with a brush and paper." Duongthong respectfully clasped his hands. "Thank you, sir." Hoang Trung stopped Duongthong just as he was about to leave. "Wait, you are Duongthong, a disciple of the Thanfong dojo, right? I won't ask your reason for this request, but the 1st of next month is also when the Thanfong disciples go to the windless zone for their practical escort exam. If you plan to use this little trick to score points and gain an advantage, you'd better think twice." He clasped his hands and gave a forced smile. "For me, getting points is enough. I'll bring the goods here tomorrow. See you then." Duongthong sighed and thought to himself, "It seems scoring points really isn't easy, but I'll find every way to get them. That way I can both avoid that accident and settle the mission." Hoang Trung looked at his back with his own calculations. "Duongthong, I know what you're thinking, but you can't fool this Hoang Trung." Duongthong sighed and held his head, crying for his fate. "I've borrowed a large sum of money as an official disciple of Thanfong dojo. I'm doomed. I'm buried in debt before I've even started." 2 people in white spoke. "Excuse me?" Duongthong looked at them and thought, "A red plum blossom. They are from the ManHwa sect." He thought to himself, "There's still hope, it's not too late." The pink-haired one spoke. "Can you move out of the way?" Their information appeared. Duong Ngoc Li. Duongthong was terrified. Memories flooded back. "I didn't expect to meet Duong Ngoc Li." He grit his teeth and frowned. "I didn't expect to run into him here." Duong Ngoc Li looked at him with a sneer. "Oh, another student from the Thanfong Academy?" He put his hands behind his back and continued. "First a guy in white, now a guy in black. There are really a lot of dojo students lately." Duongthong thought in confusion. "White?" He asked back, "Excuse me, have you met someone?" He wondered who it was. Duong Ngoc Li replied, "Yeah, I have." Duongthong was a bit worried. "Could it be?" Duong Ngoc Li took off his hat and spoke. "Why do Thanfong Academy disciples always wear their martial arts uniforms?" He brushed past him, his voice full of contempt. "Although I'm not sure if you're one of them." Duongthong looked at him. Duong Ngoc Li felt his gaze, turned his head, and replied, because I've always felt you were very strange. The two looked at each other for a moment until Mo Dong-ba spoke up. It's not early anymore. Let's get on our way. Duong Thong thought it strange. What does he mean by this? Duong Ngok Li agreed with Mo Dong-ba. Yeah, let's go. He watched them leave with irritation. Even though I've grown much stronger, I still can't read his information. Level 12. Mo Dong-ba, 15 years old. Duong Ngok Li. Level unknown, age unknown. Duong Thong guessed he was also 15. Duong Thong walked hurriedly on his way. He thought, I have to find Duong Dui first. He might have gotten into a conflict with them. I'm really worried since he didn't come to school today. Elsewhere, Mo Dong-ba asked curiously, Right, will Duong Dui be okay? Duong Ngok Li replied coldly, Who knows? Besides, it's none of our business. Mo Dong-ba replied briefly, Got it. At this moment in the suburbs, Duong Thong muttered, Will he be here? I often met him here in my past life. Duong Thong knocked on the door and called out loudly, Duong Dui, is anyone home? Duong Thong pricked up his ears to listen, suspicion rising in his heart. It sounds like there's a noise. He looked around. Could it be coming from the forest? Duong Thong continued to observe. He discovered something unusual. Wait, why is this door bolted from the outside? Inside, Duong Dui was tied up, still trying to shout loudly to signal Duong Thong, Duong Thong, it's me, Duong Dui! Duong Thong cried out in shock, What? He immediately used force to open the door lock. Wait, Duong Dui, let me break this first. Something whizzed past his cheek. Duong Thong heard a noise behind him and turned his head. Stand still, do not move. Kong Bak's subordinates were behind him. One man holding a crossbow was the one who just fired the arrow. Duong Thong spoke up. What are you guys doing here? The lackey sneered. Finally lured you out. He jerked his chin toward him. The traitor Duong Thong and his accomplice Duong Dui. Duong Thong was alert. What are you talking about? While cursing, I don't understand, he rushed forward. One guy grabbed his right arm, and another grabbed his left arm. The lackey spoke up. What's so great about beating Kong Bak in a one-on-one? Do you really think you can deal with all of us at once by yourself? Duong Thong looked at him with irritation. The lackey pointed a crossbow at his face, sneered and warned, If you don't want a hole carved in your forehead, then behave yourself. At that time, at the Tan Phong sect, Ta Jiang asked hesitantly, Say that again. Is it true? Kong Bak reported smugly, Yes, master. This morning I personally saw Duong Dui sneakily taking the academy's assets and ledgers to flee. At that time I was extremely bewildered. How could a lowly pauper like him have such precious things? Ta Jiang asked further, So have you recovered the items yet? We've been struggling lately due to the loss of these important things. You've done well. Kong Bak continued, But I don't believe Duong Dui dared to act alone. Ta Jiang frowned. What do you mean? He shifted the blame to Duong Thong. Him and Duong Thong. I saw that the two of them have a very close relationship. Ta Jiang asked, Why would Duong Thong do that? Kong Bak replied, As far as I know, Duong Thong also comes from a poor background. We should capture them for interrogation. Duong Ngok Li, standing outside the door, chimed in. If they were that short on money, why did they even come to this academy? Kong Bak was startled. Huh? Isn't that Duong Ngok Li? At that moment in the suburbs, Duong Thong thought in disbelief. Why is he here? The lackey's crossbow fell to the ground. He was grabbed by the neck and lifted up by Mo Dong-ba, screaming in pain. Mo Dong-ba commented angrily, A martial artist using a crossbow! Last night when Duong Dui bumped into them, Mo Dong-ba had said, Hey, watch where you're going. Both Duong Ngok Li and Mo Dong-ba looked at Duong Dui. Duong Ngok Li drew his sword and said, Oh, this outfit. A martial artist? Duong Dui smiled and said, Wait, calm down. I don't want to cause trouble. My name is Duong Dui, a disciple of the Tan Phong Academy. Duong Ngok Li replied, I just want to use my sword to say hello. Be strong now. Duong Dui also smiled. It's late. Would you two like to stop by my place to rest for a while? Mo Dung Ba replied politely, That would be wonderful. We thought we'd arrive by dusk, but we ended up losing our way. Duong Dui brought them to his house. This place is a bit dilapidated, but having a fire for warmth is better than spending the night outside. It's not far from here to the town below the mountain. If you start early tomorrow, you'll be there within half a day. The next morning, Duong Dui smiled and said, This place is a bit cramped, isn't it? Duong Ngok Li replied courteously, Not at all, I slept very well. The two quickly left, not forgetting to thank Duong Dui. Thank you very much. After walking a distance, Duong Ngok Li complained, My neck is so stiff. Mo Dung Ba replied, Why? I slept great, no problem at all. He suddenly stopped because he saw Kong Bok and his subordinates below. Duong Ngok Li thought, Black uniforms, a crossbow, and the ledgers. Duong Ngok Li frowned. Mo Dung Ba asked suspiciously, Isn't that direction toward Duong Dui's house? Duong Ngok Li said coldly, Keep going. At this time, Ta Jiang saw him and spoke up. You've grown fast, Duong Ngok Li. Kong Bok thought it was strange. What is he doing here? Duong Ngok Li bowed respectfully and replied, Long time no see, sect leader Ta Jiang. Sorry for interrupting your conversation. Kong Bok urged, Master, now is not the time. Ta Jiang flatly interrupted him. Don't be so rude. You two should get to know each other. This is Kong Bok, and this is the Peach Blossom Sword Master, Duong Ngok Li. Duong Ngok Li replied, That title is quite strange. Kong Bok was very annoyed by the Peach Blossom title. Ta Jiang burst out laughing. You're truly modest. So, what's the matter? He replied, I'm here to ask for your permission to organize a martial arts competition with the Thanfong Academy. Ta Jiang asked back, A competition? Duong Ngok Li explained, Yes. Last time you came to ManHwa, didn't you say you wanted to let me exchange skills with your disciples? Right. Kong Bok frowned and thought, I can't believe it. Is it just because of this small matter? Ta Jiang spoke up. Let's talk about that later. Right now we have some trouble to resolve. Duong Ngok Li recalled the incident from earlier. Mo Dung Ba had decided to go back to Duong Dui's house. I'll go back and check. I owe Duong Dui a favor. Duong Ngok Li hadn't intended to care. Fine, go then. I'll head to the academy first. But now he appeared here. Duong Ngok Li spoke up. If it's about Duong Dui, there's no need to worry. Both Ta Jiang and Kong Bok were astonished. Ta Jiang asked suspiciously, What do you mean by that? Duong Ngok Li replied, My companion has already gone to pick him up. In another place, Mo Dung Ba had beaten the lackey and the others until they lay scattered on the ground. Duong Thong was amazed. He's a ManHwa disciple. I shouldn't interfere. Mo Dung Ba asked him, Are you here to save Duong Dui? Duong Thong answered honestly, Yes, but I don't understand what's happening. Mo Dung Ba went to the door, used his strength to break the bolt, and said, Not everyone in the Thanfong sect is a bastard. The door was easily broken open. Duong Dui looked at them. Oh, it's you guys. Duong Thong asked worriedly, Are you okay? Duong Dui said emotionally, You guys saved my life. Duong Thong pointed toward Mo Dung Ba. This friend settled everything. Duong Dui cupped his fists to him. Friend from yesterday, how can I repay you? Mo Dung Ba laughed and said, I also owed you a favor. How could I just stand by? Since you're okay, I must be going. Mo Dung Ba had no intention of bringing Duong Dui back to Thanfong. Duong Thong muttered, So lucky. He had to admit it. He let out an annoyed sigh. If he hadn't appeared, we would have been in big trouble. He said to Duong Dui, Now we must investigate exactly what their plot is. Duong Dui spoke worriedly. I think it's very serious. Duong Dui explained, Kong Bok and those guys stole the Academy's treasures and precious ledgers intending to frame me. Duong Thong cried out in disbelief. How could that be? Elsewhere, Duong Ngoc Lai was presenting the truth to Ta Jiang. I personally witnessed everything this morning. Kong Bok's face turned pale when he was exposed. They were carrying a pile of money, ledgers, and weapons heading straight for Duong Dui's house. I apologize for unintentionally overhearing your conversation, but Duong Dui is not a criminal, Ta Jiang said unhappily. If things are as Duong Ngoc Li says, then we have no choice. Kong Bok was startled and hurriedly defended himself. This is absurd. This was clearly done by Duong Dui and his accomplices. Ta Jiang interrupted him with a stern voice. Then use your strength to prove it. Kong Bok was stunned. Huh? Ta Jiang continued. How about starting the competition with Kong Bok first? I invite the Peach Blossom Master to teach this fool a lesson. Duong Ngoc Li replied, All right. Kong Bok gripped his sword, thinking, Black sword. Duong Ngoc Li slowly drew his sword. Kong Bok thought angrily, You guys can't punish me. It's actually come to this. I have no choice but to defeat you. Ta Jiang waved his hand. Begin. Duong Ngoc Li leaped up and pressed a hand on Kong Bok's head. He completely failed to react. Duong Ngoc Li's blade grazed Kong Bok's arm. One move had cut his arm. The bundle was placed on the ground. Mak Thoi checked it and said, The missing items are all here, that's great. Jang Ho was worriedly checking. Does it hurt, Duong Dui? Duong Dui answered honestly, A little, but I'm fine. Master, I thank you for your reminder. You still need to provide a detailed report of the entire incident. In another place, Mak Thoi spoke to Duong Thong again. Duong Thong, everyone is about to go crazy. That Peach Blossom swordsman from ManHwa has started an infinite challenge right outside the arena. Outside the arena, on a stone pillar, Kong Bok's severed hand was pinned high by Duong Ngoc Li's sword. Infinite Challenge is a dueling method of the ManHwa Peach Blossom Sword sect. Duong Ngoc Li defeated the Thenfong disciples once again. He had won 10 consecutive matches, including the sons of martial officials. The confrontation would only end when the last person remained. Duong Ngoc Li said coldly, Next. Mak Thoi looked worried. It was supposed to be a friendly exchange, but that Peach Blossom swordsman cut off Kong Bok's hand and provoked everyone. As a result, it turned into a duel against the ManHwa sect. Because of Ta Jiang, you must participate, Ta Thuong. She was the next one to step out. She questioned him unhappily. I know Kong Bok was wrong, but isn't what you're doing a bit too much? Duong Thong didn't understand. What happened to Kong Bok's arm? Mak Thoi recalled and told him. It seems when Ta Jiang got angry, he forced Kong Bok and that Peach Blossom swordsman to duel with real swords. I'm not entirely clear on the details. The important thing is everyone needs your help now. Duong Thong was worried. Oh my God. Could it be because Kong Bok plotted to frame Duong Dui? Is that Duong Ngoc Li still fighting out there? What on earth is happening? He grit his teeth. Now I have to go face Duong Ngoc Li. The system notification. Special mission. Defeat Duong Ngoc Li. Time, 15 minutes. Reward, unlock item slot. Punishment for failure, unable to move for 1 hour. He was amazed at this mission. Asking me to beat Duong Ngoc Li? He was almost collapsing in despair. I haven't even beaten Jiang Hung yet, and you're making me go win against Duong Ngoc Li? This is truly too cruel. Mak Thoi looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with this kid all of a sudden? Are you afraid of him? Duong Thong immediately turned back and replied, Of course. He is the strongest of the ManHwa sect, the #1 young expert in the world, the master of that Peach Blossom swordsmanship. Mak Thoi raised an eyebrow. What expert? He put his arm around Duong Thong's shoulder. In the rumors, he seems very strong, but what the hell is there to fear? It's just a rumor. Is it possible he can do something that you can't? He patted Duong Thong's back encouragingly. Don't be afraid. Just give it your all and give him a beating. Then you'll become famous in one step. Kid, you are one of the 3 Long. You are the pride of our academy. Duong Thong thought to himself, I've never had such high expectations placed on me before. He remembered Duong Dui's words, I'm so jealous of you because you're very strong, and also Ta Jiang's words. Duong Thong, you know I expect a lot from you, right? He told himself, at first it felt very uncomfortable, but now it's different. Now this is my responsibility. Mak Thoy added one more instruction. Oh, and on the way there, find that other kid and drag him along too. What was his name? Jang Hung. Find him and drag him to the arena. Duong Thong had a complex expression. Even though Master encourages me like that, he's still afraid I'll lose, which is why he told me to find Jang Hung. He reluctantly replied, yes. Meanwhile, in another place, Duong Ngoc Li closed in on Ta Thuong. She was at a disadvantage before him. She took a Than Phong defensive stance, then jumped up to use the flower sword. Duong Ngoc Li backed away and exclaimed, oh, a combination of sword and shield. It's the first time I've seen a move like that. Ta Thuong thought irritably, yeah, he can't even touch me. Duong Ngoc Li continued, what if it's dual swords? Ta Thuong was terrified. A sword had already swung right in front of her face. Duong Ngoc Li used the blooming peach blossom sword technique. Ta Thuong was hit. Several gashes appeared on her shoulder and thigh, but she still struggled to hold her ground. The spectators outside didn't take their eyes off them. The other disciples exclaimed, she's so impressive. The previous senior only lasted 5 moves. Duong Thong approached. He spoke seriously. I cannot lose. I must defeat him at all costs. Duong Thong arrived alone. He hadn't found Jang Hung. The other two were very surprised. Ta Thuong was being pushed back. She grit her teeth and resisted with great difficulty. On the contrary, Duong Ngoc Li was enjoying the match. Duong Thong frowned and thought, as expected, Duong Ngoc Li is both young and strong. Master must have seen it too, which is why he told me to find Jang Hung. Where has that guy run off to now? For now, I'll just observe and analyze his movements. Meanwhile, Jang Hung was hanging off a wall, muttering, I haven't had a good sleep like this in a long time. Why is it so quiet today? Mo Dongba spoke up. Hey, friend over there, could you give me directions? Jang Hung glanced at him. Mo Dongba asked, how do I get to the arena? I've been walking all while and haven't seen anyone to ask for directions. Age 16. Ta Thuong. Combat power 72. On the other side, only the name was displayed. Duong Thong thought, this bastard, he's not using his full strength at all. He's just toying with her. He looked at the others from the Than Phong sect. Everyone's information was displayed like that. The system notified him. Third Eye Divine skill has been upgraded. Effectiveness increased from level 2 to level 3. Duong Thong exclaimed, finally it upgraded! He focused on observing the match and thought, did I activate it? How did it upgrade? Now I can see more combat power stats. Everyone's displayed strength is different. Age, combat power. If I only look at the combat power stats, there are many people here stronger than Ta Thuong. He looked at the opposing side again. But I don't think they can smash rocks like she can. Ta Thuong irritably cursed in her head. Stinky brat, do you plan to use me as a circus monkey? She unleashed a move. Than Phong Jade Ring Flying Spear Kick. Duong Thong was amazed. The combat power had increased. Duong Ngoc Li's weapon was shattered. He thought in shock, no, I didn't expect this move to be so strong. If I had used dual swords to block it, I wouldn't have any weapons left to fight with now. Ta Thuong continuously delivered kicks. Ta Thuong continued her attack, breaking his defense. Duong Ngoc Li was terrified. He couldn't laugh anymore. It pierced through my defensive stance. Ta Thuong unleashed another move, the Phoenix Kick. Ta Thuong's combat power reached 99. Duong Ngoc Li jumped high, narrowly dodging the attack just as Ta Thuong's foot kicked down. She thought in disbelief, what? How did he dodge that move? Duong Thong silently observed and calculated. Her combat power just increased to 99. If I'm not mistaken, every time a martial arts move is used, the combat power increases like that. She still has a chance to win. Duong Ngoc Li spoke up. That move just now was quite strong, he continued. But the ManHwa sect never uses that kind of move. Ta Thuong asked, what do you mean? He continued to speak about the Than Phong sect in a contemptuous tone. The ManHwa sect follows the path of the sword, only optimizing the movements of the hands. It seems the Than Phong sect has lost the truth of martial arts because it learned to use both legs. With the sword-fighting ability of my ManHwa sect, I will show you how strong one can be without using legs. Duong Thong was stunned. This is the peach blossom scent. He swung his sword. The sword path was so beautiful that the spectators all gasped in amazement. Duong Thong watched, forgetting to breathe. Ta Thuong was knocked away. She let out a cry of pain. Duong Ngọc Li landed firmly on the ground, but Ta Thuong did not. The people outside buzzed with conversation. Even Ta Thuong couldn't win. She had fallen. They were very worried. Duong Thong wondered in amazement, how much do I have to train to be as strong as him? Furthermore, the 14 forms of peach blossom are extremely difficult to master. He's only this age and is already proficient. Everyone looked around, each one amazed after witnessing the move just now. A few people gossiped. Had I known, I would have joined the ManHwa sect. Ta Thuong shouted, "Wait! I'm not done yet!" She struggled to stand up. Duong Ngọc Li glanced at her and thought, she still wants to continue? After taking that move, she should be exhausted. She shouted, "Hey, you name with the perverted smile! You've been annoying me this whole time. Was it fun tearing my clothes, you arrogant ManHwa lot? You always say whatever you want. Don't think that being young and talented means you can look down on others. Our Than Phong swordsmanship is also a branch of the peach blossom." Ta Thuong's face lit up with determination. Peach blossoms can bloom in both warm spring and cold winter. Just like us Than Phong warriors, no matter how difficult the situation, we are always strong. The next move is the blizzard secret technique. She thought to herself, I'm still not confident in performing this move, but there's no other choice. She shouted, "Don't look down on me!" Ta Thuong performed the secret technique. Duong Thong and the others couldn't believe it. Ta Thuong performed the move. Her combat power reached the threshold of enlightenment. Duong Ngọc Li inwardly exclaimed, "So cold. Its power doesn't seem inferior to the 14 forms of peach blossom." However, Duong Thong observed in disbelief. Ta Thuong's combat power had reached the enlightenment threshold, too. He used another move, Peach Blossom Sword. "Too clumsy!" Ta Thuong was hit by him. She thought, damn it, my body. Ta Thuong's consciousness gradually blurred. No, I can't move. Duong Thong caught her and muttered, "You did very well. You tried your best, Ta Thuong." She murmured, "Duong Thong." The other disciples praised and encouraged her. "You were very strong. Ta Thuong, that's right. Rest now. Don't fight anymore." The entire stand erupted with cheers for her. "Wonderful, Ta Thuong. You're the best. Great fight. The absolute best." Duong Thong looked around and exclaimed, "With just one move, she has reignited everyone's fighting spirit. It was not at all inferior to the 14 forms of peach blossom and reminded everyone of the true meaning of Than Phong martial arts. So wonderful." Duong Ngọc Li was very uncomfortable with this atmosphere. They kept calling her name. "Ta Thuong, Ta Thuong, Ta Thuong, knock him down. Duong Thong, keep fighting." Duong Ngọc Li spoke up. "From what I see, you guys are quite spirited. From beginning to end, not one person could satisfy me." He directly challenged Duong Thong. "Perhaps the dragon of Than Phong will bring something new." He sneered. "I believe so." Duong Thong frowned and replied, "I haven't even introduced myself yet." Duong Ngọc Li replied that he already knew from Master Mak Thoi. "Thanks to you, I've had to go through a lot of trouble. A dragon of Than Phong met our ManHwa people at the same day and time, but took a step ahead. Of course, that was just a coincidence. Ultimately, it's because of you that we had to travel this far." Elsewhere, Duong Thong, no, Jiang Hung was picking his nose and spoke up. He flicked it away and sneered, "While I was sleeping, such fun things were happening? What a pity. I hope I'm still in time to see them." Duong Ngọc Li sighed. "You're a bit late." Mo Dongba replied apologetically. "It's just that in this dojo there isn't even a single guidebook sign." Duong Ngọc Li stepped aside. "I'll rest for a bit." Duong Thong looked at Jiang Hung. "Where have you been all this time?" Jiang Hung spoke up. "Hey, where do you think you're going? I'm your next opponent." Mo Dongba refused. No, your opponent is me." He threw the bundle on his shoulder to the ground. The sound of it hitting the earth proved the bundle was not light at all. Duong Thong used the third eye divine skill to assess Mo Dongba. Both of their physical strengths were above average. This would be a power-oriented confrontation. Mo Dong-ba looked at him and said, Duong Ngok Lai is stronger than me, so if I defeat you, it means you would also lose to Duong Ngok Lai. Jang Hung laughed. You're interesting. You think I'll lose to you? Don't you think about who gave you directions? Why do you want to be my opponent? Seriously, this is making my blood boil a bit, Duong Thong exclaimed. Jang Hung was over 1.8 meters tall, but compared to this guy, he looked quite small. He had to be at least 2 meters tall. Duong Thong spoke up to encourage Jang Hung and threw him a sword. Here's your wooden sword! Jang Hung caught it. Thanks, brother. Duong Thong evaluated his strength. It was indeed absurdly strong. When holding a wooden sword, his strength increased by 3 points, reaching 93. Jang Hung looked at his opponent in confusion. You're not using a weapon? Mo Dong-ba took a stance. It's fine, even if I don't use a sword. Duong Thong was amazed. With just his bare hands, Mo Dong-ba had knocked down Kong Bok's group, which is why he didn't use a weapon in this match. He muttered, maybe he doesn't know how to use a sword. Duong Ngok Li spoke up. You could say that. Duong Ngok Li suddenly said, the fact that Mo Dong-ba is back now means that Duong Dui Gai is safe. You must have seen him too, right? As Mo Dong-ba made a move, Duong Ngok Li continued, dealing with Mo Dong-ba's plum blossom heart is no easy task. Jang Hung swung his sword, staying alert and calculating the attack. A palm strike? Mo Dong-ba made a move. His palm collided with Jang Hung's sword. Plum blossom heart. Jang Hung grit his teeth in great discomfort. This palm strike hits right through to my bones. Mo Dong-ba increased his power, preparing to launch another strike. Jang Hung sneered. Fine. If you don't want to use a weapon, then... He threw the sword away. His stats immediately dropped to 90. I won't use one either. Jang Hung counterattacked. He blocked with one hand and jabbed with his elbow using the other. Mo Dong-ba was countered. The crowd was excited. Nice! Knock him down! Make him stay down! Duong Thong thought, as expected of Jang Hung, that giant can't keep up with his speed. He looked over at Duong Ngok Li and was puzzled. However, this guy's facial expression remained unchanged. After that strike, Mo Dong-ba grabbed Jang Hung's arm. Got you! Mo Dong-ba launched a palm strike directly into Jang Hung. He vomited blood from the pain, then coldly swung his leg and shouted, Let go! Then Fong martial arts! Soaring kick! He kicked Mo Dong-ba back. Jang Hung had a nosebleed. You really like grabbing people's arms, don't you? Your strength point dropped by 1. Jang Hung wiped his nose and muttered, When did I get injured? Duong Thong couldn't believe it. Jang Hung's strength points were dropping. Duong Ngok Li explained, That is the effect of the plum blossom heart. He asked, What do you mean? Duong Ngok Li continued, His plum blossom heart is like a shock wave that affects the inside of the body. A palm strike directly to the stomach is like his internal organs are being attacked directly. It will lead to organ damage, crushed intestines and liver. Mo Dong-ba is the strongest among us. His attacks impact the body directly, so after being hit, it's very difficult to resist. Duong Thong calculated, so he's bleeding because of internal injuries. Whether it affects him quickly or slowly depends on the strength of the one delivering the blow. Jang Hung wiped away his nosebleed. He turned his head to look at the two of them and spoke up. I heard you say something about intestines and liver being crushed, right? His strength points continued to drop. But Jang Hung laughed. You just finish resting, then it'll be your turn. Duong Ngok Lai was indifferent, and so was Duong Thong. That guy has a nosebleed again. Finish the match with that fat guy first, then we'll talk. Jang Hung calculated. This guy is too dangerous. At this rate, I'll be at a greater and greater disadvantage. I'm bleeding again. Should I aim for a quick win? Mo Dong-ba spoke up. Now is not the time to relax. Speaking of which, do you already want to fight the next match? But unfortunately, in this match, you will certainly be defeated by my hand. Jang Hung rushed forward. Only you think so? He used the Sam Tai swordsmanship, heaven stance, heavy punch. He threw a downward punch, but his expression turned to shock. What is this? Mo Dong-ba spoke up. You are indeed very strong, but I don't think I will lose. The cloth bag was torn open. Mo Dongba used the staff inside to block Zhang Heng's attack. He said, "Because you are clearly weaker than Duang Ngok Li." Mo Dongba used the weapon to parry Zhang Heng's attack. Zhang Heng replied, "Is it because you don't know how to use a sword that you carry that thing with you?" Duong Thong said, "A wooden staff? Doesn't the Manhwa sect only use swords?" Duong Ngok Li explained, "We don't only use swords. Manhwa is a sect with a longer history than other sects. Some even use spears. Didn't you know?" He recalled the past, when Mo Dongba was mocked by others. "That means you can't learn swordsmanship. Stop shaming our Mo Dong family." They stood in front of Mo Dongba and insulted him. He and Duong Ngok Lai weren't very close either. "You want to be famous? You only have brute strength." Seeing Duong Ngok Li, they turned their heads. "Oh, the young master of Manhwa is here." They continued. "No matter how hard he tries, this guy's swordsmanship can't improve. We're all too ashamed to look at you, Duong Ngok Lai." He handed over a book. "Read this." Mo Dongba looked up. Duong Ngok Li said, "This is the combat method of the Manhwa sect. Your plum blossom heart is indeed very strong, but it still has some weaknesses. To strengthen it, you should read this book." He turned and left. Before going, he didn't forget to look back and leave a few words. "You and I are the future of the Manhwa sect. Don't give up so easily, understand?" Mo Dongba grit his teeth, making a determination in his heart. "I must become stronger." Zhang Heng sneered, counterattacking while saying, "You think having a weapon makes it different? I think you've actually gotten slower." His nose kept bleeding. Mo Dongba swung his staff to strike. Jiang Heng used both hands to block this attack. Huang Trung spoke up from behind Ta Jiang. "Ta Thuong is fine. She just needs to rest for a while and she'll be healthy again." He replied, "Oh, that's good then." Huang Trung continued, "Disciples who are curious about Manhwa will contribute to the increasing development of Thanfong martial arts. It's just that the punishment for Kong Bok seems a bit heavy." Ta Jiang countered, "Not necessarily. I think this could be a good opportunity for them." Huang Trung asked back, "You mean the new batch of disciples who joined this year?" Ta Jiang smiled and said, "You truly are my soulmate." They thought to themselves, this is a lesson for the kids, so they have a broader awareness of the outside world. Zhang Heng felt his strength gradually weakening as he fought Mo Dongba. He jumped up using his arms as a pivot and launched a kick, forcing Mo Dongba to retreat repeatedly. Zhang Heng thought to himself, he can use that staff for long-range attacks. If I get too close, I'll be hit by his techniques. So this is the only way left. He determined to close the gap between them. Finally, he grabbed Mo Dongba's weapon. "Got it!" Mo Dongba hurriedly struck, but Zhang Heng was alert. He began using that move. Zhang Heng used his hands to grab Mo Dongba's hands, locking his arms tight. Zhang Heng said, "That's enough!" He used his head to headbutt Mo Dongba forcefully. Mo Dongba laughed and said, "It seems your attacks are weaker than before. You'd better surrender." Mo Dongba knocked Zhang Heng back. He ducked to dodge a strike, and Mo Dongba, alert, swung down hard again. Duong Thong was amazed. Using Plum Blossom Heart for defense while attacking with a staff, this combination is perfect. At this rate, Zhang Heng will be at a disadvantage. Zhang Heng sighed. "Damn it, I can't hold on much longer." His strength was steadily declining. He sighed. "I originally intended to save this move for that pink-haired kid." Duong Thong observed and predicted his next move. "Is that idiot finally going to use that technique?" Zhang Heng's strength stopped decreasing. Instead, it began to rise. Mo Dongba was shocked. "He still has strength left?" Zhang Heng's strength slowly climbed to 70, then to 84, reaching the 100 threshold. He suddenly struck. Mo Dongba was terrified. "So fast!" Zhang Heng used the first tiger style. A fatal punch landed right in his stomach. Mo Dongba let out a cry of pain and fell to his knees. Zhang Heng remained standing firm. The people on the other side buzzed with talk. "What was that? Isn't that Lord Mak Thoi's skill? It ended in the blink of an eye." Duong Thong thought, "This is the tiger-style skill that can subdue even a fierce tiger. His strength grew so fast, even without entering an awakened state, His power reached that level. Duong Ngok Li spoke up. It would be great to have a match with him, but he has no energy left to fight now. It's impressive he did this much. To think I'd see the lost skill of ManHwa. His spiritual energy is also decent, but using tiger style while suffering internal injuries is just foolish. Zhang Heng shouted excitedly. I heard you. Come out here and fight, hurry up! Blood streamed down his face, making Duong Thong worried. Hey, blood is gushing out! Huang Trung looked at him and exclaimed, Using tiger style at this age? He spoke up. Jiang Heng truly lives up to his reputation. Ta Zhang laughed and said, Right, exactly, this kid has a sharp eye. But now I really want to see the next match. Duong Thong approached Zhang Heng. Hey, he replied. I called that guy out, not you. Duong Thong continued, Sorry, but if you fight, you'll just lose. Zhang Heng didn't understand. What do you mean? Duong Thong delivered a hand chop to the back of his neck. Duong Thong retorted, The first person to fight that guy should be me. Zhang Heng fell straight to the ground. Duong Thong continued, In your condition, you can't fight. Just stay there. Zhang Heng shouted from behind, Hey, you! Duong Thong lightly focused his mind to open the status window. It appeared not long ago. After defeating Kong Bak, I discovered the status window. My current level is only level 4. In my past life, level 4 was just considered a beginner. Not only did I defeat Kong Bak, but I also became an official disciple, something I never dared to dream of before. Several months have passed since then. First, I focused on basic physical exercises like squats and some strength-building drills. Your physical strength has broken the limit. Strength +1, vitality +10%, recovery +1. I used physical exercises to increase my strength. Duong Thong swung his axe. Your physical strength has broken the limit. Strength +1, vitality +10%, recovery +1. I also increased agility by running for my life. Axe proficiency has been upgraded. Current proficiency level is 3. I frequently use the sword and axe, perfecting them as proficiency points rise. I'm not sure if this is a benefit of normal training, but since proficiency reached level 2, I've received bonus points. Sword increases speed, axe increases strength, Duong Thong muttered. Leveling up lately is harder than I thought. He slapped his face to wake up. No, I must be calm. Now is not the time to complain. I still have to practice squats. Back at the arena, Huang Trung asked curiously, Why are you so interested in the next match? Is it because of that kid? You taught him something, right? Ta Zhang interrupted him. No, I haven't taught that kid anything. Honestly, besides basic footwork, I haven't taught him a thing. Huang Trung didn't understand. Then why are you interested in this kid's match? He doesn't look like he's from a noble family. Ta Zhang replied, In the entrance exam, that kid had the highest score. Of course, that's not the only reason he became an official disciple. It's hard to explain. He thought to himself, perhaps through this opportunity. I also want to see exactly how great that kid's potential is. Duong Ngok Li held his sword and spoke. Tell me when you're ready. Duong Thong replied, No need for such formalities. He rushed forward, catching the opponent off guard. Let's begin. Duong Ngok Li devised a strategy. He wants to test his speed against mine. He performed the 100-changing ghost shadows move. Duong Thong stayed right behind Duong Ngok Li. He couldn't believe it. He caught up to me? What exactly is he trying to do by sticking to me like this? Duong Ngok Li performed another plum blossom sword move. Duong Thong quickly closed in, giving him no chance to strike. Duong Ngok Li was unhappy. If that's the case, perhaps I should knock your sword away. Duong Thong was alert regarding his sword. His sword was knocked away. No, Duong Thong caught it. How could that happen? He grabbed the blade and continued to attack. His sword hilt collided with the opponent's blade. Huang Trung commented, How foolish, he said. That's definitely a wooden sword. But how can he grab the blade? This is a duel between swordsmen after all. Ta Zhang had a different view. Is it? Since I saw that kid take down the wooden dummies at Mount Zhongnam, I've had this feeling. Unlike other disciples, he's not interested in flashy skills. The simpler, the better. He only focuses on using any means to take down the opponent like a warrior fighting, betting his life on the battlefield. Even if it were a real sword, he would grab the blade so as not to lose his weapon. Huang Trung repeated, "A warrior? I think so too. Soldiers only practice familiar moves. It is indeed a bit shameful. I've never seen a fighting style like this." Duong Ngoc Lai was equally amazed. No one at the dojo teaches this method. He remarked, "If you watch his movements, they don't look like Than Phong martial arts at all. He only uses the basic moves of an ordinary student. The rest is just attacking by instinct. No dojo teaches this way, right?" Duong Ngoc Li looked down on him. He flicked his wrist, spinning the sword gracefully. "Right, it's truly pathetic." Duong Ngoc Li performed the plum blossom cloud dance move. 14 forms of plum blossom. Plum blossom soaring. Duong Thong sensed it behind him. He closed his eyes and thought, "I'm not sure if I can dodge this. I have to try to find out." The audience was utterly shocked. Duong Thong had sidestepped. Huang Trung spoke up. "That kid." Ta Jiang agreed. "I didn't expect this kid to have progressed this far. When the body moves lightly and quickly, that speed creates an image similar to the body's shape called an afterimage." Ta Jiang frowned and muttered, "Duong Thong, you surprise me time and time again." Duong Ngoc Li stopped. Duong Thong breathed a sigh of relief. "This is the first time I've used it. The feeling is great. Jiang Hung, I'm sorry. I knew the match with Jiang Hung wouldn't be easy, but I received that reward." He recalled the mission details. Special mission: defeat Jiang Hung. Time limit: 15 minutes. Success reward: receive a skill. Failure penalty: lose all strength for 1 hour. Regardless, it was a one-on-one duel. From the moment I saw the text above his head turn red, I knew Jiang Hung wanted to fight me too. But luckily, I hijacked the match and knocked him out. He thought, "There will be plenty of chances to duel Jiang Hung fairly later, so just lie there quietly and watch me fight." He glanced at Jiang Hung, who was circulating his chi. This idiot truly knows nothing. But thanks to his match with Mo Dung Ba, I received this reward. I received the false step skill that way. I haven't even had time to study it thoroughly. Skill info. Active skill, false step. Level 1, proficiency 2%. A movement skill used to dodge enemy attacks by dashing in a designated direction. Number of uses, 2/3. Cooldown, 1 use added every 5 minutes. Current active skill level, 1. Distance depends on your level. Movement distance, 90 centimeters. Energy cost, 10% of current spiritual power. Overall, this is a movement skill that helps me dodge attacks in dangerous situations. Duong Thong sneered. "This skill is too good. It will be very useful later when combined with swordsmanship." Duong Ngoc Lai closed in and asked, "What's so funny?" As Duong Ngoc Lai swung his sword, Duong Thong moved quickly. He jumped up to counterattack. "Damn it!" Duong Ngoc Lai dodged the attack. Duong Thong grit his teeth and thought, "I forgot." He withdrew his sword to observe his opponent. When Duong Thong unleashed the sweeping the 1,000 armies move, Duong Ngoc Lai dodged it. He continued to attack, trying to keep the pressure on so the opponent couldn't counter. Duong Thong was dripping with sweat. "I have to attack continuously so he can't counterattack, but the strength gap between us is too large. I need to close that distance." Duong Ngoc Li sneered and muttered, "So that's how it is." He closed in and said, "You're an expert at pressure point striking, aren't you? With your level, there's no way you've reached the Sam Tai Qigong level." Duong Ngoc Lai once again performed the heavenly flower from the 14 forms of plum blossom. He struck Duong Thong and said contemptuously, "The dragon of Than Phong isn't anything special." Years ago, a disaster befell the Manhwa sect, and their masters were slaughtered. Afterward, a book was published titled The Method to Destroy the Manhwa Sect, which focused on dismantling their martial arts. However, a generation of young geniuses from Manhwa emerged, found ways to counter those methods, and restored the sect. Thus, that book eventually became useless. The ManHwa sect regained its reputation and confidence, and that story was published as a book. It was through that book that I learned how to become a warrior. Duongthong recalled that the author of the method to destroy the ManHwa sect was the heavenly demon. He looked at his wounds and thought, "Fortunately, I avoided a fatal injury." The genius who made that book useless was Duong Ngoc Li, but that's a story for the distant future. Right now, he still knows nothing. Duong Ngoc Li looked at him in disbelief. "How is this possible?" he muttered. I still remember the character skill past life memories. The most basic step in the method to destroy ManHwa is the 100 changing scent Qigong. Ghost shadows and plum blossom swordsmanship are both related to scent Qigong. The scent of plum blossoms spreads through the air. To keep up with that speed, I had to use sword shadow to chase him. Although it's part of the plum blossom swordsmanship, the stance and movement are identical. Therefore, he can attack and defend simultaneously while moving forward and preparing a counterplan. But there's still a huge gap in strength and skill between us, so I can't fight him fairly. I need to counter his strike. Scent Qigong uses pressure points as a center to gather energy. That's why it emits a scent. If mastered, they can use it to pinpoint the enemy's location, skills, and next actions. I've tried to hold out until now. Duong Ngoc Li is indeed too strong. Without false step, I would have stopped long ago. Duong Thong grit his teeth, determined to defeat Duong Ngoc Li while calculating his strategy. I can only use it one more time. This is my last chance to strike. False step skill. 1/3 uses left. Proficiency, 4%. Cooldown, 3 minutes 46 seconds until next use. He provoked him. "Is this all you've got?" Duong Ngoc Li rushed forward. Duong Thong observed him. It was a fatal blow, but he luckily avoided all the vital pressure points. I was both surprised and disappointed. Who is this guy? How did he dodge that? He backed away. I can definitely take him down with the next move. 5 steps left as Duong Ngoc Li retreated. Duong Thong continued to charge. The more moves he uses, the more openings he reveals. I'll exploit that to attack. Only a counter-strike. That's the only way I can beat Duong Ngoc Li. Even if I lose, my final strike must hit him. He thought of Zhang Hung, a friend who gets stronger even though he sleeps all day, and Ta Tuong, someone with a good background, high skill, and strong will. They are the closest people to me so far. I want to keep walking with them. 3 steps, Duong Thong continued. Is your plum blossom swordsmanship only this much? He thought, do it now. 2 steps. Duong Thong was determined. I'll give him a taste of real pain. He threw his sword. It spun in the air and fell back into his hand. Naturally, he was still holding the blade. Your swordsmanship has reached the limit. Swordsmanship proficiency upgraded to level 3. When holding a sword, your attack speed increases. When holding an axe, your strength increases by 20%. Duong Thong blurted out, the final step! Duong Ngoc Li replied, playing with you ends here. He unleashed his move, Plum Blossom Storm, the 5th form of the Plum Blossom swordsmanship. The method to destroy ManHwa. Strike at the eye of the Plum Blossom Storm. Duong Thong was caught in the storm of Qigong he created. However, doubt rose in Duong Ngoc Li's heart. Why do I feel like that move didn't cut him? Duong Ngoc Li couldn't believe it. He dodged again. Duong Thong touched him. Hey, he whispered as he closed in with a smile. I'm right in front of you. Duong Thong swung his sword. He struck hard between Duong Ngoc Li's legs. Critical damage. Damage to enemy increased by 200%. The audience felt the pain for Duong Ngoc Li. They shouted, he hit that spot on purpose, right? The 2 elders were stunned. Zhang Hung burst out laughing. Well done! Your first critical hit on an enemy. You received a bonus reward. Duong Ngoc Li's face turned pale. Passive skill, critical rate. He trembled. Critical rate increased by 1%. Duong Thong was immediately alert. Duong Ngoc Li unleashed a move that hit Duong Thong, sending him flying. Blood flowed from his head. Duong Thong thought, I'm losing consciousness. It's over. He fell, satisfied. This is enough. At least I hit him. He looked toward Zhang Heng. I hijacked his match, yet he's giving me a thumbs up to congratulate me. You're cool. Mission accomplished. You have successfully completed the mission. Mission reward. You can now access the storage space. Duong Thong thought in disbelief. The mission is finished? He was stunned. Did I really win? I won! I defeated the Plum Blossom Swordmaster Duong Ngok Li. Duong Ngok Li slowly sat up. He looked at him with murderous intent. He pulled out the sword pinned through Kong Bak's hand. Duong Ngok Li roared and charged, forcing Huang Trung and Ta Jiang to stop him. I'll kill you, you bastard! Let me go! One of his marbles was shattered. This wasn't just for what he did to me in my past life, but because I wanted revenge for Ta Thuong. You bastard! Back in his past life, in a dilapidated house, Duong Thong asked in confusion. My wife, where are you going? The woman replied, I have to leave. If you truly love me, let me go. He was stunned. I'm about to become a warrior of the Murim Alliance. Where are you going? With whom? Duong Ngok Li was the one she followed when she left. Duong Thong had been beaten, bruised, and battered. He thought bitterly, he's too strong, I can't fight back. His wife said, I like this man, so I hope you find someone better than me. Goodbye. Duong Thong roared, What's so good about that bastard that you'd follow him? He's just a coward who ran when facing the heavenly demon. Duong Ngok Li asked back, Who is the heavenly demon? Duong Thong charged to attack while replying, He's the one who will kill a bastard like you. And I'm the first one to wound you, Duong Thong shouted in his delirium. I won't leave you alone. Ta Thuong smiled. His whole body was wrapped in bandages. Duong Thong sat up and asked dizzily, Are you here to visit me or mock me? How annoying, meeting that bastard again in a dream. Ta Thuong retorted, Hey! Only the two of us were brought to the infirmary, so I came to see if you were okay. He struggled to get off the bed, constantly crying out in pain. Ta Thuong blushed. She turned away and scolded, Are you crazy? Duong Thong stretched and exclaimed, That feels better. Finally, I'm okay. Ta Thuong yelled, How can you be so messy in front of a woman? Put your clothes on! He replied, You're not a woman. Ta Thuong threw clothes at his face. Put them on, quickly! We have to go soon. Duong Thong didn't understand. Go where? Ta Thuong asked back. You know what you've done, right? As he dressed, he thought, I must have done something to that Duong Ngok Li guy. Did I do something wrong? She smiled. Something very cool on the 4th floor of the main hall. Duong Thong blurted out in shock. What? I broke one of his marbles? Ta Jiang replied, That's right. The other one has been healed. Duong Thong stuttered, Is that so? That's great then. He glanced at Ta Thuong and thought, Hey, laugh a bit quieter. Control yourself. Ta Jiang explained further, The doctor said that although there's only one left, the function is still completely normal. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Ta Jiang frowned and continued, The situation is more complicated than you think. Duong Ngok Li has decided to hold an infinite duel at the dojo. It all started with what you and Duong Dui did. Duong Thong retorted, But the one who directly helped was Mo Dung Ba. Furthermore, Duong Ngok Li also said he came here to duel our dojo's candidates. Besides, if it were a real duel, I guarantee both sides of his would have been split in half. This comment made Ta Thuong unable to hold it in anymore. She burst out laughing, making Duong Thong sigh. I know it's funny, but laugh a little quieter, will you? He replied. The situation is very complicated. Ta Thuong is still laughing, but when Ta Jiang looks at her, she immediately falls silent. Duong Thong thinks to himself, It's exactly like back then. He speaks up. Is it because he's a descendant of the ManHwa sect? Ta Jiang immediately replies, That's right. And he isn't an ordinary swordsman, so you'd better be careful with your words. He recalls he was born with a wooden spoon, while Ta Thuong was born with a gold spoon. But with Duong Ngok Li's background, he surely far surpasses Ta Thuong. He was born with a cold iron spoon. He asks further, "So what should I do now?" Tajang explains, "After Duong Ngok Li finishes his treatment, he will return to his team. Therefore, you must join that team as an escort to ManHwa. If you get a chance, apologize to him. The system issues a special mission. Travel to ManHwa within 30 days. You must apologize to Duong Ngok Li. Reward, main map. Penalty, deep sleep for 3 days." He thinks to himself, when will I escape these troubles? In my past life, to avoid being killed, I bowed and kowtowed countless times. Do I really have to do that again? However, everyone knows the road there is not easy. If everyone goes together, they will turn everyone back. He says with a serious face, "I'll do it." Tajang says with satisfaction, "A wise decision. If you apologize sincerely, perhaps he will forgive you. After all, accidents during a duel are hard to avoid." He clasps his hands and bows. "Yes, then I will participate in this trip." At the first floor of the Tan Phong main hall, Ta Thuong walks with him and remarks, "My father praised you a lot. You did a lot of things today." He replies, "Everything will be fine. I just need to apologize to him." She nudges him with her shoulder. "So you'll join that escort too, right? I'll be participating as well, so you'd better prepare yourself mentally." He's startled. "Wait, what did you say? Did the number of participants change?" Ta Thuong asks in confusion. "Number of people? Jiang Hung and I will naturally be there." Duong Thong covers his face helplessly. "The future has changed again. Everything is just making me more worried." As he walks, he thinks, "Is it because I changed the destination?" The fellow students see him and shout, "He's out!" They start cheering for him, which surprises Duong Thong. "What's this?" The crowd chants his name. "Duong Thong. Duong Thong." Ta Thuong explains, "Everyone just wants to see you." He asks doubtfully, "Me?" Ta Thuong replies, "After all, you did something extraordinary." He smiles and says, "But I still lost that match," while thinking, "I still have a little time before they take me to ManHwa." Jiang Hung speaks up. "Hey Duong Thong, this time we'll escort that shipment together. We'll go to ManHwa. Let's take this chance to deal with everyone there." Duong Thong thinks dejectedly, "What on earth am I hearing? Why do these troublesome things keep sticking to me?" Huang Trung closes his eyes and refuses Duong Thong's request. "Sorry, I cannot accept your request." Duong Thong clicks his tongue and thinks, "It's no different, truly a mess." Huang Trung continues, "Yesterday, before they left, the Peach Blossom Swordsmen of the ManHwa sect came here. I've also decided to accept their commission." The two stand there silently, looking at each other. Without a word, Duong Thong understands. "It makes sense. I don't want to waste too much time on this. I don't need to hear any more of their hollow explanations. Everything is clear. This was the request of that ManHwa swordsman." Huang Trung reaches out to hand him a bag of money and says, "The responsibility for breaking the goods transport contract, including the commission fee, I will compensate you triple your deposit." Duong Thong takes the bag and thinks, "To face the guards of that village, I have to complete one more mission to become stronger." He recalls the mission board the system notified him of earlier. Mission completed. Goods transport escort. Deadline, until the escort ends. Reward, spiritual beast. Penalty, abnormal drowsiness, unable to move for 3 days. He calculates the rewards like the Sam Tai bag and the footwork. Those things will be very useful for him. He suddenly asks Huang Trung, "Can I make another request?" He replies, "If you still have the capability, or you can cancel this request." He hands the bag back to him and says, "It's not that hard. I just want to take this bag back." Huang Trung looks angry, thinking he's being teased. "Are you playing with me?" Duong Thong looks at him seriously and says, "No, I'm serious. The price is 1 tael of silver. I only ask that you deliver this bag to me." Having said that, he silently waits for Huang Trung's decision. Finally, he agrees. "Fine." He takes 1 tael of silver from Duong Thong and says, "A request worth 1 tael." He hands the bag to him. "Accept the goods." Then he hands the bag back to Duong Thong and says, "Delivery successful." "Now are we even?" The system immediately notifies, "Mission completed. You have finished your task. Reward received." Duong Thong takes the bag and smiles smugly. "All right, all done. Thank you." Huang Trung calls out softly, "Duong Thong," watching his retreating figure. He thinks, "So this is the transaction you wanted to make with Huang Trung." Outside the door, Duong Thong raises his fist in celebration. "Success! I only did that as a precaution, yet I still got the reward." The system displays the mission completion notification. Reward. Spiritual beast has been sent to your inventory. Hearing this, he's a bit surprised. Inventory. That seems to be the reward from defeating Duong Ngok Li. Where should I look for it? He's lost, not knowing what to do. Kong Bok is hiding behind a wall, peeking at him. He grits his teeth, suppressing his anger. He looks hatefully at his right hand in a cast and curses, "It's all because of that bastard that I'm in this state." Kong Bok can't stand it, cursing while turning back to continue following Duong Thong. "I could use 40,000 taels to fix this crippled arm, but an injury is still an injury." But when he looks back again, Duong Thong has vanished without a trace. Where did that guy suddenly go? Suddenly, Duong Thong appears behind him and asks, "What are you plotting?" Kong Bok is startled. "What kind of devilry is this?" He says coldly to Kong Bok, "Don't think that because Tajiang settled everything, I'll forget what you did." "I don't care what you're plotting." He grabs Kong Bok's collar and pulls him close. "But if you have an issue with me, come and say it to my face like a man. You coward, don't touch my friends again." Kong Bok trembles, thinking, "This guy, he's much stronger than last time." He can only reply in fear, I understand." Hearing the answer, Duong Thong lets him go. He turns and walks away indifferently, saying, "I'll let you go this time, but I'll be watching you." Kong Bok grits his teeth, both angry and ashamed. "Truly ridiculous! Since when did this strength gap happen?" He shouts, "What on earth have you been doing lately?" This catches Duong Thong's attention. Seeing him silent, Kong Bok roars again. "What exactly did you do to become so strong?" He replies nonchalantly, "Who knows? Maybe I'm just lucky." Duong Thong turns fully to face him. "As long as I can still walk, your strength will never equal mine." Kong Bok is provoked. He draws a knife, intending to play dirty. "Is that so?" He rushes forward to ambush Duong Thong. "Then let's see how your luck holds." But Duong Thong is faster, blocking his knife. He twists Kong Bok's arm against his chest and the knife falls. Duong Thong raises his fist. "Then let's test your luck too." Kong Bok can only close his eyes and wait for the blow. Ah! His punch is so strong it seems to deform Kong Bok's face. He says, "Scum like you will never understand." He watches him fall. Duong Thong curses, "Damn it!" Passers-by have noticed the scuffle. Duong Thong looks around awkwardly and thinks, "Crap, I almost killed him." Seeing this, the people quickly run away. He notices someone carrying a wooden box. My inventory must be like that, right? He thinks, where should I look? Duong Thong looks at Kong Bok, who is unconscious on the street, lost in thought. The mission rewards I've received so far haven't been physical assets. So this inventory could be like that, or it's like my status window. He shouts, "Inventory!" In an instant, a beam of light flashes. The light pierces into the wooden box on that person's back. He stands there, stunned. He thinks in confusion, is that my inventory? Duong Thong looks at a small blue orb not far away and thinks, could this be the reward? He holds the egg in his hand, full of doubt. This is a spiritual beast egg? It's so small. Spiritual beast egg. Break the shell and you will randomly receive a spiritual beast. Duong Thong thinks he's already broken Duong Ngok Li's eggs, so this should be fine. He breaks the shell, hoping for a spiritual beast that can think like a human. The spiritual beast's foot pokes out first. Duong Thong thinks, I still need to use a lot of true chi. I hope it's as useful as an elixir. Ta-da! The spiritual beast is a white kitten. Its paws, tail, ears, and tip of its nose are all blue, extremely cute. It lets out a meow. Duong Thong doesn't look very satisfied. He frowns and purses his lips. A cat? Suddenly, a man walks up and grabs his hand. Young master! This leaves him stunned. Two men in patrol uniforms spoke to him. We are officers from this district's government. Pardon us, young master, we'd like to ask you a few questions. The two patrol officers checked Duong Thong's identification token and said, Identity confirmed. The patrol officer clasped his hands and apologized. Sorry for disturbing you. Holding a cat in one hand and his token in the other, he bowed politely and said, Oh, it's no problem. He thought to himself, as evidence of being an official disciple of the Tan Phong dojo, this token can resolve everything. The other patrol officer looked at Kong Bok, who was unconscious on the ground. He stated decisively, So that guy intended to mistreat the cat and threaten you? Fine. Young Master Duong Thong, if it weren't for your extraordinary skills, you and this cat would have been in danger. Duong Thong, holding the spiritual beast cat, forced a smile and replied, It was the right thing to do, wasn't it? But in his heart, he thought, I could have sued that Kong Bok guy for attempted murder to teach him a lesson, but then it would be very difficult to explain everything clearly, especially this cat and the inventory bag. Anyway, that bastard would have used money to settle everything sooner or later. The two patrol officers helped Kong Bok up. One turned back and smiled at him. Thank you. See you again. He replied, Ah, yes. A palanquin passed by. The person inside saw the scene and opened the window to ask, What happened over there? One of the two officers from earlier bowed respectfully to the person in the palanquin. Welcome back, Lord District Prefect. Seeing this, Duong Thong was full of questions. Is that the prefect of Shanxi Province? So he is Sun Duong, the famous drunkard of the Western Han era. He recognized him. He is the person who will appear in the second escort mission. Night fell upon a brightly lit tavern. Sun Duong sat in a 4-person palanquin and waved at Duong Thong. Drinking with you was truly refreshing. Don't forget what I gave you. Duong Thong bowed respectfully to him in the middle of the road. He opened the window and said, And one more thing. Sun Duong, his face flushed red from being drunk, smiled and waved at him. Don't let that cat drink. That wine is very expensive. Then he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Even though the palanquin had gone far, the laughter still echoed in the dark night. Hearing that, Duong Thong could only think, All right. Luckily, my alcohol tolerance from my past life isn't too bad. His face was flushed as he held a jug of wine in both hands. I almost collapsed first. If I were alone, I basically couldn't have drunk that much. The spiritual cat affectionately rubbed against his legs and meowed. He was secretly glad to have it. It seemed to understand him and looked up. Duong Thong had to raise the wine jug high so the cat couldn't reach it, thinking helplessly, This spiritual beast must be an alcoholic cat. He ignored the cat climbing on him to beg for wine and said, That's enough. I'm saving this for my father. Late at night, with the moon high, a simple house was still lit. Duong Thong's father was washing up. When he saw his son bringing home a lazy cat, he startled and cried out, Oh, is that a cat? Duong Thong winked at his father and replied playfully, Father, this isn't an ordinary cat, it's a spiritual beast. His father asked again, What, a spiritual beast? He turned around and asked, Don't you have something even more spiritual in your hands? And so the wine jug was opened. Duong Thong's father slammed the wine cup down on the table. He asked excitedly, So you worked hard all day and finally met the official to get what you wanted? While pouring wine for his father, he replied, Everything I wanted to do is done, father. His father happily said, See, effort will not betray you. He sighed and thought, This sentence used to make me very uncomfortable, but now I find it very true. And hearing it from my father while he's still alive and well, It feels really good. He suddenly called out, "Father?" He spoke seriously to him. "I want to ask you a favor." His father asked, "What is it?" He continued, "I know you often go to that village. I hope you won't go there anymore." His father laughed and waved his hand. Intending to brush it off, he poured another cup of wine. "Let me see. Kaloi." Duongthong spoke helplessly. "That village." But before he could finish, his father cut in and asked, "What's wrong?" He raised the wine jug and looked into the opening, asking doubtfully, "Only a few cups and the wine is already gone?" He suddenly noticed the sound of a cat meowing nearby. When he saw the drunk spiritual cat stretching out and purring with satisfaction, Duongthong cried out helplessly, "Oh no! Did this cat drink it all again? Don't eat my snacks!" Duongthong's father saw this and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha! This spiritual beast is truly strange! A drunken cat!" Duongthong asked, "It's not ordinary, is it?" His father asked, "Have you named it yet?" He looked at the cat pointing its rear toward him and said, "Not yet, father." His father asked, "How about calling it Tutu? This name fits perfectly, doesn't it?" Seeing his father like that, Duongthong made a wish. "I hope father can always be this happy." His father smiled kindly and stroked Tutu's head. "Come here, Tutu. From now on, you'll be my drinking buddy." He made a determination. "In the upcoming escort mission, we must succeed and return safely. I must go to the Manhwa sect to meet Duong Ngok Li. Mission complete." 10 days after the escort mission began, Duongthong looked at Tutu, who always clung to him, and thought, "This cat seems to be growing a bit fast. It doesn't eat anything, only drinks wine. I wonder if it's okay." He scolded it affectionately, "You little drunkard." Duongthong poured it a bowl of wine and said, "I have to go out today." He turned to ask his father, "Father, please help me take care of Tutu." His father found it strange and asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter? You carry it with you every day." "Everyone in the dojo knows it already." Duongthong gripped the black sword and replied, "Father, today is the day for the escort mission." His father heard that, looked him up and down and remarked, "So, you have to dress like this? It looks quite good." Hearing that, he denied it. "No, father, it's autumn now. I'll be back soon." He took his first step. "All right, let's set off for Manhwa." The day of the escort mission arrived. Xi'an Prefecture was crowded with people and horses. The escort mission was an activity organized by the Thanfong government in Xi'an. It was also a practical course exclusively for official disciples and candidates for the Longfeng title of Thanfong. This year, Zhang Ho told everyone, "This is the first mission to become a true martial artist. Your task is to transport the goods safely and return alive. The escort bureau will grade you based on your performance to select the Longfeng successor for the Thanfong Academy. There are 3 groups performing this mission. The Thunyi escort group is led by Senior Nguyen Hao and 4 other seniors, along with the successor Lai Tu Nguyen. Next, the Nguyen Thon escort group is led by Senior Ngu Chan and 4 other seniors, along with the successor An Chao. And the Vo Phuong escort group will also cross Mount Hua together." Duongthong looked at Zhang Heng and Ta Thuong arguing and could only smile bitterly. Ta Thuong snatched the flag from Zhang Heng's hand and stated firmly, "If I hold this, I can earn a lot of points." Hearing that, Zhang Heng replied sarcastically, "Be careful not to break it on the way." Trung Sun helplessly heard his friend nearby complain, "I probably won't earn enough points this year." Zhang Heng explained to everyone that because they had to travel a longer distance, this group had added more people. The captain was Senior Trung Son and 4 other seniors, along with the successors Duong Thong, Zhang Heng, and Ta Thuong. The brief introduction to the mission was over. Now, the escort mission begins. Hoang Trung's subordinates were reminding Duong Thong's group, "Be gentle. These are valuable goods being sent to Mount Hua. Be a little careful." Hoang Trung stood from afar, his heart full of complex thoughts. "Thong Thong, the one who defeated the peach blossom expert, made a very strange request that I can't help but pay attention to. Suddenly, Ta Jiang was standing beside him. I didn't expect the owner of the escort bureau to go with this group, ha. Huang Trung said, "It's none of your business." Ta Jiang and Huang Trung joked around, ha. Ta Thuong is 16 years old already. I've also found a good match for the girl. Huang Trung asked, "Someone from the ManHwa sect?" Ta Jiang acted mysteriously and whispered in his ear, "Actually, I already spoke with the Duong family. But when I saw the young master Duong Ngok Li, I changed my mind." Huang Trung replied indifferently, giving his opinion. "He is indeed young and talented with a limitless future. But with that child's hasty and petty personality, I don't know if Ta Thuong would like him." Hearing that, Ta Jiang frowned and retorted, "What do you mean? Besides, as a woman, she must follow family rules." Huang Trung lowered his voice to soothe him. "But I have my ways." Ta Jiang was surprised. Huang Trung, as if seeing through Ta Jiang's thoughts, said, "It seems you don't want that ManHwa child anymore, do you?" This startled him. He raised a hand, pretending he wanted to hit Huang Trung. Ha! This guy don't talk so loud." This made Huang Trung take a step back. He added, "Just getting that child to ManHwa safely. I'm certain that will be enough." Zhang Heng and Ta Thuong were still arguing incessantly. Zhang Heng said, "What are you doing? Are you playing around?" Ta Thuong refused to back down and replied, "Hey, I have a lot more to worry about than you." Huang Trung observed from afar. He thought, "This child is beautiful, talented, and has a very strong personality. To us, she truly is a gem. But for some reason, I always feel a bit sorry for her. If taught correctly, she could have stood on her own and built a reputation as a great heroine." Ta Thuong held up a wooden box to show Zhang Heng. "Hey, look at this." Zhang Heng pointed contemptuously at a heavy iron chest nearby. "That's too small. Look at this." He pointed it out to Ta Thuong. She scolded irritably, "Shut up! It's all your fault." Ta Jiang whispered to Huang Trung again. "By the way, that kid named Duong Thong is very special. You must keep an eye on him. Besides, I'm also very curious just how good that kid's luck truly is." Huang Trung only gave a casual reply. "Ah, you said Duong Thong? Don't worry." Huang Trung's subordinate planted the flag into the ground. He squinted and said to everyone, "Everyone, prepare your swords and equipment. Once we set off, there is no turning back." That person walked around checking everyone's belongings. Then he stopped in front of Duong Thong's gear. "What are you doing? Why did you bring so much stuff? What is this?" He praised, "It's quite good. I didn't ask you to bring much, but how did you know we'd need this?" He was shocked when he saw he even brought a pot. Duong Thong gave a wry smile and said, "Can we set off now?" while mentally urging the escort mission to start. Huang Trung's subordinate was surprised. "Huh? A newcomer? A freshman?" The flagpole was thrust firmly into the ground. Huang Trung gripped the flagpole and spoke loudly. "Under this plum blossom banner, we will transport goods from the escort bureau to ManHwa. I will entrust this banner to one person who will receive 10 extra points. Who volunteers?" Trung Sun raised his hand. "I carried the flag last year. How about letting me go?" Zhang Heng stroked his chin, thinking, "Are we not using the flag?" Ta Thuong raised her hand and shouted, "I volunteer to assist." Huang Trung moved the flagpole toward Trung Sun and said, "Trung Sun, this flag is completely different from a normal one. You must hold it high all day. Try it first before deciding." He carefully received it with both hands. "Yes, let me try." He gripped the flagpole, but it was far too heavy. It tilted to one side, startling him. He used all his strength to steady it. "Ugh, why is this flagpole so heavy?" Trung Sun struggled to keep the pole from falling and said tiredly to Huang Trung, I can't do it." Duong Thong covered a yawn. The plum blossom flag was famous in the escort world. It weighed 76 kilograms, making it quite taxing to carry. I can't wait any longer, let's just go. Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped forward. Huang Trung stood before Duong Thong and said, "You must be quite bored. You predicted what was needed for this mission and knew the flag was heavy. Where did you hear that from?" He looked bewildered. "Ah?" Huang Trung provoked him. "However, you don't seem to realize yet that this escort mission requires constant vigilance and caution. Before, you were the customer. Now you are the guard. The feeling is definitely different." Finally, he suddenly turned around and said coldly, "Point deduction. Duong Thong minus 10 points." This left Duong Thong bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He turned back and said to him, "You will carry the plum blossom flag as punishment. No bonus points." Duong Thong was stunned for a few seconds, then regained his composure and smiled slightly. "Yes, I understand." Trung Sun handed the flag to Duong Thong and asked, "Are you okay?" He took the flag and smiled confidently. "Yeah, don't worry." Hearing this, Huang Trung looked suspicious. Turning his head back, Duong Thong hoisted the 76-kilogram flag onto his shoulder with a smug grin. He thought to himself, "This is just part of my training anyway." Huang Trung reached into his sleeve to pull something out. He took out a scroll for record-keeping. Huang Trung pulled the scroll out until it was a meter long. He dipped his brush into the inkwell and began writing on the paper. Duong Thong, for ignoring the transport officer's announcement, point deduction. Duong Thong, for rude behavior, minus 10 points. Duong Thong, for bringing necessary supplies, point addition. Duong Thong thrust the plum blossom flag into the ground. On the second day of the mission, Duong Thong sat on the grass holding the pole while lowering his pants to relieve himself. Huang Trung witnessed the scene. He quickly turned away and scribbled in his notebook. Seeing this, Duong Thong glanced over and thought, "Hey, is it really necessary to catch me doing this? That old man staring is so annoying." He thought irritably, "Fine, if that's the case, I'll just have to earn more points. The question is, when will the enemy ambush? If I remember correctly, there will be an incident at U Mountain in 8 days. Deal with what needs dealing. Record errors where errors occur." On the third day of the mission, Huang Trung's notebook was covered with Duong Thong's name. Duong Thong for carrying the flag on his shoulder, point deduction. Duong Thong for being noisy, point deduction. Duong Thong for letting sweat touch the ManHwa flag, point deduction. Duong Thong for letting the flag touch mud, point deduction. Huang Trung stopped writing and stroked his chin in thought. This kid keeps getting points deducted for every possible reason. Duong Thong is likely going to fail this time. Riding his horse, he looked at Duong Thong leading the caravan with the flag. However, he's more patient than I thought. He's still holding that flag. The escort team usually takes turns carrying it, but I can tell from his face he's very annoyed. It makes sense. Duong Thong's face was indeed sulky. Huang Trung thought for a moment and resumed writing, but this time it was a point addition, not a deduction. Duong Thong for persistently carrying the flag and showing a sense of responsibility, point addition. But then he thought, it's only been 3 days. It's too early to conclude. He crossed out the addition. That's right. Let's see how long your sense of responsibility lasts. On the 9th day of the mission, at camp number 9, Ta Thuong looked helplessly at her collapsed tent. Oh, this tent. No matter how hard I try, I can't get it to stay up. Jiang Hung pointed to his even more collapsed tent and said confidently, just use it as a blanket like mine. Night blanketed the forest. The only light came from the campfire lit by the team. Someone said, escort masters transporting goods don't have much time to rest. Huang Trung watched from afar and thought, besides carrying the flag, you all must handle your own food and daily living on the road, digging drainage ditches and setting up tents for this area. The 3 important skills for an escort mission. Knowing how to cut hair. Trung Sun said to Duong Thong, who was cutting his hair, make me look good. Knowing how to tie loose shoelaces and knowing how to build a fire and cook. You must know how to cook. Duong Thong brought over a pot of steaming soup and called out, premium rabbit stew here! The system announced, mission complete. Cooking 5 out of 5. Passive skill, cooking level 1. Proficiency 53%. Status, intern. Secondary effect, none. Huang Trung's subordinate tasted a spoonful of the rabbit stew. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it truly lives up to its reputation. I'm glad you're in our group." Jiang Hung walked over and said to Duong Thong, "Next time I'll catch the rabbits, so count me in." Everyone continued to praise the meal. Duong Thong noticed he was barefoot and asked, "Huh? Why are you barefoot?" Jiang Hung explained miserably, "My shoes are completely torn. I'm too lazy to patch them like you, so I'll just go barefoot." Huang Trung suddenly appeared nearby. Immediately, an error was recorded. "Jiang Hung, you can't even cook rice, and now this? You don't even know how to tie your laces. Points must be deducted." Jiang Hung begged, "Please don't deduct my points. What's wrong with going barefoot?" But Huang Trung remained cold. "I don't care. Going barefoot will affect the team's travel speed." It was late at night, and the moon was high. Huang Trung stood on a rock with his hands behind his back. "It's almost over." Duong Thong was behind him. Huang Trung turned and held up a wine flask. "The moon is beautiful tonight. Want a cup?" Duong Thong was startled. "Ah?" He clasped his hands in refusal. "I can't drink with you right now. I have night watch duty later." Huang Trung poured a cup and said indifferently, "Don't pretend, I'm only offering once." This made Duong Thong break into a cold sweat, but he still smiled and replied, "Please spare me. I really don't dare to drink." Huang Trung took a sip and asked, "Is there a rule forbidding you from having a single cup?" Duong Thong squinted and asked, "You always appear and disappear like a ghost without a word. Who knows what the mission leader of the escort bureau is thinking?" Hearing this, he glanced at him. Huang Trung said to him, "Just like you, I haven't fully understood you yet, which is why I've been hard on you. I apologize for that." He clasped his hands and smiled to make peace. "It's okay, my lord. I won't die from carrying a flag. Besides, cutting hair and cooking for others isn't that hard." He couldn't help but wink and tease. "Are you complaining?" He turned to look into the distance. He said to the person behind him, "You don't need to worry about the mission rankings. Your score is the highest. As long as no incidents occur, you will complete this mission with the top score." Duong Thong smiled and said, "That's great then." Huang Trung leaned in and asked quietly, "I'm just a bit curious. How can you perform this mission so well?" This momentarily stunned him. He recalled his life before his rebirth. "Well, it's just common sense. In my past life, I dedicated 35 years to the Murim Alliance, escorting daughters of low-ranking officials or taking on dangerous missions. The Murim Alliance gave us all sorts of trivial requests. When I said I was a warrior of the Murim Alliance, she admired me greatly. But when she discovered I was in the logistics support team, she ignored me immediately. That's why my ex-wife left me. I can't say all of this out loud, but there's one more thing." Duong Thong spoke soberly to Huang Trung. "If you let me have a sip of that Shi Feng wine, master, maybe I'll tell you." He was slightly surprised and said, "Oh, so you've changed your mind and want to take back that chance from earlier?" As he poured wine for Duong Thong, he asked, "How do you know this is Shi Feng wine?" He took a sip of the specialty wine from Fengxiang County. "The best flavor is indeed fine wine, yes." Huang Trung asked curiously, "You're quite knowledgeable about wine, aren't you? So what is your secret?" He smiled slyly and said, "I'm reading the book Treasure Standards by Mr. Hong at Tien Son." Huang Trung was amazed. "That book is—" Duong Thong thought to himself, "It was only released today. It should be fine." Yes, and so he was motivated to continue making up stories. "It's a good book recently released in Jinzhou." Huang Trung stroked his chin as if he understood. "All right, I'll introduce it to my disciples later. So that book is your secret?" "I see." Suddenly, he leaned in close to his face and asked, "By the way, do you plan on becoming a member of the escort bureau? If it's you, you could become the strongest in the Manhwa sect, or even the best in the world. By then, wealth and fame will find you on their own." Duong Thong opened his eyes wide, thinking, the best in the world. The best in the world. Wow, that's great. But he smiled and summarized in one sentence. Impossible. This left Huang Trung stunned. Why? Duong Thong pointed to the high sky and said, simply put, he pointed to the brightest star, what is the distance between me and the best in the world? He smiled. Isn't it an unreachable distance? Huang Trung asked. So you're refusing? Duong Thong clasped his hands to bid him farewell. It's time. I must take my leave. Seeing he couldn't pressure him, he said, all right, I understand. He sighed. The best in the world, huh? Duong Thong walked alone in the forest, thinking as he went, the best in the world, I was just talking nonsense. He frowned. He smiled. I didn't expect giving up would be this interesting. Suddenly a voice rang out. You are Duong Thong, right? He was startled. A voice. Is this the secret voice transmission technique? He asked back. Is this a voice being transmitted by someone? The voice replied, that's right. He calculated. He didn't know where it was coming from. Secret voice transmission was a supreme skill that I never experienced in my past life. The system notified, enemy has used the cipher skill. Cipher skill activated. Successfully starting cipher skill. Power +10. Constitution +2. And failure means no hearing. Hearing the words cipher, Duong Thong grimaced. Ugh, compared to the secret voice transmission technique, a thing like cipher. I'm really curious about the origin of these things. The names of these guys were becoming increasingly outdated. The voice rang out again, stop talking and listen to me. All the information you told that supervisor at the banquet was true. Just pretend you know nothing about the upcoming accident. Hearing this, Duong Thong pondered. Now what I need to do is wait and prepare. Can we reach U Mountain tomorrow? He walked through the forest, his mind racing with thoughts. When the supervisors return to the capital, they will destroy Long Ho Fortress on the way. That is one of the enemies of the 18 Green Forest strongholds. Everyone will be promoted by 1 level. He remembered Sun Duong. This seemed to be the requirement for the second escort mission. Everything was going according to plan. Duong Thong asked back, what must I do? He wanted to hear the answer from that whispering voice. The voice replied, in an emergency. Take this. A red signal flare appeared in midair. The voice continued, this is a military signal flare. If you fire this signal, all supervisors near U Mountain will be mobilized. Legend has it that U Mountain is the site of Qin Shi Huang's tomb, discovered not long ago. Therefore, all Murim practitioners covet the tomb and the treasures hidden within. A bloody battle broke out. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. A god of war appeared and ended the war. It's said that Qin Shi Huang's tomb was split in half. Jiang Hung raised an eyebrow and commented, how ridiculous! How could a single person split a mountain in half? A subordinate scolded, you're such an idiot. I told you it's a legend. Then Jiang Hung made a few jokes. Who knows, maybe Duong Thong's rabbit stew recipe is also a secret formula passed down from ancient times? The other person burst out laughing. It's possible. He really does cook well. Every dish he makes helps increase our energy, and Duong Thong is cooking tonight too. Duong Thong, walking ahead, heard this and gave a thumbs up. It's a small matter. He suddenly thought of the rabbit stew, which helped increase power by 1 point per meal. I didn't expect cooking could also increase power. I'll just consider it preparation for the upcoming battle with the bandits. The story of the god of war reminded him again that 35 years later, that god of war will appear, soaring through the air like magic, using the Asura divine palm to destroy rocks and mountains. When he unleashes the 3 swords of heaven and earth, light vanishes and the sea is divided in 2. Later, people called him the Heavenly Demon. Back at the campsite before U Mountain, Jiang Hung put his arm around Duong Thong's shoulder and asked, Duong Thong, how is that premium rabbit stew coming along today? He smirked and replied, just go catch a few rabbits and we'll eat. He grinned widely. Really? You can't go back on your word? Duong Thong replied, Of course. Hearing this, Jang Hung happily ran off. All right, wait here. I'll go catch some right now. Huang Trung passed by, closed his eyes, and asked, Is there a portion for me? Duong Thong nodded. Of course there is. So he shouted toward Jang Hung, Great! If you catch 2, no, 3, I'll reward you with 5 extra points. Jang Hung immediately agreed, Yes. Duong Thong and Ta Thuong paired up. They went into the forest to find ingredients. He leaned down to examine a few scattered mushrooms and picked them to put into his soup pot. Suddenly Ta Thuong pouted. Master Duong Thong! Duong Thong startled and cried out, What master? Why are you suddenly calling me that weirdly? She shrugged and asked, Then what do you want me to call you? He turned away and focused on gathering ingredients. Just call me Duong Thong or use my name directly. Ta Thuong heard this and asked curiously, You don't like it? Duong Thong said helplessly. Why would you think that? Master and all that. Do you really plan to call me that? If not, you could call me brother. This comment made Ta Thuong raise her fist in a threat. Want to get hit? Suddenly the sky poured down rain in torrents. At the assembly point, everyone called out to each other, Quickly, check the luggage! Ta Thuong took shelter under a tree canopy and sighed. The rest of the way will be very difficult. Duong Thong looked at her, thought for a moment, and asked, You don't want to go there, do you? Ta Thuong raised an eyebrow. What? How do you know? Duong Thong acted like a know-it-all and explained, You're following this shipment. The goods must be delivered to ManHwa. The escort bureau head isn't coming along, right? I accidentally overheard you and Lord Huang Trung whispering. If you just relax your mind, it's easy to notice these things. Ta Thuong couldn't help but pout. Yeah, you talk like you know how long I'll live. Duong Thong spoke again to comfort her. Hey, if you don't want to go, just say so. It'll be better that way, you know? Hearing these words, as she bowed her head in contemplation, he continued to speak his mind. I don't know how you felt before, but we've become quite close now. It would be a great pity for someone like you to go with that idiot Duong Ngok Lee. You should live for yourself and do what you want. The two of them looked at each other silently in the relentless rain. Ta Thuong gave Duong Thong a loud slap on the shoulder. She flashed a smile. For last time and today. Thank you. Duong Thong gave a provocative smile. If you really want to thank me, call me brother. Just as he finished speaking, Ta Thuong's fist appeared in front of his face. She threatened again. Want to get hit, don't you? Suddenly, Duong Thong's expression darkened and he said, Wait. She asked in confusion, Why the sudden change of subject? Seeing the scene before his eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. Countless level display bars appeared in the forest. He counted 20, 30, no, more than 50 now. Duong Thong thought to himself, We're in trouble. He grabbed Ta Thuong's hand and ran quickly, leaving her bewildered. What's wrong? Duong Thong didn't answer, thinking only, Ta Thuong must reach the Mount Hua sect. The Long Ho Fortress bandits intend to launch a surprise attack while we rest. It's all my fault. He grit his teeth. I must take responsibility for this. Ta Thuong turned her head and saw the scene behind them. She screamed, What are you just standing there for? There's a group of people carrying weapons over there. How long have you been ambushing us? Duong Thong shouted, Don't look back, run! The two of them screamed as they ran back to the assembly point. Jang Hung returned with a stick full of rabbits on his shoulder. Oh, you're finally back? Look at all these rabbits I caught, Huang Trung asked doubtfully. What are you saying? The rain is too loud. I can't hear you clearly. But the answer appeared right before his eyes. Bandits. Huang Trung was horrified. Why are there so many bandits on this mountain? He ordered, Blow the horn. His subordinate immediately obeyed. Yes. The horn echoed throughout the assembly point, alerting everyone to the danger. Huang Trung pulled out the flag, rolled it up, and shouted, Assemble! Into position! Protect the cargo at all costs! The group immediately surrounded the wagons in a tight defensive formation. A man named Trung Sun gripped his sword and clicked his tongue. "We're surrounded." Over here, Duong Thong kept looking around. "Damn it! The fire is out!" He gripped the signal flare in his hand. "Fire! I need fire." He looked at the extinguished wood on the ground and realized that because of the rain, the other tents hadn't started cooking yet. "There's no fire left," Duong Thong concluded in despair. "These aren't ordinary bandits. They don't care about money at all. Even seeing the ManHwa sect banner, they don't hesitate to attack. They surrounded us in an instant." In this critical situation, everyone's life hangs by a thread. The foolish will die first. Only the quick-witted will survive. This is the battlefield. A notification appeared. Mission: stop the Long Ho Fortress raid. Success reward: taught a supreme martial arts technique. Failure penalty: unable to move for 3 days. One disciple screamed, "I don't want to die." The person next to him grabbed him. "Hey, if you leave the formation alone, you'll die. Calm down, you idiot." After speaking, he cursed, "Damn it. If I have to keep saving these fools, I'll die here too." Seeing this, the bandits provoked them, shouting, "Why stop that fool from running? Come here, young warriors." At that moment, a sword light flashed. Duong Thong decisively slashed across the man's waist. The others cried out in panic, "Where did he come from?" Huang Trung's subordinate remarked, "Look at that! Your junior brother is more capable than you." Duong Thong turned and told his senior, "Open your eyes and look closely." The levels of these guys are clearly much lower than ours. You seniors are level 7, while they are only level 5. The disciple asked blankly, "So what?" Duong Thong dealt with a level 5 bandit while correcting him. "No, what I mean is..." He used his hand to pin the opponent down. Then he successfully chopped off the man's arm. "Now I have an axe," Duong Thong shouted. "We are stronger than them, much stronger." Holding the captured axe in his left hand, he swung it to take down the charging enemies while analyzing the situation. "There are more enemies than I thought. How many have come? They just keep appearing. If this continues, our numbers will keep dwindling. It's too risky." Duong Thong recalled their strategy. "Our tactics favor defense, but this formation only works against small numbers. There are at least 50 enemies here, while we only have about 20. Over there, Huang Trung was struggling, swinging his staff. Duong Thong couldn't help but remark, "On the outer ring, there are even stronger ones. The leader can't even stop to give orders. We need a leader right now." Thinking of this, Duong Thong raised his sword high and shouted, "Whole unit, attention! Stay calm and focus. They have no strategy. Don't forget what we've learned. Combine the tactics." Hearing this, the disciples immediately thought of a name: Six-Way Sword Attack. They began their first counter-offensive steps. Duong Thong mentally analyzed, "The average level of the enemy is level 5. Our seniors are level 7. I'm level 15, Jiang Hung is level 16, and Ta Thuong is level 10. We are completely stronger than these bandits. As long as we coordinate, we can do this." Ta Thuong and Duong Thong successfully performed the mountain clearing formation to deal with the enemy. Over here, Jiang Hung was also frantically swinging his sword, slaughtering all opponents. He said excitedly, "Great! It's working!" Suddenly, a bandit's weapon attacked him from behind. Duong Thong arrived in time to support him, using his axe to knock the sword away. He shouted, "Hey, be careful! We're all going to join the Murim Alliance together, right?" Jiang Hung replied, "That's right. Thanks." He moved to Duong Thong's side. "Into position! Third wave attack! Sword shadows!" The disciples immediately formed a unit, surrounding the cargo and protecting it with all their might. Jiang Hung shouted to the back, "Hey friend, you look really cool today." Duong Thong replied, "We have a long way to go. Focus!" He chuckled and turned back to face his opponents. "That's right, come on, you bastards." Duong Thong secretly admired him. Not bad for a great warrior. Even though it's his first time killing, he shows no fear. Ta Thuong changed direction and moved toward Duong Thong. She teased, "Need my help?" He shouted, "Of course! Big sister is always welcome." A bandit clutching his wounded shoulder trembled. "No! Impossible!" he roared. "Hey, you useless lot! How many more of you want to die at the hands of these brainless kids? What are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Are you the leader?" The man was startled. "Me? What? Who is it? Stop hiding! Come out now!" The voice crackled again. "Who do you think you're playing with? I am the flame of justice." As soon as the words were finished, the man's entire body was engulfed in roaring flames, making him scream in agony. "What?" The surrounding bandits cried out in panic. "Boss! Boss!" While he was still screaming in pain, Duong Thong saw the scene and was stunned. A crackling sound rang out. He immediately noticed, "The fire is lit! Ah, this is my chance!" Duong Thong took the signal flare from his belt and thrust it firmly into the ground. The flame touched the bottom of the flare. A loud explosion. The flare shot straight into the night sky. Duong Thong cheered internally. "Awesome!" A brilliant light appeared in the pitch-black night. He thought happily, "The patrol troops will be here soon." Hoang Trung looked back at the battle and couldn't help but admire. Not only is the cargo protected, but these escorts are quite surprising. These are all young people with no combat experience. The bandits are more experienced, but they are pushing them back. Duong Thong is fighting like a seasoned veteran. Meanwhile, in Duong Thong's ears, the system notifications kept ringing. Swordsmanship proficiency, level 4 reached due to continuous swinging. Attack speed with sword increased by 30%. Axe proficiency, level 4 reached due to continuous use. Power with axe increased by 30%. Duong Thong encouraged himself. "Reinforcements are coming soon. I just need to hold on a bit longer." A surviving bandit asked in pain, "The leader is dead. What do we do now?" Suddenly, a tall figure appeared from behind them. "Hey, you two." He used an iron hammer to smash the head of the man in front, then grabbed the head of the one next to him. The man said weakly, "The deputy leader is still here." But his iron hammer was already raised. "You idiots! Level 19! The bald man grit his teeth at his subordinates. "Even if the leader is gone, you should stay alert. You pathetic bastards." Duong Thong read the data of the tall man in front of him. Level 19, power 105. He's not as strong as Duong Nok Lee, so maybe Zhang Hung's tiger fist will work on him. "Over here," the bald man muttered. "The leader was burned alive."
"We were spotted by the soldiers. It's all because of you."
Duong Thong didn't answer, but was calculating. "I guess the one who just burned to death was their leader. I don't know what happened, but we need to retreat." Thinking so, he turned and ran. Now what needs to be done is to deal with him. That way we'll finish off Long Ho Fortress. The bald man swung the iron hammer in his hand and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you're interesting. Where's that fighting spirit you showed me earlier?" Duong Thong grit his teeth in terror, thinking, "Terrifying. He's faster than I thought." He activated the false step level 1 skill. Current proficiency, 18%. Remaining uses, 3 total. At that moment, he leaped into the air, dodging the bald man's attack. Duong Thong thought, "All right, besides dealing with you, I have no other choice." The bald man grit his teeth. "You dare!" The axe blade collided with the hard iron hammer. The counterforce acted on Duong Thong's hand holding the axe handle, making him cry out in pain. His whole body was thrown backward.
Phản lực tác động lên tay Đường Thông đang cầm cán rìu, khiến anh đau đớn kêu lên. Toàn thân anh bị hất văng về phía sau.
Zhang Hung and Ta Thong saw this scene. They couldn't help but scream, "Duong Thong!" The Long Ho Fortress bandits stood behind the bald man, looking invigorated. Duong Thong tried to stand firm. He realized that with the enemy's combat experience, it would be difficult to handle him alone. He had to surround him. He shouted, "Give me a hand with the circular horse formation!" The disciples immediately began discussing. "Let's do it!" Zhang Hung said excitedly. "Sounds interesting. Count me in." Ta Thuong hurriedly shouted, "Give the order, Duong Thong is here." Duong Thong smiled, realizing she finally called him by his name. This was likely the first time Ta Thuong didn't use his surname. Regardless, it was great. The 5 of them gradually formed the combat formation. 6-way sword, 8th style, moving from right to left.
An overall destruction technique based on simultaneous horizontal strikes from multiple people acting as a single unit while executing lethal maneuvers. They quickly circled the Long Ho Fortress bandits, their weapons thrusting out like spearheads to surround them. This transformed into a completely new type of martial art. While setting the formation, Duong Thong thought, this technique is usually used against demon cult followers. I wonder if it'll work on these bandits. The bald man took the brunt of the attack. He roared, "You bastards, don't get too cocky!" He swung his hammer once, immediately striking everyone. Duong Thong's hand holding the axe was already injured, and now it hurt even more. He grimaced, nearly dropping the axe. Everyone immediately retreated. Duong Thong analyzed. The problem lay in that weapon being too hard and too heavy. Our weapons are almost at the breaking point. Thinking this, he gripped the axe handle even tighter. The bald man raised his iron hammer high again. At the same time, Duong Thong rushed forward. The bald man shouted, "Now I'll end it all!" The big man attacked with an axe in one hand while discarding his sword with the other. The two weapons collided and fresh blood splattered. Duong Thong successfully cut off the bald man's head, leaving everyone stunned. The bandits watched his corpse fall and wailed, "Deputy leader!" On this side, Duong Thong thought, all right, success. He had thrown away his sword to deliberately reduce his attack speed by 30%. A 30% difference in swing speed is massive. The axe had slowed him down at the critical moment of metal impact. He flashed a winner's smile. This way, I was able to avoid the iron point of his counterattack, allowing me to take him down personally. Duong Thong sheathed his sword. Now only this disorganized rabble remained. They held up the deputy leader's head and said loudly, "Hey, the bald one is dead! Your Long Ho Fortress is finished! You'd better surrender!" Somewhere nearby, a man leisurely opened a wine bottle. "It's over." He gulped wine from his gourd and remarked, "Ah, good wine." He suddenly looked down at the lower area below the mountain. In the rainy night, people's screams echoed. "There are many corpses here. Throw them all away." Looking at the scene, he muttered, "We have a signal flare, but there's no fire around. It only flared up when it was all over. Anyway, the soldiers have arrived." Kim Hak slung the gourd over his shoulder and smiled. "Well, this is clearly destiny. See you later at ManHwa, boys." After speaking, Kim Hak vanished from the treetops in an instant. The brutal battle finally ended. A mechanical notification appeared. "Mission complete. You have received the reward. Translation passive skill. Can decode all languages and scripts in the world. Translation skill, max level. Proficiency, maximum." On the way, Duong Thong looked back on everything. All the Long Ho Fortress lackeys were captured. Aside from minor injuries, all our students on the escort mission were safe and sound. However, 7 people had sacrificed their lives. This was thanks to the soldiers who did their best to protect us. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The captain of the guard clasped his hands to Duong Thong. "Thanks to you, I was able to catch them all. If you're ever in this capital, you're always welcome to find us." Duong Thong bowed in return. "Thank you, sirs." But in his heart, he had other thoughts. Actually, I think this could have been made safer for the mission. Instead of trying to catch all the bandits, those people should have prioritized protecting lives, but they focused more on eliminating evil. He sighed. If it wasn't for that situation, I wouldn't have used it in the first place. Huang Trung, standing nearby, suddenly called out, "Duong Thong, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Duong Thong was dazed. "Huh?" Huang Trung shook his head. No, I didn't mean it like that. It's just... No, I think I know a bit now. Even if you told me, I wouldn't have believed you. I should have trusted you sooner. It's my fault." Huang Trung sincerely clasped his hands and bowed. "I apologize, and thank you for protecting us from the bandits." Seeing this, Duong Thong stammered, "No, that's..." He felt very awkward inside. It wasn't even his fault. The one to be blamed should be me. Even the whole group, seeing this, clasped their hands and chanted, "Thank you, Duong Thong." He cried out in panic, "No, everyone, there's no need for that." I didn't do anything major. Jang Hung appeared from nowhere, put his arm around Duong Thong and praised him. Well done, friend. Without you, we would have all been killed. Ta Thuong chimed in. That's right. I thought we were dead for sure being ambushed. I couldn't even remember those combat tactics. How did you stay so calm in such a crazy, bloody situation? Being asked a difficult question, Duong Thong didn't know how to answer. He recalled how he still couldn't forget the terrifying Ta Thuong from his past life, the one who killed men easily, now asking him in such an innocent tone. I think as long as she doesn't face any major setbacks, she will change. Ta Thuong frowned and urged, Oh, you're looking weird again. Duong Thong just shrugged and replied simply, Die once and you'll know. Hearing this, she jumped up. Fine then, let's die together. Duong Thong fled from her in panic, still stubbornly asking, I didn't do anything. Huang Trung cleared his throat at the scene. Let's just consider that a reasonable answer. Then he spoke loudly to the group. We still have half the journey left. The road ahead will be even tougher, especially Mount Hua, a rocky mountain famous for being treacherous. A grueling journey awaits us. Due to the serious incident, the injured students will return to Xi'an with the team. But if you still wish to continue delivering the goods to the destination, speak up and complete this escort mission with pride. Being responsible for the goods until the end, you will all qualify as high-score candidates for the Than Phong Long Fung title. Now, aside from those returning, the rest of you prepare to depart. Ta Thuong and Jang Hung said excitedly, Let's go, preparing to depart. Over here, Duong Thong breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Regardless of what happens on the road, it's indeed difficult for those who want to turn back. He is trying to get everyone to go to the end. Looking at this, Huang Trung is undoubtedly a professional and an excellent leader. In my past life, I never had a leader like that. He recalled the empty classrooms and scattered rolling chairs. They were all leaders who were only good at running away, while low-level warriors like me were used as cannon fodder. We all became shields for the Murim Alliance leaders. He felt nostalgic. But there was one person, the only one from his past life, a talented leader. The man mentioned finished the bottle of wine in his hand. Duong Thong recalled old memories. He was an alcoholic, but Kim Hak had said seriously, using people as shields is the act of bastards. Everyone thinks these warriors are just disposable pawns to move forward or back. Humans will die eventually. Back then, Duong Thong stood in the 5th row, dazed, listening to him continue. Now you are all rookies. You must see reality clearly. Just handle the arrows flying your way well. In those times when life feels unfair, that is how you survive. After saying that, he stepped up and grabbed Duong Thong's shoulder. Hey, Scarface, what's your name? Duong Thong replied seriously. My name is Duong Thong. Kim Hak laughed and asked, All right, rookie, how long have you been a captain? Duong Thong replied loudly, Reporting to the commander! I was just appointed captain starting today. He showed clear interest. Me too, we're both rookies. So from today on, let's be friends. Duong Thong hesitated, confused. What? Kim Hak reached out his hand and smiled. From now on, we are friends. I am Kim Hak. In the battle against the demon cult, the army led by Kim Hak participated in 16 battles, 15 wins and 1 loss. His steady back stood there, one shoulder severed. I blocked everything. Haven't died yet, damn it. Duong Thong screamed in pain. Kim Hak! He heard it, turned back and laughed heartily. Hey, my friend, what is with that ugly face? Kim Hak's final words echoed in Duong Thong's head. If you're a man, don't cry like a child. Stop it. Now is not the time to cry. Ta Thuong asked suspiciously, You mean besides your father you have another master? Duong Thong said heavily, Yeah. He didn't teach me martial arts. By this time they had arrived at Mount Hua. Where everyone was struggling to climb, Ta Thuong led the way and shouted, He's the one who taught you all your martial arts, right? Duong Thong replied, He is my master of spirit and will. She raised an eyebrow. Fine, then who is your master? And where is he? He revealed, "We are on our way to meet him." Duong Thong pointed toward the peaks towering into the clouds. "Since he is a grand master, he lives on the highest peak." Ta Thuong waved her hand and scolded, "Enough! You're trying to drive me crazy again, aren't you?" Duong Thong carefully replied, "Believe it or not." She turned away, panting, I'm exhausted. The path is too difficult. Even the horses had to be left behind. The load on my back is getting heavier. What on earth is in this package? Is it gold-plated stone? Besides, there's no end in sight to these stairs." Ta Thuong suddenly realized, it's a dead end. She shouted to everyone, "We finally arrived!" Hearing this, Huang Trung regained some of his energy. She screamed excitedly, "Finally finished with these boring stairs!" Huang Trung thought, "There's still a path above. I'll lead the way now. We're almost there." Ta Thuong asked proudly, "Since the stairs are over, will it be easier now?" But Duong Thong had noticed something. He shouted, "Hey, watch out! There's a cliff ahead!" Ta Thuong looked in horror at the wooden stakes driven into the cliffside. "What is this? This is a path too? Is this really meant for people to walk on? How can we get across?" Duong Thong couldn't even force a smile. "I heard the peak of Mount Hua is the highest and steepest in the 5 mountains of the Murim Alliance. This path is truly beyond imagination." Someone rushed ahead, standing firmly on a wooden stake. Huang Trung held the flag fluttering in the wind. "From here on, we are in the territory of the Mount Hua sect. This is the outer gate of the Mount Hua sect." Ta Thuong asked weakly, "Is this really the path?" Duong Thong suddenly noticed writing up there, "If your heart is unjust, turn back and leave immediately. Otherwise you shall surely perish at the hands of the Mount Hua sect." Huang Trung reassured her. "Oh, it's just a warning, no need to worry." Ta Thuong cried out, "Compared to that warning, I'm more concerned about this height." Zhang Heng knelt down to inspect the cliff. "One slip behind this cliff and you're dead on the spot." Duong Thong stepped forward and took a crate from someone else. "Mount Hua is right across," he said, and quickly ran across the stakes. Ta Thuong asked in confusion, "Why carry extra luggage?" Duong Thong explained, "This is the path Mount Hua disciples walk every day, so we can do it too." Zhang Heng mocked, "Carrying extra goods just to show off, right?" He also turned to mimic him, taking a package from another person. Trung San asked blankly, "What? You're taking my luggage?" He then took a wooden crate from another senior. That person replied innocently, "Oh, all right." Zhang Heng ran while shouting, "You guys stay right there, don't move!" Ta Thuong sighed helplessly, "You lunatics!" Then she suddenly grit her teeth. "I really want to be the winner." The wooden stakes shook constantly. She chased after them. "Hey, hold on to the luggage tightly!" The rest looked at each other, speechless, then cautioned one another, "Now we just need to cross carefully." Mount Hua sect, one of the pillars of the swordsmanship world, the foundation of the 5 great sword sects, located on the peaks of Mount Hua. This place is also known as the 5 peaks of Mount Hua. The Taoist temple here is famous for having the most dangerous and difficult terrain. Our destination is Plum Blossom Peak, also known as Lotus Peak. The transport caravan gradually arrived at the main gate. From somewhere, voices echoed, "Careful, almost slipped." As Duong Thong walked, he muttered, "Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust." The 5 virtues of the Mount Hua sect are carved on the main gate, a sect with a long history that doesn't just teach swordsmanship but also character. But picking a fight with people here is big trouble, because everyone is arrogant and self-satisfied. A supervisor watched them enter the gate and shouted loudly, "Halt!" Several Mount Hua disciples holding weapons stepped forward. They surrounded them. Zhang Heng laughed and called out, "Hey, long time no see, Mo Dongba." The man remained silent. Huang Trung clasped his hands and said, "Greetings." The opponent returned the gesture. "Greetings. I am Mo Dong Sun. May I ask if you have a permit or an invitation from the royal family?" Duong Thong frowned, thinking, "Are they Mo Dong Ba's brothers? Their brows and faces look identical. But then again, where did the other disciples of this sect go? Huang Trung replied, "That group hasn't arrived yet, but all the goods are here." They set down several crates bearing the ManHwa seal. Mo Dong-sun breathed a sigh of relief. Ta Thuong whispered warily, "Something is wrong." Behind them, the heavy panting of other disciples and companions could be heard. "I've never been to a place like this. My legs can't move anymore." Huang Trung continued negotiating. "The fee is 300 gold. Mo Dong-sun repeated in surprise, 300 gold? Did we ask for such a high price? Huang Trung replied, "Yes, it was the young master's price." Mo Dong-sun nodded. "Oh, never mind." He patted Huang Trung's shoulder and said, "I'll be right back. Please wait a moment." Seeing this, a subordinate couldn't help but feel indignant. "Boss, you're being too polite." But Huang Trung raised a hand to stop him. Mo Dong-sun suddenly requested, "Could you move the cargo a bit further away?" Huang Trung thought to himself, "I have to take Ta Thuong and Duong Thong to meet the young master Duong Ngok Li and the elders, then just follow their wishes, right?" "Of course. Can I move it over to that side of ManHwa?" Mo Dong-sun smiled and replied, "As long as it's not here." He gestured. "You can move all the cargo here." Huang Trung couldn't help but feel uneasy as they neared the edge. The escort bureau workers moved the crates over. "Is it okay if I place them here?" Mo Dong-sun nodded. "All right." He suddenly placed a foot on top. Huang Trung and the others saw this and shouted, "What are you doing?" But Mo Dong-sun had already kicked the crate into the abyss, not just one but 3 or 4 in a row. Ta Thuong and Jang Hung were shocked by the noise. Duong Thong watched the scene, completely baffled. Inside the ManHwa hall, hearing the noise, Kim Hak crossed his arms and sighed. How noisy. At that moment, in a separate area, a pink-haired youth sat cross-legged, concentrating on his cultivation. But the commotion was so loud that even Duong Ngok Lai couldn't help but frown. He looked at the shattered crates, revealing jagged rocks inside. Looking down from this towering peak, Jang Hung realized, "Is that just stone?" Ta Thuong was horrified. Could it be that what we transported from the beginning were just these rocks? Duong Thong had a realization. Now I understand why my transport mission in my past life was so easily cancelled. Whether it was gold, silver, or jewels, the real shipment had already taken a different route. This was just a decoy. The real goods were transported from Xi'an to ManHwa, while the fake goods were attacked passing through Yu Mountain, but still reached the destination. This is the golden cicada shedding its shell strategy. The ManHwa sect is truly skilled in deception. He looked at Huang Trung, who was trembling. This, Duong Thong couldn't help but wonder. But to make the escort bureau work so hard just to transport a pile of stones, is it worth it? The fat man shouted, "You people have gone too far!" Mo Dong-sun barked coldly, "Boss, I heard that among your people there is someone who once defeated Duong Ngok Li. Is that true?" Hearing this, Huang Trung was stunned. They all instinctively thought, "So that's it." Duong Thong thought angrily, "This is why they dare to provoke us. It's all because of me." He quickly stepped forward. Suddenly an arm swung out. Huang Trung blocked Duong Thong's path and clasped his hands to the man. "I haven't heard of such a thing. We must continue our next journey. I hope we can meet the elders and receive our payment." Duong Thong looked at him with concern. In his past life, he and Huang Trung had no relationship. In this life, it didn't start well either. But he is a good man, Duong Thong concluded. We originally intended to use this mission to apologize to Duong Ngok Li. He knew Huang Trung wanted to protect him. He recalled the special mission notification. Within 30 days, go to the ManHwa sect and apologize to Duong Ngok Li. Success reward, main quest map, failure penalty, abnormal lethargy for 3 days. Duong Thong stepped up and said confidently, "It was me." He made a firm decision. "I can't be a coward in front of these bastards." Mo Dong-sun raised an eyebrow. "What did you say?" Duong Thong repeated, "I am the one who castrated your young master." And aren't you just a half-eunuch yourself? Hearing this, the man's brow furrowed. His anger flared, and Mo Dong-sun exhaled sharply. I heard you were young, but I didn't expect you to be this small, he muttered to himself, trying to stay calm. He thought the person would be a senior member of the caravan, not just a kid. Duong Thong continued to retort, That's right. I believe Duong Ngok Li lost to me because he lacked combat experience. Isn't Duong Ngok Li the youngest Peach Blossom Master in history? Another ManHwa disciple, Mo Dong-hai, immediately scolded. You have no right to say that. You only won because of your dirty tricks. Duong Thong ignored his words. He continued to provoke them. Or is this just a shameful defeat for your ManHwa sect? When you win, it's skill. When you lose, you blame others. How foolish. Unable to endure it any longer, Mo Dong-sun gripped his scabbard and said angrily, Then prove it right here, you arrogant bastard. A real duel between swordsmen. Mo Dong-hai also grabbed the hilt of his sword. Huang Trung was breaking out in a cold sweat. He looked over in shock. He placed a hand on Duong Thong's back, but Duong Thong looked up to reassure him. Trust me. Now is the time to do this, right? Our hard work was looked down upon. How can I just stand by? This whole mess started because of me, so let me handle it. Mo Dong-sun turned to Mo Dong-ba and said, You lost last time in Xi'an. This time, redeem yourself. So he drew his sword. If you stand still, you won't be able to dodge this. Under this Lotus Peak style, no one can escape with their life. Duong Thong frowned. They sent out their strongest right at the start? Mo Dong-sun sneered. Huh? What are you saying? He's the weakest. Can't you even see that? Duong Thong smirked and replied, Oh really, my eyes are quite sharp. He secretly activated his mind's eye passive skill. He reached into his bag and rummaged around. Fine then. Mo Dong-sun watched his every move. Does he have a secret weapon? But finally, Duong Thong pulled out a rice ball. Every time he eats a rice ball, his strength increases by 1 point. And every time he eats meat, his agility increases by 1. Duong Thong stuffed the rice ball into his mouth and gnawed away at the chicken leg in his hand. The ManHwa sect members were completely stunned. Finally, Duong Thong wiped his hands and said, Sorry about that. I was just too hungry before the duel. He checked his status. Strength 65, agility 72. Eating before a fight is great. This should be enough. Jang Hung and Ta Thuong sighed helplessly. This guy occasionally does things no one understands. Huang Trung felt the same. It was unbelievable. After finishing his meal, Duong Thong cracked his knuckles. Mo Dong-ba shouted, Draw your sword! But he clenched his fists and replied, I don't feel like it. Use whatever you're best at. Mo Dong-ba stubbornly advised, To the ManHwa sect, the sword is everything. Just because I use hand techniques doesn't mean I can't use a sword. Draw your sword now. Mo Dong-hai cut in. Enough, don't make him draw it. He'll only draw it when he's at a disadvantage. Not wanting to draw his sword before us is just seeking death. He introduced himself. I am Mo Dong-hai. I will fight you in my brother's place. He raised his sword into a stance. Duong Thong sighed. Sigh, there's no way around it. These brothers are truly something else. A bunch of big guys who think they're so great. Maybe this is why the heavenly demon wanted to destroy their sect. Duong Thong lowered his stance and said softly, Be careful! But Mo Dong-hai swung his blade and shouted, I won't give you a chance to play tricks! He unleashed the 7 Plum Blossom style, 10,000 flowers in bloom swordsmanship. Before he could do anything, a foot lunged forward, executing the orthopedic strike, a horizontal kick to the side of Mo Dong-hai's neck. He gasped, struggling to stay upright. But Duong Thong clenched his fist and shouted, Thanks for respecting my choice! Simultaneously, he landed a direct punch to Mo Dong-hai's face. He collapsed to the ground, his head spinning, looking up at Duong Thong, who was stepping over him. Duong Thong held his head high and asked, Why didn't you respect your brother's choice? You guys are such sore losers. Seeing this, Mo Dong-sun stammered, What? What is this? Meanwhile, Mo Dong-ba threw a very cautious look his way. After taking down Mo Dong-hai, Duong Thong glanced at his stats and concluded that his strength wouldn't increase much at this rate. But if he pushed a bit more, he could reach 100 strength points. At that moment, Mo Dong-hai was unconscious and foaming at the mouth from the kick. Seeing that, Mo Dong-sun began to make accusations. "Hey you! I know everything now! The Plum Blossom Sword technique has been leaked," he shouted. "Otherwise, how could you use a move like that? Everyone sees this man who dares to insult the ManHwa sect for me." As soon as he finished, a crowd of disciples drew their swords in unison. Special mission: defeat the ManHwa sect disciples. Time limit: 30 minutes from the start of the battle. Success. Reward: harmonized true chi. Failure. Penalty: unable to move for 1 hour. On the long stairs leading from the peak to the main gate, a figure hurried along. Kim Jong called out to Kim Hak. The old man bowed politely and greeted his senior brother. "Sorry I'm late. It looks like that guy's guests have arrived." ManHwa sect elder, Master Kim Jang, replied, "It's so noisy down there. Seems like to Jang's disciples." In a nearby pavilion, Duong Ngok Li sat quietly. The old man looked at him and asked, "Young Master Duong Ngok Li's peach blossom technique is becoming more refined. Should I call him?" The other elder quickly replied, "Forget it. That kid once cut off the arm of a Thanfong gym disciple." Then Master Kim Jong changed the subject. The principle of water nourishing wood. Wood benefits from water. He should understand and maintain this 5 elements philosophy. Kim Hak suddenly heard a lecture. He couldn't help but wonder why the 5 elements principle was being brought up. He looked slyly at his senior brother and said, "This is the teaching of the greatness and the success or failure of ManHwa. Cultivate the mind before the body. All things must stay in balance. If a tree absorbs too much water, it can only end in self-destruction." Kim Jang raised his staff and tapped Kim Hak on the head affectionately. "I obviously know that, you rascal. Besides, this is my business. Are you trying to take my place?" The old man grinned and made peace. "Don't be like that. I didn't expect you to still be so energetic." Suddenly a voice rang out. "I have finished my meditation." This caught Kim Hak's attention. Duong Ngok Li stood up and approached the two. He spoke coldly. "It seems you two haven't talked enough. I'll take my leave first." Kim Hak glanced at him and sighed, thinking, "I didn't expect this child to have grown this much." He wondered to himself, is it really just because of that kid? Master Kim Jang, as if reading his mind, spoke up. "It's hard to say." He looked at Duong Ngok Li's retreating back and said, "Because that child grew too fast, the personality differences are unpredictable." Kim Hak watched and replied, "After successful cultivation, this is also inevitable." Kim Jiang heard this and remarked sarcastically, "Ah, wasn't that the child you worked so hard to save after seeing the traces at Yu Mountain?" This comment made Kim Hak blush. He turned away with a forced smile. "That was because a drinking buddy asked me. Besides, I didn't really save him." Kim Jong glanced at him and warned, "Go down before it's too late. To make Duong Ngok Li righteous and pure, that child must be saved." On the other side, Duong Thong had wiped out everyone who dared draw a sword to arrest him. Mo Dong-sun looked at him, overwhelming the entire field, and wondered in panic, "Even as ManHwa disciples, can't we even beat one person?" Meanwhile, Duong Thong was warming up and exhaled. "Phew, if this keeps up, I won't reach 100 strength points." He glanced to the side and said, "Now there's only one person left, right?" He asked curiously, "Hey, what are you doing?" The person he asked was Mo Dong-ba. His expression was calm, his sword still in its scabbard. He didn't answer Duong Thong's question, but asked back, "The reason you haven't drawn your sword yet is because I didn't listen to my senior brother? This is my choice." Mo Dong-sun heard this and said indignantly, "Hey! Stop talking nonsense. You haven't done anything for the ManHwa sect yet. What do you plan to do now? We're clearing the way for you, don't you know?" Suddenly, a rough hand clamped over his mouth. It was Jong Hung. He put his arm around the man, pretending to be friendly, and whispered a reminder. Good grief, you talk too much. My brother is 10,000 times better than you. He looked toward Duong Thong and Mo Dung Ba and said, This guy's build is about the same as mine. After that question, Duong Thong answered calmly, I will not draw my sword. You were the ones who provoked us first, not me. As for Mo Dung Ba, he did not draw his sword but raised his hands, settling into a martial stance and saying, Then I will also use my bare hands to face you. In his heart, Duong Thong grew suspicious. This stance was completely different from the one he saw before. While thinking, he asked aloud, You fight better without a sword, don't you? Mo Dung Ba spoke seriously. I have never chosen anything for myself. Born into a prestigious clan, raised in the Manhwa sect, I only learned what I was told to learn. That is how I grew up. After speaking for a moment, he lowered his head. But later in Xi'an, I made my own decision to save Duong Dui. I gained faith in myself. He raised his head confidently. Even though I was defeated afterward, you still respected my choice. Mo Dung Ba maintained his stance, his resolve firm. The first choice I wanted was to learn the Plum Blossom Heart technique. The path I truly want to choose in the end is not using a sword, but using these bare hands. Hearing his opponent's explanation, Duong Thong silently confirmed. Looking at this build and voice, I thought this guy was very old, but he's only 15. Truly the age that craves self-expression. Then he clenched his fists and said, Fine then. Use those hands of yours to settle this quickly. Without hesitation, Duong Thong mapped out a plan in his head. Plum Blossom Heart Palm. I absolutely cannot take a direct hit from his palm strike. Besides, it's internal energy after all, so the breath is similar, he thought as he approached Mo Dung Ba with extreme speed. Dodging it won't be difficult. By the time he could react, Duong Thong had blocked the strike with one hand and prepared to land a palm strike with the other. However, the falling blossom phantom palm missed its mark. Mo Dung Ba keenly tilted his head, dodging a fatal blow. Duong Thong didn't expect this situation and thought, a counterattack? Kim Hak thought as he ran. An ordinary Manhwa disciple usually focuses on sword techniques, but occasionally there are exceptions. Mo Dung Ba belongs to the Mo Dung clan, famous for their swordsmanship, but people still underestimate him because his sword skills are poor and he is unaware of the backstabbing. Kim Hak grew envious the more he thought about it. In just 1 month, he had learned 6 moves to supplement his hand techniques. During the trip to Xi'an with Duong Ngoc Li, he progressed significantly. If Duong Ngoc Li is a natural genius, then Mo Dung Ba is the diligent type who makes up for it with hard work. His ingenuity and methods have refreshed the Manhwa sect's moves. His eyes were full of mockery. Now let me see how you fight against the disciple of Than Phong, a young transporter who once wiped out the bandits at Long Ho Fortress. Duong Ngoc Li asked Kim Hak, Did you see it? The situation below. Startled by the call, Kim Hak replied, Ah, yes. I can use internal energy to see that Mo Dung Ba is about to fight. He asked further, Against whom? The old man scratched his head, pretending, trying to remember. What was the name again? Actually, he wanted to hide it. If he said it, this kid would definitely run off again. He had to continue. Looks ordinary. Who was it? But Duong Ngoc Lai already knew it was Duong Thong. So all those hiding tricks were useless? He guessed it that fast? Kim Hak consoled himself. It should be fine. The distance is getting further. He narrowed his eyes. As expected, he really wanted a drink. On this side, Mo Dung Ba's supreme plum blossom hand technique was being executed in a fierce battle with Duong Thong. Suddenly, something made him pause. He noticed this change and questioned, Did you just learn something new? Right? Duong Thong then threw a kick at Mo Dung Ba, making him grimace in pain. Did he think mimicking Duong Thong was easy? Just watch Mo Dung Ba's plum blossom kick first. And this time he was panting from the arduous battle with him. What's going on? Why am I suddenly so tired? He thought. As expected, just like last time, he had analyzed every move of the opponent and predicted every subsequent action. However, if this continues, from this move of his, shifting into the plum blossom heart palm, Duong Thong realized, If you can't control your strength and move too much, you'll be exhausted. Grabbing onto this weakness, every time Mo Dong-ba struck, he could dodge one more move. It was nothing to Duong Thong. Trying to hit the head? Dream on. He might even take a palm strike from Duong Thong. Relying only on his physical advantage, Mo Dong-ba could still step forward to choke him. This big guy. Ta Thuong analyzed from afar. He can block and dodge Duong Thong's attacks. The size difference is too large. Duong Thong will get exhausted first at this rate. Jang Hung, while covering Mo Dong-sun's mouth, added, "If he's hit by that palm, Duong Thong will be in trouble. Duong Thong saw me fight that guy before, so he probably has a way to dodge." Ta Thuong remarked, "Either take a peach blossom heart palm strike or slowly be defeated by exhaustion. It could be either one." Jang Hung replied, Hey, you don't truly understand him yet. Think about it. This Duong Thong. Have you ever seen him collapse from exhaustion? Even though he fainted when we fought before, he still hasn't used the move that defeated Duong Nok Lee." And it was true. Duong Thong was still giving his all in front of Mo Dong-ba. He used all his strength to knock the opponent to the ground. But thanks to the Plum Blossom Third style, Mo Dong-ba successfully slammed him to the ground, creating a loud noise at the pavilion entrance. Mo Dong-sun wrestled out of Jang Hung's hand and cheered, "Well done, Mo Dong-ba! Keep it up!" This made Jang Hung raise an eyebrow, thinking he should probably knock him out. The system informed him, "You have exceeded your physical limit." Duong Thong was shocked. "Damn it, not yet?" As for Mo Dong-ba, he was only one final blow away. He told himself, "It's over." But seeing Duong Thong still trying to resist even while bent over, he wondered in shock, still has the strength to move? It seemed he had underestimated him. Seeing Mo Dong-ba's shocked face, and even though the system reminded him he had exceeded his limits, a glimmer of hope still flickered. It worked. A miracle happened. The system sent him good news. Your physical stamina has increased by 1 point. 16-year-old Duong Thong gained another point in strength and agility. His physical and true chi stats were very stable. He was silently happy. Finally successful, his ability had increased slightly. By now, Kim Hak had arrived to watch. Just as his stamina surpassed 99, the old man silently evaluated him. "That child's energy is changing. It's condensing. It looks smaller, but it seems his power has increased." This left Kim Hak utterly amazed at Duong Thong's potential. Has that child's body been strengthened to a new level? Mo Dong-ba stood dazed while Duong Thong adapted to the new energy source. "I thought stamina would reach 100 except for the first stage. At least the system is quite merciful." Body. Fortification. Your body has surpassed its own limits. You have broken the boundaries of stamina and agility. When using the false step skill, the cooldown will be removed. Hearing this, Duong Thong thought, "Body fortification? This is the result of my long-term training." He lowered his head. "I originally intended to save this move to deal with Duong Nok Lee, but a person must know how to seize an opportunity. So Duong Thong decided to apply it immediately. No need for it later. The system notified that the interface would change depending on how he used the skill. Mo Dong-ba noticed the abnormality in his opponent. Something is wrong. This guy seems taller? What's going on? He associated it. Could he use Tiger Fist like Jang Hung? No, this feeling is very different. Duong Thong's figure suddenly became blurred before his eyes. Mo Dong-ba realized it was the move he used against Duong Nok Lee and couldn't help but frown. "It's the shadow shift!" Mo Dong-ba felt uneasy and swung a palm strike, but Duong Thong dodged it. Before he could even get angry, Duong Thong exclaimed, "Ha! This feeling is so refreshing!" Mo Dong-ba was being toyed with and grit his teeth in rage. Taking advantage of him being driven by personal emotion, Duong Thong immediately lunged forward and punched him. Mo Dong-ba was furious at being played by this kid. Even so, he was still taught a lesson by Duong Thong. Everyone was stunned because he had turned the tide. Even Ta Thuong had to praise him. He suddenly became so agile. Jang Hung was also amazed. Huh? Was he planning to save that move? He almost lost just now, but now he looks much stronger. Mo Dongsun's eyes widened. Impossible. He felt a bit disappointed in Mo Dongba. Can a branch of ManHwa really reach that realm? Something made Duong Thong startle. It happened during the exchange between the two. He clutched his stomach. What's going on? Until he raised his head, he felt something was wrong. Forgot about the cooldown time, but every use consumes my internal energy. Suddenly, Duong Thong saw a dark shadow flash by. The person kept calling Duong Thong, Duong Thong. Who else could it be besides Duong Ngok Li? He called Duong Thong by name. As soon as Duong Thong saw him, Duong, his face turned pale, his lips mumbling, "It's over." While fighting Duong Thong and observing his clumsy use of weapons, Duong Ngok Li had realized one thing. A person who cannot even execute basic internal energy techniques can have such overwhelming strength in speed and power. He was so focused on parrying my attacks that he was easily wounded without even realizing it. Seeing him struggle to defend against my strikes, I was certain I was the stronger one. But there is something very strange about Duong Thong. He actually broke my Plum Blossom Burst. I thought I had executed a perfect swordsmanship move to defeat him. It was meant to be a one-hit kill, but Duong Ngok Li let Duong Thong grab a lock of his hair. After returning to ManHwa, Duong Ngok Li brooded over that regrettable result. He tried countless times to regain his form but could not escape the obsession with that event. To him, it was truly a nightmare. That's why he came to watch this duel today, to face that man once again. Seeing his powerful counterattack, Duong Ngok Li became even more conflicted. The situation grew worse as he got lost in his thoughts and began muttering to himself. Hearing him repeatedly say his name, Duong Thong turned his head in surprise. Kim Jiang, who had long seen through the ways of the world, knew this was the first time in this child's life he had tasted bitterness at the hands of a powerful rival. This humiliation, combined with the thirst for victory, will lead the heir of the ManHwa sect. Where to? It's hard to predict. But until now, the only one who can sharpen Duong Ngok Li is that young man. We have no choice but to believe in that child's mysterious potential. The old man finished sorting through his cluttered thoughts and decided to recharge. I need to go sleep for a bit. At the pavilion entrance, Duong Thong was deep in thought. I exhausted myself like a fool, but it's strange. He doesn't seem as terrifying as before. He thought this as he stepped forward, only to run into his old rival. Kim Hak mused, "Today truly is a day for fated encounters, meeting both at once." Duong Thong stared at Kim Hak in amazement. The old man looked younger than he imagined. Seeing him standing dazed, Jang Hung called out, "Hey, remember me? Last time you offered, but we couldn't fight. What a pity. Let me take him on first this time." Jang Hung suddenly stepping forward left Duong Ngok Li speechless. He flatly refused. "I'm not in the mood. Look at the situation, you fool." He immediately asked mockingly, "Mood? What mood?" and rudely punched him, intentionally provoking, "In the mood to fight me now?" He firmly grabbed Duong Ngok Li's trembling fist. This hand was no longer capable of moving. Unexpectedly, he struggled violently to break free, catching Jang Hung off guard, and then landed a kick to his face. Jang Hung was taken by surprise by Duong Ngok Li's attack. Looking at his moves, Duong Thong wondered in confusion. He didn't use his legs before. Seeing the counterattack, Jang Hung jumped up in excitement and laughed. "Great! Now that's a real man!" He unleashed his signature tiger fist to strike. But Duong Ngok Li used a ManHwa sect rolling move to beautifully neutralize Jang Hung's attack and even landed a kick to his head. One plan failed, another began. Jiang Hung continued to attack with his two-soul tiger fist. Why do I feel so exhausted before I've even done anything? Jang Hung's attack failed. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he had to shield his head to dodge the brilliant Plum Blossom move executed by Duong Ngok Li. His fighting style ignited Jang Hung's anger. He wondered, that defensive move is basically useless. Did Duong Thong really fight someone this strong? Duong Ngok Li's technique could be said to have reached its peak, teaching Jang Hung an unforgettable lesson. Watching from the side, Duong Thong gained a lot. I didn't expect Jang Hung to be able to block that move. He is naturally agile, but there is a massive gap between them. Looking at Duong Ngok Li's moves, A strange feeling rose within him. But why is this? Why don't I feel like I'll lose? On the contrary, I have faith that I can defeat the ManHwa heir, Duong Ngok Li. Duong Ngok Li finished up and was about to leave when Jiang Hung grabbed his shirt. Hey, where are you going, little brother? This left him feeling puzzled. Jiang Hung flared up. You dare turn your back on me? With that, he violently threw Duong Ngok Li to the ground. Duong Ngok Li landed flat on his back. Jiang Hung suddenly saw his legs move, but before he could react, he was kicked in the face. It was painful. Blood streamed from his nose. Duong Ngok Li gripped his sword so tightly that his hand was cut and blood dripped, but he didn't care. The priority was to handle this brat Jiang Hung first. How dare he be disrespectful? It was a capital offense. He screamed in pain. No matter how much it hurt, it was unlikely Duong Ngok Li would let him off. The leg he just used to kick Jiang Hung landed on the ground. Suddenly, he pointed his sword toward Duong Thong. Duong Thong hadn't done anything, but in his eyes, Duong Thong had to die. Being treated this way by Duong Ngok Li for no reason made him furrow his brows. He was so angry he crushed a rock, leaving everyone stunned. Duong Ngok Li did not back down. Kim Hak swooped down to intervene. The tip of Duong Ngok Li's sword was caught between them. Stop! Duong Thong stared furiously at the man opposite him. The old man advised, That's enough, Duong Ngok Li. Duong Thong mockingly reminded him, We're in a hurry. Are you still bitter about losing last time? Duong Ngok Li replied calmly, I came to reclaim my honor. Do you still not see the difference between us? Duong Thong sneered, Difference? You mean how you used your legs when you rushed over? You said ManHwa mainly uses hands and swords. I guess when necessary you use your legs too, right? The hand holding the sword pointed at Duong Thong trembled with rage despite being restrained. He turned to question, Why are you stopping me, Kim Hak? The old man laughed and replied, You should calm down. I don't want to see a corpse on this peak. The words were gentle but carried significant weight, causing him to feel a sense of fear. Kim Hak scolded, I gave this true sword to young people like you so you could feel the weight of responsibility. I didn't teach you to draw your blade like this. He glanced at him and repeated for the second time, Calm down, Duong Ngok Li. If you cross the line here, you will bring shame to the ManHwa sect. He was naturally defiant, biting his lip. Kim Hak brought up the old mistake. He warned him not to ruin everything because of it. In that infinite duel, you drew your sword and cut off someone's arm. These words shook his heart. Kim Hak, with a knowing look, asked, You think they came for revenge? Try to justify yourself. The old man said, I came and observed the situation. If I let this continue, it would be ridiculous. I think I heard the sound of something falling earlier. The escort team was on its way, but the cargo disappeared. No traveler or group draws their sword. It's unbelievable. My disciples, despite drawing their swords, are lying all over the ground. His words left the ManHwa disciples listening in silence. Kim Hak advised, Listen, Duong Ngok Li and the rest of you. You must stop before things get worse. However, he didn't seem to take much of it in. Instead, he loudly criticized, Why are you siding with those intruders? Kim Hak calmly questioned, So you think doing these things will make your family happier? Because of you, we almost lost the next generation of the ManHwa sect. These words hit his sore spot, making him frown and grit his teeth. Jiang Hung glanced at Ta Thuong. She was covering her mouth and bowing her head as if suppressing something. For the third time, I advise you, you must immediately stop these foolish and reckless actions driven by personal grudges. I know you are very frustrated. You disregard the 5 virtues rules simply because of ignorance and being controlled by emotion, losing the chance to resolve this enmity. Duong Ngok Li argued loudly. This is my chance. Why are you saying I lost it? His shout made Kim Hak lose all patience. The old man barked, You fool! I've said enough, and my patience has limits. In his anger, he used a massive ring of fire to surround Duong Ngok Li. The sword in the youth's hand was also knocked away. Kim Hak stopped advising and switched to lecturing. How long do you think I've been watching you? You've grown strong based on talent, but you've also grown increasingly arrogant. The old man looked toward Mo Dungba and used him as an example. At least Mo Dong-ba continues to train diligently, fulfilling his responsibilities and dedicating himself to the mastery of teachings. He is 100 times the model disciple you are. The disciples and Duong Thong stood dazed. He thought to himself, Kim Hak is a fire sword user, just like the legends on the mountain. Flames envelop the blade. Also known as the segmented sword or the motto sword technique. That move is extremely difficult to learn because the risk is so high. The practitioner can be burned. Not even the members of the ManHwa sect could master that swordsmanship until Kim Hak appeared. The old man caught Duong Ngoc Lai's flying sword and said, "While I clean up this mess, stay there and calm yourself down." At the same time, the system announced the mission completion. You have completed the special mission. A reward has been sent. Passive skill. True Chi Harmonization Level 1. Proficiency 0%. Creates a certain amount of Chi through breathing and regulates its flow into the core storage. Long body can be activated during meditation. No additional requirements. You have received a new skill. Passive skill. True Chi Harmonization, Duong Thong, was overjoyed. Today was truly a good day. From body fortification to true Chi harmonization. He noticed Kim Hak's gaze on him. Their eyes met. Kim Hak thought, though things have come to this, I still find it hard to believe. He clasped his hands and bowed to Huang Trung. Greetings. Kim Hak began to take the blame. For this incident, the person to be blamed is me. I failed to teach them the true virtues of the ManHwa sect. As their mentor, I have failed. He smiled and looked to the side, calling Mo Dong-sun. Mo Dong-sun answered without a trace of arrogance, yes. Kim Hak asked, have you paid yet? Mo Dong-sun politely handed over a stack of papers with both hands. Ah, I was just about to give this to you. Huang Trung looked at the payment papers. Mo Dong-sun replied quickly, yes, sir. Duong Thong thought happily, though meeting you in this situation is a bit regrettable, I'm still very glad. He spoke up. Master Kim Hak. The old man laughed and asked, what is it? How do you know my name? This is our first meeting, isn't it? He clasped his hands in a bow. Was it you who used fire to light that firecracker? When I spoke with that wealthy man, he said naturally, he said there was a drunkard on the mountain who could help us. These words startled the two people nearby. Mo Dong-sun questioned in dissatisfaction, you brat! A drunkard? How can you say such disrespectful things? However, Kim Hak laughed loudly at being called that and admitted, that's right, that drunkard is none other than me. Duong Thong thought nostalgically, it's been so long since I heard this hearty laughter. He hasn't changed at all compared to my past life. Kim Hak placed a hand on his shoulder. He smiled and asked, what is your name, young man? He answered confidently, my name is Duong Thong. Kim Hak praised him frankly. That is a fine name. Duong Thong chimed in, I am often told that. The old man crossed his arms, admiring the confident demeanor. Truly the kind of attitude that high-ranking officials love. He suddenly changed the subject. By the way, may I ask something? The old man asked. What? Duong Thong asked curiously. Regarding what you said earlier. You said Duong Ngoc Li caused this. The old man pointed at Mo Dong-sun and Duong Ngoc Li, exposing them without hesitation. I don't know what you mean by this, but it was that boy's excessive loyalty and vanity that provoked you. Duong Ngoc Li caused all of this, so it can be said it is all his fault. Duong Ngoc Lai, hearing himself bad-mouthed, thought, wait, what is he saying? Duong Thong listened to the explanation and thought, everything is over. The escort mission is a success. Only one mission left, but I don't want to do it at all. Just then, the system displayed the special mission. Within 1 month, 30 days, go to the ManHwa sect and apologize to Duong Ngoc Lai. Reward, main map. Penalty, abnormal lethargy, unable to move for 3 days. He looked at it for a moment and had a question. It doesn't say I have to apologize sincerely, right? Thinking this, he stepped in front of Duong Ngoc Lai, scratched his head, and said in a completely insincere tone, I know you lost face a bit because of me. Sorry about that. As expected, the system announced, Mission complete. You have finished your special mission. Reward sent. You can now use and view the main map. After saying those hollow words, Duong Thong's expression immediately shifted. Did you think I would truly apologize like that? He thought, you idiot. Duong Ngok Li felt the threat in his words and started in fear. Coincidentally, the system showed, mission complete. You have activated the secret voice transmission skill. You have finished the task and the reward has been sent. Your stamina increased by 10. Duong Thong was amazed. I managed to do secret voice transmission? To activate it, all I need to do is send a thought to the target, right? Then Kim Hak spoke. I want you two to get to know each other more. But today's actions by this boy have exceeded the authority of the Manhwa sect. If you haven't settled things today, another day will do. Duong Ngok Li was still confused by Duong Thong's silent insult. Did I hear that wrong? Then Kim Hak escorted him away. I'll take my leave with Duong Ngok Li first. At that moment, Duong Thong's insult reached his ears again. See you at the Murim Academy, you bastard! Duong Thong was secretly delighted. He must be so angry he's speechless. Duong Ngok Li thought in humiliation, what on earth is that guy? Truly an insult. He was so angry he clenched his fists and grit his teeth. I will definitely make you pay for this. Meanwhile, Duong Thong and the entire escort team were leaving the peak of Mount Hua. He breathed a sigh of relief. Dropping the burden from his shoulders felt so light. Zhang Heng complained, Ma'am, the way back is quite tiring too. Kim Hak stood on the cliff watching the group depart. He opened the cap of his wine gourd but suddenly stopped. He smiled bitterly. Didn't I decide to quit drinking? He recalled his words to Duong Thong. I am very sorry about today. I like you. Let's have a drink together someday. But Duong Thong flatly refused. No, from now on, please quit drinking. Kim Hak didn't understand why. He smiled and replied, You must live a long life to become the successor elder. I'm serious. Duong Thong's words left the old man lost in thought. He continued, Kim Hak must become the elder who inherits the highest title of the Mount Hua sect. And of course, please don't ask me to drink with you again. Don't pretend you don't know, he said frankly. I am still just a child. Kim Hak could only stare intently at Duong Thong. Back in the present, he let out a scoff. That brat. Suddenly, Kim Hak threw the wine gourd away and shouted, That brat dares to tell me to quit drinking. The ceramic pieces smashed against the cliff and every drop of wine flowed down the mountainside. Kim Jang approached from behind and remarked, To make a seasoned Taoist master throw away his wine bottle. I'm starting to like that kid too. Kim Hak turned his head in surprise. Oh, you're here? Should I cancel the vow with Zhang Hao Min? But Kim Jiang jumped straight onto the roof and looked around. Where is Zhang Hao Min? Leaving Kim Hak speechless. Then he looked down seriously and muttered, Regardless, quitting drinking is a good thing. Kim Hak thought, Duong Thong. I should thank that brat. Quitting drinking is a small thing, but to the person quitting it is forever a big thing. Then Kim Hak grunted in annoyance. What a waste. That was worth quite a bit of money. Duong Thong's group had reached the foot of the mountain. Looking at the surroundings, he felt a secret worry. Kim Hak shouldn't have stopped everyone back then. Someone shouted, Rest for a moment and check your personal luggage. Duong Thong pondered. The man once known as the most terrifying beast of Mount Hua, until Duong Ngok Li appeared. Such a man was excluded from the competition within the sect, and could not become an elder, despite many elders supporting him. Later, he had to endure a long and painful civil war. Kim Hak must have been deeply disappointed by this. He was completely pushed out. He became the captain of the Murim Alliance support team. I was once a member of it too. That's how I met him in my past life. Now, I have absolutely no intention of returning to that low-level support team again. Duong Thong imagined Kim Hak's pensive look when he said, You suddenly want me to quit drinking? Let's see. As a result, he couldn't help but hesitate. I don't know what effect asking him to quit drinking or to become an elder will have, but if I can change the future by somehow helping him become a Mount Hua sect elder, he will have a chance to expose the corruption of the alliance. Duong Thong immediately thought of Kim Hak's angry face. What do you think you're doing? He frowned. If the future changes, perhaps I won't have to drink alone with him anymore. Suddenly, Jiang Hung appeared and asked, Hey, Duong Thong, do you remember saying that since you paralyzed me during our sparring, you'd let me kick your butt? Duong Thong smiled bitterly. You still remember that? Don't be so petty. Jiang Hung raised an eyebrow and asked back, If it were me, would you forget? Duong Thong had to say, A promise is a promise. Do you want to hit me now? That sounds good, he said excitedly, then reached out and slapped him on the backside. Duong Thong startled. What are you doing? Hey, that's gross. Jiang Hung gave a friendly thumbs up. Well done. Seeing you clean up that Manhwa crowd by yourself was truly cool. Although I didn't get to punch Duong Ngok Lai in the face, which was a bit shameful. The people around chimed in. That's right, watching that was so satisfying. They got what they deserved. Trung Sun stroked his chin and said, Oh, sorry I couldn't handle them all at once. I was a bit lazy. The old man also added, Hey, look at me. How about we just leave all these high-ranking disciples here? The whole group burst into laughter. Duong Thong smiled. Isn't this just the daily life of the Murim Alliance? These jokes really make me nostalgic. Isn't this a great way to enjoy the day? If I were a descendant of the Manhwa sect, I probably would have left the mountain already. Deep down, I feel like it's a very uncomfortable position. Maybe I'd throw it all away. Ta Thuong looked at him and said softly, Hey, because of this mess, maybe I should just call off that political marriage altogether? He laughed loudly. Great idea. Huang Trung broke into a cold sweat hearing them. Thinking back, how am I going to explain this to my senior? The disciples behind were still chatting happily. What? Getting married soon? Suddenly, Ta Thuong looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Duong Thong replied dreamily, Huh? She spoke her mind. Even though it was just an ordinary battle, it was still a challenge to the Manhwa training hall, the greatest in Murim. In the Murim world, there are disciples who go far beyond that. Duong Thong said happily, Wonderful. He thought, Except for Mo Dung Ba and Mo Dung Hai, everyone in the Manhwa sect is as arrogant as in my past life. They have no virtue. She was full of questions. Duong Thong confidently crossed his arms. If you're anxious and impatient because you couldn't handle them, sooner or later you'll go deal with them anyway, right? Ta Thuong broke a sweat. Is that so? He suddenly opened his mouth wide and pointed at her. You have to open your mouth wide to know who will be dealt with. Look closely. She startled and cried out, your mouth is really big. He smiled brightly. I'll just eat them all up, okay? If they come looking for me one by one, I'll be very grateful. Ta Thuong said helplessly, If you say so, then it should be fine, right? He stroked his chin and looked at her meaningfully. By the way, I'm very curious. Why do you care so much about me? Ta Thuong, caught off guard, said in a panic, Huh? Who? Me? Duong Thong raised an eyebrow. Isn't it so? She immediately turned away. It's not me. He teased her. Is it not? Ta Thuong lost her patience and scolded, I said it's not, you idiot! Duong Thong laughed triumphantly. You can't fool me. You're worried about me, aren't you? Ta Thuong frowned and reminded him, Hey, go get a haircut when we get back. He countered, Cut my hair? I can just tie it up. But Ta Thuong held her ground. Your hair doesn't look good. Try cutting it into a double ponytail like Jiang Hung. He heard this and gave a devious smile. Great idea! Let me cut it for you! Duong Thong was terrified just imagining it. What's wrong with my hair? You think that style suits me? Ta Thuong, seeing she had the upper hand, laughed triumphantly. Hey, catch him! Jiang Hung quickly pinned him down, making him shout, No! Don't touch my hair! Ta Thuong ordered, Tie him to that tree over there. Jiang Hung added fuel to the fire. Calm down. I'll give you a beautiful cut. He screamed piteously, No! Huang Trung, helplessly pretending not to hear, turned to his subordinate. Hey, can you tell Ta Jiang that the engagement with the young heir of the Manhwa sect has been cancelled? The subordinate said awkwardly, Me? Tell Lord Tajiang? I'd rather you just kill me. Huang Trung reassured him.
It's easy. You can tell him about the bandit raid and the provocation from the ManHwa sect. But before he could finish, the old man interrupted. Tell him yourself, old friend. The city gates opened wide, and soldiers warmly welcomed Huang Trung's group. Long time no see, Lord Huang Trung. Your long journey must have been tiring. Duong Thong affirmed. The long journey has ended. We've finally returned to Xi'an. The way back was very smooth, likely because we had no luggage. Thanks to that, we finished the escort mission and can receive the reward. I can finally check my skills in detail. Behind him, Zhang Hung and Ta Thuong exclaimed, The hair looks great! First, Duong Thong ordered the main map to open. In his subconscious space, he examined the displayed squares and how to open them. It's just like the status window. Just say, open, and a faint region of light appears. This is the first time I've seen something like this. It's like a 3D picture drawn with light. It's so mysterious I can't even imagine it. The main map shows the current location in Xi'an. Duong Thong told himself he kept staring at it because it was so fascinating. After defeating the Long Ho Fortress bandits, the reward I didn't notice because of the frantic situation was a top-tier translator passive skill. With maximum proficiency, it can decode all languages and scripts in the world. Perfect status. Duong Thong nodded. Thanks to it, he could guess what upgrade meant. With the main map and top-tier skill, he understood these unknown words and symbols. He opened his equipment interface and pondered. Besides this translation skill, he also received other skills from missions like cooking and luck. They are all passive skills, just like the 3 eyes. He thought in confusion, calling cooking a martial skill is a bit odd. Considering the effectiveness of food before, he thought it would be very useful in the future. The info board introduced Cooking Passive Skill Level 1, Proficiency 86%. The Art of Cooking Raw Food. Food effects depend on your skill level. Status, Novice Apprentice. More important than all of this is the Luck skill. He read the board. Luck Passive Skill Level 1, Proficiency 0. Through breathing, it creates chi energy and regulates its flow into the body's core energy storage. Can be activated in a sitting position without needing extra functions. Status, No Attribute. Duong Thong nodded. This was exactly what he needed most. Soon it was time to say goodbye. Duong Thong bowed and clasped his hands to everyone. Safe travels. Huang Trung also replied happily, Good work. He recalled his past life where he trained for 46 long years, but now he thinks that thanks to Master Mac's direct teaching in this life, he has gained 15 years of experience. Furthermore, it can strengthen my acupuncture techniques. He looked at his rough hands, the innate limitations of the body. This experience was both an obstacle and his hallmark. No matter how hard I try to master martial arts moves, I'll be blocked by this wall. This is just like the logic that a girl's arm, no matter what, cannot swing a heavy greatsword. At that moment, Ta Thuong looked at him. Duong Thong stood pensive before the clan pillar. He kept clenching and unclenching his hands, then sat down in a stance. I will maintain mental unity during this meditation. Circulating chi naturally, the energy flowed into the 8 dantians. He hesitated. This effect wasn't very large. It wasn't much different from the 3 talents qigong, but this proficiency gave him hope. Duong Thong recalled the skill description. From his experience so far, level is understood as rank. Therefore, the higher the level, the more the skill's effectiveness will gradually increase. He reviewed his notable skills. They will still increase according to skill level. Duong Thong concentrated energy into his dantian, thinking, of course, if its level increases, the chi circulation efficiency will be better. Looking at the false step, it is clearly his best skill right now, but it consumes a lot of chi. Passive skill, false step. Level 1, proficiency 54. A move created to effectively dodge an opponent's attack. Can break through in any direction 3 times. Scouting can reach a maximum distance of 90 centimeters. Each use consumes 10% ki. He continued to ponder. No matter how long his chi bar is, each use will consume 10% of it.
In the end, the maximum number of times he can use it continuously is only 10. As he learns and uses more and more martial arts, this false step technique will be used less and less. I have no choice but to upgrade the skill. At that moment, Ta Thuong quietly approached to observe. Has Duong Thong already started training right after returning from Xi'an? He startled and thought, "Oh, scared me to death. I can't even breathe in peace." Then he finally replied to her, "That's because I have no talent." Hearing that, Ta Thuong said in confusion, "Huh? What's wrong with you? Did Duong Ngok Lai hit you in the head or something?" Duong Thong sighed, ignoring her. "I must become stronger before the day we meet again. It was all thanks to the ManHwa sect manual in my past life memories combined with the false step skill. I just learned that I was able to defeat Duong Ngok Li and become an official disciple of the Than Phong training hall. It was all thanks to my past life memories. Perhaps it's because countless similar events around me have unfolded in different ways. Without these memories, I would be nothing. If Zhang Hung, Duong Ngok Li, and Ta Thuong also had such abilities, the consequences would be unimaginable." He shook his head to disperse those negative thoughts. Duong Thong slowly stood up. "Clearly, it's just my luck. I don't know how long my luck will last. The only thing I can do is—" He turned to Ta Thuong and said with a smile, "I don't know how you see me, but I only have one talent." She asked curiously, "What is it?" He looked confidently at his hands. "Effort." She mocked him. "What can you achieve based only on effort?" Duong Thong clenched his fists, his resolve firm. "I will become the best in the world." Hearing that, Ta Thuong burst out laughing. He shouted in embarrassment, "Don't laugh! I'm not joking!" But Ta Thuong still asked casually, "You're kidding me, right?" Duong Thong immediately realized, "Hey, I can tell by your eyes. I heard it too, you're laughing." Ta Thuong sighed and said, "I only laughed a little." He lowered his eyes and asked sadly, "Is it that funny? Why are you laughing?" Suddenly Ta Thuong raised her hand. This caused Duong Thong to take a step back in fear, but she only said confidently, "No matter how you look at it, I think the hairstyle I cut for you is very beautiful." She ran off, not forgetting to remind him, "Hey, don't be so noisy. Go take a bath, you smell. I'm going in first." Duong Thong shouted in confusion, "Hey, wait!" But Ta Thuong didn't pay attention at all. Only a glimpse of her blushing cheeks betrayed her. Duong Thong thought helplessly. She just turned and ran away. It seems she really found this hilarious. Night had fallen. Duong Thong continued his quiet meditation without rest, while Ta Thuong observed him. That idiot is still meditating. She sat on the second floor of the mansion, chin in hand, watching him with interest. "Actually, I've always laughed. The best in the world, I laughed. Because I feel that it might actually come true. You really are an idiot." On the Bok Chi cliff, he leisurely smoked his pipe. "There are so many stars today." Suddenly, he noticed movement behind him. Two subordinates knelt and reported, "We heard news of your arrival in Xi'an and rushed here immediately." He blew out a puff of blue smoke and said calmly, I need to know more about that thing. That thing. Do you have any good news?" They immediately replied, "Yes." They looked up at their master and stammered out the story. The story happened nearly 2 months ago. After hearing their story, Bok Chi smiled and said, "Oh, perhaps the Peach Blossom Swordsman has appeared in Xi'an due to 2 major events, the Yu Mountain Bandit attack and the ManHwa incident. Although a long time had passed, the escort mission wasn't actually over yet. Huang Trung and Ta Jiang finished their exchange, then patted their chests and breathed a sigh of relief. The hallmaster and all the disciples of the Than Phong training hall returned to their daily lives as if nothing had happened. However, if anything changed, it was that the disciples who completed the escort mission with me now followed me everywhere. It's a bit annoying. A few months after we completed the escort mission, a notice was posted on the board. First place, Duong Thong. Second place, Zhang Hong. Third place, Ta Thuong. Fourth place, Kong Bok. Fifth place, Kam Thien. Sixth, Wai Fong. Seventh, Nguyen Hao. Eighth, Hao Tu. To prepare for the upcoming Dragon Phoenix exam, many mock exams were held. The tests were diverse, covering chi application, defensive techniques, and fortification techniques. The overall rankings were announced on a poster. Jang Hung spoke while picking his nose, sounding confused. "What's the point of competing in these mock exams?" Duong Thong asked, "What do you mean by that?" He immediately denied it. "No, not like that. The results are the same every day. What's the point, right?" He looked at him helplessly. "The rankings have been fixed since the start of the escort mission. I'm first, you're second, and Ta Thuong is third." The person who changed was Kong Bok. Because he was ranked outside the top 10, he wasn't qualified for the escort mission. Afterward, his rank rose rapidly. He stopped at 4th, but he certainly felt the strength gap between the three of us. Duong Thong watched Kong Bok clicking his tongue in front of the rankings. Then he turned back to continue the conversation. "That's right. If you slept a little less, you might have caught up to me, right?" Jiang Hung raised an eyebrow. "Hey, I told you, that's a human physiological need. A person should sleep more than 6 hours a day." Duong Thong felt very helpless. His perspective is truly... At that moment, Jiang Hung yawned. "Should I take a nap or keep sleeping?" Ta Thuong looked at him and raised an eyebrow. It's incomprehensible. I can't believe I lost to such a sleepyhead." Just then, Kong Bok stepped forward and called softly, "Ta Thuong." Duong Thong and Jiang Hung immediately went silent as if they had heard something interesting. Ta Thuong asked doubtfully, "What is it? Why did you call me?" Kong Bok said shyly, "I have a few words I want to say. Can we talk while we walk?" She replied in confusion, while winking at her two companions. "Oh, okay then." Jiang Hung didn't understand yet, but Duong Thong noticed her secretly waving her hand. He couldn't help but be confused. "What? You want us to follow?" Behind a corner of the training hall, the autumn weather was deepening, and the branches were becoming bare. Ta Thuong walked ahead and asked directly, "What do you want?" Kong Bok began to explain. 2 years ago, you and I had many happy memories. Looking back now, our relationship has changed. Perhaps because of the things I did, I have disappointed you greatly." Jiang Hung and Duong Thong were currently eavesdropping from the other side of the wall. Kong Bok stated his decision. "Starting today, I will leave the training hall. I will return to my hometown in Sichuan to treat my hand." Ta Thuong didn't understand. "So, before you leave, what do you want me to do for you?" He suggested, "Can you come to Sichuan with me?" "What do you think? If it's you, Ta Thuong, I'm willing to do anything for you." She frowned and crossed her arms. "With me? Why?" Finally, Kong Bok spoke his mind directly. "Please date me." Jiang Hung was shocked. Duong Thong almost shouted but managed to cover his mouth in time. Bok keenly heard a sound and immediately looked around. "I think I heard something." But the two of them managed to hide in time. Ta Thuong flatly refused. "I don't want to, that's just one-sided." "I know you just want me to run away with you because only 3 people from our hall are allowed into the Murim Alliance. You were excluded from the escort mission and earned no points. Your basic ranking is also low, behind Duong Thong, Jiang Hung, and me. That's why you're 4th. Now you want me to go with you? No, your goal won't be achieved," Kong Bok stubbornly countered. "It's not like that. We can enter the Murim Alliance together, so please date me. I have a way to get in." Ta Thuong wouldn't listen and waved her hand. "I said no is no. Whether it's going somewhere or dating you, I won't do it." His face darkened and he roared in anger. "Why don't you want to date me? Is it because of Duong Thong?" Hearing this, Jiang Hung nudged Duong Thong with his elbow. He said with interest, "Oh, it's all because of you," while he frowned and thought, "Ha!" Thinking him asking her out was shocking enough, but it's even more shocking that he blamed everything on me. My past life was crazy enough, but this time it's even crazier. I understand why he's leaving. If he stays, he won't get into the Murim Alliance. The Tai Niem sect and his family would be judged just as Ta Thuong said. I know I have to pass the Dragon Phoenix exam, but only 3 people get in. Recalling the last time, Kong Bok roared, "It's all because of you. Duong Thong concluded that as he expected, he also came to find him and said similar words, but this time in a different way. Actually, if I hadn't been sent here, the Dragon Phoenix titles of the Than Phong Hall would have been given to Zhang Heng, Ta Thuong, and Kong Bok. He was ousted by the Than Phong Hall. History has changed again. Kong Bok declared, "The next time we meet, I will definitely crush you." Then he turned and left. Duong Thong was pensive. Actually, whether it's Duong Ngok Lai or Kong Bok, in this life they have never done anything bad to me. Because I can't let go of the regrets of my past life, I have become their enemy. But while I remember everything here, what can I do? Kong Bok tormented me, and Duong Ngok Li stole my wife. Duong Thong muttered, "Is that so?" when he used the past life memory character trait skill. He held the wine bottle in his hand and consoled himself. In the end, both of them became great motivation for my growth. I left the future behind to chase them. He stood in front of his house. Duong Thong thought hurriedly, "Now I have a more urgent matter." The little cat slowly let out a meow. Looking at it, I could only smile bitterly. I was able to convince the Imperial soldiers before also thanks to this little cat. This cat is over 2 months old now, isn't it? Time flies. After all, it is still a spirit beast. Someone picked it up, and it was quite heavy. His father picked Tutu up and waved its paws as a greeting. "You're back? The achievement report has been sent. You did well." Duong Thong opened the cap of the wine gourd and stepped aside. He replied confidently, Yes, I did very well." The old father laughed helplessly. "No matter how excellent you are, you shouldn't be arrogant." Duong Thong poured wine into a cup. Then he suddenly lowered his voice and called, "Father." As the wine trickled down, he said seriously, "Tomorrow father should not go to one village." Hearing this, his father asked in confusion, "What?"
Why so sudden? Are we talking about this again?
Duong Thong clenched his hand. "If history changes again, wouldn't it be better? I want to change my future and my father's future." He looked at his father, who tilted his head. Father always goes to one village for a reason. Duong Thong tried to persuade him. "If father goes to one village tomorrow, father will be in danger." He couldn't help but frown. "What?" He had to lower his tone. Speaking directly, Father might die." He resolved to himself, "My past life has ended. I must change. I must change my whole life." His father frowned in shock and hit him hard on the head. "How can you speak to your father like that, you rotten brat?" In the dark night, several soldiers walked side by side. They complained while walking, "Oh, this smell. Let the rain fall soon and wash this away." This is the back alley of Xi'an, a village clustered in the most remote corner. Some people think they live at the bottom of society, but in reality, there are people living even below them. This place is called One Village, a village made of dust, waste, rotten mud, and sewage. A messy, useless place. Duong Thong followed behind, thinking his father was secretly helping a family here. His father pointed over there. He let Tutu climb onto his head. In my past life, I had no idea my father was such a person. Meanwhile, his father looked at that house and said sadly, "That single door has fallen off again." He led him inside. "I once thought about introducing them to you, but everything was fine, so I didn't." Duong Thong walked with difficulty on the soft, muddy ground. "I only know this is where my father died. He was handling the funeral for a close friend." The old father reached out and knocked on the door. "It's cold now, bear it a bit. Just for one day, looking straight and dedicating oneself fully to work is good, but don't forget to look around and take care of yourself and others." Duong Thong replied to his father, "You should have told me sooner." After speaking, he still looked around vigilantly. "To this day, I still don't know who killed my father in my past life. Since there is no evidence, the officials won't come. I must do it myself." Seeing no one coming out, his father pushed the door hard and shouted inside, "Still asleep? Duong Jia Hao, Uncle is here." "Today, Uncle will introduce someone." But before the words finished, a scream rang out. "Uncle!" the boy cried. "Save us! They're trying to take us away! Beside the two children was a man with a fierce face. What now? Hak-Hai turned and saw them, then chased them away. Uncle, close the door and go! So his father immediately rushed up to restrain the guy. It's this late. What are you doing here? Where are you planning to take these innocent children? He spoke aggressively. Oh? This old man is really annoying. Annoying to death. He turned and swung his arm to strike directly at his father, but Duong-Thong blocked the blow in time. He looked at him suspiciously. Did this guy kill my father? He spoke coldly. What are you doing? Hak-Hai pushed hard against Duong-Thong's hand but could not budge it. He grunted, This brat is not simple. Who the hell are you? Where did you learn martial arts? On the other side, Duong-Thong's father signaled for the children to come closer. He said angrily, Hey, I'm just collecting the money I lent them. Duong-Thong immediately asked, How much? He didn't seem to react in time and asked back. He frowned and clarified, How much do they owe? Hak-Hai smiled deviously and asked, Will you pay for them? 1,000 HG. Hearing that, Duong-Thong was alarmed. What? 1,000 HG? That's ridiculous! 1,000 HG is not only enough to support these children, but could also support this entire one village for several years. He cursed under his breath. This bastard. But Hak-Hai had picked up his club. My leader says there are 4 types of people in this world. He raised the weapon in his hand and spoke incessantly. The first type is like this. Above my head are those who must pay money. Then the club swept across as he continued. The second type are those who don't need to borrow money. The third type are those who borrow money and pay it back. The tip of the club pointed at the boy and he shouted, then pointed at the boy's leg. The fourth type is like you, only borrowing money without the ability to pay it back. Hak-Hai pointed directly at Duong-Thong mockingly. So which type does our brave Murim boy belong to? Duong-Thong calmly analyzed the enemy in front of him. He knows how to use wild and cruel weapons. He's not just playing. The system displayed information. Hak-Hai, 28 years old, strength 85, stamina 52, agility 67, chi 1. Hak-Hai was still curious about Duong-Thong's classification in the third type, while Duong-Thong looked him up and down and silently assessed. His clothes are not bad, clearly a subordinate of some organization. A black snake tattoo. What organization is this? He spread his arms to block the children and said, Oh my, I can't pay this amount. But why are you taking these children? Hak-Hai smiled. The fourth type of person can only do 2 things, pay the debt or mortgage something. Duong-Thong questioned angrily. You intend to sell the children into slavery? He replied indifferently, These days, it's not just adults who earn money. Girls do girls' work, boys do boys' work. As long as they're good-looking, the price will be higher anywhere. It could be said this is a delicacy for adults and people of status. He pointed the wooden club at Duong-Thong. Hey, young master. I know you've mastered a few martial moves, but you'd better not show them off. You think I'm alone? Hearing that, Duong-Thong startled and turned around. A large man had restrained his father from behind. He continued to threaten, If you don't want to see your father die, stand still. Although his father was in danger, he still tried to shout. Duong-Thong, don't worry about me. Take the children and go. The blade was close to his neck, drawing blood. Kill them, these bastards! From the next room, another man appeared with a grin. Are you playing hero, father? Even if father dies? This guy won't get back peacefully. Father knows that. Duong-Thong looked at the display. Mindu, level 12. He swung the bloodied sword, drops dripping to the floor, and said, This guy will die just like that leper woman. Hearing this, the children screamed in terror. Oh no! Hak-Hai laughed provocatively. Heh, this guy seems to be a martial arts expert, be careful. The guy who was clutching Duong-Thong's father threatened, If you do anything stupid, this guy will be in danger. The 2 children rushed into the room, saw the blood-covered bed, and wailed, Mother, no! Duong-Thong grit his teeth and pondered. The children's mother had leprosy. His father couldn't take the children away, so he came here to help. Mindu lost patience and turned back because they kept making a fuss about the leprosy mess on the floor. He questioned angrily, "Why did you kill her? Was it necessary to do that?" He tilted his head with amusement. Why did I kill her? Because our goods must not have any damage or defects. That mother kept resisting, not wanting to supply goods to us, so I had to kill— Oh, wait. Hakai suddenly remembered something. There seems to be a cat on its back, right? He looked up. Tutu's eyes flashed as it stared at him. It was like a tiger focusing on its prey. This sight startled Hakai. On the other side, Duongthong was lost in thought. I've always wondered, after killing my father, how these bastards disappeared without a trace. Opposite him, Mindu still mockingly swung his sword. No, I didn't intend to hit her. Who knew it would be so easy? Suddenly, Tutu jumped down from above. It pounced on Hakai's face, making him scream. Minju asked helplessly, "Hey, you even brought a cat?" Duongthong said not a word. He pulled the axe from behind his back and swung it down hard, splitting the guy holding his father in two. Then he pulled his sword from its scabbard again and, quick as a flash, lunged toward Mindu, piercing his head with a single strike. Next, Duongthong gently withdrew his sword, letting the body collapse while feigning innocence. "Oh," he muttered. "My bad. Sorry about that," he added, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word. "I only meant to give you a light tap. Who knew you'd fall like that?" The Black Snake is completely different from other gangs. They are a professional organization that will protect the merchants who hire them to the end. They will lend you money until you can't pay it back, and then they'll seize your belongings. That's how they make a living. Hai grabbed a man by the collar, swearing, "Spit out the money!" The Guardians are also their collaborators in the back alleys. Despite having his face beaten and deformed, the man still tried to shout, "We are the Black Snake Gang! There's no need to beat us this much!" Duongthong sat opposite him and asked, "You people act as bodyguards but work for loan sharks?" The man stammered, Please spare me." He calmly asked further, 20 people from your organization came to this town. There must be other families who borrowed money from you, right?" He stammered in response, "How do you know? Oh, no. Who are you exactly?" Duongthong ignored him and spoke aggressively. "Tell me everything." At that moment, a member of the Black Snake Gang was carrying a crying girl on his shoulder. "Let me go!" one of the leaders ordered. "You bastards, shut them up!" So he immediately covered the girl's mouth. All right, be quiet." Under the bright moonlight, a crowd cheered as the children, with their hands and feet tied, were loaded onto a wagon. "Don't let the goods get scratched. If you scratch them, just you wait, you hear?" There were definitely more than 30 people. Nabong Ong smiled sinisterly. "I wanted to tie them all up here from the start. Why go through the trouble of taking them one by one from the village? It's truly redundant." Sun Bin agreed. "Far as the horizon, yet right before our eyes. Besides, the bigger the better." Nabong Ong teased with ambiguous words. "I don't understand those flowery words. Even if I did, my head would go bald." The two Black Snake leaders looked at each other and laughed loudly. Sun Bin smirked and said, "Actually, I didn't say that. It was that guy who said it." He looked toward Bok Chi, who was still puffing smoke. Sun Bin explained, "That's why the bigger the place, the more money can be made, unlike the disgusting trash heap of this village that no one cares about." Nabong Ong asked doubtfully, "Really? I only came because Big Brother told us to come together." "But who is that guy?" Sun Bin whispered. "Who knows? Don't be too curious. Even that guy has to bow his head in apology to him." Behind him, a man was constantly begging, "I'm sorry, truly sorry." Nabong Ong looked at him mysteriously. Then he smiled lewdly. "Oh, anyway, the more mixed bloods we catch, the more money we make." Sun Bin agreed. There's more money to be made here than in that ragged village on the mountain. If you get caught while on a mission, you're dead for sure. Last time we attacked the Mount Hua Min village, the villagers hunted us to death." Nabong Ong agreed. "Yes, that's right. If you lend them 1 or 2 silver coins, they'll be very grateful. So, making a living doing nothing is as easy as turning over your hand. Sun Bin immediately chimed in, "Exactly. If we always encountered cities like this, the Black Snake Gang would soon become the Black Snake Ward, ha-ha." They continued to banter. "What's a Black Snake Ward? There's no need for that at all." Sun Bin asked helplessly, "Then what do you want? Do you want to build a palace just to hold money?" Na Bang-ong flashed a savage smile, drooling. "No, I just need children." Sun Bin pointed his finger. "Those ones?" He immediately lamented. "They've all been sold. If I make a lot of money, I'll live with 50 children. On the other side, Bok Chi continued to smoke his pipe while the 2 leaders excitedly discussed. "But children grow up fast." Na Bang-ong laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! You're such a fool. When they grow up, just swap them for others." Sun Bin asked doubtfully, "So how do you plan to do that?" And so he spoke half-jokingly. "You help me catch them, I'll just pay you." Sun Bin laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! Fine, let's settle on that." On the other side, the horse pulling the goods suddenly went wild. This made a man shout, "Damn it, what's wrong with this horse?" Na Bang-ong turned and cursed, "These damn people again. Shut your foul mouths! You nearly scared the life out of me!" The man leading the horse said in a panic, "No."
They're all muzzled.
But before he could finish his sentence, Duong Thong's sword strike flew in and took his head off. Simultaneously, he counted 9. He looked at them with sharp eyes. "So you're all gathered here?" Sun Bin looked at him warily and slowly drew his weapon. "Who are you?" Na Bang-ong beside him also muttered, "Damn it, you scared the life out of me." They surrounded him and questioned him. "What is this bastard doing all of a sudden? Who the hell are you?" The Black Snake lackeys immediately swarmed forward noisily. "What? Where did he crawl out from? He's just a kid." Duong Thong tilted his head. "In my special mission, I'm only required to deal with my opponents, so I'll only ask you one thing. How do you want to die, or do you want to attack all at once? However, I prefer the latter option." "You lot smell like trash." Sun Bin frowned in annoyance. "This dog, he's just an ordinary kid." Na Bang-ong agreed confidently. "Uh-huh, what the hell are you afraid of? He's all alone, and there are more than 10 of us. Besides, there's another person behind." So the whole gang shouted, "Hey, whoever you are! We'll send you to hell." The fat guy laughed loudly. "Ha ha! A brat who still smells of his mother's milk dares!" He didn't finish his sentence before Duong Thong's axe slammed straight into his head. He counted again, 11. Another guy charged from behind shouting, "Die!" He decisively split him in 2 and counted 11. Duong Thong spun around, cutting the legs of 2 men beside him, then jumped up and drove an axe into each of their heads. 12, 13. 2 corpses fell just like that. Na Bang-ong cursed under his breath in anger. "You bastard!" he shouted. "Before he lands, stab him with your knives. He's in the air and can't dodge." Countless blades pointed straight toward the sky, but in the blink of an eye, Duong Thong's figure vanished, causing the blades to only strike each other. He descended from the air and neatly eliminated each enemy. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. He grit his teeth and cursed, "You bastards!" The 2 leaders were terrified, stammering, and speechless. How did this monster suddenly appear here? Sun Bin trembled. "No, I can't die." So he wisely knelt down and begged, "Sir, please spare my life. My family is still waiting for me. I'll hand over all my accumulated wealth. Please spare my life." Duong Thong didn't even bother to look down. "You have a family?" Sun Bin, with tears in his eyes, immediately replied, "Yes, yes, yes. I have a young child and a young wife at home. I'm telling the truth, so please spare my life." Then Duong Thong cut him down directly. He cursed in disgust, "A man with a wife and child doing this! A bunch of cowards!" Then he turned his gaze toward the remaining person. Na Bang-ong was immediately startled. "Let me—" He ran toward Bok Chi, shouting, "Big brother, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and kill that guy!" Duong Thong was surprised to discover, Ah, there's one more over here? Bok Chi spoke up. Why me? You reap what you sow. If you do evil, you must be punished. Nabangong panicked even more. No, no! From the beginning, he was the mastermind targeting those children, wasn't he? He stammered, trying to say something. It was all because of you. Bok Chi smiled and said, What? Is there a problem? Bok Chi exhaled smoke into the other's face, making him cough violently. Immediately after, both he and Duong Thong were stunned. The sharp pipe had pierced through Na Bang-ong's forehead. He used his last bit of consciousness to ask, Why? Why? Before he could finish, the other man decisively pulled the pipe out. Na Bang-ong immediately collapsed to the ground. Bok Chi looked at the other and said casually, No need to thank me. I didn't like those bastards much either. Bok Chi quickly ended Na Bang-ong's life. Duong Thong looked at him with full vigilance. So there was one person left. A system dialog box appeared. Mission accomplished. Reward has been sent to you. Your spiritual power has increased by 1 year. He looked at the dialog box, somewhat dazed. I was so focused on killing them that I didn't notice the reward. An increase of 1 year of spiritual power, huh? I've killed all the members of the Black Snake Gang here. The special mission is also complete. He muttered, then looked up at Bok Chi. Level 21. Who is this guy? He watched his opponent vigilantly. The information board appeared. Level 21, age 20, strength 120, stamina 111, agility 177, true chi 37. He broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, All the stats are over 100. Why is such a strong person hanging around with the Black Snake Gang? His own info also appeared. Level 19, Duong Thong, age 16, strength 99, stamina/agility 80, true chi 3, status normal. He assessed silently. Previously, if the power gap was too large, the data only showed question marks. But now that I'm level 19 and my 3 eyes skill is level 6, this guy has the highest stats of anyone I've met that I can clearly see. Even Ta Jiang, the master of Thanfong Hall, is 58 years old with strength 130, stamina 108, agility 115, and true chi 55. Generally, all this guy's stats are over 100. But in terms of strength, Zhang Heng's Tiger Fist has also exceeded 100. As for me, my stats only barely touch 100 during the body fortification stage. Looking back, if I always stop at 99, that is my limit. Strength 84 plus 1, stamina/agility 73 plus 1. Back then, the 3 eyes level was low, so I couldn't see Duong Ngoc Lai's stats. As for Ta Thuong, her strength limit is 99, but she has reached the second awakening stage. I know that once stats cross 100, there is a qualitative leap in power, but I didn't expect the gap to be this large. Ultimately, I had to spar with Ta Thuong to understand that difference. Duong Thong looked at the person before him warily. But the problem isn't just that. It's not about physical strength. This guy's level far exceeds mine. His agility is 177. Do I even have a chance to win? Noticing the axe in Duong Thong's hand, he raised both hands and gave a gentle smile. I've already thrown away my weapon, so don't attack me. Duong Thong looked at Bok Chi with suspicion. I'd be a fool to believe that. Duong Thong stared intensely at him. His name was Green, proving he wasn't an enemy, but who knows when it might change color. He burst out laughing. You're the Dragon Man of Thanfong, right? Duong Thong didn't understand. Bok Chi shrugged. How do I know? None of those royal sects or factions have anyone that's skilled with an axe. He exposed him frankly. The way you split those people in half with an axe was enough to reveal your identity. Our scout team also reported that you had visited Xi'an. Duong Thong remained alert. The ink cloud axe technique was the unique skill of the ManHwa sect, but this guy thought he was the Dragon Man. He continued. You're wondering why I think you're the Dragon Man, right? He ran a hand through his hair. There's no one in the ManHwa sect at this age who bothers me. Duong Thong looked at Bok Chi with an indescribable gaze. So that was his reason? He quickly disappeared. Bok Chi immediately appeared behind him, whispering, "Who else could it be?" Duong Thong startled and reflexively swung his arm to strike him. He nimbly dodged and landed on the roof, leisurely crossing his arms. "Let's cooperate. A filthy place like this isn't worth us fighting in." Bok Chi laughed loudly. "Let's get to know each other slowly." Duong Thong looked at him in shock. Too fast. Neither his eyes nor his body could keep up. Can someone with an agility stat of 177 really be this fast? The corpses of the Black Snake Gang lay scattered on the ground. He said calmly, "Today will be the anniversary of our first meeting. How about I handle the rest of those bastards for you? Of course, you don't need to thank me. Anyway, I've been quite bored in Xi'an." He narrowed his eyes. "I'll calculate the pros and cons myself." Mist surrounded his body. "Goodbye for now, genius boy." Duong Thong looked at him in confusion. "What? He just vanished like that? Who is this guy, really? Is he on something?" Duong Thong's head was filled with weird thoughts, but luckily they didn't fight. He kept talking to himself and then vanished like a shadow. He said he wanted to get to know me and would come back to find me. This guy must be so tired he's short-circuited. Suddenly he realized something. Wait, if his surname is Bung Ni, then he's from the Bung Ni Gang, a sect that can create special moves that make people disappear like ghosts. The hidden techniques of the Bung Ni Gang, or rather, the Wicked Alliance. Originally, 100 years ago, it was the most famous sect, but then that family did things against morality and was betrayed by their own faction. Recalling the name Bok Chi, he almost forgot because that family name is very rare. He is the third son of Sado Zeojinzu, the #1 expert of Hunan, and one of the youngest experts in the world. If Jiang Hung and Duong Ngok Li belong to the righteous sects, he belongs to the rival faction. But this guy is much more formidable than them. Most importantly, the title that describes him best is the successor emperor of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Even though he's only the third heir, he won the ranking tournament. To encounter Ta Thuong's future fiancée in a place like this, a small hand grabbed his arm. He turned around in surprise. The little girl sobbed, her mouth still covered. "Mister, you came to save us, didn't you?" He replied with some awkwardness. Huh? I'm here to save you." Heh. He untied them. Wait a moment. The children looked at him in confusion as they tried to untie their own ropes. He had saved his father and the children. In his past life, his father probably came here while he was still asleep. He must have fought alone, watching helplessly as the children were taken away and their mother was murdered. Father must have been in so much pain then. I hope he can live healthily until the day I become the #1 expert in the world. His father patted his shoulder. Luckily, you're okay. He hugged him tightly. Well done. He stroked his head. My son is truly talented. I'm proud of you. His eyes grew red. Duong Thong patted his father's back comfortingly. Come on, father, you did great too. This is no big deal. I'm not sure when the Black Snake Gang will return, but I'll ask my official soldiers to help find them. The mission board appeared. Special mission. Deal with all remnants of the Black Snake Gang in Xi'an. 3/37. Time limit, 10 days. Reward for success, 10-slot inventory bag. Penalty for failure, mission change. His father coughed lightly and patted his shoulder. Cough, cough, cough. All right, I believe you can do it. He noticed the corner of the screen. Black Snake Gang 3 out of 37, 9 37s. The numbers kept jumping. 13 37s. He was alarmed. What's going on? 25/37, 35/37, 36, 37. The system notification rang again. Mission complete. You have finished the special mission. The reward, a 10-slot inventory bag, has been sent to your inventory. Duong Thong looked at the mission board, unable to believe his eyes. Thinking back, the special mission was already done. The bright red system screen appeared. You have completed the special mission. The reward has been sent. He recalled what that man had said to him. To celebrate our first meeting, I'll handle the rest of those bastards. Anyway, I'm bored in Xi'an. He muttered, looking at his indecent appearance. He actually felt a bit more relieved. He wondered, how can he kill people so quickly and easily? On the screen, the mission clearly showed. Black Snake Gang 37 out of 37. Duong Thong crossed his arms and thought, oh well, getting a reward without lifting a finger is pretty good. It seems we'll meet again in the near future. Even Duong Ngok Lee has his eye on me now. He clenched his fist. This time he couldn't rely on luck anymore. That guy is definitely stronger than me, and Duong Ngok Lai will only get stronger too. Indeed, the Murim world is a terrifying place. He suddenly thought of something and sighed into his hands. What on earth am I thinking? He frowned decisively. It's not just them. I can get stronger too. He ordered the status window to open. In terms of basic strikes among those his age, he was like a phoenix among chickens. But aside from stamina, other aspects couldn't compare to that guy. Level 19, Duong Thong, age 16, strength 99, stamina/agility 80, achievement 3 years, critical rate 6. I have to find a way to get stronger, like body modification, for instance. He clenched his fist. Yes, I need my strength to break the 99 limit. The little girl gripped his hand and asked tentatively, Can I take my mother with me? He said with difficulty, I'm sorry, I can't, dear. Can't. The law strictly forbids taking those with leprosy out of one village, even if it's a corpse. They both looked toward the cremation fire in the background. But if she goes to heaven, she will never have to suffer again. Another boy chimed in, Mister, where do people go when they die? He startled and thought seriously. Reincarnation? I don't know either. But if you try to do good deeds in this life, maybe in the next life you'll have the life you want. The boy seemed to understand something. He let out a cry and turned to look back. If we die and are reborn, then maybe one day we'll meet our parents again. The boy asked again, So where are we going now? He looked at the group of children thoughtfully. There are so many children who have become orphans. I originally planned to take them to an orphanage, except for a few, but there are too many related matters to handle, like the court and those eunuchs.
Then there's only one place to go.
A new building was under construction. Huang Trung was very surprised. He smiled and said, I see. Duong Thong said happily, There are over 30 children. Is it really okay? I will definitely contribute money to sponsor you. He laughed loudly and patted his shoulder. Of course. Since it's your request, there's no need to worry. Duong Thong gave a forced smile. A person once indifferent to everything has now changed so much. It's ridiculous. Huang Trung continued. But I have one condition. He smiled and said, Of course, as long as it's not about money. He smirked and suggested, If you can occasionally teach the children, that's enough. Anyway, I was planning to renovate this place. Since you've brought so many excellent disciples, how could I not show some sincerity? Duong Thong realized he'd been tricked and said in surprise, Huh? I remember clearly in my past life this place was completely destroyed. Even so, I didn't expect this request, which seems harder than dealing with the Black Snake Gang, to be accepted so easily. Thank goodness. It was a bit strange, but when I defeated Duong Ngok Lai before, they cheered for me a lot too. He clasped his hands and said, Thank you, sir. Although there weren't many cheers this time, he was still very happy. At least he accepted my request. I suddenly feel much more relieved. Huang Trung said happily, Then it's settled. Make me 8 servings of rabbit meat stew. I haven't eaten it in days and my whole body feels weak. Duong Thong finished his business and took his leave. A child called out after him. He asked in confusion, and the boy quickly ran up to him and asked happily, If I stay here, can I become like you? Duong Thong smiled and said, Of course you can. But if you want to become stronger, there are many other places to go. The boy asked curiously, Where? He patted the boy's shoulder. The Murim Academy. You have to go there to meet stronger people and become stronger yourself. I have to head there now too. The boy said excitedly, Then I want to go with you. I stroked his head. You have to stay here and train well first before you can go there. I will come back to visit you often, okay? The boy said happily. Yes, sir. Duong Thong waved goodbye to the children and Huang Trung. In the past, no matter where I went, no one cared. It wasn't because I thought I couldn't do it, but because no one believed in me. I was treated as a useless person, someone worthy of mockery and abandonment. But now, the peers I once longed to be with have become my friends. They believe in me. And now in Xi'an, many people believe in me too. Today, I've gained the motivation to move forward. I've set my resolve. Whether it's Bak Chi or Duong Nak Li, no matter who it is, I must become stronger. I must level up infinitely. At that moment, winter suddenly arrived. Duong Thong shivered, breathing out white mist. He thought, even though I've consistently practiced to increase my strength, it's still stuck at 99. Maybe I need to carry some heavy weights. Ta Thuong looked down at him and smiled. Are you lying here again? He struggled to sit up. Oh, you're here? She turned away. You're too lazy. I'm leaving. Duong Thong sat up, confused. Hey, why are you leaving all of a sudden? She stuck out her tongue to tease him and asked curiously, Why do you always like lying on the ground watching the sky? What are you looking at? He replied calmly. Do I need a reason to watch the sky? She smiled. Fair enough. Why would one need a reason to watch the sky? You don't need a reason to want to be the best in the world either, right? He frowned. You make it sound like I have no reason at all. She asked, Then what is the reason? He answered lightly, Because it's exciting. She was half skeptical. Exciting? Exciting? Duong Thong replied happily. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Isn't that worth a try? She asked in confusion. Really? You guys get excited over something like that? He raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, something like that? Then what do you train for? For what reason? She sighed and shared her thoughts. Because I don't want to be sold off. If I could become a true master. She trailed off into thought. He lightly punched her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry. If it's you, you can definitely become a true master. Though you'll only be the second best in the world, not the first. She asked, confused. Second best? What do you mean? He smiled and pointed at himself. Naturally, it's because I'm the first. If you become the second, you won't be forced into marriage anymore. Hearing that, Ta Thuong said happily, That sounds good. Then I will become the strongest female successor in the world. She turned back. No, Ta Thuong. She looked at him confidently. Will also become the best in the world. He said excitedly, Want to make a bet? Ta Thuong replied calmly, What if you don't make it? What then? He fell into thought and then turned to leave. She called after him, Hey, where are you going? He exhaled sharply. To pack my bags. Zhang Heng looked around. He pouted. I really can't stand this. He asked, What do you mean you can't stand it? He was shivering. This cold air is killing me. Why is it like this? Duong Thong shouted, It's no wonder you're cold wearing a sleeveless shirt, you idiot! Zhang Heng crossed his arms. Strange. I wore this last year and survived just fine. Mount Zhongnan is even colder. He suddenly noticed his belt. Is that your waist bag? It looks quite cute. Duong Thong said proudly, Yeah, something like that. He thought to himself, This bag was loot from the last mission. When I took it out of storage, I realized its function far exceeds my imagination. It's too complicated to explain to him. He demonstrated for Zhang Heng. Look, there's a magnet on the button. Zhang Heng braved the cold. Where did you get that magnet? It looks cool and stylish. I find packing so annoying. Maybe I'll just go empty-handed. He pointed in another direction. Wait, why do we have to pack? Aren't they also participating in the Dragon Phoenix trial? They are just newly initiated disciples, Duongthong said, puzzled. We are going as representatives of the training hall to Mount Zhongnan to observe and evaluate the true nature of the Dragon Phoenix trial. Didn't you know this yet? Those initiates come from training halls with long histories. Even the warriors from the Murim Alliance will come to evaluate us. He picked his nose. It's all the same. Watching those big shots who are respected by everyone pass by, admired by so many. Oh, the masters are here. Try to pass the exam and become a successor. He thought to himself, the difference is huge. Not every intermediate disciple knows this as clearly as we do. My exam in my past life and the reason I wanted to become a true successor in the entry exam was to win the Dragon Phoenix trial. Although many apprentice warriors aim for it, passing the exam will surely be very difficult. Even if one passes the Dragon Phoenix trial, they are still just an unknown warrior, doing chores or becoming a low-level member of the Murim Alliance. Among those warriors, becoming a guardian warrior is a once-in-a-century story. Such a story is unrealistic for almost anyone in the Murim Alliance. After passing the intermediate Dragon Phoenix trial, I served the Murim Alliance my whole life. My days as a support team captain are over. Zhang Heng said dejectedly, Yeah, we have nothing to do. Ta Thuong noticed them and asked, Are you here?
Are you two done packing?
Zhang Heng sighed.
Duongthong and I are busy here. There are only 5 days left.
She pointed behind her.
The Dragon Phoenix trial candidates have all left, you know.
He laughed. They go in groups. I'll go alone later. What's the point of getting there early? Ta Thuong turned to Duongthong and asked, Duongthong, what's your plan? He smiled. I'll go alone too. She pouted. Why don't we go together? He said frankly, I'll be training while I travel. If we go together, I won't be able to train. She puffed out her cheeks. How stingy. Ta Thuong crossed her arms and looked at them defiantly. Humph. You two better not leave early for the safety of our Than Phong training hall. If you mess things up, our hall's candidates might be disqualified. She waved. See you at Mount Zhongnan. Duongthong looked at Ta Thuong's family. They all looked at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. He was startled. Their gaze is really... He immediately ran away. If I stay here too long, the masters will call for me. Zhang Heng saw him about to run and asked, Are you leaving? He explained, You should leave now too, if you don't want to hear things like, You are our hope, like yesterday. You should slip away. At the south gate of Xi'an, people were bustling in and out of the city. He rummaged in his bag. Having a big, wide bag is great, but I don't use it much because it blocks my vision. This bag is very useful. It can be opened with one hand. Duongthong fumbled while walking. It's true it blocks my view, but taking things out and putting them back is very convenient. He looked at the 5 item slots displayed specifically on the screen. He noticed the curled-up shadow of Tutu. It seemed it could hold much more than a normal bag. Besides this bag, this morning I also discovered that this spirit beast can be put in the bag too. I almost got caught by Father. He recalled the scene of Father looking for Tutu everywhere. Duongthong, have you seen Tutu? He laughed dryly. That cat is very popular at the Than Phong training hall, Father, so I left it there to play for a while. His father smiled. Really? Ha ha ha! That little cat isn't like other normal cats. It likes to wander around, so don't forget to leave some food for it. He proudly remembered having no choice but to bring the cat along. It seems the two of us have to take the exam together. He stared at Tutu's icon. That's right, as long as I don't take it out, it will be very quiet. I've put some wine inside, so if the cat is hungry, it can drink. Suddenly, he tripped over something. Duongthong cursed under his breath as he fell flat on the ground. He turned his head angrily. What the hell was that? He only saw an old man sleeping soundly and drooling in the middle of the market. Level 1. Kim Trong Nam, age 120, strength 12, stamina 17, agility 9. He shouted angrily, Why is there suddenly a 100-year-old man lying here? He looked at the old man rolling around in front of him. He cursed, Damn it! Duongthong backed away in a panic. There were many candidates for the Dragon Phoenix trial. The South Gate was very busy. And this 100-year-old man? Everyone around looked at him helplessly. Sir, what on earth? Look at that old man. We're running out of time. Let's go. He looked anxiously at the guards in the distance. The guards seemed busy checking people entering and leaving. 2 guards checked papers and discussed, "This person is fine?" "Yes, no problem." He looked around. The candidates only glanced at him as they passed. A few tried to shake him, but the old man didn't budge. Duong Thong began a mental struggle. I can't just leave him here. He approached and called out, "Old man, it's not safe to sleep here." The old man opened his eyes and looked at him. "Who are you?" Duong Thong pointed to himself and smiled. "It's me. I'm a candidate on my way to the exam." Kim Trong Nam frowned. "Is that so? Then go take your exam. Why bother me? Are you going alone?" He looked at the old man helplessly. "Because I'm a good person, old man. I'd feel guilty just leaving you here. Where is your home?" He shouted, "My home!" "Why?" He glanced over. "If it's convenient, I'll take you to the exam and then take you home. You look just like my father." Kim Trong Nam sat up. "I see. But you really feel guilty? Then go to Mount Jongnan." The system board appeared. Task: bring Kim Trong Nam to the peak of Mount Jongnan. Time limit: 3 days. Reward: a peerless martial art. Penalty: task cancelled and will suffer abnormal electric shocks for 3 days. He muttered, "Indeed, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." The old man asked in confusion, "By the way, what do you mean by killing 2 birds with 1 stone?" He hoisted the old man onto his back. "What?" The old man asked him, "What are you taking me to the top of Mount Jongnan for?" He smiled at the old man. "Old man, don't you see your clothes and hairstyle? You don't look like someone looking for food, right?" The old man waved his hand. "Hey, kid, there's something wrong with your eyes. This is high fashion." The old man spread his arms and said proudly, "This is the hippie fashion trend of Than Phong residents. It's the current aesthetic." He asked in confusion, "Than Phong, did he come from that far?" Duong Thong didn't understand what hippie was. It was obvious the man was lying to him. He just looked like a beggar. Kim Trong Nam hit him hard on the head. "You rotten brat! You know nothing about fashion." The old man opened his eyes. "Whatever. After all, those are just the words of an old man. But sooner or later, this trend will surely spread to the Central Plains by next year." He lost patience and shouted, "Whatever, just sit steady. Why is an old man's hand so strong?" The old man smirked. "Do you know how old I am? Everywhere I go, people think I'm only about 58. Hearing that, Duong Thong only smiled and didn't respond. The old man said angrily, "What's this rotten brat laughing at?" He wasn't satisfied. "It can't be. It can't be like that. Since I washed my hands of the world and hung up my sword, I started my journey. Since then, I've seen the surrounding nature change 12 times. Although I'm old, my strength keeps increasing." Wrinkles gradually disappeared, and his skin became younger. He glanced down. "Is this kid playing with this old man?" Kim Trong Nam wondered if he should scold him. Duong Thong spoke up. "Hey, old man." He was startled. "Huh? What?" He spoke frankly. "I'm heading to the peak of Mount Jongnan, but specifically, where should I start to get to Mount Jongnan?" The old man was confused. Doesn't he notice his weight increasing? He ordered, "Go to Tianchi Lake." He smiled and said, "Okay." Then he ordered the map of Mount Jongnan to open. He reminded the old man, "Hold on tight. We'll take the fastest route to Tianchi Lake." Destination: Mount Jongnan Peak, Tianchi Lake. Distance: 37.2 kilometers. He suddenly accelerated. The old man watched him with interest. "All right, let's find some fun." The desolate mountain peak was immersed in silence. Actually, I returned to the Central Plains to survey the Dragon Phoenix trial. It's been a while. Unfortunately, during this time, not a single Murim warrior noticed me lying there. The old man lay on the ground thinking, Should I retire? It's unbelievable they let an old man lie on this cold ground for so long. The old man grit his teeth. This world is decayed. I thought the Murim world had rotted to the bone until this child stepped in front of me. Duong Thong lowered his head and called out, "Hey, old man!" The old man thought, let's see what's special about him. Kim Trong Nam spoke up. "Hey, kid, you are going to the peak of Mount Zhongnan for the Dragon Phoenix trial? Why aren't you carrying any luggage?" He laughed happily. "Oh, it seems you really like being carried like this, huh? Ha ha." The old man's veins popped. It seems this kid isn't like those other useless ones. He pressed hard on his shoulder, wanting to see what was inside his body. The old man was alarmed. How can this kid use a body like this to participate in the Dragon Phoenix trial? I've never seen a body like this. I've met countless children, even been their master. However, is there something different about him? No, his body is indescribably tough. His blood vessels are even smaller than a normal person's. Does this mean the spiritual energy in his body is hard to circulate? This is the pulse of a warrior from paradise. I didn't expect to see such a superior body. No part of this body is innate. In fact, this kid's blood and chi are flowing backward. Just one small mistake and he could lose his life instantly. The old man was torn internally. This body is rare to see in 100 years. There's no way such a person appears twice in a century. His voice woke the old man. "Hold on tight," he reminded. "You're so light. I'm afraid if you fall, you'll get hurt. Who would save you then?" Looking at his agile movements, Kim Trong-nam thought more positively. This child's extraordinary strength and endurance are truly amazing. Even without using any special techniques to carry me, he maintains a steady speed. There's only one way for a mortal to do this. Just how much effort did you put in to become this strong? Do you cultivate every single day? You brat. You truly amaze this old man. Then let's see how much effect these malicious pranks of mine have. The old man wrapped his arms around his neck. 1,000 jin weight. The old man sighed. He still hasn't noticed? The old man's face darkened. 1,000 jin weight. Duong Thong still had no reaction. He kept his speed, dashing through the forest. The old man was puzzled. He gradually added more weight. Duong Thong smiled. "Try a little harder, sir." The old man was shocked. "Wait, this kid—" 4 hours later, his footsteps became heavier. The ground shook, startling the birds in the trees. The old man was drenched in sweat. "He can still endure? All right, I'll increase it more." Duong Thong was also sweating. The old man's face was calm. He struggled to lift the old man, took one step and stopped. The old man crossed his arms proudly. "That's right. He finally stopped. From now on, this is a battle of pride." He panted heavily. "Thank you, old man." Kim Trong-nam was confused. "What? Thank me? Is he crazy from exhaustion?" His eyes sparkled as he looked at the old man. "Another 100 kilograms, okay? What do you think?" The old man burst out laughing. "Fine, if you like it, I'll play along to the end. I, the favored one of heaven, swear on my name that I will definitely make this kid kneel at my feet." On the climbing cliff, sunset gradually fell. Duong Thong's legs went limp, drenched in sweat. He muttered to himself, "Just a little more. Level up." He suddenly stood straight up and laughed loudly, blood continuously flowing from his nose. "My strength has finally reached 100. Duong Thong froze, stumbled, and fell. He fell face down on the ground, unconscious. Kim Trong-nam lit a campfire and looked up at the stars. "We're almost there." The old man glanced at the unconscious Duong Thong with regret. "A kid like you almost passed my test. Truly a strange child." He muttered, "I am support team commander number 7, Duong Thong." The old man opened his eyes and pondered. "Duong Thong, huh? A good name. I'll take you as my disciple." He suddenly raised his middle finger and shouted, "Take this, you bastards!" The old man was terrified and stopped his hand. "You rotten kid!" The crackling of the campfire echoed in the night. Duong Thong opened his eyes with difficulty and muttered, "It's cold tonight." He struggled to sit up in the temporary tent, moaning continuously. He felt his body uncomfortably.
Are you awake?
Kim Trong-nam asked. The old man clasped his hands and looked into the distance. Thanks to you, my home is right before our eyes. I've arrived. He sat up and said in confusion, I don't understand what you're saying. His calf suddenly throbbed with pain. He shivered and cried out in pain. The old man looked at him impatiently. Don't scream with that ugly face. Duong Thong clenched his hand and shouted, I feel like my muscles are being crushed. It hurts so much. The old man acted decisively, and he felt an acupoint being struck. He was alarmed. This is acupoint striking kung fu. Kim Trong-nam looked at him proudly. What? Look surprised? Didn't expect this old man to be more formidable than you thought? Duong Thong was extremely confused. This old man was indeed an expert. Kim Trong-nam closed his eyes to rest. But I'm also very surprised. You're even more incompetent than I thought. He asked in confusion, What on earth are you talking about? I'm the victim of your devilish tricks. Information appeared. 16 years old, strength stage 1, awakening 1, physical mutation level 10, agility 89, intelligence 35, critical rate 0%, status 6%, strength stage 1, awakening 1. He thought, so it's thanks to this that I can gain strength for a certain period. The old man was puzzled. You rotten kid, you clearly know everything, so why act stupid? Duong Thong justified, because I'm an ignorant and stubborn person. He unconsciously interlaced his hands. Also, because I want to know how far I can go. I was too focused on increasing my strength. The old man realized something and asked, So how long have you been cultivating until now? He answered, enough to not waste the effort I've put in. Do you understand what I mean? The old man continued, Enough to not waste the effort you've put in, huh? The old man nodded. Sounds all right. So when did you discover I was a martial arts expert? Duong Thong recalled while carrying the old man. He kept wanting to press on his neck. Naturally, it was when you intended to strike my Tien Tru acupoint. The old man looked at him in surprise. He thought, clearly not everyone can precisely find the major acupoints on the body. A 120-year-old man who can do that must have special talent. As a Murim expert, when the old man used 1,000 jin weight, it became even clearer. Red system text appeared above Kim Trong-nam's head, but it all turned into question marks. All the data I saw before was fake. Recalling the scene of the old man sleeping at the market, he gradually understood. Kim Trong-nam must have deliberately hidden his existence, but his age was unusually high. Though he could increase or decrease it, 120 is likely his real age. Duong Thong looked at the old man who was pondering and stroking his beard, returning to human instincts. But you're also NDT0. When an expert's power reaches a certain level, their appearance returns to that of an ordinary person. This old man named Kim Trong-nam is a true expert, and has reached that realm. Kim Trong-nam added wood to the fire. I can't believe you could feel that surge of energy. He felt confused. He had never heard of any Murim expert like Kim Trong-nam. The growling of his stomach caught the old man's attention. The old man said caringly, Are you hungry? You've been unconscious for 2 days. It's only natural. Duong Thong was shocked. 2 days? What? He asked back in alarm. What did you say? I've been asleep for 2 whole days? The old man stroked his beard in thought. Precisely 2.5 days. He looked at the mission board in panic. Less than 1 hour left, watching the remaining time tick away. 58 minutes, 43 seconds. He hurried to the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance. From here, he could still see that mountain. I should still make it, he shouted. Old man, hurry up, let's go. Kim Trong-nam was confused. Where to in the middle of the night? Your body has exceeded its limits. If it's for the Dragon Phoenix trial, tomorrow morning will be in time. Duong Thong turned back in panic. Not that. Didn't you say you wanted to reach your place? Not the Dragon Phoenix trial. The old man said calmly, Isn't that my home? My home isn't going to run away. Don't worry too much. Duong Thong panicked even more. It's not that, just hurry up, the old man said helplessly. Hey, listen to me, kid, in this desolate mountain area. A light breeze blew past. The old man calmly reassured, I'm in no hurry. He heard a strange noise and suddenly turned his head. A figure flashed past very quickly into the forest. The old man looked in the direction the person fled and thought in confusion, why is he here? He urged the old man, Old man, whoever you are, whoever that guy is, we have to leave immediately. The old man turned around, not forgetting to bless him. Kid, I must go now. Good luck in the Dragon Phoenix trial. To Duong Thong's astonishment, the old man leaped lightly from one mountain to another. He stood there paralyzed. No, not that way. The time continued to tick down. 54 minutes, 24 seconds. In the desolate wilderness, Kim Trong Nam's whereabouts had vanished. Duong Thong cursed helplessly. Damn it! He stopped, panting heavily. This won't do. I can't make it at this current speed. I've lost track of him. He gave up, exhausted. Seems I won't catch him. The countdown was only 10 minutes 15 seconds. He grit his teeth. He's gone. He frowned in thought. If there's another chance, I'll definitely do something. Looking at the bright red mission board before him, he sighed inwardly. Bring Kim Trong Nam there? Then we'd have to go together. The electric shock status. There's no escaping it now. Moreover, the 3-day limit is almost up. He scratched his head, feeling helpless about the current situation. I'm afraid I won't even make it to the Dragon Phoenix trial in time, and I'm not even sure if I can reach the registration site. His stomach continued to protest. He let out a heavy sigh. 2 familiar cries from Tutu sounded at his feet. Meow! It cried loudly. He looked at its bristling fur. Sorry, I know you've been hungry these past 2 days too, haven't you? Wait a moment, I'll get your food. Duong Thong opened his storage space. A vast area of light appeared, containing various items and food pouches. He looked toward a cage. Here it is. He slowly flipped the cloth covering it. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Luckily, it was in storage and didn't get confiscated. He looked at the 2 water bottles next to him and gave some to Tutu. Tutu let out a growl. He was confused. Huh? Why is Tutu reacting so strongly? Is there a wild bear? He stepped out with his gear and saw it with fur standing on end, guarding him. Bok Chi appeared before them. He looked at Duong Thong and said, Look who it is. I knew we'd meet again soon, but I didn't expect it to be in a place like this, youth of the ManHwa sect. He was confused. Why was he here? He looked at the level character flickering in and out of the misty smoke, feeling dazed. What is this? Bok Chi perceptively noticed. Are you looking to see if there are any experts traveling with me? Even if there were, they'd be using stealth arts, but you'd still find them. Truly the Dragon Man. Duong Thong was flustered. Talking nonsense again. He asked, What are you doing here? He answered calmly, I'm chasing someone. Did you see a man in black? Duong Thong was puzzled. A man in black? He recalled the black shadow that had streaked past. So that man in black was the one the old man was after. It might be him, it might not. Bok Chi smiled at him. Seems you've met him. Where did he go? He remained silent and did not answer. Bok Chi pointed in one direction. This way, right? He sighed inwardly. This guy is so hard to read. One moment a fool, the next his judgment is godlike. He replied, Oh, is that so? Not planning to come over and collect the reward from last time? Duong Thong was wary. I don't think he's just standing here for a simple greeting. Looking at him like a cat with its fur up, Bok Chi teased, Calm down. Don't be so guarded. Demons can only use their power at night anyway. Hehe. He pointed to the sky. The sun is about to rise. I'm off. He thought helplessly,
Did he just come here to tease me?
He turned, muttered something, and vanished into thin air. He was shocked. He's using the soundless step method to disappear. Bok Chi appeared beside him.
So hungry.
He quickly grabbed a few rice balls and put them in his mouth to taste. Duong Thong looked at him with an annoyed face. That's a lot of rice. Are you going to eat it all yourself? He held a large rice ball, happily juggling it. This is enough. Taking a little won't hurt, right? Duong Thong angrily chewed his rice and asked, Hey, want some seaweed too? I'll give it to you. Tutu suddenly bristled and hissed at him. Bok Chi looked and said, Great, but... He leaned down to scare it. What do you want to do, little kitty? Suddenly, a spark appeared on his clothes. Duong Thong didn't finish his sentence, looking at him in surprise. Is that your smoke? A spark flared up on his arm. Ah, sorry. He quickly grabbed it and jumped back. Danger! What are you trying to do? Bok Chi looked at him, drenched in sweat.
Sometimes things don't go according to my will.
Bear with it a bit. He was suspicious. Blue fire? If there's nothing else, let's go our separate ways. He suddenly noticed the countdown timer that had appeared at some point. 4 seconds! He quickly ran off. Hurry up! The system board appeared. Mission failed. You have failed to complete the mission. Now you will be punished. The mission has been deleted. You must endure abnormal electric shocks for 3 days. A flash of electricity sparked at the back of his neck. He thought, it's over. Lightning tore through his body. Duong Thong let out a cry of pain. He slumped to the ground. He was in shock. Is this the abnormal punishment? Bok Chi's voice drifted over. Your body is quite similar to mine. He puffed on his pipe. Maybe even worse than mine. He sighed and reminded him, don't just endure it. You're actually quite good. He handed the pipe to Duong Thong and signaled, Here, take it. This is the only way I can help you for now. He turned and waved. Consider it payment for the rice. With that, he vanished into the morning mist. I must go. He groaned heavily. Finally, he's gone. Ugh, damn it! Another electric shock made him scream in agony. Tutu came over and sniffed his hand. He immediately pushed it away. Don't come here, Tutu. It's dangerous. I'll put you in storage. It suddenly licked his hand. Duong Thong felt something. Huh? The electric shock sensation and pain have lessened. It seemed Tutu had absorbed it through its saliva. His body now only felt tingly. He smiled and stroked it. Thank you. Thanks to you, I can move now. Tomorrow is the registration deadline. We must leave immediately. It nimbly climbed onto his shoulder. I can't be late tomorrow, or I'll miss this once-a-year opportunity. Must move fast. He looked at the pipe Bok Chi gave him. Ah, right. Bok Chi gave me this pipe. He said our bodies are very similar. That thing that just appeared on his left arm, it's an abnormal status. Is that it? He put the pipe to his mouth to try it. Can this reduce the pain? He was choked by the smoke and coughed violently. Damn it! It's all because of that old man that I'm in this mess. Duong Thong delayed no further and immediately ran off. Yeah. Anyway, I can't do anything about Kim Trong Nam right now. See you another time. Duong Thong dashed through the forest. He thought, mission failed, and then I ran into that bastard. Damn it! He reminded himself, my strength has definitely increased, but it's still not enough to deal with him. Now I must raise my agility. System notification. You have exceeded your limits. Agility increased by 1. If I keep moving, another electric shock caused him pain. Tutu approached to lick him. He broke into a sweat, thinking irritably, the pain keeps recurring at intervals. Luckily, Tutu is here to soothe it. Seems every time it occurs, the intensity increases slightly. He threw the pipe away. Seems I don't need this pipe anymore. As he threw it, the tobacco inside was also gone. Tutu rested on his head. If I knew the punishment was this severe, I would have asked him for a bit more. Consecutive shocks made both him and Tutu jump. He shouted, "That old man better pray for himself! That damn old man!" Kim Trong-nam picked his ear and cursed under his breath. "Which idiot is cursing me? If I catch them, I'll definitely break their legs." The old man stood on the mountain peak, looking into the distance. "You think reaching here means escaping the palm of this old man? Heh. But why did this guy come to this world? Is there anything else left to steal here?" The old man pondered for a moment. He quickly pulled out a small scroll and hurriedly opened it. Kim Trong-nam narrowed his eyes at the paper. A mission from the lower realm coming to disturb this old man's fun again? The small paper clearly read, "Return immediately." The old man tucked the scroll away, thinking, "The elderly eventually have to die, but I won't die so easily." A cold wind blew from the forest behind him. The old man glanced back. "Cold wind from the south. That's the direction of Mount Zhongnan. Is it because of the Dragon Phoenix trial?" The old man mused, "Dragon Phoenix trial." Kim Trong-nam frowned. "The Central Plains Murim isn't the reason he's here. Hey, this is getting interesting. Let's go see." The old man vanished in an instant. The forest returned to its original silence. Mount Zhongnan, one of the main peaks of the Qinling Range, has long been protected by the Zhongnan sect. The final gate of Tai At Duongthong stepped onto the stairs. "I'm here." Ta Thuong recognized him and spoke up in greeting. Jang Hung turned around and said with a smile, "You little brat! How dare you make your big brother wait so long?" Ta Thuong spread her arms. "Tutu came along too?" Duongthong ran over happily. Panting, he said, "At least I'm not late." They asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "You." Jang Hung stroked his chin. "Why is your face so pale?" Ta Thuong asked worriedly. "Are you injured somewhere?" He panted with difficulty. "What's with you two? Forgot I'm Duongthong? I told you I'm fine." The examiner waved to him. "Hey! If you're here to register for the exam, come over here quickly." The crowd jostled. He asked for name and address. He answered, "Duongthong of the Thanfong Training Hall." The examiner was shocked. "Duongthong?" He stammered. "You are the Dragon of Xi'an?" Then Bok was puzzled. "The Dragon of Xi'an?" he asked suspiciously. "Who is that?" People were also buzzing with conversation. "I haven't met him either." But 2 months ago, about 5 or 6 people from the Six Paths Mansion fought him. He frowned. "That sounds absurd. Those guys are all top disciples of the ManHwa sect. Besides, he dealt with all of them by himself?" Chu Song raised an eyebrow. "I'm telling the truth. Moreover, even Duong Ngoc Lai lost to him." Then Bok was shocked. "What?" he asked doubtfully. "That Duong Ngoc Lai lost? Last year the master went to the ManHwa sect and gathered all the disciples. He declared, 'This time at ManHwa I met a child named Duong Ngoc Lai.'" Convo Jang shouted, "And it was from those children that I saw the future of the Murim Alliance." "But here? Why don't I see anyone with a future?" Than Bok thought in alarm. "It's the first time I've seen Master praise someone so much." "Jealousy. That's exactly what I feel for that guy named Duong Ngoc Lai. That's why I craved to meet and fight him. But he was able to defeat Duong Ngoc Lai?" He asked again. "So where is that guy named Long Tu from?" Chu Song was puzzled. "Didn't you see his name?" "He is the head disciple of the Thanfong Training Hall." He frowned. "That's ridiculous." Chu Song laughed coldly. "Yeah, this really is a joke. That Duong Ngoc Lai lost to a disciple from the Thanfong Training Hall?" Chu Song couldn't understand. "How did he do it? That damn dragon boy?" He asked again. "Is that guy participating in this year's Dragon Phoenix trial?" Chu Song smiled and said, "Of course he is. He's the champion, so he'll definitely join the Murim Alliance, right?" Than Bok fell into deep thought. "That's right, I am Than Bok. Whether I face Duong Ngoc Lai or enter the Dragon Phoenix trial, I will overcome everything. After all, I am the strongest true disciple of the Inbang sect. Thinking about how he lost so miserably, Duong Ngoc or that dragon guy, I will absolutely not let them off. Chu Song watched him leave and said, "He has nothing else to do, so of course he has to participate. Hey, I'm still talking. Where are you going?" Than Bok stopped and asked, "By the way, what's his name?" Chu Song was puzzled. "Huh?" He repeated, "The Dragon of Xi'an." He stammered, Oh, that guy, Duong Thong from the Than Phong training hall." Duong Thong and Zhang Heng stood in a corner, noticing someone. Than Bok walked up and asked the examiner, "Check if that guy is registered yet." He stammered, He repeated, "I've checked the other registration tables already to see if his name is there. His name is Duong Thong." He spoke up, "I am Duong Thong, but why are you looking for me?" He faced him. "Oh, so you are the Dragon of Xi'an." He turned his head. "Register him." He pointed to himself. "Then Bok will participate in this Dragon Phoenix trial." The system mission board appeared. Special mission. Compete with Than Bok in the Dragon Phoenix trial. Rank above 3rd. Reward. Martial arts manual. Failure penalty. Mission will be changed. Recalling the past, Duong Thong walked in and looked around curiously. Than Bok's provocative tone rang out, "What are you doing here? What is a disciple like you doing here?" He said happily, "I'm here to visit as an honorary disciple from the neighboring town." He said annoyedly, "Honorary disciple? Why don't they just make you an official? Only by passing the Dragon Phoenix trial can you become a student of the Murim Academy. Don't get too ahead of yourself with your petty schemes." "That's what I mean." Chu Song laughed coldly. "Hey, someone from the neighboring town came to visit. Treat them well. What else do you want to see?" His provocative tone made Duong Thong very uncomfortable. The others joined in. "Is looking at Than Bok's face not enough for you, or—" He held his head high. "Why don't you go home and play house with your mother?" Than Bok laughed contemptuously. He clenched his fists. "Traveling all this way just for this? Damn it!" Returning to reality, Duong Thong smiled. I remember now." The examiner was confused. "But originally you didn't need to. Why are you still registering for the Dragon Phoenix trial?" He smirked and laughed. "Because I have someone I want to compete with." The examiner couldn't argue with him. "Fine, I'll put your name down. But the elders still have to review it, okay?" he said proudly. "Fine." Then Bok stepped toward Duong Thong. "But there's still one thing I don't seem to understand," he asked calmly. "What is it?" He deliberately shouted, "Simple. Why do people call you the Dragon of Xi'an? You're not worthy, right, brothers?" Everyone immediately paid attention to him, whispering, "Oh, that guy is the Dragon of Xi'an." "What? The Dragon of Xi'an? Hey, how can it be? Is he from the ManHwa sect?" "No, just a disciple from an ordinary training hall." The crowd reacted even more enthusiastically. Than Bok shrugged. "See? It's not just me who feels annoyed." He laughed coldly. This is getting interesting." He mocked. "Ha! You find this funny?" He provoked. "Yeah, it's hilarious. This whole situation and you, the one who started it all." Than Bok was confused. "What?" He stepped forward. "Dragon of Xi'an, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't care about that empty title. This is a place for learning, training, and enjoying life. Why do you keep targeting me?" Duong Thong looked at him angrily. "Not worthy? Then why don't you go and be the Dragon of Xi'an yourself? I don't care for it anyway." He angrily brushed past his shoulder. Than Bok was startled. "What? Electricity?" He roared in anger. "In this Dragon Phoenix trial, I will wake you up from your delusions." Duong Thong glanced at him. "Why does every guy love to say the exact same line?" He sighed. "These guys really leave me speechless. Compared to my past life, it's somewhat interesting. I wanted to quickly get away from these boring villains, but things are getting worse. What does this guy want after all?" He looked at the data above his head. Level 14. Than Bok. age 16, strength 77, stamina 75, agility 81, true chi 175. He muttered, "Is he really looking down on me?" He sighed. "Anyway, someone like him is nothing compared to me." He spoke up, "Hey, let's go. Let's see what's up there." Zhang Heng and Ta Thuong agreed. "Good idea. I can smell something stinking here too." Then Bok grit his teeth. That guy. Than Bok roared in anger. "I am Than Bok of the Zhongnan sect. Remember the name that will completely defeat you bastards in this Dragon Phoenix trial." Ta Thuong pouted. "Oh my God, I'm so scared," Zhang Heng said contemptuously. "Only knows how to show off his name and sect." "What can he actually do? Who is he again?" Duong Thong whispered. "Just an idiot." "Don't mind him." They laughed along. Zhang Heng joked, "Oh, but you look a bit crazy yourself." "No less than him," he said happily. "Is that a challenge?" Zhang Heng said excitedly, "Not just that. I also want to beat both of you." Ta Thuong laughed coldly. Hey, who's beating whom? This Dragon Phoenix trial belongs to this lady." They looked at each other confidently. Suddenly, Duong Thong felt something coming. He jumped from an electric shock. Ta Thuong looked bored. "Again?" she asked in confusion. "What are you practicing now?" Tutu also jumped from her arms onto him. She exclaimed, looking at Tutu, "Look at how it takes care of you." It kept licking him. Duong Thong smiled and said, "Heh, it's a secret technique." He comforted them. "Don't worry, with you guys here, I will definitely pass this Dragon Phoenix trial." That's right, Ta Thuong, Zhang Heng, and finally, no, it sounds a bit silly, but the Dragon of Xi'an. They shouted, "Step forward, the three of us are here." "There's nothing to fear." Then Bok looked at them provocatively. "What? Scared so you're running away?" He grit his teeth. "Can't even walk straight. How can he defeat Duong Ngok Li? I, Than Bok, will show this world what supreme martial arts truly look like." The gong for the first round sounded. The examiner announced loudly, "The first round of the Dragon Phoenix trial begins." The presiding seat and behind it was the arena for the first round of the Dragon Phoenix trial. The examiner walked sternly past all the candidates. He stepped onto the judge's platform. Among the candidates below, some were nervous and kept swallowing hard. He shouted, "Now the first challenge of the Dragon Phoenix trial is strength." The servants pulled back the red cloth. Inside was a giant rock. Zhang Heng was puzzled. "A giant rock?" Duong Thong muttered, "I thought it would be granite." He spoke solemnly, "Strength is the most basic method of attack. No matter what kind of martial arts you learn, the fighting method will change depending on the training hall you join." Duong Thong muttered, "They want to test everyone's basic strength." Ta Thuong said calmly, "I knew it." He raised the flag according to tradition. "The challenge will begin with the host, the Zhongnan sect." The first 4 people were in position. A person ran up. "Master, please wait a moment." They were whispering something outside. That person hurried back in. "Lord Quan Vo Jiang," he asked in confusion, "What's wrong? The examination is about to start." The person said, "Yes, that's why I hurried here. Then Bok has registered to participate in the Dragon Phoenix trial." "Should we allow him to participate?" He frowned. "That kid named Than Bok? Fine, it should be no problem. He's grown up, he should take responsibility for himself." The person clasped his hands and took his leave. "Yes, I understand." The examiner looked at him and laughed coldly, saying, "Then I would like to offer my condolences to Lord Quan Vo Jiang in advance." He asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" The other person didn't dodge and said, "This year, very few Manhwa disciples are participating. It seems the Zhongnan sect will have a landslide victory in this Dragon Phoenix trial. Since one of our most formidable disciples is also competing, we are 100% certain of victory." Quan Vo Jiang said unhappily, "He is strong, but victory isn't guaranteed. Life is unpredictable. Don't celebrate too early." The great elder chimed in, "That's right. Just because Manhwa is hidden by clouds doesn't mean Zhongnan can stand above them. The result isn't decided yet. Let's just keep watching. The other person glared angrily at the old man. Where did this old man come from, meddling in our business? Quan Vo Jiang said solemnly, Great Master. The other person was startled and quickly bowed. Oh my God, the 8th leader of the Murim Alliance. Quan Vo Jiang actually just bowed back. Man, is my head still going to stay on my shoulders? Just kidding, it should be fine, right? Quan Vo Jiang continued. It's been a while, Elder Kim Trong Nam. The elder smiled. The old man replied, It's fine. There's no need to bow to this old man every day. He asked curiously, Why did you all come here? The great elder pointed at Kim Trong Nam and said, It was this old man who said this year's Dragon Phoenix trial would be very interesting. The old man laughed. On the way here, I discovered a very interesting boy. I heard he's also coming to participate in this exam. Quan Vo Jiang was astonished. A figure like him actually came to the Central Plains in person just because he was interested in a kid. The examiner raised the flag and shouted loudly, The 4 candidates are in position! Please step forward. Quan Vo Jiang turned back and said, The exam has started. Let's see if Murim can recruit any talents. Old Kim Trong Nam laughed. Indeed. Than Bok shook hands with his fellow senior disciple. Sorry to trouble you. The other replied softly, It's just a change in order. Besides, with you, the favored child of the Zhongnan sect, here, everything will go smoothly. The great elder stood up excitedly and shouted, Is this the boy who made the Zhongnan sect proud? Let me see. The Zhongnan sect crowd buzzed. Oh, then Bok is going first. Someone asked in confusion, Doesn't he already have a certificate? Why did he register? Chu Song whispered, It seems it's to defeat the dragon of Xi'an. Zhang Heng said irritably, What? That weirdo is going first? Duong Thong also felt puzzled. The order must have been changed. The Zhongnan sect members stood interspersed. They assumed a martial stance. Then Bok concentrated his strength, aiming at the rock. Kim Trong Nam watched him with interest. Oh, it's the iron hand. It seems he intends to pierce the rock with his fingertips. After all, there's no rule saying you must use your fist. Quan Vo Jiang said proudly, He is my most special disciple. You can rest assured. Than Bok exhaled, circulating his technique. Energy converged at his fingertips. He let out a loud shout. His finger pointed straight at the rock. With one strike, it pierced through. Everyone was amazed. He really pierced it, truly worthy of his reputation. Zhang Heng was puzzled. What, that counts? Ta Thuong said impatiently. Didn't you hear the examiner? As long as you hit it, you can use any body part. The examiner inserted a ruler. Then the depth will be your score. He announced loudly, Zhongnan sect, Than Bok, 12 centimeters. The great elder smiled radiantly. Not bad. I was already bored with the Zhongnan sect. I didn't expect this child to give me hope. He said to Quan Vo Jiang, I'll meet that boy later. He replied, Of course. If he knew he was meeting you, he would certainly be very happy. Trong Nam opened his eyes. The technique and force are both good to be able to pierce granite as hard as steel, truly worthy of the Zhongnan sect. He grinned broadly. You flatter him too much. Trong Nam looked at him meaningfully. The exam has only just begun. There's still a lot worth seeing. The examiner shouted, Zhongnan sect, Kim A, 9 centimeters. Zhongnan sect, Truong Ngakfuk, 4.5 centimeters. Zhongnan sect, Kim An, 3 centimeters. Lai Vu Huan, Ngo Dong An, 1.5 centimeters. Hua Ngak An Tri, 4.5 centimeters. Hua Ngak, 6 centimeters. Then Bok looked at everyone proudly. At this rate, the exam results were already decided. He looked smugly toward Duong Thong's group. Did those small fries think they could beat him? The examiner shouted, All right, I'll call the next group. Looking at Duong Thong's group, who remained expressionless, he mocked, How boring. Did these fools register just to act like clowns? Do they think they're playing at home? One is messing with a cat, and one is sleeping like the dead, looking at Ta Thuong, who was warming up her wrists. At least that girl looks somewhat serious compared to the others. Then Bok's face turned red. She's really pretty. The examiner held up the list and read, Jiang Hung, Vu Song, and the disciples of the Than Phong Training Hall. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, Than Phong Training Hall? Ta Thuong warmed up her wrist joints. Great, it's my turn. Then Bok looked around. Tisk tisk, every one of them has eyes sparkling. He thought smugly. Don't even dream of it. That girl is only fit for me. Look at how much attention she's getting. She has to at least show some skill to be worthy of me. He winked at Ta Thuong, sending a spark. She sighed and turned away. Let's just treat this as slow practice. The examiner's voice echoed, Please, each of you stand before your rock. She looked up at the rock. Is it this one? Seems it's the one that bastard used. Than Bok thought smugly, Isn't that the rock I already pierced? Do you think you can even scratch it? Ta Thuong, without hesitation, used all her strength to punch right through the rock. Than Bok saw this and was scared out of his wits. Ta Thuong's single punch had smashed through the rock. Everyone looked at her in shock. The scene was dead silent. The examiner hurriedly grabbed the ruler. I will measure the depth right now. He shouted in panic. Ta Thuong, 23 centimeters. Not a sound from the arena. Than Bok couldn't believe it, muttering, What? Everyone swarmed forward, asking suspiciously, Did she really hit through it? How is that possible? Look at that hole! You can't even see the bottom! They exclaimed in disbelief. Wow, this rock is almost ruined. Too powerful! Everyone jostled to get a clear look. Move aside a bit, let me see! Then Bok was pushed and fell flat on the ground. Jiang Hung spoke up. What's going on here? He warmed up his wrists and said provocatively, Let's see who the real loser is. She walked grandly into the backstage area. Ta Thuong is truly a disciple of the Than Phong Training Hall. She seems to be the eldest daughter of Ta Jiang. Quan Vo Jiang asked in confusion, Is she the person you were talking about? Kim Trong Nam denied it. No, but I guess he's like that girl, a disciple of the Than Phong Training Hall. Their clothes are the same. The great elder exclaimed, How powerful must that boy be for you to not even care about that girl? The old man stroked his beard. He's not as special as that girl. The Manhwa sect members cheered. Duong Thong lightly punched her shoulder. Well done! Jiang Hung looked at the rock in confusion. Ta Thuong just showed off a bit and got all that praise? Why are members of other sects constantly scrutinizing us? When will I be able to do that? Probably in another 100 years. The examiner shouted, Silence, everyone! Next round, except for this rock. Please stand before the remaining 3 rocks in turn. He called the names. Jiang Hung, Duong Thong. The 2 high-fived to encourage each other. Good luck, you loser. You too, idiot. Then Bok watched them warily. He grit his teeth. Fine. Let me see your strength, you bunch of trash. Jiang Hung wasted no time and acted immediately. One punch from him made the rock leap up, wobbling left and right before falling heavily to the ground. Cracks gradually appeared. Jiang Hung looked up at the cracks. They only spread a little and then stopped. He pursed his lips. Harder than I thought. I thought I could split it in half. Than Bok looked on, paralyzed. The whole rock was moved. Ta Thuong frowned. How troublesome. Duong Thong watched, breaking into a cold sweat. Scary. He really is a show-off. Jiang Hung gripped the rock and powerfully pulled his hand out. The examiner stepped forward to measure and then shouted loudly, Jiang Hung, 54 centimeters! Members of other sects were all stunned with surprise. Quan Vo Jiang muttered, Impossible. He turned around. I'm certain that boy is Jiang Hung. Simply amazing. The great elder looked at Kim Trong Nam questioningly. If that boy is already that strong, even the Imperial Guard couldn't compare. Truly a gem. Kim Trong Nam opened his eyes. Sorry, but that boy isn't the one. The old man was shocked.
What?
Both turned their eyes toward the stage. Only one person remained. That's likely the boy. Duong Thong kept rotating his wrists to warm up. Jang Hung walked up to Thon Bok provocatively. "Cheer up, kid." He even sincerely patted his shoulder. Thon Bok watched him walk away, face full of confusion. "What's wrong with these guys?" He grit his teeth. "Whatever, I don't care about the others. The reason I'm participating in this exam..." He looked toward Duong Thong. "Compared to him, I'll definitely win." Duong Thong pondered. Jang Hung used that move, so I... The elders looked at Kim Trong Nam worriedly. The great elder spoke up. "Hey, are you so old your eyes are failing? That kid looks even weaker than the previous two." Kim Trong Nam stroked his beard. "That's why I didn't say anything. I told you he doesn't look like anything special. Ha ha!" Quan Vo Jiang looked helpless. Kim Trong Nam analyzed calmly. Just now, seeing Jang Hung and the eldest daughter of the Ta family, they clearly have superior physiques and innate talent. Do you think this old man would travel 1,000 miles just to see them? I've seen many geniuses. Think about how long I've lived. But that boy is different. The reason I'm interested in him is because of his meridians, both damaged and fragile. A fool whose true chi even flows backward. The old man sighed. I guess I am getting old and senile. With an ordinary physique, it's hard for him to transport all his energy. Even a small mistake could cause him to collapse. Why are you interested in him then? The old man opened his eyes. Well, because... Duong Thong leaped up. Even if he's just a stupid rogue. He raised his arm high, focused all his strength, aimed precisely, and unleashed a Mount Tai crush blow, smashing the rock into pieces. The old man narrowed his eyes. He's already that strong. The great elder and Quan Vo Jiang were both shocked. No one expected the rock to shatter in an instant. The two elders fell into deep thought. Kim Trong Nam replied calmly, "Impressive indeed." The arena fell silent. He turned to Thon Bok with a provocative smile and asked smugly, "How was that?" He said in confusion, He tilted his head at Thon Bok. "Thanfong Training Hall is matchless in the world, right?" Inside the mansion, the elders kept pacing back and forth. The great elder frowned. "What? The Zhongnan sect disciples couldn't even get second place, let alone fourth?" He called Quan Vo Jiang. The one named spoke respectfully, "Yes, great elder." He looked at him meaningfully. "Is this the only way the Zhongnan sect stands out after 5 generations?" He said humbly, "I am extremely sorry." Kim Trong Nam frowned. "Don't blame him like that. Didn't he just say life is unpredictable?" Kim Trong Nam sighed. "Miracles happen all the time, but today there are certainly a lot of them." Quan Vo Jiang looked at the old man in confusion. "Is he mocking my words?" He continued, "Elder, how does Tajang know this kid?" The old man squinted one eye and said meaningfully, "He's the only one who was tricked by this old man. I was just joking. Who knew he'd fall for it, ha-ha?" he asked in confusion. "Just a joke?" Watching Duong Thong's group gathering outside, the old man thought, that kid can still surprise this old man even now. Kim Trong Nam recalled the scene of him being carried and couldn't help but laugh. My strength finally reached 100. The old man wondered, could it be that time? I wonder if he falls for my schemes again. That kid will... Perhaps because he endured my pranks, he gained that strength. Duong Thong took a breath, drenched in sweat. Mount Tai Crush! He looked at the shattered rock before him. Duong Thong thought, this move is quite useful. Just as when agility exceeds 100, when strength crosses the 100 threshold, active martial arts skill, Mount Tai Crush Level 1, Mastery 1%. Infinite human strength. If practiced regularly, you can become stronger. Current application. When used, your strength temporarily increases. Duration, 5 minutes. Consumption, 10% per attack. Attack power, max. Current skill strength increase, 30. This martial art has appeared. He laughed smugly. It really is thanks to that old man. But his expression stiffened. Because of the mission failure, the electric shocks were still damaging his stamina. Duong Thong looked at his trembling legs. Every step was a torture. Am I still okay? Witnesses buzzed with conversation. These guys are truly formidable. What's happening? One training hall takes both top spots. I should transfer to Than Phong Training Hall. The second exam was about to begin. The host kept waving a flag. Hey, silence and listen closely. I will explain the next exam, he said as per tradition. The second exam is footwork. Mount Zhongnan is very simple. Before tomorrow, you must go from Mount Zhongnan to Tianchi Lake. There are 7 flags bearing the seal of the Murim Alliance leader there. These flags are planted very firmly. Your task is to bring them back. The sun is about to set. Night and thick fog will soon cover Mount Zhongnan. However, don't worry too much, as we have prepared lanterns along the way. The mountain path is very cold and treacherous, but I hope you won't give up. The 7 people who bring back a sealed flag will be recognized as the strongest. Zhang Heng said happily, "This is right up our alley." Duong Thong was unhappy. "I have to stay up all night?" Ta Thuong chimed in. "Of course." The host immediately shouted, "Everyone, set off now!" The elders stepped onto the pavilion and sighed. It just turned dark. Kim Trong Nam looked outside with a serious face. "But the fog is getting thicker." Quan Vo Zhang pointed into the distance. Unlike Mount Hua, which stands above the clouds, Zhongnan is very close to them. Moreover, some peaks have been trapped to maintain the fog. That way, it will be very hard for disciples to find their way. The old man scratched his chin. "But this favors the Zhongnan sect disciples since they've traveled these paths countless times." The great elder laughed. "Old man, you don't need to worry. What do you think the Zhongnan sect has relied on to maintain the Dragon Phoenix trial all these years?" He held out his hand. "It's the fog, a natural fortress on a mountain covered by clouds. If utilized, it can be used for camouflage or to create illusion traps." Quan Vo Jiang was surprised. "An illusion trap for them?" He glanced at him. "I certainly won't underestimate the difficulty of the exam. After all, nowhere is as well prepared as Zhongnan." Kim Trong Nam chuckled inwardly. "Heh, that's great then." The great elder clicked his tongue. "Just because that boy interests you, you're that worried about him?" Kim Trong Nam denied it flatly. "Worried? I just suspect you're playing tricks." Quan Vo Jiang heard them arguing and fell into thought. The great elder says it's fair, but this exam clearly favors Than Bok. Even with illusion traps, Than Bok is so familiar with the path that he can easily pass. More importantly, Than Bok is good at footwork. Speed is his strength, Than Bok. Than Bok looked back. Quan Vo Jiang made up his mind. This time they must win. Both shared the same thought. They must succeed at all costs. It grew darker. In the thick fog, lanterns sparkled. Duong Thong's group accelerated, running forward. Zhang Heng observed the surroundings and reminded them, "The darker it gets, the thicker the fog. We'll run into more trouble." Ta Thuong comforted. "Probably not. The first exam was to eliminate those without real strength. The second is to see the gap clearly. The second exam is clearly about footwork, but with a time limit, meaning distance will be judged based on speed. So this fog is also part of the test." Zhang Heng gave a cold laugh. "What's so special about fog?" She reminded, "Better to be careful. Night fog is certainly not like normal fog." Looking at the row of lanterns ahead, Duong Thong was puzzled. "With lanterns, this must be the path down, right?" Zhang Heng and Ta Thuong also raised their guard. He looked at them in confusion. "They're so quiet. They must be worried." He looked ahead and made up his mind. "Regardless, this is an individual exam." Duong Thong ordered, "Map of Mount Zhongnan. Lead the way to Tianchi Lake." The map gradually appeared. Shortest route, Tianchi Lake. Duong Thong was hit by an electric shock again. He thought irritably, "Every step reaches the limit. Tutu! It's following me, but is it okay to take it out?" No. He struggled to endure. No, I can bear it. We're almost there. Duong Thong. Ta Thuong turned around to ask something. She asked in confusion, "Why are we still walking together? Isn't this an individual competition? We may be friends, but this is an exam. We should compete fairly." Seeing no response, she suddenly turned her head. "Why is there no one?" The other two were no longer in sight. Duong Thong looked around. "I have the shortest route. Now is the time to separate." He was lost in a white void. What? Where are they? Jiang Hung had also been separated. He put his hands on his hips and thought. He shouted, "Hey, Duong Thong, Ta Thuong, you just left me behind like that?" He looked around. Furthermore, looking at the giant scarecrow before him, he wondered, why is there a training scarecrow here? Looking at its glowing eyes, he thought in confusion, does it want to fight? After the exam began, everyone had unknowingly been scattered by the thick fog. Ta Thuong ran while wondering, why is it so quiet? Where did they go? She looked up at a withered tree standing tall. There was a noticeable hole in the trunk. She looked at it, wondering, I just saw this tree. Ta Thuong pulled out her dagger, thinking, the lanterns are still lit, but there might be traps in the fog. She mercilessly carved a long, deep line on the tree trunk. I'll mark the places I've passed. Then she left while the cut was still very fresh. Sap was still flowing from the tree until it gradually dried. Ta Thuong returned to the foot of the tree. She touched the cut, and the answer was in her heart. Exactly as I expected. She looked at the lit lanterns along the way. These lanterns are the trap. If I keep following them, I'm afraid I'll never get out. She squinted suspiciously in another direction. Now, how could she find the right path in this exam? With the fog this thick and no hints at all, she walked slowly, scouting the surroundings. How do I get out? Ta Thuong looked at the vast forest shrouded in white mist and withered trees. She speculated that instead of following the lanterns, it might be better to find another path. Perhaps she'd come out somewhere else. Duong Thong looked at the road with 2 rows of lanterns and thought these lanterns must lead from the mountain down to Thien Chi Lake. However, he didn't rush into action but reviewed the map once more. He compared the illusions for a bit, but the route on the map didn't quite look the same. As he thought, he moved lightly across the treetops. Ta Thuong had said there was something fishy about this fog. He hoped they were okay. He could follow the map to leave without thinking much, but what about the others? Suddenly, several bolts of electricity coursed through his body. It made him grit his teeth and stop. Now was not the time to worry about them. Despite the discomfort, Duong Thong tried to keep running. Suddenly, he noticed something. A scarecrow collapsed on the ground, even though he hadn't done anything to it. Electric currents emanated from it, just like the ones on his own body. Duong Thong wondered, what is this? He looked at the scarecrow and asked himself. He felt like he had seen this somewhere else in the forest. The face of a scarecrow was smashed by a single punch. It was Jiang Hung, after dealing with it. He thought to himself, truly, I remember last year when I smashed these during the exam at Thanfong Hall to pass. A scarecrow suddenly rushed out from somewhere. It launched a sneak attack on him. Jiang Hung, sensing it keenly, raised a leg and kicked the scarecrow's face askew. What was that? Scared me to death. It staggered, but he still unsatisfied asked, May I ask where you're from? State your address. Around Jiang Hung, several scarecrows lay scattered. He looked at the footprints they left on the ground and deduced, seems they all came from the same direction. From that way? Jiang Hung flashed a smug smile. Great! I've been a bit lonely these past few days. Let me have some fun with you. With that, he quickly clenched his fists and rushed toward the scarecrows to ensure they received the order. Back to Ta Thuong, she was using her legs to trap a scarecrow's head, giving it a twist, and the scarecrow fell. Then she quickly dealt with the next one, rushing toward her with a kick to its face. At that moment, a thought flashed in her mind. I finally found a clue. These guys were the clue. She looked in the direction the scarecrows had come from and got into a starting position. They all came from that direction, so if she followed them, she would reach Tianchi Lake. Clue found. No more time to waste. She didn't hesitate, using the momentum to jump over the crowd of scarecrows below. In another place, a Thanfong disciple was fighting a crowd of scarecrows alone, but human strength has limits. He had fallen into a stalemate. He thought nervously, "Damn it, another one is coming?" Just as another scarecrow prepared to swing its fist, he raised his hands and shouted loudly, I surrender! I can't fight anymore." The scarecrow's eyes turned green, recording his surrender. Two examiners appeared out of nowhere in front of the disciple. One spoke up, "Disciple of the Thanfong Training Hall, if you surrender now, you will be disqualified. Do you accept?" He thought to himself that the other three would make it through anyway. He replied with an indifferent face, "Yes, I understand." An examiner wrote something on the scroll in his hand. He said, "You managed to escape those lanterns. That's commendable. But unfortunately, the disciple of Thanfong Training Hall is disqualified." The examiner instructed that those disqualified would wait in a separate tent. "Please follow this man." He placed a hand on the other examiner's shoulder as a signal. After saying that, he waved his hand and vanished. "Seems there's another candidate giving up. I'll go first." He left the student and the remaining examiner, who was looking at him probingly. The Thanfong disciple spoke up, "But with so many wooden scarecrows..."
How can they get through?
The remaining examiner turned to look at him and asked, "Is it really that hard? With so many wooden scarecrows, who could pass?" The examiner sighed impatiently and explained, "What a silly question. Isn't this exam about light and footprints? Then why didn't you just go around them? Who said these wooden scarecrows were part of the exam requirements?" He pouted and said, "Furthermore, the higher the level of the exam, the harder it gets, and the wider the skill gap. If the first part was basic, the second part tests your ability. Hidden in this thick fog are mechanisms used to test the candidate's capabilities. In this fog, you can't even see a meter beneath your feet. You certainly have to rely on the light of the lanterns. You'll quickly realize this path is a trap. Once you realize that, you must leave the lantern-lit path and cross this dark, terrifying fog. That is the mid-ground illusion labyrinth. However, leaving the established path is a challenge in itself. The Murim is exactly such a place, and these wooden scarecrows are the embodiment of that challenge. When facing adversity, will you lose your wisdom and courage? We don't want to see that. Our Murim alliance needs warriors who don't lose those qualities under any circumstances. Look at those warriors still fighting, but you have lost it." His words made the disciple break into a cold sweat, speechless. Images of the three best students from Thanfong Training Hall appeared. They continued forward without hesitation. You could try using strength to deal with them. Ta Thuong chose to ignore them and kept moving forward, or simply followed the path. Jang Hung chose to fight the scarecrows to relieve stress while following the direction they came from. Con đường thông thì đi. Theo con đường trên bản đồ chỉ cần đi. Theo con đường này là sắp đến nơi rồi, nhưng thử có thể giúp họ đến được. Đích có lẽ là sự kiên định đó một hồ nước. Khổng lồ bị bao phủ trong xương trắng giữa họ là một mảnh đất trên đó cằm bẫy lá. Cổ vàng đang bay phấp phới, nơi đây chỉ có một mình đường thông. This made him exclaim, "Am I the first one here?" He let out a breath and thought, "This map is so useful. I reached here without any trouble." He gasped in surprise and stepped onto the lake's surface. He said, "It's frozen this thick in just one night? Impressive. Luckily, I don't have to swim in this winter." Duong Thong walked step by step across the ice toward the flagged land. At the spot where the Than Phong disciple had surrendered, the conversation continued. He asked, "So it's over, right?" The examiner didn't understand. He replied, "As long as they reach Tianchi Lake, it will be over, right?" He squinted one eye at him. The two had reached the tent for those who surrendered. He replied, "There's still a later part, but I don't think a disqualified person like you could understand what you're about to hear. Whatever is at Tianchi Lake, only those who reach it will know." Duong Thong walked patiently on the ice.
This must be the hardest part of the exam, right?
Suddenly, a loud shout startled him. "Dragon of Xi'an!" He turned to look. "Damn it!" A troublesome person had appeared. Then Bok shouted, "Wait for me!" He thought resentfully, "How did this bastard know the right path? I won't let him win this time." Then, Thon Bok used his momentum to rush toward the flags. His footwork was mystical. One could even see his after-images. Duong Thong thought tensely, "That footwork is exactly as I expected. The Zhongnan sect's techniques are truly formidable." Then Bok said smugly, "What's wrong? Can't move? You have to walk on ice both fast and steady to be a successor." He shouted happily, "This victory is mine!" Duong Thong stood nearby, cursing under his breath. "You'd better fall and die." Right at that moment, both Duong Thong and Thon Bok felt something approaching. A pair of hands appeared, the eagle claw technique. Than Bok was suddenly pressed hard down onto the ice. It caused the ice to crack. Then the newcomer continued to perform a skill. Internal Snow Blossom, Winter Plum Bloom. A violent blizzard surged toward Duong Thong. His face grew grim as he thought, "Why is he here?" At a carpentry workshop in Tajiang, craftsmen were meticulously creating wooden figures with familiar shapes, carving blocks of wood into human forms, then engraving acupuncture points, preparing a bowl of water and the true qi of a master. Then they infused it into the wooden person. About half a day later, the wooden person would begin to move and act according to the owner's will. True qi. On a bridge across Zhongnan, Quan Vo Zhang and a hunchbacked old man were talking. The old man said, "That is the dark art of the training hall. This kind of dark art was once used in ancient wars, but because it was too weak and not durable, it was forgotten in the medieval period." The old man recalled his youth. "I learned the formula thanks to collecting the remaining materials. Later, I discovered it was used for children's training. Afterward, our Zhongnan training hall successfully recreated it, but now the young masters are using it to conduct a test. So I also used them for this Dragon Phoenix trial." Zhongnan let out a breath. At least they were more effective than expected. Quan Vo Jiang clasped his hands in a salute. Thanks to the guidance of the elders, the disciples were not seriously injured during practice. Zhongnan will also share this blessing with other training halls. Zhongnan asked, "So whose true qi was used for this Dragon Phoenix trial?" Quan Vo Jiang replied, "Mostly from former disciples. But there's one quite special person." The old man gave a meaningful look. "Special?" Quan Vo Jiang replied, "Actually, last year Ta Jiang borrowed a few wooden men." The hunchbacked old man was puzzled. "Ta Jiang? You mean Ta Jiang of the Thanfong Training Hall?" He quickly confirmed. "Yes. In exchange, he infused his true qi into one of them." Zhongnan added, "So that wooden man, the special one, is a product of Ta Jiang's true qi." Quan Vo Jiang explained, "I always wanted to use the true qi of the ManHwa sect to make more wooden men, but in the end, we used Ta Jiang's. Anyway, the Thanfong Training Hall has many geniuses." The great elder chimed in. The results were quite different. Quan Vo Jiang gripped the railing and looked into the distance, saying, "Although the match is still ongoing, I am very confident that Thon Bok will win this second round with the highest score." The one he had high hopes for was currently soaking in the freezing river due to a sudden attack. Then Bok struggled to surface, complaining he was dying. Then, taking advantage of the moment Duong Thong and the newcomer weren't paying attention, he ran while thinking, "Good, you two keep fighting. I'll go get the flags." As for Duong Thong, he was struggling against the blizzard. He thought, "I didn't expect old man Ta Jiang to be part of this match. I'm being pushed back." An image of Ta Thuong appeared in his mind. He thought in confusion, "Why did I suddenly think of her?" Then he rushed forward, simultaneously activating a system notification. Active Skill, Phantom Step Level 2, Mastery 24%, a special type of footwork designed to evade enemy moves effectively. Max distance, 180 centimeters. Max consumption, 10% mana. My opponent is Ta Jiang. I must go all out. Duong Thong calculated the distance. 14 feet, that's enough. Then he dashed off with incredible speed. He raised his fist. Master, what are you doing here? Right at that moment, that person's hand hooked upward, nearly touching his chin. Sixth form of the firmament. Duong Thong nimbly twisted his body to dodge, but he was still tense, thinking, the distance is too close. The one he called Master continued with the Winter Sun Plum Blossom move. In the heat of the fierce battle, Thon Bok took the opportunity to approach the ground. He reached out to grab one of the 7 flags. Great, I've won! Right then, a blast of energy surged from behind. It caused him to nearly lose his footing. He panicked. Wait, what is this? This is the aftershock from the move Ta Jiang is performing. Thon Bok was sucked into the air. 7th form of the firmament. Duong Thong was no exception, being drawn upward as well. Ta Jiang leaped up to approach him. At that moment, he realized, wait, something's not right. But before he could think it through, Ta Jiang unleashed a winter plum cold shock strike downward. He blocked the move, but discovered something strange. Huh? The impact isn't as strong as I thought. He remembered Ta Thuong's words. You should be careful. He looked into the stubborn face of the master. Only then did he realize this wasn't Ta Jiang, it was an illusion. Duong Thong performed a backflip and landed gracefully. He deduced that this fog used illusions to shroud the wooden figures. So this is why the damage isn't strong. We've passed the Than Phong Training Hall's illusion test. In this fog, besides physical attacks, everything carries magic. I don't know why it's Ta Jiang, but I need to regain my senses and defeat it. Since it's just a wooden figure, I can definitely win. He calculated the route to the flags. Ta Thuong's image appeared again. He wondered in confusion, but why do I keep thinking about her? In his memory, she once said, because I don't want to be sold. Thinking of this made him a bit angry. Recalling Ta Thuong's face back then, defeating him should be fine, right? He calculated his strategy. The distance was perfect. This time, I'll face him head on. Despite the blizzard, he calmly set his resolve. Come on, master, he thought to himself. Duong Ngakli and the Ta family would be good choices. In an instant, Duong Thong closed in behind the wooden figure. But for you... He grabbed its face with both hands. Before it could react, a surge of electricity erupted from him and transferred to the wooden figure. How about we get to know each other a bit? He shared with it the electricity that had been torturing him all this time. The wooden figure revealed its true form and slumped to the ground. He smugly recalled his luck. He got here this fast, thanks to that map. Are these wooden figures really this weak against electric attacks? Who would have thought this abnormal status could be used to attack? Isn't this a blessing in disguise? After that, he walked straight to the flags, thinking, it really hurts, but I can't die over this. Duong Thong picked up a flag. Now I just need to return. From a nearby tree, Bok Chi had been watching everything. He spoke up. How interesting. Using his own curse like that. He's truly a strange kid. But it's not over yet, Dragon of Xi'an. His eyes were full of hidden meaning. No, I should call you Friend Thong. Duong Thong held the flag and muttered, must leave here quickly. Or just run, stop walking. From afar, Bok Chi called out, Friend! After obtaining the flag, Duong Thong walked slowly, thinking, good, very good. Should I speed up now? Suddenly, there was the sound of someone's footsteps passing by. He turned back alertly to observe, but there was nothing behind him. This made him suspicious. Is someone else coming? Or was I mistaken? Suddenly, a hand reached up from beneath the lake and grabbed one of the 7 flags. It was Thon Bok. He had been pinned under the lake by the wooden figure and was soaking wet. Then Thon Bok screamed with resentment, Dragon of Xi'an! Duong Thong thought helplessly, ah, so that's it. No wonder he vanished earlier. Than Bok grit his teeth and resolved, this time, I must take first place. With that, both ran off at the same time. Then Bok followed closely behind, mocking, you're just a kid from a pathetic training hall. You can't beat me. Duong Thong, level 19, agility 85. Seeing Thon Bok pursuing relentlessly, his heart tightened. This guy is faster than I thought. He assessed the opponent's agility. Surprisingly, it matched his own. Then Bach, level 14, age 16, strength 77, stamina 75, agility 81. It seems he's practiced many footwork techniques. As for me, but since earlier, the abnormal electricity has been torturing me. He thought wearily, every step is a stinging pain. If I were in normal condition, I'd have left him in the dust long ago. Behind him, Than Bok kept shouting. Duong Thong replied irritably, "Shut up! Stop calling my name!" The electricity grew more dominant. Duong Thong struggled to hold on, showing signs of collapsing. Then Bok's sharp eyes caught this opening and thought, the chance is here. Then, he circulated his chi and performed the Jade Emperor secret technique. Then Bok streaked past Duong Thong at extreme speed, not forgetting to say smugly, "Move aside, let me through!" He turned back arrogantly. "How could someone from an inferior training hall like you want to beat a noble candidate like me? How shameful. This time I'll show you the gap between us." Duong Thong's heart sank. His eyes began to close. "Damn it, if the gap between us keeps widening..." He braced his hands on the ground and fell. "Damn it, I can't move anymore. I've reached the limit." Duong Thong's eyes lost their brilliance. "Damn it, is it because I spent too much energy on that wooden figure?" Then his eyes slowly closed, but he stubbornly watched Than Bok's receding back. "Oh, my consciousness." Than Bok ran for a while. He turned back to see Duong Thong collapsed. He felt secretly delighted. Thanks to the secret technique, I finally surpassed him. He laughed smugly. "Excellent, I'm definitely taking first place this time." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Dream on!" He looked up only to see a blurry figure holding a flag. Than Bok's eyes widened. He thought, what? What kind of trick is this guy playing? Back to Duong Thong. He was using the flag to prop up his body, struggling to sit up. He thought, if I lose consciousness, it's all over. I must stay awake at all costs. Kim Hak's past words echoed in his head. Our spirit is invincible. At that time, he had said arrogantly, as long as we are determined, what can stop us? No one can stop us. Duong Thong was drenched in sweat, trying to endure the electricity running wild in his body. He scoffed inwardly. I used to think those words were hollow, but now I have to rely on them. In other words, it's quite like my habit, his father once said with a smile. Effort will never betray us. Duong Thong stood up, a fierce determination rising within him. Try to endure. If mental strength and effort are balanced, I can endure it. I can definitely endure it. The first time I was tortured by this status, I thought reaching Zhongnan was my limit. But when I used Mount Tai Crush, the impact was even stronger. And when I lifted that wooden figure, the pain reached its peak. I want to adapt to it. But this time, I will only use mental strength to endure it. He took the first step, then the second. He told himself, no matter how painful each step is, at the moment, the soles of his feet touch the ground. The electricity jolts ruthlessly from head to toe. Duong Thong endured resiliently, but since I can still walk, it gave him another thought. That means I can definitely go further. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. I can do it. Right then, a system notification appeared. You have broken the willpower limit. Strength rank increased. You receive a special reward. Passive skill. Copper skin and iron bone. Your skin is reinforced. The skill will grow stronger with move levels. His heavy footsteps gradually became lighter. He clenched his fists and told himself, almost at the Murim training hall, one step closer to the title of world's best. Perhaps Duong Thong didn't notice, but his determination to move forward was so strong that it left firm footprints on the ground. As for Than Bok, despite leading, he was very dissatisfied. Damn it, I should have been the first, but I can't take it anymore. This is making me so uncomfortable. He angrily threw the flag to the ground. Then he let out a scream to vent his anger. Suddenly, he realized someone was approaching in the fog. Than Bok asked without turning back, So you've arrived? He grit his teeth stubbornly. I absolutely cannot lose to you, of all people. Duong Thong feigned a question. Oh? Then why aren't you running? Then Bok roared manically, "I won't let you pass." Duong Thong calmly replied, "You're going to stop me by preventing me from moving forward? Are you planning to give up on the Dragon Phoenix trial?" He laughed contemptuously. "Give up?" Than Bok pointed at himself and said confidently, "I'll pass this exam anyway. Unlike you, an inferior person trying to compete with me." Duong Thong, still enduring the electric current, asked, "So you plan to defeat me right here to stop me?" Than Bok admitted, "That's right." Duong Thong couldn't hold back anymore. He spoke bluntly. "Why does a piece of rude trash like you have a short-circuited brain? Fine. I originally planned to smash your foul mouth in the next match, but doing it now is fine too. But let me ask you one thing." Than Bok asked, "What?" He spoke up. "What on earth did I do to you for you to act like this? I don't even know who you are." Than Bok had an amused expression. "Nothing." He was a bit shocked. "Nothing?" Than Bok wore a smile. "It's just that seeing someone like you attracting attention, it's annoying, to be honest. Your very existence makes me uncomfortable." He sighed with disdain. "How unprofessional. But don't worry, I'll make you even more uncomfortable." He replied, "Bring it on," but didn't notice a hand placed on his head from behind. Then, Than Bok was pinned down by an immense force. Bok Chi lifted his knee and landed a vicious blow to his face. Than Bok, face covered in blood, fainted. He was released. Bok Chi put his pipe in his mouth and greeted, "Hello." He laughed and winked. "The night, the fog, aren't conditions like these perfect for me to appear?" At the competition venue, a Marine judge clasped his hands tremblingly, thinking, "Even though this building has 2 floors, I don't want to come here at night at all. That damn Wu family." The great elder looked up at the sky and said, "It's almost dawn." Kim Trong-nam stood nearby and added, "Several hours have passed without a single person appearing. It seems this test was a bit too difficult, from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. The great elder asked, "Do you think the child you have high hopes for can take first place this time?" Kim Trong-nam stroked his chin. "This time, I'm not sure." Kwanvo Jiang, looking down at the main hall, spoke up. "The results will be far different from last time." Kim Trong-nam thought to himself that everyone was only thinking about rankings. The great elder replied, "I think so too." All 3 shared the same thought. Who will be the first one this time? Back with Duong Thong. The sudden appearance of Bok Chi caught him off guard. He raised his voice. "Why is it you again?" Bok Chi replied unhappily, "I thought you'd be happy to see me." He answered, "Not at all. You always appear at the most unexpected times." He looked silently at Than Bok, who lay unconscious on the ground, face covered in blood. Bok Chi seemed to know what he was worried about and spoke up. "Don't worry, I didn't kill him. No need to thank me either." Duong Thong questioned, "Why? Why do you keep following me?" He held up one finger and said, "First, I'm not following you. I was just lying in ambush near this lake of vines." Then he raised a second finger. "Second, I like it here. I was about to die of boredom. You know?" He looked uneasily at Than Bok's fate. "So this is why you hit him?" "Well, he deserved it," Bok Chi replied calmly. "Isn't it natural for bad deeds to be punished? I don't see anything strange about it." He took a puff from his pipe. "Don't all bad guys enjoy doing bad things?" He exhaled a cloud of smoke. "But if you're bored, you can consider this a favor for a friend. Besides me, this is the first time I've seen someone possessing the 5-ghost elemental body, you and Duong Ngok Lai." Duong Thong was confused. 5-ghost elemental body? Bok Chi asked, first time hearing it. Duong Thong thought in confusion, what on earth is he talking about? Duong Thong began to recall. The 5-ghost elemental body. They are people born possessing all 5 elemental phases. Therefore, they can grow rapidly and learn martial arts at an incredible speed. However, because of that, they learn everything more easily than others and become much stronger. Duong Thong looked down at his hands, speculating. Does this mean I truly have the 5 ghost elemental body? But why is my spiritual energy source so weak? Could it be a side effect of returning to the past? Bok Chi interrupted his train of thought. It's a cursed body. He looked up with self-mockery. I never wished for this thing. Duong Thong felt wary. This guy... Bok Chi raised his left arm and said, Here, right on this left arm, I have sealed a black fire dragon. Duong Thong was shocked, thinking, Black fire dragon? He just said it, the heat emitted earlier. No, wait, does that mean I have a thunder dragon in me? The thunder dragon from his imagination appeared, commenting on the mission failure. This left Duong Thong speechless. Bok Chi looked intrigued and praised, I can only seal it on my body, but you can use it to attack. Quite impressive. Duong Thong continued, I know I'm in a competition, so I don't have time. He threw a red talisman to Bok Chi. Duong Thong began to bargain. Since you're already here anyway, trade me that pipe. Otherwise, I'll definitely die at the hands of that thunder dragon thing. Bok Chi examined the red talisman, crushed it, and threw it into his mouth. Fine. Then Bok Chi handed the pipe to Duong Thong. He didn't forget to comment on the taste of the talisman. The flavor isn't bad. After Duong Thong received the pipe, the system announced, Current abnormal status time remaining, 23:45:01. He saw it and thought, the abnormal status will end tomorrow. Bok Chi stepped up, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Well then, see you after the exam, friend. After saying that, his figure gradually faded. Duong Thong was no longer unfamiliar with this. Huh? Again? Bok Chi vanished. Duong Thong put the pipe in his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke, thinking, did he really just come to say hello? Right at that moment, someone ran toward him from afar. It was Zhang Heng. He saw Duong Thong and pouted. Lost to you again this time. Damn, you really are as fast as I thought. Duong Thong said unhappily, Shouldn't you ask if I'm okay first? This guy, he encouraged. Don't worry, at least you're still in 3rd place. I also got the flag with the seal. Zhang Heng corrected him. 3rd? I'm 4th. Duong Thong didn't understand. Zhang Heng explained while picking his nose, When I got there, only 4 flags were left. He couldn't believe it and repeated, 4 flags? He asked, Then who took the other 3? Duong Thong held his flag and counted. Mine. He looked at Thon Bok. This guy's... Zhang Heng was dissatisfied. What? This guy arrived even before me? He was stunned. He asked, Then who took the remaining flag? Among the 3 watching the competition. The sun is about to rise. Kim Trong Nam spoke up. This result will be very different. The great elder laughed and added, I think he's right. Quan Vo Jiang didn't quite agree. He thought to himself, Different? Just wait and see. This time we will definitely take 1st place. He recalled Thon Bok's training process, feeling certain of victory. Since childhood, Thon Bok had learned the fastest attack and dodge techniques. That child had tirelessly practiced his footwork. The Jade Emperor technique and his other moves were the results of hard training. He had mastered the entire essence of the Zhongnan footwork. Suddenly he frowned. A familiar figure holding a flag stepped into the hall. It was Ta Thuong. She brought with her sweat and heat. Her hand gripped the flag tightly as she stepped firmly toward the finish line. The judge cried out in surprise, "Oh!" The other judges were equally surprised. A young girl arrived first? Wow, this is the first time the Dragon Phoenix trial has a female candidate finish first. The surrounding crowd also cheered excitedly. Wow, amazing. And she's very beautiful. Who is she? Another person answered, It's Ta Thuong, the one who ranked 3rd yesterday. She said happily, 1st place. Quan Vo Jiang's face darkened as he roared, Ridiculous! The great elder asked, What's ridiculous? Quan Vo Jiang sneered. That girl couldn't be that formidable. She must have cheated, definitely. And not just once, but twice. The great elder angrily struck his staff on the ground and shouted, "You lost twice in a row and call it cheating? You're bringing more shame upon yourself. Elder, is this what I taught you?" He lectured, "What does gender have to do with the ability of a candidate? You fool." Vo Jiang remained silent, thinking, "Then no matter what, you must take second place, Thanbok. At least that will save some face." At this point, Kim Trong-nam spoke up, "That brat might be dozing off on his way here." Quan Vo Jiang was stunned. Below in the hall, the second person to reach the finish line was Duong Thong. Immediately after was Zhang Heng. Ta Thuong spoke smugly, "Are you guys just arriving? Slow as turtles, and I only walked here." Duong Thong, drenched in sweat, asked, "How are you so formidable? I clearly reached the Lake of Vines first." She smiled naturally and explained, "While you were fighting my father at the Lake of Vines, I sneakily took a flag and slipped away. Of course, I knew he was a fake. I also took the opportunity to give that Zhongnan idiot a kick." Duong Thong felt guilty and asked, "So you saw everything?" He remembered his own words. "How about we get to know each other a bit?" Then yelled in embarrassment, "You heard all of that too?" Ta Thuong feigned closeness to tease him. What? What are you saying?" Duong Thong, embarrassed and stubborn, replied, Nothing. I didn't say anything." She covered her mouth, glanced at him, and joked, "Or were you saying something bad about me?" Duong Thong thought about marriage, and his head started smoking. Seeing him standing there dazed, she asked, "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Heng also chimed in, "Hey, are you okay?" Ta Thuong waved her hand and laughed. "I'm just joking. I mean, there's no way you'd talk bad behind my back, right?" Duong Thong remained motionless. "Hey!" She looked bewildered. "Are you stupid?" Then everyone started buzzing. "Damn, did I do something wrong? Huh? He's not moving. Is he dead?" Elsewhere, a judge approached the elders. The great elder asked, "What is it?" The judge stammered, It's... He nervously continued. "Some judges discovered debris in the exam area. Based on the traces, it seems to have been caused by something demonic at the Zhongnan infirmary." Duong Thong sat dazed on the bed, wondering, "Why am I here? I think I fainted." Ta Thung, standing nearby, spoke up. "You suddenly fainted, so we brought you here. Luckily, you're fine now." Zhang Heng added, "We thought you were dead." "While you were unconscious, things outside got chaotic." Duong Thong asked blankly, "Huh? Chaotic?" Ta Thuong explained, "It seems an intruder broke through Zhongnan's illusion barrier during the exam. The whole sect is in an uproar, investigating everywhere." On the other side of the infirmary, someone's voice rang out, "Hey, look! Someone else is injured." Then Bach shouted at a maid, "How many times do I have to say it? I'm not sick." Duong Thong curled his lip and cursed inwardly. "Aha, for that idiot. This much injury isn't enough." But what did that girl do to him? By the way, it seems Bak Chi didn't just quietly come and go. Did he cause all that trouble just to say hello to me? He thought worriedly, he broke the illusion barrier easily. I was actually relieved there were only 2 supervisors there and Than Bok was injured. If he were the Bak Chi from the future, no one would have survived, and I certainly wouldn't have escaped. Zhang Heng turned around. "We're heading out first." Ta Thuong also said, "Call me when you come out. Many people are waiting for you out there anyway." He waved and replied, "Yeah, thanks both of you." Kim Trong-nam walked in. He was confused. "Huh?" Then he tried calling out to the old man. The old man replied, "You're awake?" Duong Thong asked blankly, "How did you get in here?" The old man scolded, "You brat, why are you getting more rude by the day?" He shot back, "Isn't it because of you that I ended up like this?" He returned to the main topic. "But you're an outsider. How could you get in here safely?" Kim Trong-nam replied, "I live and work near here. Why couldn't I come?" He suddenly realized and thought, that's not right. If he were just an ordinary citizen, we would have been kicked out long ago. The old man stroked his chin and remarked, "You've changed a lot compared to before. Furthermore, I told you, I'm only 58. I didn't have much time before, but now we can talk more. They even gave me some quite nice clothes." He couldn't believe it, thinking, is he really 120 years old? Unbelievable. He scanned the old man's stats. Level 1, Kim Trong-nam, age 120, strength 12, stamina 17, agility 9, true chi 5. He clearly modified the data. Who is this old man? I really can't remember anyone named Kim Trong-nam. Right then, the familiar electricity appeared to torture him again. Duong Thong shuddered. System notification. Current abnormal status time remaining, 17:29:09. He broke into a sweat and cursed inwardly. Damn, I almost forgot about my current abnormal status. Unexpectedly, Kim Trong-nam struck him hard on the back of the neck. He clutched the spot and cried out, "Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing?" "Are you crazy?" The old man said calmly. "Seeing you so pitiful, I'm lending a hand. I've infused original chi into the back of your neck." He asked, suspiciously, "Original chi?" The old man explained, "If you don't think about it, you won't feel pain anymore. Don't you realize it now? The pain is gone." System notification. Abnormal status has been cleared. He looked at his hand and thought, he cleared it that easily? If I'd known, I would have taken him as my master. Kim Trong-nam placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, "How do you feel now? This method helps the true chi and blood vessels circulate. If the vessels are blocked or show signs of abnormality, you will suffer extreme pain. Take better care of yourself in the future." Duong Thong asked directly, "Is it because I possess the 5 ghost elemental body?" The old man was surprised. What do you mean?" He replied. "I met someone from the demonic cult." The old man repeated, "Demonic cult." He continued, "He told me I have the 5 ghost elemental body. From his tone, he seemed very certain." Kim Trong-nam burst out laughing without reservation, making his face stiffen. The old man stroked his beard and said, "Forgive me, I was just a bit surprised. I didn't expect someone to mention the term 5 ghost elemental body. You mean while participating in this Dragon Phoenix trial, someone from the demonic cult came here?" He replied embarrassedly. "He intentionally approached me. He said he wanted to find the person in black you were looking for. I told him I didn't know." The old man replied seriously, "I know that person," while thinking, "A demonic cult member, huh?" The old man said, "In my view, you don't need to worry about this." He glanced sarcastically. "What if it is something to worry about?" The old man grinned. "Well then, old master, don't you see how my body's abnormal condition is? Why am I like this?" He looked at his hand. "Do I really have the 5 ghost elemental body?" The corner of Kim Trong-nam's mouth curled into a smile. His face darkened. "What are you laughing at? I'm being serious." The old man finally explained, "I watched your matches. You won the first round and came in second in the second round. You even utilized this old man's joke to create a new move and brought back a flag from the celestial lake. If considered carefully, it's true you might possess the 5 ghost elemental body." He interrupted. "So," the old man continued, "but you are completely different from the 5 ghost elemental body holders I've met. Your blood vessels are a bit abnormal. Perhaps that's what that demonic cult fellow sensed. But if you ask me whether you have it or not, my answer is no, so don't worry about it anymore." The old man gave him a serious answer. He asked himself skeptically, so he was wrong? Kim Trong-nam explained, "Possessing the 5 ghost elemental body means you have the incredible physique of a martial arts prodigy, able to learn everything easily. To us, that's a gem. To a sect, that's a disciple worth recruiting. Based on your ability and effort, you fit this description. But for a God-given physique, it's too late to change direction now. It's either innate or obtained through some kind of wicked demonic technique. That's why the name contains the word ghost." Duong Thong listened intently, falling into thought. Demonic techniques. Is that what Bok Chi mentioned? Kim Trong-nam advised, "Don't dwell on it anymore." He asked, "So you mean my body's abnormality is unrelated to it?" The old man smiled and said, "Like I said, you don't need to pay it any mind. Didn't I just check your body? Just consider it your innate physical trait." He listened in silence. Innate trait. Even if you didn't say it, It's quite obvious. Kim Trong-nam interrupted his thoughts. This old man came here today specifically because there's something regarding your future I want to say. The more you grow and use that body, the more failure you will encounter. That is your fate because you never stop pushing your limits. He grasped the meaning and voiced his deduction. You mean this is unavoidable, right? Had I known, I wouldn't have asked. The old man advised, seriously. I'm just saying, if you fail, you're finished. No one will be able to save you. So, do you want to continue on this path? He bowed his head in contemplation. Fate, huh? Duong Thong asked with a sharp gaze. So if I can control everything well, I can still grow, right? The old man laughed with interest. An interesting answer. It seems you've chosen your path. He stepped off the bed and replied, Of course I will continue to train. To become the world's greatest master, Kim Trong-nam repeated. The world's greatest master, eh? And then what? The old man's question was met only by his silence, at the contestants' resting area. When Duong Thong approached, Zhang Heng said, You're here? Another added, It's good to see the dragon of Xi'an so healthy. Brother. He gave a hum. What's up? His fellow disciple explained, It's about some chaos in the second round. Also, the results were just announced. I lost, so nothing's changed. Ta Thuong walked by and said, Those who brought back flags are all qualified for the third round. Look over there. Let's go down together. At the result announcement area, the crowd was buzzing with noise. 3 of them are disciples from the Than Phong training hall. Are their names on the board? Not just one, all 3 of them are. He gaped at the announcement board. Ta Thong frowned and sighed. I took first place in the second round. Why didn't they exempt me from the final duel? Even that aggressive guy is still there. Most of the Zhongnan disciples passed too. At the arena. In previous Dragon Phoenix trials, the leader of the Murim Alliance would usually come to observe. Despite traveling abroad all year round, he always came to watch and participate in the Dragon Phoenix trial held in Zhongnan. But because the Great Elder acted in secret, even those within the Murim Alliance didn't know where he had gone. On the martial arts field for the third round, the crowd's cheers rang out incessantly. Than Phong Training Hall, go for it! Defeat them! Nice hit! Great job! In the stands, the gossip was also non-stop. What do you think? Is the Murim Alliance leader coming this year? Someone replied, Do you think the leader is a fool? The demonic cult came here to cause trouble. Why would he come? 2 other spectators noticed the center of the hall. One said, The center seat is still empty. Yeah, looks like he isn't coming, the other replied. But I'm very curious. I really want to meet the Murim Alliance leader. On another side of the stands. Ah, this feeling is great. Is this the dragon son? Another replied, Yes, that's him. Jia Cat Tung and Kim Trong-nam were drinking together. Kim Trong-nam raised his cup, satisfied. Your kid really knows this old man's taste. Jia Cat Tung smiled politely. I'm glad you like it. The old man took a sip of wine and changed the subject. By the way, you look strange without a hat. Hearing that, the man touched his head and admitted, Ah, that's true. But if I wear a hat, too many people will recognize me. Kim Trong-nam looked at him skeptically. What? So people recognize you by your hat and not your face? Then the old man's attitude suddenly shifted. Becoming serious, he said, Listen, even though you called me out, I have something I want to say first. Yesterday I saw a guy wearing a conical hat. Jia Cat Tung followed up. Is he the one who caused the commotion? The old man immediately replied, It seems he's somehow connected to the appearance of the demonic cult in yesterday's match. Jia Cat Tung stroked his chin and speculated, What do you think he took? The old man began to analyze. He used to be the most formidable thief in Zhongnan. To this day, no one matches him. But for him to suddenly appear this time, it must be something very urgent. A thought likely flashed through both of their minds. It's time for the Murim Alliance to enter a state of emergency, isn't it? Jia Cat Tung gave a meaningful look. Perhaps. The old man looked back. Or rather, it already is. Jia Cat Tung proposed a hypothesis. Do you think this is related to the 5-ghost elemental body? The old man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pivoted to another question. What did you write on the paper? The man replied calmly, It's about the appearance of the 5-ghost elemental body. The greatest thief and the Murim Alliance leader nearly disappeared at the same time. Kim Trong-nam laughed self-deprecatingly. The old men my age think so too. Perhaps we're just old and don't want to get involved in those troublesome matters anymore. Just want to live in seclusion. Or they might have discovered something related to the 5-ghost elemental body. Hearing this, Jia Cat Tung's expression became grave. The old man raised his wine cup and asked, Now, tell me everything you know about the 5-ghost elemental body. The scene shifted back to the match in the hall. Now it was Jiang Hung facing off against a ManHwa disciple, and he was holding the upper hand. The ManHwa disciple lay unconscious on the ground. Jiang Hung said disappointedly, I thought fighting a ManHwa disciple would be more exciting. Who knew it would be such an easy win? Practice more next time. The referee's voice rang out. Jiang Hung wins! The referee marked a line on the bracket. Jiang Hung advanced to the next round. Ta Thung, standing outside the ring, spoke up. I knew you'd win. While she praised him, he let out a huge yawn with tears even coming to his eyes. He replied sleepily, Uh-huh. Wake me up when you guys are finished, okay? I'm going to nap for a bit. Ta Thuong felt helpless. Fine. Duong Thong mocked him. You have to sleep just for a short wait? Jiang Hung laughed and admitted, I'm always like this. This is just who I am. I didn't sleep last night, so I need to close my eyes for a bit. Duong Thong replied with disdain, What do you mean, this is me? After saying that, he turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye. I'm going first. Ta Thuong watched this and resolved to herself, I absolutely cannot lose to someone like this. The referee looked at the bracket and said loudly, Next match. Than Phong Training Hall disciple Duong Thong, please take the stage. He stepped up confidently. Ta Thuong cheered. You must win. The referee read the second name. Zhongnan Training Hall disciple Than Bok, please take the stage. Then Bok stepped up and said loudly, Last time was just luck for you, but this time I'll show you my true strength. The referee signaled for both sides to salute. He and Than Bok clasped their hands in a salute. Hearing Than Bok's arrogant words, he felt both angry and slyly amused. You're the lucky one. If Bok Chi hadn't appeared then, I would have sent you to the afterlife long ago. The referee raised his hand and shouted, Prepare! Start! As soon as the word was out, Duong Thong's fist was already in front of Than Bok's face. He didn't even have time to react. Kept you waiting, didn't I? I've been waiting for a long time. However, Than Bok managed to dodge a fatal blow just in time. His cheek was only slightly grazed. He touched his cheek, thinking nervously in confusion. What? Why is this kid so fast? Without giving Than Bok a chance to prepare, Duong Thong twisted his body to deliver an elbow strike. He raised his arms to block, but it was useless. The attack was too strong. The momentum caused blood to seep from his chin. Than Bok retreated, cursing. Ugh, damn you! He steadied himself and used a strange footwork, moving behind Duong Thong. Don't you dare think you can defeat me! Then, Than Bok channeled his chi into his right hand for a thundercloud finger technique, thrusting toward Duong Thong, but he nimbly dodged it. Even without skill bonuses or memories of a past life, a guy like you is nothing to me. As he spoke, he used his chi, unleashing a double-fisted strike that landed heavily on Than Bok's waist. He was in so much pain his eyes rolled back. Then Bok clutched his waist, struggling to stand up, panting. He looked toward where Quan Vo Jiang was sitting. The man covered his face in disappointment. Good heavens, it's really over. Duong Thong noticed this small detail about Than Bok. He also looked toward Quan Vo Jiang. He realized, the Zhongnan elder is watching the situation. Is he paying attention to the elder's reaction? So his goal is to please the elder. Meanwhile, Than Bok couldn't accept it, gritting his teeth.
How can this be so senseless?
Duong Thong's face was cold as he thought. With such a trivial goal, no wonder he hasn't even mastered the basics. Perhaps he only learned fancy, flashy moves to impress his master. He spoke up. Continuing? Then Bok wouldn't give in and replied, "Of course. Your attack means nothing to me." "Damn bastard!" Despite his cursing, a swirl of chi still surrounded him. "Golden Flash!" just as the name of the move suggested. Then Bok rushed forward with extreme speed. "With this move, you'd better surrender and get lost." However, the moment he was about to touch Duong Thong, he lightly grabbed the opponent's head with one hand. "I admit your strength. You've learned many different martial arts at a young age. But didn't you think about learning something basic?" Comparing stats. Duong Thong, level 19, age 16, strength stage 1, stamina 89, true chi 35 years. Comparing stats. Than Bok, level 14, age 16, strength 75, stamina 81, true chi 17 years. He reminded him, "Only by reminding you like this, Ed, can you become stronger." He leaned down to look at the opponent and said, "Go back and learn the basics." Then Bok certainly didn't accept defeat, immediately roaring, "Don't talk nonsense! You're just a disciple from an inferior training hall." Those words hit a nerve with Duong Thong. Without any hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch to the opponent's stomach. "I think so too." Then Bok's eyes rolled back as his knees hit the ground. Right then, the system announced, "Special mission, defeat Then Bok in the Dragon Phoenix trial. Reward, martial arts manual, Mount Tai sword technique. Penalty for failure, mission will change." The referee declared Duong Thong the winner. The system displayed, "Mission accomplished. You have completed the special mission. The reward has been sent to you. You have received the martial arts manual Mount Tai sword technique. Mount Tai sword technique, level 1, mastery 0%. One of the 3 great sword techniques, a martial art manual that even an ordinary person can learn. Mastery increases with the user's progress. Current application level 1. Attack range plus 1%, attack damage plus 1%, attack speed plus 0%. Chi consumption, 15 years for every 30 attacks. The watching crowd cheered. "Duong Thong won! So beautiful! Than Fong wins!" The old man asked, "Anyway, you didn't just come here to discuss the 5-ghost elemental body, did you?" "Murim Alliance leader!" The old man called him out. Jia Cat Tung awkwardly put a finger to his lips as a signal. "Keep it down, old man. Of course. There's a noteworthy kid, and I have to reward those who are stronger than last time. So you're looking for the owner of the 5-ghost elemental body in Shaanxi? Oh, there are many talents in Shaanxi, the ManHwa sect and many other sects too. Just look at Duong Nok Li and you'll know." Jia Cat Tung agreed seriously. Of course, they are all excellent disciples, but in Shaanxi only 2 people were capable of injuring Elder Ta Thuong. Kim Trong Nam took note and repeated, 2 people? One person must be Duong Nok Li. Jia Cat Tung continued, "One is Duong Nok Li of ManHwa. The other is Jiang Hung of the Thanfong Training Hall." And one of the 2 being named, Jiang Hung, was fast asleep, oblivious to the noise outside. Jiang Hung squinted and asked, "Is someone calling me?" Ta Thuong turned her head and said, "Hey, how long are you planning to sleep? Wake up, it's almost our turn." Jiang Hung stood up and said confidently, "I'll win anyway." He smiled and added, "Only you and Duong Thong are left." Ta Thuong looked at him with a face full of suspicion. Suddenly, the Murim examiner shouted, "Next match!" He looked at Ta Thuong and introduced the contestant from Thanfong Training Hall, Ta Thuong. Then he looked at the other person and continued the introduction. "And another contestant from the Thanfong Training Hall, Jiang Hung, please take the stage." A pensive voice rang out. Kim Trong Nam remarked, "There is no doubt that Jiang Hung is a genius. However, he cannot be compared to Duong Nok Li. He sleeps too much." Jia Cat Tongue poured wine and smiled. You are right.
He really does sleep too much.
Trong Nam used a sharp gaze and continued. Though he is naturally strong, if he is too lazy, he will end up achieving nothing. The old man thought of Ta Thuong and added, I find observing that girl named Ta Thuong more interesting than watching the lazy Jiang Hung. Why don't you pay attention to Ta Thuong instead of focusing only on Jiang Hung? Jia Cat Tongue replied cautiously, It's not that I only pay attention to him, but I hope he becomes my disciple more. Kim Trong Nam asked with a look of disdain, What? The leader of the Murim Alliance wants to take a disciple now? I can hardly believe you're thinking about this. A quick decision. Jia Cat Tongue explained, Of course, this will be decided during the talent investigation after entering the academy, but I have been observing both of them. Kim Trong Nam looked down at the arena and said, Oh, let's wait and see. That girl named Ta Thuong is now about to face Jiang Hung. In the ring, the two rushed at each other as soon as they heard the start of the match. Ta Thuong asked confidently, Ready to lose to me? We've been together for a year, so I know all your weaknesses. Even though you are indeed very strong, she commented while dodging Jiang Hung's fist. But you are too slow. Her hand unleashed the five-finger plum blossom secret technique, forcing Jiang Hung to quickly pull back his arm to defend. She quickly performed several movements, using the orchid hand technique to attack Jiang Hung. Ta Thuong laughed smugly. Did you think I was just mindlessly rushing in? Did you forget when I used my pine plum secret technique? Jiang Hung replied, I know you're faster than me, but why didn't you think that I intentionally didn't dodge just now? Duong Thong watched intently. Behind him were cheers of Than Phong must win. Ta Thuong concentrated her power and her momentum increased accordingly. Strength +5, speed +10. She said, Then why not try blocking this move of mine, Jade Heart Secret Technique? Jiang Hung quickly blocked the blow and complimented her. You've grown a lot stronger. He gripped her arm and continued, But using this move is the end. Jiang Hung's palm aimed toward Ta Thuong's head. She looked at the attack rushing toward her and thought, I can't dodge it! Ta Thuong closed her eyes and waited for the strike, but then she felt confused because the attack stopped right in front of her face. He laughed and said, I got 1 point. Take the hit. Ta Thuong looked at him tensely as he stood straight. She said, This reminds me of when we took the academy entrance exam last year. At that time, I completely didn't understand why I lost to you. She bowed her head and continued, But thinking back now. Ta Thuong grabbed her wooden sword and said in a low voice, You were late almost every day, and you didn't do anything in class. You just slept. She spoke seriously. Losing to you is just too absurd. She looked at Jiang Hung and said decisively, Losing to Duong Thong is understandable because he tries much harder than I do. But losing to someone like you who won't even try, I really can't accept it. Jiang Hung smiled, his stance becoming firm. Come on. She concentrated her power, creating a flow of energy surrounding her body. Jiang Hung did the same. Ta Thuong raised her sword and unleashed the first form of the Than Phong Plum Blossom secret technique. Along with a graceful movement attacking Jiang Hung, the name of the move became clearer. Cold Heaven Plum Fall. But a fist smashed the wooden sword. Seeing this, Ta Thuong couldn't help but be shocked. Jiang Hung said, Do you know how much I love fighting? He grinned. I also love sleeping very much. Do you know why? After firmly blocking Ta Thuong's attack, Jiang Hung laughed loudly. Because while sleeping, I can release my full power. He continued, It's just that you don't know. I have fought you many times while asleep. He commented while dodging Ta Thuong's attack, That is the reason why. Jiang Hung concentrated strength into his fist. You absolutely cannot defeat me. Kim Trong Nam watched intently, and Jia Cat Tongue had a similar expression. Jiang Hung landed a punch on Ta Thuong's stomach. Duong Thong's face grew heavy as he thought, Than Phong Plum Blossom blooming in the snow, used bare-handed. He looked at the broken sword falling to the ground, and looking at the two figures in the distance, he continued to think, Jiang Hung and Ta Thuong are only one level apart. He saw Jiang Hung catching Ta Thuong. Duong Thong wondered, then why is there such a huge difference in skill level? Recalling his past self, he felt nostalgic. Even though the strength difference in levels isn't that large, I remember this feeling very well. It's very similar to the feeling when I was first defeated by him in my previous life. Duong Thong suspected, since Jiang Hung didn't use his full power to fight Ta Thuong. At this time, Jiang Hung was complaining, "You're too heavy." Duong Thong's eyes widened. He is indeed very strong. Looking at Ta Thuong in his arms, Jiang Hung said, "You fainted. But why are the people from our training hall so weak?" "I'm sorry, Ta Thuong, but I hope you're okay. I think if I didn't do that, you wouldn't have given up." Behind them, the Murim examiner shouted, "The winner is Jiang Hung!" Kim Trong-nam closed his eyes in thought. Their stamina, speed, and strength are almost equal. But the match ended like that. Why? He wondered what had created such a large gap in their skills. At this time, Jiang Hung had set Ta Thuong down. A voice rang out, "While others work hard training to fight." Kim Trong-nam looked at Jia Kat-tung, who was speaking. He uses soul battle. He doesn't prepare, but more accurately, he has been constantly fighting that girl in his mind. "Isn't this difference strange?" He explained. "According to the news I received from Xi'an, Jiang Hung started training for dream combat at age 7. Kim Trong-nam was shocked. "What? The sleepwalking secret technique? Are you talking about the sleepwalking secret technique?" Thinking of Jiang Hung, Jia Kat-tung replied, "Yes. Jiang Hung has clearly used that secret technique. Not only that, but he applied it very clearly and accurately. He explained, spiritual power while sleeping is often stronger. As long as you know your opponent, you can fight them ahead of time, and power in dreams is infinite. Therefore, his growth potential is—" Kim Trong-nam looked down at the arena below, opened his mouth and said, "Infinite." The old man stroked his beard and said, "I thought he was just naturally strong. It turns out he has actually mastered the sleepwalking secret technique. How interesting." Jiang Hung turned his back toward Duong Thong. He spoke up. "Duong Thong." He turned his face back and smiled. "You're next." Kim Trong-nam clasped his hands behind his back and said, "This final match will be very interesting." Hearing that, Jia Kat-tung seemed a bit skeptical. Kim Trong-nam explained, "As you said, Jiang Hung is a very talented contestant." The old man continued, "In other words, he might be even more talented than Duong Ngok Li, but what if he faces Duong Thong?" Looking at Duong Thong and Jiang Hung in the ring, the old man said, "Is it that Jiang Hung can become stronger while sleeping? Or is it Duong Thong, who rarely sleeps because he wants to get stronger?" Jia Kat-tung also spoke up. "This will be a confrontation between a genius and a hard worker." An announcement rang out. "The final match of the Dragon Phoenix trial is about to begin." The great elder leaned on his staff and asked, "Why am I sitting here alone?" Someone below reported, "The next match is Duong Thong of the Thanfong Training Hall against Jiang Hung from the same hall." The Murim examiner continued, "Their match will be the last and will decide who is the champion of this Dragon Phoenix trial." In the arena, the sound of the drummers created a heroic atmosphere. The great elder thought, "Finally, it's the final match of the Dragon Phoenix trial." He looked in one direction and continued thinking, "This time many spectators have been drawn by the charm of the Dragon Phoenix trial. Sadly." Kim Trong-nam squinted one eye and laughed secretly in his heart. "Don't think too much. Zhong-nan will always deserve these compliments." The old man looked at Duong Thong and Jiang Hung in the ring and thought, "These young people are truly formidable." At that time, the Murim examiner also spoke up and approached. "Face each other." Jiang Hung propped his hands up and said, "Long time no see, huh?" Duong Thong replied, "Yeah." The Murim examiner shouted, "Start!" The two immediately rushed at each other. Hand-to-hand combat began as they measured each other up. Duong Thong grinned. "It's been a while since I've had a match with you. Seems like you've been secretly training all this time, huh?" Jang Hung replied. Recalling the scene of him sleeping on the roof, he said, I stopped because fighting you was too boring. Not just you, fighting anyone wasn't interesting anymore." The two talked while fighting. Jang Hung spoke first. "But compared to before, I'm sure you've grown much stronger, Duong Thong." Duong Thong replied, "I bet so too." At that time, Jang Hung's strength was 102, while Duong Thong's strength was at stage 1. One of them began to exert his strength. Duong Thong suddenly rushed toward Jang Hung. "We are evenly matched!" Jang Hung immediately used his arm strength to hold him off. He spoke up. "Unfortunately, I still haven't shown you everything." A swift attack quickly lunged in front of Thong. Duong Thong quickly flipped backward to dodge. He leaped behind Jang Hung's back in mid-air, delivering a powerful kick toward him. After blocking that blow, Jang Hung immediately swung a punch in response. The punch sent Duong Thong flying back. Duong Thong's gaze immediately became intense. He braced himself to land safely. Duong Thong raised his hands to the sky and yelled, "You jerk! You dare use a fist that can shatter iron and stone to hit me? That really hurts!" Seeing Jang Hung rushing toward him, he grew tense. Duong Thong planted his feet firmly and exerted his power. He swung a punch at Jang Hung while simultaneously using the Mount Tai Crush. That punch made Jang Hung frown as he struggled to dodge. He braced his hands on the ground and praised, "Very, very good." "That's the spirit." Duong Thong turned and asked, "What did you say?" Jang Hung laughed and said, "I said keep going." He looked at Duong Thong and spoke, "Hey." Duong Thong recalled Duong Ngok Lai's appearance as he continued, "That bastard. I mean the guy who stirred up our academy with just a flick of his finger." Recalling the scene of Duong Ngok Li appearing with such authority, Jang Hung continued, "You know how much I've wanted to fight him." But at that time, he just stood there motionless. Looking at Duong Ngok Lai shouting Duong Thong's name, I was really annoyed because he only thought about devouring you. Jang Hung recalled that day. For the first time in my life, I lost. Duong Thong remained silent. Recalling his own pathetic appearance, he continued, "Not just once, but twice." Jang Hung straightened his back and said, "It's not just Duong Ngok Li, Duong Thong. I also lost to you." Duong Thong asked suspiciously, "So you want revenge?" Jang Hung continued, "What kind of person do you take me for? Let me finish." Jang Hung explained, "From that moment, ever since meeting Duong Ngok Li, you have become increasingly stronger. In the second round, I couldn't understand why you were faster." Recalling that moment, Jang Hung stared at the flying debris. "But in the first round, I truly couldn't believe my eyes even seeing it myself. No matter how much you grew, you shouldn't have been strong enough to shatter that giant rock." He remembered when the judge declared Jang Hung the winner after Duong Thong punched the rock. Jang Hung explained, "That was a result I completely couldn't see even with my sleepy eye technique." Duong Thong asked curiously, "Sleepy eye technique?" Jang Hung praised loudly, "You are truly incredibly strong. It makes me extremely frustrated, but right now in this Dragon Phoenix trial I will defeat you." Duong Thong spoke with some mockery. "Is that all? You and your nonsense reason. You know you annoy me a lot too." He smiled dangerously. "Then isn't it perfect? I was just about to defeat you right now too." At that moment, the mission notification appeared again. Special mission. Defeat Jang Hung and complete the Dragon Phoenix trial. Reward for success. Title. Penalty for failure. Mission cancellation and abnormal body status for 3 days. Dust swirled under their feet. They rushed at each other, fists and kicks clashing. The health bar above Jang Hung's head dropped a bit, while Duong Thong's health bar dropped by 2 full segments. Jang Hung's hands moved rapidly. He swung his fist, unleashing the circling tiger. The punch landed. Duong Thong grimaced in pain. He quickly moved behind Jang Hung to counterattack. Duong Thong swung his fist, unleashing a mountain tail strike. Jang Hung reacted in time. He punched the ground hard, creating a massive shockwave that knocked Duong Thong back. Duong Thong quickly used a wind technique. Jang Hung turned his head and laughed. "Your secret technique is useless against me." His expression became dangerous as he spoke loudly. "If you don't have any other moves—" His punch sent Duong Thong flying. At the same time, Jang Hung said, "Then just admit defeat." Duong Thong's health bar dropped another 2 segments. He was trying to suppress the pain. Jang Hung took a stance, preparing to continue the fight. He leaped into the air and lunged toward Duong Thong. Jang Hung screamed, "It's over!" Then, he used the circling tiger punch straight into Duong Thong's stomach. Duong Thong's eyes rolled back as he coughed up some saliva. The health bar was nearly empty, with only a sliver remaining. Before the final round, Duong Thong was talking to Kim Trong Nam. The old man said, "You want to become the #1 in Murim? And then what?" Hearing that, Duong Thong seemed a bit confused. Kim Trong Nam explained, "If you achieve that goal, what do you plan to do next?" Furthermore, becoming the #1 in Murim cannot be considered a goal. It's only a means, not a target. Duong Thong fell silent in thought. Kim Trong Nam continued, leaving Duong Thong pensive. "From now on, define a clear direction for yourself. It will be very beneficial for you. Now you are strong enough to be called a master." Hearing Kim Trong Nam's words, his eyes widened in surprise. "So, as a master, have you ever thought about what you truly want to do?" Duong Thong was silent for a moment, thinking seriously. "I really have never thought about this. If I become a master, I can live longer than in my past life and live as I wish. If so, I don't even need to be the world's best. But why?" He thought of the battlefield, soldiers with hearts pierced, carcasses piled up like mountains, rain pouring down, city gates destroyed, leaving only ruined wooden frames. The dangerous heavenly demon spoke, "You are the last one." Duong Thong was drenched in sweat, his arms trembling. He looked at Kim Trong Nam and said, If it's like that." Duong Thong continued, "If I said that tomorrow Jongnan would be destroyed, what then?" Kim Trong Nam replied, "Then I would do whatever it takes to stop it." Duong Thong didn't seem to believe it much. He said with a gloomy face, "What if it's truly too difficult to stop?" Kim Trong Nam squinted and smiled. "Difficult is difficult, but not impossible. Even so, at least you would have tried your best." Duong Thong's gaze was still a bit melancholy. He asked, "But what if it still has no effect?" Hearing the old man's answer, he was very surprised. "Then run. Just keep running and don't look back." Kim Trong Nam explained silently, "That is the only thing a coward can do. If this world is destroyed, all he cares about are his close friends and family." Duong Thong showed a look of shock. The old man crossed his arms and continued, "I have been in seclusion for over 50 years. Furthermore, if Jongnan needs me, I will also do my best to assist because I have strength." Hearing Kim Trong Nam's explanation, Duong Thong frowned. Strength comes with responsibility. The stronger you are, the greater the responsibility. If you long to be the world's best, you should think about this first, and what must be done afterward. The old man continued, "If this world truly reaches its end, then for the world's best, isn't the path quite clear?" Duong Thong thought seriously about what happens after becoming the world's best. At that moment, the mission board appeared. Mission: eliminate the heavenly demon. Time limit: 35 years. Success reward: unknown. Penalty for failure: Jongnan is completely destroyed. Back to the match, Duong Thong was enduring extreme pain. He tightly gripped Jang Hung's arm. Jang Hung was shocked. He can still endure it? A detailed information board appeared. Passive martial art secret: copper skin and iron bone. Level 1. Mastery 4%. Surface body strength increases according to skill level. Prowess will gradually develop. At this moment, Duong Thong's spiritual power was at 1. He spoke to Jang Hung. To defeat the real monster. Duong Thong's hand tightened even harder on Jang Hung's arm as he shouted, "This little bit of strength is nothing!" Duong Thong's entire body seemed to soar. He yelled, "Jang Hung, I won't lose to you! Do you hear me?" Duong Thong unleashed a Mount Tai crush kick. He said decisively, "I will become the #1 master in the world." The detailed information panel appeared again. Mount Tai Sword Technique. Level 1, Mastery 0%. This is one of the 3 great sword techniques. Even an ordinary person can learn this manual. Mastery increases with the subject's martial arts. Current application. Level 1. Attack range plus 1%. Attack damage plus 1%. Attack speed plus 0%. Spiritual power consumption, 15 to 30 per attack. Duong Thong's legs became faster. Jang Hung grit his teeth. This is... Duong Thong landed a kick on Jang Hung's head. Using the Mount Tai kick, he stomped hard on Jang Hung, sending Jang Hung falling rapidly. Kim Trong Nam smiled. Jia Kat Tung was speechless with shock. Jang Hung fell, kicking up a cloud of dust. Duong Thong landed safely. He looked into the dust cloud where Jang Hung's health bar, like his own, had only a sliver left. A figure gradually appeared within the dust. Duong Thong set his resolve. No matter what, he could not lose. He reached out to find a weapon. He thought, to defeat the heavenly demon. Duong Thong picked up the previously broken sword. He remarked, Ta Thuong's broken wooden sword actually feels just right to use. 2 hands, 2 weapons. Duong Thong resolved to use everything he could. He looked at the person in the dust and shouted, Jang Hung, can you still fight? And you? The person inside stood up with a weapon and replied, that last hit was strong, and you? Duong Thong's expression became tense. Jang Hung swung his sword and said, truly an interesting guy. He rushed toward Duong Thong to attack, saying, keep going! Duong Thong was at a disadvantage. He watched and thought, this strength is terrifying. He grit his teeth. His weapon. He looked toward the weapon storage and continued thinking. Did he intentionally take something larger and heavier than a wooden sword? After all, the weight of a wooden sword is nothing to Jang Hung. Seeing Jang Hung swing his sword, Duong Thong decided he had to give it his all. As the two rushed in to attack each other, a few comments rang out. Their swords clashed with equal strength. Jang Hung spoke to Duong Thong, who was struggling to hold him off. Let's use one final move to decide the winner. What do you think? Jang Hung said, do you remember? He recalled the scene of himself knocking Duong Thong to the ground and continued, the first time we dueled was at the training hall. Jang Hung's figure spoke. Just like how that match ended, let's do it one more time. Duong Thong laughed and replied, with your current condition, this benefits both sides. Well said. Then, Duong Thong raised his wooden sword and asked back, but will it be as easy as last time? Jang Hung replied cheerfully, we'll only know the result after we try. At this moment, Kim Trong Nam and Jia Kat Tung both shared the same thought, a confrontation between talent and effort. The two rushed at each other with a hidden question. Who will emerge victorious in this Dragon Phoenix trial? Simultaneously, both swung their swords down. The force of the impact on the ground was immense. Duong Thong, struggling to hold his ground, thought, his Wind Spirit sword is definitely stronger than my Mount Tai Crush. Duong Thong's figure gradually blurred with his thoughts, but he appeared behind Jang Hung's back with a question in his heart. What if I attack his body directly? Jang Hung said, that movement is useless against me. The two men's swords slashed at each other. Beside them was the Mount Tai move. Blue veins bulged on Duong Thong's arm. Jang Hung sensed something. The detailed info panel appeared. Active martial art. Secret. Mount Tai Crush. Level 1. Mastery 8%. Infinite human strength. If practiced regularly, you can become stronger. Current application stage. When combining strength, your power will temporarily increase. Duration. 5 minutes. Consumption. 10% of maximum attack power per strike. When the two swords, it collided even harder, another move was completed. The crush. Cracks appeared on the large wooden sword. Duong Thong shattered that sword. Then he lunged behind Jang Hung's back. Jang Hung sighed. How troublesome. He laughed. I'd expect nothing less from you, Duong Thong. Jang Hung's eyes became vacant. His whole body looked ready to collapse as the dust swirled. His thoughts drifted. Now I understand why Ta Thuong found me so annoying. In the end, Duong Thong remained standing while Jang Hung collapsed. The mission board appeared, announcing, "Mission accomplished. You have successfully completed the sudden mission. The reward has been sent to you. Reward, title. The title will be displayed in your interface." At this moment, the atmosphere became lively and vibrant. The Murim cheers rang out incessantly. "It's here! The champion of the Dragon Phoenix trial has been decided. Finally, we have one. Excellent. You both did very well." Simultaneously, a notification appeared. "You have received a new title. Champion of the Dragon Phoenix trial. Strength +1, stamina +1, agility +1. During combat, attack speed +5%, movement speed +5%. Finally, a line of text appeared. "You have completed the newbie tutorial. Return to the past." The Duongthong of the previous life sat in deep thought. Someone approached, spinning a kunai in the air, and shouted, "Captain!" He turned around. That person was named Haksong, the one who had followed him the longest. Haksong suggested, "After this mission, give me a year's leave." Another person stepped up and asked, "What are you two talking about?" He grabbed Haksong's kunai and said, "Captain, I want a year's leave too." And this middle-aged man was my close friend, KuBI ManHwa. KuBI laughed loudly. "Finally, I can leave this bloody place." Then Tu-ha, with disheveled clothes, walked by and said, "This mission just ended. Once I get my reward, I'm slipping away for a vacation immediately." As for the rewards we would receive after completing this mission, I don't know where he came from or what he was doing, but every time I met Tu-ha, he was in a messy, ragged state. Kai Huyen stepped up to discuss the reward. "I've thought about my reward too, but if I could choose, I wouldn't hesitate to pick the divine elixir that Murim nobles receive every holiday." He looked young on the outside, but was actually middle-aged because he used lotus flowers for skin care every day. "No," Kai Huyen glanced at Sin-cha. "I think your face needs the lotus for care even more than mine." "Are you dying of jealousy? What's wrong with my face? Why do you nag about my face all day?" Among all of us, she was the only one who looked decent, but now wrinkles had appeared at the corners of her eyes. She stepped up, patted Duongthong's shoulder, and joked, "You know well the only person I'm interested in is our captain." They were all my comrades when I served in the 7th Legion. We had been together for about 10 years. "Captain, after the mission ends, let's get married." He sighed helplessly. She added, "I only hope for this." Duongthong replied, "Whether it's the reward or marriage." He stood up and continued, "We can discuss it all thoroughly after the mission is complete." Duongthong turned to announce to everyone, "Everyone get ready. Today we will be the vanguard." The memory ended with the image of his comrades smiling at him. Back in the present, the Duongthong of this life stood dazed, lost in the memories of those people. Tajang approached. He asked curiously, "What is the guest of honor of tonight's party doing here?" He turned and bowed. "This disciple was just lost in thought, so I came out to get some fresh air. I am sorry to have made Master personally come to Mount Zhongnan." Tajang laughed loudly. "Don't worry, I also want to be alone sometimes. Besides, it's not every day one gets the chance to enjoy the scenery of Mount Zhongnan. My people heard the news and have all rushed here to join the fun." Tajang raised a medicinal wine gourd, his face full of pride. "You are the protagonist of today's banquet. Duongthong of the Thanfong Training Hall, congratulations on becoming the champion." Duongthong bowed humbly. I wasn't the only one to take a top spot. Tathuong also won first place in the second round, and Jiang Heng earned the runner-up position overall. He replied bluntly, "We were invited here to celebrate the champion. You are my true successor disciple. Even entering the Murim Academy would be no problem." He was a bit stunned. "True successor disciple? He means I'm the top disciple of the Thanfong Training Hall. Although I'm Tajang's successor, I haven't learned anything significant beyond the basics. Perhaps that's my limit. Moreover, after a long time studying books and based on my description, Tathuong has practiced day and night to become the strongest." Duongthong asked him, If Master wants to choose a successor, isn't Ta Thuong better than me? Ta Jiang looked displeased. What do you mean by that? How could I choose a woman as my successor? He spoke slowly. Besides that girl, I just want to marry her off. Hearing that, he was quite shocked. He then remarked, This old man is even more heartless than the puppets at the Lake of Vines. But he made a serious request. As Master's disciple, may I ask for one favor? He immediately asked curiously, What is it? I'm listening. He spoke immediately. This disciple hopes you can stop arranging your daughter's marriage without her consent, because doing that is no different from selling your own daughter. I don't know if this is out of line, but you are already a good teacher. Why not become a good father first? Hearing these words, he was immediately stunned. After speaking, he bowed. Please, Master, consider this, and then walked past him. Ta Jiang immediately glanced at him and reminded, You shouldn't speak to your master like that. Remember to apologize to me properly when we return. Duong Thong sighed helplessly at such a father. He looked to the side and said resolutely, Truly a hopeless case. He immediately justified himself. Everything I do as a master and a father is so that you and Ta Thuong can become successful. Hearing him say that, he remembered the logic the old man had mentioned. Are these words meant for us, or are they meant for yourself? He trembled with frustration, thinking back now, it's quite clear. Seeing him not reacting, Ta Jiang shouted, You'd better forget about this. I will not accept the disrespectful words you just said to me. He immediately countered, So master means that marriage is no different from slavery? He scolded angrily, It's not slavery. I am your master. I've heard from the other disciples your behavior since arriving here has been very arrogant. If you want to be successful, the less you know, the easier it is to live. He made one more demand. I just want to say one more thing. He looked at him with cold eyes. Being my master now doesn't mean you will be my master forever. Until we meet again, master. He quickly walked away. He stood stunned, watching his retreating back. If it were my former self, I would never have dared to speak like that before leaving. It's all because I was used enough in my past life. I have no reason to be led by the nose by a man like him anymore. I hope I never see him again. While walking along the corridor, someone grabbed his shirt and pulled him into the room next door. He looked back angrily and said, What are you doing? Ta Thuong kept punching him and scolded, Are you crazy? Zhang Heng crossed his arms and smiled in admiration. That was really cool. Ta Thuong's face was full of tension. I only told you to suggest it to my father. Who knew you'd be so blunt about it? Duong Thong gave her a disgusted look. Enough. If I call you master now and you call me disciple, will you stop? But then again, you are the only female disciple of the Thanfong training hall, so don't worry about being abandoned. No matter who your father is, you will always be my friend. Ta Thuong immediately turned bright red and thought, I knew it. This guy isn't a star of the Duong family, nor does he belong to any great sect, and he's not a monster who once killed 2,000 people single-handedly, but he still makes my heart flutter. Seeing her standing there dazed, Duong Thong added, Besides, if Ta Jiang forces you to marry, just call me. Ta Thuong got angry again and punched him repeatedly. You idiot, are you crazy? Zhang Heng hugged her to stop them. Hey, if you two have any problems, remember to call this big brother, okay? Hey! Duong Thong, after the party, let's have another match. Duong Thong didn't object and shouted, Great idea! He thought to himself, If I had to choose between the 7th Legion and these people, I would choose them. Just you wait, heavenly demon. This time, I will definitely win. Just then, there was movement outside that caught their attention. Ta Thuong wondered, Is someone here? Duong Thong's face was also full of questions. Who's coming? Zhang Heng smiled. You are the first Dragon Phoenix trial champion from Xi'an. Don't you want to go out and hear people praise and congratulate you? Ta Thuong agreed. That's right. I heard all the people of Xi'an are celebrating. The local officials are also on their way. So many people from Xi'an have come here to celebrate this very moment. Soon a large crowd rushed in like a tide, accompanied by cheers of celebration. Duong Thong was astonished. Are there really this many people coming to Mount Zhongnan? Did they all come just to congratulate me? There were many familiar faces, but most I had never met. This feeling is magical. Ta Thuong stepped up and nudged him. Looks like you're a celebrity now. The crowd moved toward them, chanting that they were the pride of Xi'an. Duong Thong smiled and glanced at Ta Thuong. Looks like I'm not the only famous one. They only want one thing from us. He then took the hands of the two others and raised them. Let's join these people. In the crowd, a man smiled and let out a sigh. Then he turned to leave. Duong Thong noticed him too. Under the confused gaze of his two friends, he ran down. He chased after that man. And the only person I want to thank is just one. That person is my father. He was walking away when he suddenly turned his head. Duong Thong ran from the front and lunged at him, hugging him tightly. Father and son reunited to celebrate together. It's such a warm feeling. Kim Trong-nam looked at him pensively. Isn't it obvious? The world's best must take action at the critical moment when Jongnan is about to collapse. Duong Thong cursed those damn old men in his heart. I just want to live in peace. Who wants to have an arrow stuck in their chest at age 30? Since my rebirth, my first goal was to pass the Dragon Phoenix trial. The fragments of memories I tried to forget are slowly coming back one by one. Hundreds of years later, the heavenly demon rises, re-establishing the demonic cult army to invade everywhere. It all began with a letter of challenge. The content was, surrender quickly. Those who submit will be shown mercy by the heavenly demon, regardless of your past. You will be granted immortality and enjoy wealth and glory under the benevolence of the great heavenly demon. But for those who stubbornly resist, no matter who you are, you cannot escape the contempt of the heavenly demon. Heavenly Demon has long been the legendary title for the leader of the demonic cult army that threatened the Central Plains. At that time, no one had ever heard this strange name, so the Murim Alliance didn't pay much attention to the Heavenly Demon. To them, Bak Chi and his wife Ta Thuong were of more concern. That's why the Murim Alliance's main forces only targeted the two of them. The foolish negligence of the Central Plains Army gave the demonic cult army the opportunity to seize Qinghai, Gansu, and even Sichuan. Only then did the Murim Alliance realize the severity of the problem. Not only the Murim Alliance sects, but even the Imperial Army were shaken. If things hadn't turned out that way, I wouldn't have died. The elite forces of the Murim Alliance were all wiped out by the Heavenly Demon and his demonic cult army. That year, everyone was helpless against the Heavenly Demon. It became the year of the 5 surrendering gods, the moment that decided the future fate of Jongnan. A man in armor slammed the table and shouted, "Tibet!" Tubo is restless. Even Annam is the same. All of them have submitted to those monstrous demons. It's only a matter of time before they reach the heart of the Central Plains. Another person spoke up casually. Let's simplify the problem. If a blade is at your throat, lie down and you live. The elders listened intently. But if you stand your ground, your head will surely be severed from your neck. The speaker was the demon-slaying master, Nam Kung. That day, after a heated debate, the faction suggesting surrender faced almost no opposition. It was at that moment that the 5 people who fully supported submitting to the Heavenly Demon were heavily insulted. So they led their soldiers to the front lines, raising white flags to surrender. Among them was a man named Nam Kung, once considered the top master of the Murim Alliance. Kim Hak cursed from behind. Those bastards! Even the top master surrendered, so who else would dare to fight? Which son of a... His voice echoed through the air. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck the palace straight on. The surrender of the 5 surrendering gods. That lightning caused the palace to explode. The birth of a new world was also the beginning of Jongnan's downfall. The palace turned to ash and dust. Back to the present, many years have passed. Snow begins to fall, signaling the change of seasons. Duong Thong watched the snow fall and thought, this year's first snow. The moment the snow starts falling is when I should set out. The more he thought about the path ahead, the more anxious he felt, so he comforted himself. I have to do this anyway. Ta Thuong suddenly asked from behind, Is this your first time seeing snow? He answered her while watching it. This isn't ordinary snow. She didn't understand his answer. Is there any snow that isn't the same?
Why do you say that?
Duong Thong explained, "This snow only falls where the mountain peak collapses." Then he turned to look at her.
Is it strange to call it snow?
Ta Thuong still didn't understand.
The collapsing peak.
She looked at him with suspicious eyes. "Where did you hear that story?" He quickly covered up. "I read it in a book." Suddenly, Tutu walked over and rubbed its head against her. She sat down and scratched its chin. "I just saw Tutu drink a lot, but I've never seen it sleep. Is it okay?" Duong Thong knelt on one knee to pet it, just like its owner. She laughed and replied, "You're talking nonsense again." As they were about to pet it, their hands accidentally touched. Ta Thuong's face immediately turned bright red, and she hurriedly stood up. "The snow is falling, so why do I feel so hot?" she asked. "Do you feel hot?" Duong Thong looked at her quietly as she sheepishly turned away. He stood up and made a request. "When I'm gone, can you help me take care of it?" Ta Thuong didn't understand and asked, "Where are you going?" He continued, "The snow has started to fall. I think it's time for me to act." Before she could react, he jumped down. "What do you mean by that?" she shouted. "Hey, where are you going so suddenly? If you're going to Xi'an, wait until morning and we'll go together." He turned his head and gave a smile. He muttered cryptically, "To save you." Hearing that, she was so angry she started cursing. "What nonsense are you talking? Come back here right now! I'll send you to meet the King of Hell myself! Where do you think you're going?" Seeing her angry appearance, Duong Thong didn't want to say more. "If I can save Zhongnan from the brink of destruction, then perhaps my friends will be saved too." That thought wasn't wrong, but he still shouted, "I will become the world's best master." Ta Thuong lowered her voice and asked, "So you're going away to train?" He replied, "Something like that." She fell silent in thought. It seemed she wanted to go too, so she asked, "Can I go with you?" Just as she finished speaking, a gust of wind blew by, making the nearby bells sway gently. Duong Thong replied bluntly, "No, you can't." She immediately pressed him, "Why?" He spoke vaguely, "That place is very far and very dangerous." Ta Thuong refused to give up. "Then tell me, where on earth are you going?" He replied absent-mindedly, "I have to go there to save you." She looked at him seriously. Finally, he spoke the truth. "Hainan, I have to go there." She was shocked. "Hainan is that far?" She immediately remembered something. "Then what about the Murim Academy meeting? Their instructors are coming to Xi'an first next month. Can't you wait until the meeting is over?" He spoke honestly. "By then, the snow will have stopped." "So I can't. If the snow stops, it's as good as over." Duong Thong reached out and pulled out a token. He held up the water dragon token in front of her. "With this, I can directly participate in the meeting in Hainan." Ta Thuong looked down at him and thought, "This brat, should I go over there and break his legs?" She asked him, "When will you return?" He replied, "When spring comes." Duong Thong rested his chin in thought. "By then, my level should be around 30. I must become twice as strong as I am now." He said goodbye to her. "Well then, let's meet again at the Murim Academy." Tutu seemed to want to follow him. Duong Thong's father appeared at the top of the stairs and reminded his son, "The snow is getting heavier." Seeing his father, he called out, "Father!" Duong Thong's father looked at him with eyes full of affection. He walked over, patted his shoulder, and handed him a cloak. "Take this cloak to keep warm on the road." Duong Thong happily accepted it. Thank you, father." He bowed to say goodbye to his father. Step by step, he walked down the stairs. Duong Thong's father stood there watching his son's back fade away. One day in his past life, Kim Hak was wandering the streets of the Central Plains looking for a book called The 5 Kings of the Bin Than Year. He saw the book and picked it up to read. The top masters of the Murim Alliance who once fought the Heavenly Demon have now become the 5 hunting dogs of the Heavenly Demon? How could they abandon the people so easily? Duong Thong added, "They probably took their families with them, too." He replied coldly, "Why only their families?" He turned around and said to him, "What about their comrades? Aren't those people family, too?" Duong Thong pulled his hat down a bit and said, "Doesn't Master often say that we can't save everyone?" He abruptly spoke up to justify his words back then. "That's because they didn't give their all. Did you see those fools giving their all? The only thing they try to do is boast about the things they hate." Then Kim Hak took a large gulp of wine. After drinking, he cursed, "And the only ones giving their all are low-ranking officials and infantrymen like us." He threw the book at Duong Thong and said, "I've heard about those fools before. The people who wrote this book were once the top masters of the Murim Alliance, Nam Kung and 4 others." Duong Thong asked, "Who were they?" He continued, "They wrote about their past, present, and their upcoming future." After saying that, he mocked, "Writing about yourself is all well and good." But in the end, it exposed the true faces of the 5 criminals. Behind them, 2 people were gossiping about the 5 Kings of Binthan book. Someone asked, "Have you read this book?" The 2 turned and saw those 2 discussing it very excitedly. "I heard that if you submit, you can receive many divine elixirs. With that many elixirs, wouldn't it be quite a bother? I also heard you can enjoy yourself with entertainers as you please. It seems the village chief is considering switching sides." Kim Hak heard those words. He then cursed, "The Central Plains is truly useless. It's clearly not because the officials are incompetent, nor because they fear death, and certainly not because the enemy is too strong. It's all because of those 5 lowly Binthan bastards." He looked seriously at Duong Thong. He ordered, "Tomorrow, use our army to attack them." The next day, a clearing became the burial ground for the soldiers. He quietly recalled that day. He was the only survivor. He had poured wine on each of their graves. At that time, he could do nothing. Right then and there, he tore out every page of the 5 Kings of Binthan book. Duong Thong immediately put the pages into his mouth and devoured them, memorizing every word and every name. Back to the present, he looked up at the sky, thinking of the names written in the 5 Kings of Binthan. Those who were once the top masters have now become the 5 criminals. The moment the first snow fell, he frowned. In the fragments of memory in his head, only one thought appeared: revenge. Duong Thong reached out his hand to catch the snowflakes. "The ones who caused the destruction of the Central Plains, I will kill them all, every single one." He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. His cloak fluttered in the wind as he put on his hat and stepped forward. At Hung-An Prefecture in Shanxi, Duong Thong asked a carriage driver, "Are you going to Lezhu?" The man asked back, "Where is Lezhu?" Duong Thong added, "Guangdong! There is a Lezhou prefecture there." The man shouted, "Going to Guangdong in this weather?" Then he pushed Duong Thong away and cursed, "Hey, hey! If you want to die, go die by yourself! What fool dares to go to Guangdong in this weather?" No matter where he went, whether it was a horse carriage or a cargo wagon, he was rejected. He even went to ask a farmer driving an ox cart. The old man with the ox cart thought for a moment. "Guangdong, huh?" He turned around, stroking the ox, and said, "I guarantee you'll reach Guangdong before summer. I can lend it to you, but there's one condition. You must help me sow seeds." Duong Thong laughed and declined the offer. Then never mind. He thought to himself, by then the Murim Academy will have stopped recruiting disciples. He pulled down his hat and muttered, "I'd rather waddle like a duck to Guangdong than ride in your ox cart." A notification board appeared in front of him. Sudden mission. Walk to Guangdong. However, you must take 1,000,000 duck steps. Success reward. You will receive the title Duck Walk Master. Failure penalty. You will suffer an abnormal status for 3 days. Seeing him frozen in place, I was only, talking nonsense. Time flew by and soon it was winter. The snow fell even heavier than before. For those with nothing to do in the freezing winter, time passes even faster. Therefore, this was a great time for individual cultivation during the heavy snow days. A month had passed since the first snow, and the entire Central Plains was covered in white. 30 miles north of Zhengzhou in Henan Province, there is a manor that only authorized people can enter. This manor is also known as the Murim Alliance. In the center of this fortress is the largest structure, the Great Hero Hall. A person sitting on the roof said, "This is a place where I occasionally stop by. A place well worth sightseeing, and this scenery is indeed very beautiful." While enjoying the view, a voice called up from below, "I saw your window open and came looking for you. Why aren't you in your room? What are you doing sitting here?" Kim Trong-nam jumped down and asked, "Is something the matter?"
Since the last time I came here,
"Everything remains unchanged." Gia Cat Tongue laughed loudly.
don't you see the details I painstakingly adjusted to fit this place? He suggested, if you're looking for something new, why not sit beside me? It's been a long time since we've discussed the way together.
Kim Trong-nam thought for a moment. Then he decided to sit down beside him and laughed, saying, "You're right. When I first knew you, you were still a stubborn, foolish kid. Now we're both old. Time really flies." Gia Cat Tongue laughed in response. Kim Trong-nam turned to speak of the past.
Gia Cat Tongue, when you first came to the Murim Academy, I never thought you'd become a master of the Great Hero Hall.
Gia Cat Tongue replied,
To me, you will forever be my master.
"And the leader of the Murim Alliance."
The old man immediately laughed happily and asked,
"What are you saying? I gave up that position long ago." Gia Cat Tongue was a bit curious and took the opportunity to ask, "Why did you decide to abdicate back then?" The old man explained, "Whether it's the me of the present or the me of the past, it no longer matters. Nothing is eternal. After 30 years as the Alliance leader, of Murim, I realized it was time to rest." Then the old man made a comment. "You really have no shame," making Gia Cat Tongue give a bitter laugh. He joked, "To dare tell this old master to go back to work?" Gia Cat Tongue immediately smiled to make amends.
I'm sorry.
Kim Trong-nam stopped joking and said, "No need to apologize. Actually, the older I get, the more I think about it." The old man looked up at the sky and said, "After death, instead of disappearing like clouds, I want to be like snowflakes slowly falling, becoming nourishment for the future of Murim. That's why before I rest underground, I must return to the Central Plains at least once. Thanks to this moment, I've lived very happily in Shaanxi." Gia Cat Tongue remembered that this year's Dragon Phoenix trial was quite interesting. Kim Trong-nam asked, "That kid Duong Thong has left Xi'an, right?" Gia Cat Tongue laughed. "I didn't expect you to know. Yes, I heard he is heading south." He added, "That kid said the Central Plains is about to be destroyed, so he decided he must do something." Kim Trong-nam also said to Gia Cat Tongue, "A foolish kid like him can only do one thing." The other asked, "What is it?" The old man replied, "Determination." Back to Duong Thong somewhere in Shaanxi, he was struggling to move forward step by step in the snow to complete his mission. He had reached 211,114 steps. After passing through Hubei and Hunan, he had reached 527,447 steps. He had covered more than half the distance. Guangdong was near. He struggled to walk until he hit 880,000 steps. Finally, he reached Guangdong. The 1 millionth step meant he had fully arrived in Leizhou, Guangdong. Duong Thong shouted, "Finally reached Leizhou!" The notification board appeared. Mission accomplished. You have completed the sudden mission. The reward will be sent to you. You have received the title Duck Walk Master. Do you want to use this title immediately? Select yes or no. Seeing this, Duong Thong fell into thought. The display showed, you have received the title Duck Walk Master. When equipped, attack speed plus 10%. When equipped, movement speed plus 10%. When equipped, all attributes plus 10%. Title can be enhanced. Seeing these, he was stunned for a moment. I've actually duck-walked this far? He was drenched in sweat. Regardless, I've finally reached the far south. The problem was how to get to the island. There were many boats around where he stood, but Duong Thong jumped down and thought, I don't know which boat to take to reach Hainan. Why isn't anyone here? Not seeing a single person, he looked around and thought, has my eyesight worsened, or is it because of the snow? He saw a person coming from the opposite direction. A person! Duong Thong raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, is there a boat to Hainan?" That uncle replied bluntly, "There are no boats to Hainan in this weather." After saying that, he walked away. He thought to himself, "It's over. I've only seen 2 people." He immediately jumped to another side. "I'm in a great hurry. I will pay handsomely." The uncle from before asked, "You are a person of Murim. Can't you cross this strait yourself?" Another uncle shouted, "Hey, young hero, I've lived 40 years and this is the first time I've seen snow in Liju. If you want to die, go die by yourself." That uncle said, "For Murim masters like you, and isn't going to Hainan as easy as going to the market? Furthermore, it's impossible to row a boat in this weather." Duong Thong was very frustrated. He had struggled to duck walk all the way to Liju, and now he was stuck here. Another uncle suggested, "If you're in such a hurry, why don't you just swim across?" Another chimed in, "Exactly, but swimming in cold water isn't good for your health." Hearing the word swim, his eyes lit up. "That's it." He immediately said, "Great idea. Thank you. That way I can train my body at the same time." He prepared to jump in. "I've only trained my lower body. Now is the time to train my upper body." The 2 men rushed over to stop him. He pinched his nose and jumped in, deciding to try this method. The notification board appeared. "Swimming endurance has been activated." The 2 men on the shore stood frozen. One of them reproached, "It's all your fault he's dead." The other countered, "What are you saying? You're an accomplice too." A small fish was swimming nearby. It was startled to find something suddenly rushing past it. Duong Thong swam past the fish at an incredible speed. A panel appeared. Level 1. Swimming skill mastery 90%. Swimming speed and underwater attack power are related not only to level, but also to agility. Duong Thong thought while swimming, "I really jumped in recklessly without thinking, but I didn't expect the skill to activate automatically. This function is so convenient. Your mastery has reached a certain level. Swimming skill has increased by 1 level. Swimming skill reached level 2. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Oh, my mastery is increasing so fast. This is great." Suddenly, he choked on a mouthful of water. In the distance were high mountains, and snow fluttered over the sea surface. He surfaced for air. He thought, "It seems as the level gets higher, oxygen capacity also increases." He flashed a confident smile. "I'm much closer to the island now." In the distance, someone shouted toward him, "He's alive! Hey, kid, are you okay?" He closed his eyes, realizing, "Oh, I still have to swim quite a long way." Inside a magnificent palace amidst the white falling snow, a burst of laughter rang out. It was true. The white-haired old man affirmed, "He is not the type of person to hide from this weather. He is a determined child who always likes to set difficult challenges for himself." Jia Cat Tung replied, "Aren't you exaggerating, sir? I even saw him duck-walking long distances in Shanxi, ha ha ha." The old man remained firm in his thinking. "I've said it many times. This child might be the most diligent person in the world. Have you ever seen anyone use only duck-walking to travel across the Central Plains? Even if the sea blocks his path, he will find a way." In the distance were high mountains. He was still struggling to swim in the sea. "You have reached the growth limit for attributes. Vitality +1. Internal power recovery +10%. He thought excitedly, "Ha ha! I'm getting faster by the minute!" Ability level has reached a certain point. Swimming skill has increased by 1 level. Swimming skill reached level 4. Duong Thong continued swimming. Things he thought were impossible had now become feasible thanks to martial arts. He laughed excitedly. "I'm swimming so fast." His eyes turned sharp. "Even underwater, my martial arts are growing stronger." Jaket Tung burst out laughing. "Your joke is truly the most ridiculous in the world." The palace was covered in white snow. He then asked, "Which city do you plan to go to next for re-evaluation?" "I thought of a giant gate leading to towering mountain ranges with an unidentified aura. A map, a region of deep blue sea, Hainan." A villager standing on a watchtower said, "I didn't expect it to snow in Hainan." Another lying on a chair replied, "This weather is truly crazy." The man on the chair crossed his arms and asked, Have you ever experienced this bone-chilling cold? Surrounded by snow, it's so cold that you shiver the moment you step out the door. The man on the watchtower laughed. Fortunately, the weather is gradually improving. Yesterday was the worst. No one dared go out. The man on the chair replied, "If the weather stays like this, we'll all starve to death." The man on the watchtower suddenly looked out at the sea. He leaned forward to get a clearer look. "There's someone over there, right?" The man on the chair replied, "What nonsense are you talking?" The man sitting on the chair squinted one eye. He was swimming at an incredible speed. What the hell? He swam closer to the shore. Are you kidding me? A hand gripped a wooden plank. He climbed onto a large wooden plank. So comfortable. He looked out at the sea. I shouldn't have jumped in without considering that I could drown. This isn't the first time I've almost drowned in the sea. He frowned. The salty seawater kept rushing into my nose over and over again. It's annoying as hell. The waves crashed against him, making him scream. There were several times I was almost swept away by the big waves and strong winds. There is still a long way to go. If I were a true master, crossing the sea would be no problem at all. If not for the swimming skill and the 10% internal power, I probably would have gone to meet the king of hell by now. As I traveled through the Central Plains, I didn't expect my level to increase by 6 and gain another year of internal power. Hard work always brings satisfying results. He shivered from the cold. It's freezing. I need to take more clothes out of the inventory space. Stilt houses on the sea were clustered together. He walked on the bridge, observing. Do houses in Hainan all look like this? Duong Thong saw everyone staring at him. The villagers whispered, "Is he a ghost?" I don't think so. He waved his hand and replied, "I'm just a crazy guy, don't mind me." The villagers watched him walk by. They saw him approaching them. One person waved and shouted, "Hey, crazy kid!" That man said, "Kid, did you really swim here from the other shore in this weather?" He replied, "Yes." The bald man asserted, "This guy is insane." The bald man asked, "Then how did you get here?" He replied, "By swimming, obviously." The bald man said to the person next to him, "No, this guy is definitely crazy." He was speechless. A fisherman pointed to the fire and said, "Anyway, as swimming in this weather must have been hard on you. Why not sit here and rest for a bit?" He joked, "What if I'm a ghost?" The fisherman replied, "So what? Is there a law stating ghosts can't rest? Even if you're from another world, you need to rest." He said cautiously, "Then thank you very much." Waves crashed against the rocks. Many coconut trees grew above the rocks. "Is this your first time in Hainan?" He replied, "Yes." The fisherman asked, "So where are you heading?" He warmed himself by the fire and replied, "Demon Mountain." The fisherman asked blankly, "Demon Mountain? Where the hell is that?" The bald man said, "Oh, is it that mountain near the Five-Finger Mountains?" In the distance of Hainan Island were majestic mountain ranges. The locals call it the Demon Mountain Range. Ah, I see, that's right. He looked up, thinking, that mountain, his eyes darkened, will soon collapse due to the heavy snow. The fisherman said, "Listen, young man, I don't know if you really intend to go there," he continued, "but that mountain is a forbidden area." He sat back and looked at the fisherman, confused. "Forbidden area? Why?" The fisherman continued, "In this weather, if you climb such a steep mountain, you'll be buried by an avalanche." The bald man laughed. "Young man, you might not know, but that mountain is higher and more dangerous than any mountain in the Central Plains." "Then I've come to the right place. The higher the mountain, the more jade there is." The fisherman spoke seriously. "I'm warning you, kid, you are not allowed to climb that mountain. This is for your own good." He smiled. If it were really that scary, I wouldn't have traveled all this way. He prepared to set out, feeling much better. "I'm ready to start the climb." The bald man said helplessly, "This kid? How many times have I warned him, yet he still dares to go?" The bald man smiled and said, If this kid finishes climbing the mountain and returns alive, I bet he'll find a very precious gem. The fisherman replied, "Yes, it must be a precious gem the world has never known." He smiled gratefully. "Then I shall take my leave." He thought to himself, the most precious gem. A dignified man holding a bow and arrow. That's right. The Jade of Tranquang is worthy of this title. One of the 5 criminals of the Hainan Sword Academy. Despite coming from the Sword Academy, he is famous as the world's best archer, the demon archer of Hainan. The material he uses to craft his bows and arrows is from the Jade of Tranquang. After crafting weapons from that precious gem, he became the strongest archer. I truly can't believe it. Everything written in the 5 Kings of Binthan is accurate. No matter the era, that weapon is one of the heavenly treasures. Thanks to his relationship with the Hainan Sword Academy, he gained a position in the Murim Alliance. He walked away, thinking, therefore, before he finds the gem, I have to find it first. He suddenly stopped. Ah, seniors. He thought he had to ask clearly before it was too late. He asked, "Excuse me, where is the Hainan branch of the Murim Alliance?" A magnificent and vast martial arts academy. The academy was named Murim Academy, a place to nurture talent responsible for leading the orthodox sects in the future. Isn't this the cradle of the Central Plains? A large main hall, the Great Hero Long Hall. So you plan to conduct a character interview? Kim Trong-nam said, "You are only good at coming up with these troublesome things." Jia Kat-tung replied, "We do this to prevent members of the unorthodox sects and the demonic cult from infiltrating the cradle of the orthodox. This can be considered the final gate that must be passed." Jia Kat-tung added, "Last year, to ensure the interview went smoothly, the former hallmaster of the Murim Academy helped a great deal. At every branch of the Murim Alliance, there is a level 1 interview room." Kim Trong-nam replied, "You work both diligently and carefully, like a meticulous person. Speaking of the demonic path, it is indeed a concerning matter." Kim Trong-nam opened the report and smiled. "But I guess members of the 9 great sects and the 5 great families probably don't hold individual character interviews, do they?" Jia Kat-tung replied, "They have investigated and reviewed family backgrounds from the start, so that is enough. Even if asked, I would refuse." He held the report and entered, saying, "Alliance leader, this is the final report." With a flick of his hand, the report flew into the room at extreme speed. Jia Kat-tung caught the report. Kim Trong-nam was very surprised. Jia Kat-tung said, "It's finally here." Jia Kat-tung smiled. "This is the evaluation of the top scorer from Xi'an. Coming from the southern island." Kim Trong-nam laughed heartily. "Good. Let's see what that guy has been up to lately." Inside a large, stilt house. The Hainan branch of the Murim Alliance in Hainan. For those who are not part of Murim, this is a place for exiled criminals, or where people are sent for official inspections. As for me, I am naturally here to present my Outer Dragon token and participate in the Level 1 interview. Chaos was all around. Duong Thong observed to himself, "It's so messy." Regarding the induction of top scorers from the provinces, they are interviewed separately in a room directly under the Murim Alliance. The guard said to him, "Please wait a moment." He thought, "Generally speaking, I'm not a Hainan local. Who else would come to Hainan to join a Level 1 interview? Majestic mountains." In a luxurious room, the audience chamber, Dusan remarked, "Internal power shows nothing unusual. The physical fitness test also has no issues." Dusan's gaze became sharp. "Background." She narrowed her eyes. He felt surprised. Dusan spoke. "I haven't introduced myself yet. My appearance already speaks to my status." Dusan said confidently, "I am the Level 1 interview examiner of the Hainan branch of the Murim Alliance." Dusan. "Let's start with the first question." She asked him, "Duong Thong, what is your motivation for wanting to join the Murim Academy?" He fell into thought. He thought, isn't this question too simple? In these peaceful times, isn't joining the Murim Academy just to have a better life and career advancement later? But since this is just a formal interview, I'll answer with a template. He replied sincerely,
I truly wish to become a person proficient in both literary and martial arts, acting with righteousness and chivalry.
This is my true purpose. He thought to himself, though it's a bit cheesy, this should be a standard answer. Do-san replied, "What a cliché answer. If I hear it one more time, I'll have heard it exactly 1,000 times." He worried, "Did I make a mistake?" "Ha ha, I see." Do-san added, "Fine. It can be said that the most wonderful point of a martial artist proficient in both literature and martial arts is that he must be an upright person who values honor. So picky. This character interview seems like it will be very long." Do-san stood up. "All right, next question. Suppose a war breaks out between the unorthodox sects and the demonic path. Standing from the perspective of our orthodox sects, what should we do then?" She narrowed her eyes, standing with her hands behind her back, watching him. "Is it to let both sides slaughter each other?" Do-san clenched her fist. "Or to fish in troubled waters? Unexpectedly destroy both sides? Or shall we mediate between them to prevent the war from escalating further?" Do-san moved toward him. "At this moment, what is true chivalrous spirit?" He thought, chivalrous spirit. Honestly, it's been a long time since I thought about this. He stood quietly thinking. Justice or chivalry? I am always busy with what needs to be done, rather than thinking about those lofty and flowery things. He thought to himself, after being reborn, I have always done my best to prevent the ruin and collapse of the Central Plains, yet I myself was unaware. His eyes widened. To me, justice and chivalry means stopping the heavenly demon and the enemies coming from the Central Plains. Something vibrated slightly. He turned his head to look back. He only saw a mountain shaking violently, as if it were about to crack in half. Everything in the room shook accordingly. Do-san said, "It finally collapsed. Rocks are sliding everywhere due to the heavy snow lately. You don't need to worry." She turned back. "Answer my question." But the person in front of her had disappeared. He called back, "I am truly sorry. I will be right back." Do-san was shocked. "What?" She pressed him. "Where do you plan to go in the middle of an interview?" Duong-thong turned and replied, "Because I suddenly have urgent business." Do-san pouted. "Suddenly urgent business? Honestly, if you don't know, just say you don't know. Even if you know nothing of justice and chivalry, I would have asked the next question anyway." He replied resolutely, "Justice and chivalry. I will use my actions to prove them." With that, he dashed outside. Do-san shouted after him, "Even if you have the reclining dragon gold medal, if you plan to do something reckless, I advise you to stop. In my report, I will request a review of your admission eligibility." He did not look back, stepping away with determination. "Even so, I must go. That is useless to me. I don't know what happened. I must quickly get there to check the situation." Just a bit of negligence, one step too slow, and one of those villains, the Hainan swordsman Dai Pham, might obtain the Trong Quang Jade. Without it, all my efforts will go down the drain. He sensed something. A foot landed on the ground. "Leaving an interview to pursue justice and chivalry, huh? Then I will shorten the interview." Do-san said, "Proficient in literature and martial arts? Looking at your face, possessing great literary talent is impossible, so use martial arts to prove it to me. Right now, right here." The status board displayed, "Sudden mission. Defeat Do-san. Time, 15 minutes after the match starts. Success reward, agility +1. Failure, penalty, mission deleted, unable to move for 1 hour." He was stunned. "Sparring with the examiner?" Do-san said, "If you're worried about me, don't be. Although I am an examiner to deal with a mediocre, wet-behind-the-ears junior like you, I am no pushover. Consider this part of the interview." His eyes lit up as Do-san's attribute board appeared. Her attributes indeed could not be underestimated. Level 25, Do-san, 52 years old. Strength, 100. Stamina, 96. Agility, 100. Internal power, 45. Let me see what the top scorer from Xi'an is made of. He thought, If I hadn't upgraded my skills during my journey across the Central Plains, I fear I'd be helpless facing her. He asked, "What if I win?" Do-san replied, "The interview ends. You can go carry out your justice and chivalry on the condition that you must defeat me." He smiled and said, "A promise is a promise." Do-san said smugly, "Very, very good. On the other hand, if I win, your reclining dragon gold medal stays here. You are the one who must not break your word." He took a combat stance. "In that case, I won't hold back anymore. This is a duel, right?" Do-san replied, "That's right, and it will also count toward your interview score." The status board appeared. System identified. You are in a combat state. The title effect Dragon Phoenix Trial Champion has been added. He was full of confidence. "Excellent. Attack speed plus 5%, movement speed plus 5%. Duong Thong thought to himself as the status board appeared again. Active skill, Mount Tai Crush, level 1. Mastery, 12%. Human potential is limitless. The more you train, the stronger you become. Current strength level applicable, 5. Duration, 5 minutes. Consumption, maximum internal power, 10%. Internal power increases strength by 30%. He thought, strength increased by 30% within 5 minutes. She cried out in surprise. "Oh!" He reached behind his back and pulled something out of his bag. "I can't go without this." Between his fingers he clutched food, boiled pheasant meat, cuckoo ribs, and beef jerky. He quickly stuffed the food into his mouth and devoured it. After a while, strength plus 3, agility plus 3, stamina plus 3. "All right, let's begin." Do-san stood dazed. Majestic training hall. Jia Cat Tung looked at the report with a serious expression. Kim Trong Nam asked, "How is it? No problems, right?" Jia Cat Tung replied, "It's written here. I want to revoke his admission eligibility." Kim Trong Nam let out a suspicious hum. "What? What does the report say?" Jia Cat Tung placed the report down. "The top scorer from Xi'an is a messy pervert, suspected of suffering from multiple personality disorder. The examiner is currently in the infirmary." Writing these lines while waiting for 3 months of recovery treatment. Kim Trong Nam was shocked. "What?" Both fell into silent reflection. Kim Trong Nam said, "This is a joke, right?" Jia Cat Tung denied it. "No, sir." He was walking on the slope leading to the Demon Mountain Range. That 5 Kings of Bin Than chronicle was of little help because the exact location of that jade was never recorded. Before him were rolling mountains. People only knew that Dai Pham Hai had obtained the jade from that mountain. He thought as he walked, "Now I can only rely on this main map. I've set my destination as that mountain, but I don't know if I can find it." Pebbles rolled down the ground. He gripped the cliff face. "This is truly difficult." A sudden sound echoed from the distant cliff, catching his attention. He held on to the rocks and watched the falling stones. "Like this, I'll be crushed to death by rocks." He made a resolution. "I must hurry, climb up and go along the mountainside, and I must also avoid the landslides." He looked at the hollow part of the cliff where the landslide had just occurred. Wow, it truly lives up to the name Demon Mountain Range. He exerted himself to climb the mountain. Just a small landslide and such a large block of jade is exposed. Then the Trang Quang jade must have been exposed too. I must speed up. He thought while climbing, but after obtaining the Trang Quang jade, then what? Craft it into a bow like Pham Hai or make it into a sword? Honestly, I can't think of anything. He accelerated. First I have to find it, then I'll decide. He stepped forward. In the distance were rolling mountains. In this life, I will absolutely not let those 5 criminals run rampant again. This mountain is as steep as Mount Hua. The only difference is fewer rocks and deeper valleys. He used his hand to shield against the wind. Surely no one else would climb up here. The higher he went, the stronger the wind. He suddenly heard a noise in the distance. It seemed there was a silhouette. Is someone here? Are they from the Hainan sword sect? They were talking to each other. There's no one here, right? The mountain path is blockaded. What fool would run here? But we were ordered to watch the situation. 3 men were walking. He thought to himself, it makes sense. These guys must know Demon Mountain very well. A good opportunity has presented itself. Naturally, I must take it. Do they know that by blockading the mountain and running here they can find a great treasure? He stared at them, thinking, how do they know the Trang Quang Jade is here? He suddenly realized those people were looking around. Oh, there's jade below! The northern path has collapsed! He hurriedly lay flat to hide, almost getting discovered. These guys are scattered all over the back of the mountain. He was tense. Why are they guarding this place so strictly? He hurriedly ran off. They've set up such a formation. If I stay quiet here, I'll be caught in no time. Luckily, I climbed up here. Damn it. They're even carrying swords, he thought seriously. It seems the Hainan sword sect wants to monopolize all the jade. If they discover any outsider, they will kill without mercy. This place is more dangerous than I thought. I must quickly find the Trang Quang Jade and get off the mountain. I'll hide the jade in the storage space and climb down. That's the only way to stay alive. Those people said, the northern path is fine. Hurry down the mountain before the path slides away. His footprints were pressed into the snow. A wet mark appeared. A guy looked up. Huh? A landslide? The mountain is collapsing. Retreat quickly. He smiled smugly. This place is very dangerous, so come back next time. The cliff beneath his feet cracked. He ran for his life. Good heavens, when will this terrible landslide stop? The mountains kept collapsing. Nearly half the rocks rolled down. Everything gradually became quiet again. He pondered silently, hesitating. Is it over? Duong Thong's foot slipped. He was terrified. Damn it! He was extremely frightened. I'm done for! His whole body plunged into the deep abyss. He used his momentum to jump to the adjacent mountain, grabbing the cliff face. His whole body pressed against the mountain wall. I just slipped. Now my body is stinging. He glanced over. Duong Thong's eyes widened in surprise. His eyes shone brightly. Wow, this block of jade is so transparent and beautiful. He thought to himself, in the past life, the Hainan sword sect relied on this pile of jade to force their way into the ranks of the 9 great sects and the 5 great hidden families. Among these rocky mountains, glittering green jade is everywhere. If I can just salvage a little bit, I could become a wealthy man. Sinful, sinful. Quickly find the Trang Quang Jade and leave. In my 20 years, this is the first time I've seen so much jade. But who knows when I'll find the Trang Quang Jade in this pile? I don't expect to see it immediately, but... In the distance, a person was climbing. Among the climbers on the opposite side, there's a lone traveler like me. He fell into thought. That person is wearing the attire of the Hainan sword sect. And that bow, too. Though very young, he is definitely Dai Pham Hai. He jumped to another mountain peak. The mountain is collapsing, yet he is still calmly climbing. That guy doesn't even know the place he's standing could collapse at any moment. This guy is faster than I thought. He maneuvered between 2 jade blocks. According to the 5 Kings of Binthon records, he definitely said he accidentally discovered the Trang Quang Jade. Could it be he knows where to go? He thought, that guy must also know about the Trang Quang Jade. His expression became heavy. Though it's just my suspicion, could it be the other criminals also lied? He jumped from one mountain to another path, following behind Dai Pham Hai. Well, it wouldn't be strange for these scoundrels to lie. It's unbelievable. The story of him crafting his own weapon was recorded even before he became a traitor. Luckily, he hasn't found the Trang Quang Jade yet. He looked at Dai Pham Hai. Now I'm certain he knows the destination. Let's see which way he goes. Duong Thong's foot slipped, and he slid down. Dai Pham Hai noticed his direction. Seeing him about to fall, Dai Pham Hai turned to look at him. Dai Pham Hai glared at him as he hung on the cliffside. Then he reached out his hand and continued climbing upward, disappearing from sight in an instant. Duong Thong struggled to hide behind another rocky outcrop. Must be a cramp, he thought worriedly. Did he see me? Right now I can't do anything to that bastard. If I don't want to be detected, I can only take a detour. If the peak he's heading for has the Trang Quang Jade, then I must go up from the opposite side. When he reached that peak, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. "Eh? What was that?" Before Duongthong could react, an attack lunged straight forward, shattering a corner of the cliff. He hesitantly poked his head out. "What the hell?" On the other side, Dai Pham Hai had just fired an arrow. Duongthong was shocked to see him drawing his bow again. Dai Pham Hai's eyes widened in high concentration, then he released. Boom! The terrifying power crushed the cliff, causing Duongthong to fall. He couldn't help but scream, "This madman!" Dai Pham Hai continued to draw his strangely shaped bow. He fired continuously at Duongthong, while Duongthong struggled to swing from one place to another.
What kind of eyes does he have? I'm hiding so well, yet I'm still seen. Is his hearing that sharp too?
This guy is definitely not human. He immediately grabbed a stone and threw it to the opposite side, using a feint. "Let's pretend to go this way and see." Just as the stone was thrown, Dai Pham Hai's arrow struck it. This made Duongthong very happy. He fell for it. He gripped the cliff again, sighing to himself. What kind of guy is this? No different from an explosive cannon. Those few shots just now must have used a lot of spiritual energy. A lot, indeed.
He didn't fall, did he? Why is it suddenly so quiet? Please, just assume I'm dead.
A faint click rang out in the distance. Dai Pham Hai could be seen pointing his bow straight at the sky. He released, and the arrow flew out, tracing an arc before falling aimlessly. Duongthong couldn't help but wonder, huh? Is he aiming at something else, or have I been discovered? It doesn't seem to be this direction. Suddenly, Dai Pham Hai on the other side drew an arrow equipped with a fire starter. The fire burned intensely. He fired it toward his previous arrow. Duongthong belatedly realized it was an explosion. A massive blast destroyed everything around. After a thick layer of smoke, Duongthong managed to save his small life. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, I almost died! He hasn't discovered me yet!" Duongthong looked around. Taking advantage of the noise from the landslide and the dust, "This is my chance. First, I must evade his sight and hearing. If I climb the cliff any higher, it'll be too dangerous. I need to find a place to hide from his gaze." Suddenly, Duongthong noticed a small, destroyed path on a nearby mountain. Dai Pham Hai's arrow fired again, aiming at Duongthong while he was still in midair. But he timely lunged and jumped into a cave entrance, falling flat on the ground. Dai Pham Hai immediately lost sight of his target. Duongthong quietly sat up.
This cave was probably formed during the landslide. He doesn't know about this place, right?
At least not for now. He breathed a sigh of relief. The problem now is how to find the Trang Quang Jade. Or should I just let him find it and then rob him? Sparring with the examiner consumed a lot of my strength. Suddenly, Duongthong noticed something. He leaned in to look deeper into the cave. This is really deep. Why is it so bright? He moved closer to see. A light was radiating from the end of the path. No way. Duongthong slid down the slope of the cave and cried out, "Wow, where is this?" Seeing the glowing object, Duongthong was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. "This is, with just one look, I'm certain this is the Trang Quang Jade." He leaped closer. "I thought it was up there. Since I heard it was at the mountain peak, I didn't expect to find it in this cave." Duongthong marveled. "It's huge! How did Dai Pham Hai manage to move it?" "Luckily, I have the storage space." Suddenly, a white cat appeared beside him. It was Tutu. Duongthong was stunned and shouted, "How did you get out? Can you freely enter and exit the storage space?" At that moment, he also realized why sometimes he looked for food or clothes in the storage space and couldn't find them. Duongthong recalled the times he rummaged through his belongings. Where did the beef jerky go? Ah, now I know why those wine jars were empty. Seeing Tutu approach the giant jade block, he shouted, "Tutu, what are you planning? You're a spirit beast, so you must recognize this, right?" Suddenly, it stuck out its tongue and licked the Trang Quang Jade. A beam of light enveloped its body. A new form gradually took shape. Its claws also changed. A mischievous tiger face was revealed. Duongthong broke into a cold sweat looking at his pet. Tutu had transformed from a house cat into a wild cat. Tutu was now a tiger, but its face still looked dazed. Duong Thong was even more excited than it was. My house cat turned into a tiger! He suddenly remembered. Wait, this is just like when Tutu absorbed my skills. Even though Tutu absorbed it, the Trang Quang Jade hasn't changed at all. Should I still count it as mine? After thinking for a while, Duong Thong couldn't be bothered to care. Setting the Tutu matter aside, he had to put the Trang Quang Jade into the storage space first. The system displayed a question. Do you want to store the item you are touching in the storage space? Duong Thong replied, yes. Instantly, the giant jade block disappeared. He told himself, seems like I'll have to clean up the storage space. Just then, a figure appeared at the high cave entrance. Seeing this scene, Dai Pham Hai couldn't help but frown. Duong Thong happily looked at his achievement in the storage space. Excellent. I finally found the Trang Quang Jade. Now I should get out. Finally a good start. All that's left now is to avoid the Hainan sword sect people and escape. Suddenly he sensed something. Teeth bit hard into Duong Thong's hand, causing him to scream in pain as he snapped out of it. He scolded, Tutu, what's wrong with you? I thought because you turned into a tiger you were going to bite me. Hey, hey! Behind Duong Thong, Dai Pham Hai was drawing his bow, decisively aiming his weapon downward. Duong Thong looked at the animal in front of him and thought, good thing it can turn back into a cat. If Father and the others saw Tutu turn into a tiger, they would definitely be shocked. Suddenly he realized something. Wait, Tutu is reacting like this. Which means I'm in danger. Duong Thong reacted quickly, lunging to the side to dodge the attack. Surprised, he gritted his teeth. Dai Pham Hai, I almost forgot about him. Dai Pham Hai continued to draw his bowstring. Duong Thong clutched his injured shoulder and thought, so that's it. He wants to come here to find the Trang Quang Jade. 2 arrows were fired consecutively into the lower cave. Duong Thong moved while ordering, Tutu, it's dangerous here. Go back to the storage space, hurry! The little cat gave a cry and obediently ran back. He ducked to dodge. I'm no match for him at long range. Now I can only lure him close and engage in direct combat. Duong Thong ran as fast as he could deeper inside. He analyzed, except for the first arrow, he has intentionally reduced the spiritual power in the following ones to avoid a cave-in. I wonder if he saw me put the Trang Quang Jade away. But I'm certain he's planning to come down here. The question is how many arrows he has left. Duong Thong hid behind a large rock to observe the situation. Hasn't he run out yet? I should have counted how many arrows he fired. The absolute silence made Duong Thong hesitate. He poked his head out to look at the cave entrance. The figure was gone. He looked around alertly. It seems he's coming down. Where is he? Tisk, fast as a devil. Even my sharp eyes can't see him. Before I get sniped from behind, I must move. Thinking this, Duong Thong jumped out of his hiding spot. At that moment, Dai Pham Hai leisurely stepped out, following him. He drew his final bow. Dai Pham Hai frowned, stopped for a moment, and then quickly dashed out. Duong Thong slowly observed his surroundings. The spiritual power around me is depleted. I can't use skills. Now I have to fight in this dark cave. The only way is to rely on my sharp eyes. He jumped across the rugged rocks for direct combat. My chances are better. Duong Thong looked up, then down, hesitating. He's not coming down? Or is he looking for me up there? He couldn't have gotten here before me. Duong Thong continued to look left and right, extremely alert. But where he couldn't see, an arrow was already aimed. Just as Duong Thong let his guard down and sat down to wait a bit longer, the arrow aimed straight at his vital point. Dai Pham Hai looked at Duong Thong in front of him with a smug smile. Got you, little mouse. In an instant, he released his hand, letting the arrow fly. Duong Thong heard the sound and turned around, unable to react, cursing internally. Damn it! Just then, Tutu appeared in tiger form. The moment it appeared, the arrow suddenly changed direction. It veered off course and slammed straight into the adjacent cliff wall. Dai Pham Hai was horrified seeing this. Duong Thong was equally astonished. Tutu immediately turned back into a kitten. The cave shook from the aftershock. Large rocks shattered into pieces. Duong Thong jumped down and hugged the cat. Thank you, Tutu. You saved my life again. He ran while wondering, what just happened? I clearly almost got hit, but the trajectory of the arrow changed. Could this be Tutu's skill in tiger form? If it wasn't, Duongthong suddenly realized bow and sword unification. The form of this weapon changes depending on the amount of spiritual power infused into it. If it's in bow form, the arrow can change direction at will. If it's in sword form, its path is unpredictable. The strange rocks of the Demon Mountain range. And this cave, too, it remains unscathed even when there's a landslide outside. And Tutu's skill. Tutu didn't deflect the arrow, it distorted it. It's all the power of the Trangquang Jade. Looking back at Dai Pham Hai chasing behind, Duongthong analyzed, a spectral archer constantly stalking me that my sharp eyes couldn't detect, who is also capable of obtaining the Trangquang Jade. Added with the secret techniques of the Hainan sword sect, he is much more dangerous than a monster. If I hadn't been hit by that bastard's attack, I could have been faster, even though it's just a flesh wound. He whispered praise. Tutu, you're really something this time. Duongthong squinted his eyes, looking back. If he runs out of arrows, maybe I'll have a chance to defeat him. Wait, could it be that he's out of arrows now? Why isn't he firing anymore? This is my chance to counterattack. Thinking this, Duongthong immediately turned his head and threw the cat into the storage space. Tutu, hurry back! He drew a shimmering sword from its scabbard. Dai Pham Hai, who was running toward him, saw this as well. Duongthong regained his confidence and shouted, You bastard! You had fun shooting at me, didn't you? On the roof of the cave, a rock vibrated, cracked, and fell. It fell right between the two people rushing at each other. Boom! The ground beneath their feet cracked into a large fissure. Everything around followed suit, collapsing to reveal a bottomless abyss. Duongthong was terrified seeing this scene. On the other side, Dai Pham Hai quickly ran to the ground that was still firm. As for his side, everything had crumbled into debris. Duongthong fell into the void, letting out a pitiful scream. Pitch blackness enveloped Duongthong's consciousness. He weakly felt the surroundings were very cold. When will spring come? My eyelids are so heavy I can't open them. It's really too hard. I'll just lie here and rest for a bit. The Dragon Phoenix trial had just ended, and I crossed the Central Plains alone. Swam across Hainan Bay, faced the Examiner, and even had an unexpected duel. I also climbed the treacherous Demon Mountain, even experienced a landslide. After everything, I captured one of the 5 king treasures. At this moment, Duongthong was lying quietly on the giant Trangquang Jade block. He slowly recalled, perhaps, thanks to the blessing of this jade, I survived. Probably broke a few places. Well, whatever. That bastard Dai Pham Hai didn't find the jade, so he won't be able to create the bow sword unification. Ah, now I can peek my eyes open a bit. Huh? Opening or closing his eyes felt the same. Was I mistaken, or had I not opened my eyes yet? It must be too dark in the cave. In Duongthong's pitch-black vision, a point of white light appeared. Ah, what is that? Small as a thumb, the light point high above was a small gap. Bright moonlight filtered through. Recognizing it, Duongthong cheered internally. Ah, it's moonlight! Is it already dark? He raised his hand. So far. Why did I fall down here? Duongthong struggled to sit up in worry. Dai Pham Hai. I wonder how he is. It was so chaotic then I couldn't see his level clearly. If we had a proper fight, I would win. Not in a war, but a one-on-one duel. Duongthong gritted his teeth. We will meet again, you bastard! He looked up with a glare, then hesitated and looked away. Duongthong stood frustrated with hands on his hips in the dark space. He thought, no way. Could there be another exit? A while later, a clink-clink sound echoed in the abyss. A tunnel was being dug out. It's so hard, a tired voice rang out from deep inside. Drenched in sweat, Duongthong cursed. Damn it! His arm muscles tensed, his face twitched as he dug the tunnel, silently blaming life. In wuxia novels, the protagonist can always easily solve every problem. He screamed in agony, Why is it me? It's always like this. I've had enough of this damn reality. After saying that, he went back to his work. All right, just strike 1,000,000 more times and I'll be out. The axe continued to pound against the cliff wall. The system's mechanical voice rang out. You have exceeded your stamina limit. Vitality is increasing. Vitality increased by 10%. Stamina is about to recover. Your axe mastery has reached the maximum level. Seeing this, Duong Thong cheered. Notifications continued to appear. Axe mastery level up. Passive skill. Axe mastery level 7, mastery 1%. When using an axe, your strength will increase. The amount of additional strength depends on the skill level. Current effect plus 60%. Duong Thong noticed his mastery points were skyrocketing. On this side, a separate notification also appeared. Passive skill, swordsmanship, mastery level 7, mastery 55%. When using a sword, your strength will increase. The amount of additional strength depends on the skill level. Current effect, plus 60%. Exceeded stamina limit. Aura is increasing. Aura increased by 1. You just received 41 pieces of green jade. Duong Thong swung his sword with determination. At least I must scavenge all this jade. Then he dove back into mining work. The number of green jades increased. He looked excitedly at the blue stones. I'm rich, as long as I return alive. I can live in luxury and wealth. Duong Thong felt fired up. His digging speed got faster and faster. Shouts echoed in the long tunnel. At this time, at the Anhwa Lake Dragon Hidden Palace, a voice rang out, What do you plan to do? Kim Trong Nam peeked his eyes open and asked, Huh? Jia Cat Tung replied, A report on that kid, Duong Thong. Kim Trong Nam clasped his hands behind his back. Why are you asking me this? I'm just an old man who once led you. Why should I interfere in that kid's business? Besides, you are the leader here, not me. Since you are the leader, you must decide for yourself. This old man is just someone who follows your orders. Jia Cat Tung shrugged and smiled. This matter indeed falls under the jurisdiction of the Murim Academy, but the principal's opinion is the most important. He raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Principal, you found someone? Jia Cat Tung smiled. Of course. Such an important position cannot be left vacant for too long. Kim Trong Nam leaned forward curiously. Who is it? The two looked at each other in silence. Jia Cat Tung slowly pushed up his glasses and said a sentence. That day, cold sweat poured down the back of Kim Trong Nam's neck. He hesitantly confirmed, You bastard kid. You want this old man to be the principal? Jia Cat Tung continued to persuade. Come now! From high-level figures to Murim Alliance expenditures, to know all this classified information, you must have a high position like principal. You understand what I mean, right? Hearing that, the old man stammered. Who taught you this? You think I'll be grateful to you? Jia Cat Tung replied. In times like these, the existence of a principal is extremely important. Kim Trong Nam said sluggishly. Principal, at this age I should have been preparing my coffin before returning to the earth. But Jia Cat Tung still tried to persuade him. Here, I can only trust and rely on you. So I hope you will agree. Just this once. Furthermore, this year many people of high power and status will enter this Dragon Hidden Palace, meaning the Murim Academy. Dragon Hidden Palace. The cold winter finally passed and spring arrived. We talked for a long time. A month had passed since the conversation between the new principal and the leader of the Murim Alliance. On a remote mountain road in Hainan, a figure was slowly walking. Duong Thong, with a grimy face, put his hand on his wrist to check his pulse. It was still beating too fast. Then he let his hand drop and continued to trudge forward. A stranger appeared. Stop right there! Duong Thong looked up and replied. The two bandits in front were grinning slyly. What do you want? We just took over this whole territory. Heh, you're out of luck. Duong Thong slowly asked back, So what? Hearing that, they were stunned, not knowing how to respond. He scratched his head and said, I'm in a bit of a hurry right now, so shut up. The square-faced guy was shocked. What? What an idiot. He skillfully brandished the sword in his hand, pointing each strike straight forward, shouting loudly, Are you crazy? Seems like you want to die. A few people started to gather around. It's a kid. Another prey, Duong Thong retorted. Hey, if I were really an idiot, how could I still be talking to you? I would have been dead long ago, you bandits. Are your brains that small? The one-eyed guy put a knife to his neck. Hey, kid, watch your mouth. Know your place. But Duong Thong just sneered. I don't give a damn. A ting sound rang out. Duong Thong slowly read a notification from the system. Then he asked, Are you guys sex-crazed perverts? The square-faced guy blurted out, What's a sex-crazed pervert? Kid, where did you learn that word? We are the Justice Association. Another joined in. That's right. We will bring justice and freedom, making this world better than even the Murim Alliance. As the words ended, Duong Thong's hand reached out and grabbed his head. He slammed the opponent to the ground without mercy, making him scream in pain. He spoke, Damn it, I don't care, so where are they? Trees began to bud, signaling the start of a new year along with the intense vitality of spring. At this time, in the most bustling part of the Central Plains, the new semester of the Murim Academy had begun. On the training grounds, countless students are lined up and waiting. Shouts echo throughout the academy. Line up properly. This is a large-scale training arena, originally designed for systematic training through sparring. But twice a year, it is used for other purposes. One of those purposes is holding the induction ceremony to replace the graduating disciples. And today is the day of that ceremony. In an instant, everything in the arena settles down. Many people are here, including current disciples joking around. A bunch of kids, ha ha ha, they look adorable. The instructors, managing masters, and others have all arrived. A person is guiding the new disciples. This way. The bird on his shoulder also cries out, Out of the way! The masters of the disciples and many others holding positions in the Murim Alliance are present. For example, Jia Kat Tung and Kim Trung Nam are whispering together. As for the new disciples, those who will become the future protagonists here are all present as well. Zhang Heng asks while walking, Is this the line for the Dragon Hidden Palace disciples? Ta Thuong replies briefly, Yeah. She clenches her fist. This is where I belong. Why am I so excited? He lets out a long yawn. Really? I'm almost bored to death. Ta Thuong scolds him softly. You're always like this. Stop yawning. Don't you see the people over there crying their eyes out? Behind them, several disciples are comforting each other. We finally made it. Zhang Hung says helplessly, They can actually cry over that? How dull. Ta Thuong frowns. Disciples of the 9 great sects and the 5 great families are only 16 or 17. Ordinary people usually have to train until about 20 to set foot in here. You should at least show them a little respect. Zhang Hung sighs. All right, it really isn't easy getting in here. But aren't they crying because they're worried about finding jobs or marrying into wealthy families? I heard kids these days want to do that at age 10. Who knows, maybe they'll get married just like you. Ta Thuong crosses her arms and pouts. Knock it off. Then why are you here? Zhang Hung confidently clenches his fist and answers resolutely. Me? Naturally, it's to defeat everyone here and become the #1 master. Ta Thuong thinks of Duong Thong. Why do these guys always like these games? The Dragon Phoenix trial has ended. She recalls the scene where Duong Thong once declared, I will become the #1 master, then sighs. He has no realistic plan at all. Memories drift back into Ta Thuong's mind. Duong Thong smiled and said to her, Then you can become the #2 master in the world. She played along. Fine, I'll be the #1 female master in the world. Suddenly Ta Thuong turns around. No, I just need to become the #1 in the world. Otherwise... The more Ta Thuong thinks, the more embarrassed she gets. She immediately flails her arms. Ah, no, it's not related to that. Zhang Hung beside her is startled. What's wrong with her now? Ta Thuong quickly changes the subject. Where did that guy Duong Thong go? Ah, don't tell me he's skipping the whole ceremony. Zhang Hung picks his nose and replies, Well, we haven't seen each other since the Dragon Phoenix trial ended. I wonder where he went. Hearing that, her heart is full of worry. It has been nearly 3 months. Another memory resurfaces in Ta Thuong's mind.
Is this the first time you've seen snow? She had asked Duong Thong.
He answered seriously, "This snow isn't ordinary snow."
Ta Thuong was startled.
What is he saying? If it's not snow, what is it? Then she regained her composure and asked,
Isn't all snow the same? If it's not that, then what is it?
Duong Thong replied, "This snow only falls where mountain peaks collapse."
It would be strange to just call it snow. She asked innocently, collapsing mountain peaks? Thinking to herself, what is he talking about? I don't understand at all.
When he spoke, there was something glittering deep in his eyes. Ta Thuong looked at Duong Thong and smiled, determined. That will surely happen. She asked curiously, "How do you know?" Duong Thong blinked and said, "I have my ways." Suddenly, Tutu appeared and rubbed its head against Ta Thuong's leg, making her cry out. She sat down to pet the little animal.
I see Tutu drinks a lot but doesn't seem very drunk. Is it okay?
Duong Thong also approached and patted the cat's back.
This little creature is just like its owner, so it's fine. Ta Thuong gave a soft huff. You're talking nonsense again. While petting the cat,
their hands accidentally touched. Ta Thuong realized and blushed. Then she reflexively stood up and cleared her throat.
Why is it so hot in winter? It's really hot.
She thought to herself,
damn it, why is my heart beating so fast? Suddenly, Duong Thong called her name. Startled, she replied,
Huh? He made a request. While I'm away, can you help me take care of it? Ta Thuong asked in surprise, Where are you going? Duong Thong replied, It's starting to fall. I have to take action. She was still very surprised.
What are you saying?
But as soon as he finished speaking, he leaped away. Ta Thuong shouted loudly, Hey, where are you going so suddenly? If you're going to Xi'an, wait until morning and we'll go together. Duong Thong smiled and said, To save you. Hearing that, her face turned bright red and she cried out, Eh? Then Ta Thuong roared, Are you looking for a fight? Where do you think you're going? Duong Thong replied loudly, I will become the #1 master in the world. She said helplessly, So you're going to train? He nodded. Something like that, because I'm going to become stronger. Ta Thuong was silent for a moment. Seeing Duong Thong preparing to turn away, she whispered the word, Together. Ta Thuong plucked up her courage and asked, Can I go with you? The snow continued to fall from the sky. Duong Thong refused. No, you can't. She immediately pressed, Why? He said vaguely, That place is very far and very dangerous. Ta Thuong couldn't help but be bewildered. Then where exactly are you going? Duong Thong sighed. I have to go there to save you. Hearing these words, she clenched her fist. Damn it, what on earth is he talking about? Suddenly, Duong Thong said a name. Hainan, I have to go there. Ta Thuong couldn't help but wonder, Hainan, why? What about the interview? Their instructor is coming to Xi'an next month. Can't you wait until the interview is over? But Duong Thong was determined. By then, the snow will stop falling. I can't wait until then. Besides, he shook the jade pendant at his waist. With the outer dragon token, I can meet them in Hainan. Ta Thuong was so angry, she thought, This bastard! Should I go over there and break his legs? No, forget it. I still have many things to ask him. But in the end, she could only choose one. Ta Thuong frowned and asked, When will you be back? Duong Thong answered resolutely, When spring comes. She thought to herself, because he said he would go somewhere very far, his eyes burning with desire. Finally, Duong Thong said goodbye. Then see you at the Murim Academy. Tutu gave a few cries and gradually turned into light, returning to the storage space. Ta Thuong recalled that back then, both Duong Thong and Tutu had set off for Hainan. Jang Hung wondered, What? You mean there's been no news of him since then? She gave a soft, Yeah. He clicked his tongue. This kid is always disappearing and reappearing. When did he say he'd be back? Ta Thuong replied, He said when spring comes, when he becomes stronger. Jang Hung nodded. Then he must be on his way. He should have been back long ago. Does he like being late? Ta Thuong joked, I didn't expect you to say those words. Is the sun rising in the west today? A light breeze blew past. She guessed that perhaps he had caused trouble somewhere again and got injured, which was why he was late. Jiang Hung rested his chin on his hand and chimed in, "If he's already grown stronger, could there still be trouble that he can't solve?" Ta Thuong could only nod. "I hope not. We'll know once he returns." The two instinctively turned their heads toward the main gate of the academy. At that moment, back at that village, the bandit with the smashed head was lying on the ground. The others looked at the person in front of them in terror and asked, "Where are they?" They sized him up. His appearance looked like he hadn't bathed all winter. His clothes were as ragged as a beggar's. No weapons were visible on his hip or back, which was why they had intended to seize him. But it seemed he was a very formidable master. Duong Thong swung his arm. "Didn't you hear me? Where are they?" The bandit stammered. "What are you saying?" He repeated, "The 49 people you captured." The guy panicked. "How do you know?" He said wearily, "Don't ask me, I have my ways. Confess now." But the guy brandished his sword and shouted, "You damn brat, you think I'll talk?" Duong Thong flexed his arm muscles. "Fine, wait until you've taken enough hits, then you can confess." They shouted back, "No matter how good you are, do you think you can fight all of us? You probably don't know how many people are in our gang, do you?" Duong Thong grabbed a staff from a man nearby and replied nonchalantly, 74, including the one I just knocked out. Now there are 72. He landed a punch in another man's stomach. Duong Thong looked at the weapon he just seized, swinging it in his hand, thinking, "This is the first time I've used a staff. It should be fine." A fat guy holding a mace rushed forward. "This kid is truly seeking death." But Duong Thong only swung the staff once, shattering both the weapon and the man's jaw. He indifferently glanced at the system notification. Sudden mission. Defeat all bandits. Count. 3/74. Rescue all innocent people captured by them. Count. 0/49. Time. 2 hours after the battle starts. Reward. Upon success, you will receive the weapon Demon Bow of Punishment. Penalty. Upon failure, the mission is cancelled, and the body will suffer abnormal temperatures for 3 days. The bandits immediately swung their weapons at Duong Thong. "Kill him!" He also raised his staff. He swung the staff at the square-faced guy, hitting him so hard his jaw was displaced. This strike made everyone's eyes widen. Duong Thong continued to spin the staff in his hand, knocking away 2 more bandits. He changed his stance and thrust the staff straight into a man who couldn't react in time. The system recorded each one. Staff technique mastery has reached the maximum. Staff skill has been upgraded. Staff skill has increased to level 2. Duong Thong immediately received a new skill. Passive skill. Staff proficiency level 2. Mastery 0%. When using a staff, critical hit rate increases by 5%. He shouted joyfully. "Ah, you guys better be careful. From now on, if I hit you, your death rate will increase by 5%. A bandit shouted, "He's a staff master!" On this side, Duong Thong gave a contemptuous laugh. "A few swings and a few thrusts and it's done. Master, my foot!" Countless bells rang out from the watchtower. "Alarm! Alarm! Brothers, grab your weapons and gather at the front," he announced while ringing the bell. In a corner of a house, a man asked leisurely, "What's wrong?" A subordinate cried out, "Vice leader!" The leader wants everyone to gather. He asked back, "Are the government dogs attacking us?" The man faltered. "No. It's only one Murim master, but he is very strong." The vice leader cursed, "Damn it! Just one guy? Just one guy and you make me leave here? What if those captives escape? Will you take responsibility, Hakai?" Holding his position, he shouted, "I'll stay here to watch. You go ahead." He grimaced, thinking, even a group of people, even masters, would find it hard to defeat everyone. How did he get here? He looked around and saw his subordinate still running toward the village gate. A blade swung toward the back of Duong Thong's neck. On this side, a spear was aimed at his chest, and there was a sword. But in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, letting the 3 weapons clash. They screamed, "Damn it! He disappeared!" Duong Thong appeared from thin air and patted a guy's shoulder. "Sorry I didn't disappear. I just moved too fast for you to see." The guy asked blankly, "How is that possible?" But before he could finish, Duong Thong crushed the spearhead with one hand and grabbed the opponent's face. He resolutely slammed the man's head into the ground and spun the staff in his hand again. At this time, the staff proficiency skill had increased to level 3, mastery 26%. When using staff-type weapons, your critical hit rate will increase. The increase depends on the skill level. Current effect, plus 10%. The wooden staff swept across the enemy's neck. Critical hit. You have dealt an additional 200% physical damage to the enemy. Watching their comrades fall, the bandits roared. The leader frowned. You! Who on earth are you? Duong Thong complained. How heartless. Did you guys prepare this line beforehand? Hearing that, he asked back, Huh? He explained, Just now someone asked that, and now it's your turn? Why do you all like saying the same thing? Who are you? What is your identity? Who are you, after all? Where are you from? The leader gritted his teeth. This guy is truly a monster, suddenly appearing and knocking out 50 of our men. In the distance, someone was still crying, Mom, I miss you. The leader marveled to himself. If not a monster, what else could he be? Looking at the ruined battlefield filled with his fallen men, Hawk Hai hid behind a door, moaning, It can't be. This is that kid I saw in Xi'an. What is he doing here? How can this be? Does heaven have eyes? What kind of hellish fate is this? Hawk Hai broke into a cold sweat and turned his head away. On this side, Duong Thong clicked his tongue. I've asked several times already. Fine, I'll ask one more time. Where are you hiding the people? The leader spoke. Are you talking about those captives? He cursed. Watch your mouth! Watch your mouth! What did you do to the villagers? He said weakly, You can do whatever you want to us, but those captives... Hearing this, Duong Thong asked, Do you want to die? And thrust the staff straight into the man's mangled mouth. He threatened, I told you to watch your mouth. Who is the leader here? The bandits all looked toward the only person with level 19. Duong Thong gave an ah. Then he kicked the staff, turning it into a lever. Accordingly, the leader's upper jaw was crushed by the leverage of the staff. Duong Thong asked loudly, Is it you? The man fell in pain under the astonished gaze of his subordinates. He wondered, Since everyone here is a bandit, you must know something, right? So who else is your ringleader? The bandits all looked toward the person hiding in the far corner. They stammered. The leader is unconscious, so the vice leader should step forward. Hawk Hai screamed. Hey, you bastards! What nonsense are you talking? Then he gave a forced smile. They're lying. It's not me, Great One. But in the blink of an eye, Duong Thong appeared beside him. Hawk Hai turned around, looking extremely guilty. Is it you, Great One? Do you plan to become our leader now? Duong Thong pushed his face away. Get your hands off me. I don't care about your Justice Association or being your leader. Now tell me the whereabouts of the girls. This is the last time I'll ask you. Hawk Hai thought for a moment and pointed at himself. Great One, don't you remember me? I'm from the Black Snake Gang, the one you beat up in One Village. Duong Thong frowned. Huh? What are you talking about all of a sudden? The two looked at each other blankly. Suddenly he cried out, Ah, that incident? Hawk Hai nodded vigorously. Yes, that was me. Duong Thong gave a heh-heh laugh and landed a punch straight to his jaw. So what? The punch sent him flying into the air. Thong repeated, I told you, this is the last time I'm asking for the whereabouts of those girls. He turned and looked at the bandits with a gaze like bullets, making them tremble with fear. They pointed to the attic next door. In that house. A moment later, the bandits were lying scattered on the ground or helping each other find medical treatment. Duong Thong shouted, Just endure a bit longer. Hawk Hai, his face bruised and battered, removed the door bar. He extended his hand in an inviting gesture. I've opened the door. Duong Thong pushed the door open forcefully. He shouted, I'm here! But suddenly froze. Inside was a man with a bushy beard. The counter appeared, 1/49. Duong Thong said in shock, Your savior is here! Looking at the man as he rushed out. He watched wearily as the man left, then turned back into the room. He shouted, I'm here! But just then, another figure rushed out. One by one, they ran out of the room. The counter gradually increased. 4 out of 49, 5 out of 49. They were all men with bulging muscles. They swarmed out like bees from a broken hive, each saying words of thanks. Finally out! Thank you, young hero, for your help. Thank you, I'm free! Duong Thong stood speechless, words failing him.
These uncles and elders here. He rolled his eyes and looked weakly.
This was the system notification that appeared. Bandits defeated, 72 out of 74. Weak civilians rescued, 48 out of 49. Time, 2 hours after the start of the battle. Duong Thong stepped in hesitantly. Only 2 bandits and 1 civilian remained. There's no one else here. Is it upstairs? He wondered. Suddenly a groan rang out.
Đường thông cầu mày căng thẳng là tiếng cười hay tiếng khóc cảm giác không đúng lắm.
At this moment, on the upper floor, 2 bandits were laughing wickedly. Now we're ready. Do you want to taste the whip? It's really noisy outside. The others must be having another internal feud. They suddenly wondered, wait, why is it so quiet now? The other replied, it's probably settled. You think they'd fight forever? Then they turned back to their target. Another muscular man laughed. Heh heh, that's right. Now turn around here and let me see those muscles. Let's get back to business. Suddenly, a voice came from beneath their feet. Hey, those of us downstairs can hear everything up here. The tip of a staff struck the bald guy's jaw. Duong Thong broke through the floor, flew up, and simultaneously kicked the other one in the head. It was quiet for a long time. The 2 bandits had been knocked out of the loft. The mission panel appeared again. The information was the same, except a mission accomplished notification appeared beside it. You have completed the sudden mission. The reward will be sent to you. The demon bow weapon has been sent to your storage space. Hak Hai was lying flat. Hey, you there! Hearing the call, he looked up. Duong Thong rushed over, grabbed him by the neck, and scolded him harshly. Since you were lucky enough to survive, live a decent life. How dare you repeat this immoral business? You're a bastard who truly deserves to die. Hak Hai was terrified, but thought to himself, I think this guy is angry for a different reason. It wasn't me. I was only following orders. The mastermind is that leader over there. Duong Thong asked impatiently, what's the difference? You're both abusers. Kidnapping children wasn't enough, and now... The man stammered. That... But before he could finish, Duong Thong grabbed his collar and shook him back and forth. Hey, you bastard! Then Hak Hai screamed, it's for the money! How else is someone like me supposed to earn money? Open a shop or join the martial arts world? Someone like me can only survive here. Hearing that, Duong Thong forcefully planted the staff to one side and cursed, I knew it. You'll never change. He clenched his fist and reminded him, remember to be a good person in your next life. But before he could strike, a hand reached out to stop him. A bald, middle-aged man appeared to intervene. He only did it to earn a living. This is enough. Duong Thong wondered, who is this? Suddenly he remembered. This was the guy almost beaten by those 2 earlier. So he spoke up and asked, you almost got into trouble. Are you okay? Ma Sun nodded and replied, yeah. Fortunately, I was only captured this morning. Thanks to you, I'm free now. My body is still intact. Duong Thong stood up and asked hesitantly, well, that's lucky. But why were you captured by these guys? You don't look like someone easily kidnapped. He explained helplessly, I was doing business in Zhengzhou. These guys said they would invest in me. I was lured and came here. Duong Thong immediately turned to Hak Hai and cursed angrily, truly a bunch of scammers! Then he made a move to leave, telling Ma Sun that since it was decided, he could escape. But the man replied shyly, don't look at me like this. Actually, I'm very easily scared. What if I get killed? Duong Thong turned back, venting his anger on Hak Hai. I'll kill this bastard. Truly a coward. He stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and asked, who did you plan to sell them to this time? Hak Hai replied weakly, the Justice Association doesn't capture people to sell them. We don't need to do that. He frowned and urged, speak clearly. Where did you get the money to feed these 74 people? Do you want to die? Hak Hai gritted his teeth and pleaded, if I confess everything, can you spare me? Please don't kill me. Duong Thong raised his fist again and asked, you want me to spare you? But he glanced at the panicked Ma Sun behind him. Then he immediately softened. All right, If you tell the truth, I will spare your life. Outside a house, a few villagers were talking. I haven't thanked him yet. Is he still in there? Inside that house, Duong Thong was standing before a pile of books. What is this? Hak Hai looked away and explained, unlike the Black Snake Gang who only knows how to rob money directly, the Justice Association earns money through business. Duong Thong picked up a book to observe, judging in his heart. No way. He flipped a page, initially reading the contents intently, but then his eyes became increasingly filled with disbelief. All of this? Aren't these banned books? Duong Thong immediately crumpled the book. Then he turned to look at Hak Hai with an indescribable expression, hearing him mutter, no. How much money do these books even sell for? He immediately raised his elbow to threaten him. Hak Hai panicked. I was just asking. Suddenly a loud scream came from outside. You devil! The leader, despite having lost all his teeth, still shouted, You let those sex slaves go, and now you want to rob us of our source of income? Hearing that, Duong Thong's face showed a look of disgust. But before he could react, a creature appeared. Tutu growled as it approached the leader. Hak Hai immediately recalled his previous encounter with it. That tiger! I knew I wasn't seeing things, and I wasn't crazy! On this side, the leader was quickly pinned down by Tutu, but wouldn't stop screaming. What mistake did we possibly make to end up like this? It's only the beginning of spring. Duong Thong stepped on his sword blade. What mistake did you make, you ask? Kidnapping, extortion, murder, robbery, assault, selling banned books, and intentional arson. The leader shouted, Fine, even if everything you say is true. We have never committed arson. Duong Thong raised an eyebrow. Never? The guy stammered, Yes. Then he suddenly said, Sleep, because you're about to do it now. Duong Thong turned around and shouted, Hey, Vice Leader! Hak Hai immediately replied, Yes! He pointed and ordered, Burn that warehouse down. The guy asked in confusion, Sir? Duong Thong said sternly, I told you to burn it. Flames quickly erupted, burning the building and the pile of books to ash. The leader and his subordinates wept, deeply distressed. This place is finished too. All the surrounding villagers bowed in unison. Thank you, Benefactor Duong Thong. We will never forget this kindness. He laughed dryly and replied, Ha ha, it was nothing. One of them suddenly stepped forward. Hesitantly, he said, Even if I have to offer my own body. Duong Thong panicked and punched him away. I told you it was nothing. Tutu turned back to look at Hak Hai, startling him. The little tiger jumped down and slowly walked away. Hak Hai watched it warily. The man who was punched away fell flat on the ground. Duong Thong hurriedly explained, I thought you were going to sacrifice yourself right there. It was a misunderstanding. But seriously, never sacrifice your precious body like that again. Understood? Another person spoke up firmly. Benefactor, please tell us your name. So he introduced himself. Duong Thong. Tutu suddenly jumped onto his shoulder. Duong Thong added, But Duong is not my surname. Ma Sun called out, Benefactor, how should we deal with those men? These are the molesters we captured. Duong Thong looked at them and thought, There are too many of them. Trying to capture them all is dangerous. It's best to wait for the authorities. And so, Ma Sun asked curiously, Benefactor, where are you headed now? Duong Thong smiled and replied, To the Murim Academy. Hak Hai, standing behind him, looked on in disbelief. So powerful and yet so successful. Ma Sun heard this and said, The Murim Academy is in Zhengzhou, right? What a coincidence, my weapon shop is also in Zhengzhou. I can go with you. Duong Thong thought to himself, So he owns a weapon shop? He suddenly came up with a plan. Then you can... Duong Thong threw the old weapons he had used onto the ground. Ma Sun thought to himself, Where did these weapons come from? Duong Thong asked, You're a blacksmith, right? He replied, Yes. But... Ma Sun picked up the sword to examine it. The blade crumbled into powder right before his eyes. So Ma Sun suggested, It looks like we'll have to make a new one. Hak Hai also looked on curiously. Did you come back from a battlefield?
Suddenly his gaze fell upon the bow and he commented, "Oh?
This bow looks quite good."
Duong Thong was about to explain. "Ah, that is—" Then he thought to himself, "This is the demon bow reward I just received. I've never heard of this type of weapon. I was in such a hurry taking weapons out that I brought it out too."
Duong Thong made a vague excuse.
"I've had it for a while.
"I've just never used it."
Ma Sun stated, "This bow looks very balanced and it seems lightweight. The string is so tight I can't even pull it. I don't know if it was made by gods, but it is truly an excellent bow." Then Ma Sun suggested, "You've never used it.
"So why not try it right now?"
Duong Thong silently considered. "A bow and arrow, huh?
In my past life, I rarely used bows. It's an important weapon for strategy and tactics, but archers aren't usually highly regarded." He tried to draw the bow and marveled.
"Ah, it's tighter than I thought."
Ma Sun spoke as he hurriedly turned to run off.
"I'll go get you some arrows." Meanwhile, Duong Thong continued to ponder.
A martial arts master can easily break or dodge an arrow. It only becomes a terrifying weapon when internal energy is infused into the arrow, like Dai Pham Hai does. Thinking of that guy still makes my blood boil. Even someone like Dai Pham Hai can only treat the sword as the primary weapon at the academy. If it's just a friendly match, there's absolutely no need for a bow. At this point, Ma Sun returned with a few arrows. "I planned to bring all the arrows I found, but only these few are usable." Duong Thong notched an arrow and exerted himself to pull. His face showed clear strain. Duong Thong thought in annoyance, "I can't even pull it all the way." He had to release the string and let the arrow fly. At the same time, an ear-splitting sound rang out, causing Ma Sun to cover his ears in pain. Hak Hai trembled uncontrollably. The arrow shrieked and slammed straight into the ground. Everyone was stunned. The surroundings were silent as the grave. No one understood what that terrifying sound was. Duong Thong was very confused. There's no rule requiring the transfer of internal energy when using a bow. But this is a long-range weapon. If I have to shout, "Hey you, I'm shooting," every time I fire, what's the point? Duong Thong carefully observed the new weapon. Does this bow have any other functions? To me, it looks like a normal bow. At that moment, the system displayed its info. Demon bow. A strange bow decorated with a demon's head. Data unknown. Type, bow. Level requirement, 50. Duong Thong noticed, there's a level requirement too? If the required level is 50, then my level isn't high enough yet. I need to get stronger to use this bow. Duong Thong rechecked his attributes. His current level was only 28. He continued to reflect. Furthermore, although I pulled the bow and shot the arrow, it didn't hit the target. Perhaps it's because my form is wrong. Reaching my current level of strength hasn't been easy. He frowned and looked at his hand. He actually couldn't control a single arrow. He had promised to reach level 30 by spring, but failed to do so. Suddenly, Duong Thong let out an angry roar, startling Hak Hai, Ma Sun, and Tutu. "Fine, I'll just use the duck footwork to get to Zhengzhou," Duong Thong muttered. On the way there, he had only been walking normally to avoid rushing. He opened his title information to check Duck Footwork Master. When equipped, attack speed increases by 10%, movement speed increases by 10%, and all attributes increase by 10%. This title can continue to develop. Duong Thong made up his mind. All right, I'll just focus on cultivating this Duck Footwork Master title. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his maximum speed with the duck footwork to leave the village. Hak Hai watched in confusion. He spoke up. What's wrong with him? How strange. After testing that deadly noisy bow, he just ran off, and he's running exactly like a duck. Ma Sun bent down to pick up the gear and called out, "Benefactor, please let me come with you." The others looked at each other blankly. Then a long-haired man said suggestively, "So that's it. No wonder his legs look so sturdy." Hak Hai and the others immediately broke into a cold sweat. They quickly reached the marketplace in Zhengzhou. Duong Thong thought to himself, "Zhengzhou, long time no see, especially at a peaceful time like this." He marveled, "It's so quiet." Ma Sun said, "Not long ago, many new disciples arrived in Zhengzhou." Still moving with the duck footwork, Duong Thong replied softly, "Ah, Probably because today is the induction ceremony of the Murim Academy. Zhengzhou, in Henan Province. Administrative management is the responsibility of Fotin Temple, while public security is handled by Antrat Nitat Temple. Even the provincial governor and most high-ranking local officials are members of the Murim Alliance. The Murim Alliance currently holds administrative, economic, and judicial management duties. Therefore, the Murim Alliance is the true wielder of power in this city. Thus, whenever the Murim Alliance has a special event, Zhengzhou becomes either unusually quiet or unusually bustling. Duongthong gradually understood. Ah, so it's because of the induction ceremony that it's this quiet. Hakai, following behind, spoke up. I bet you're also planning to go to the Murim Academy, aren't you? You look like a new disciple. Are you planning to join the induction ceremony? Duongthong sighed and replied, If I tell them I ran into bandits on the way, maybe they'll understand. Someone must have reported it already. Suddenly he stopped, realized something was wrong, and shouted, Why are you still following me? Hakai said dejectedly, I don't have much of a choice. Half the people back there were captured by me. If I stay, they'll surely beat me to death. This guy was actually calculating in his head. He had to act a bit pitiful to have a chance to escape. Duongthong angrily grabbed his collar and roared, You think following me is safe? I'm afraid I can barely restrain myself from killing you. Hakai smiled bitterly. I'm not that evil. To survive, I could only follow orders. I'm not just good at catching people. I'm also very good at gathering intelligence everywhere. If you want to know anything, just ask me. Why don't you hire me? If you utilize me properly, you could make a fortune. Duongthong kicked him. You still haven't learned? You want to use ransom money for bad things? Duongthong declared. Fine, very well. Since we're here, I'll take you to Antratni Tat Temple to atone for your sins yourself. Finally, after observing for a while, Ma Sun spoke up hesitantly. Benefactor, would it be okay if I hired him? My armor workshop needs people too, of course. It's only temporary, just enough for him to atone for his sins. Both Duongthong and Hakai were stunned by these words. Ma Sun continued, Originally, that contract was meant to invest in labor, but he caused too much damage. I have to find a way to make up for it. Hakai, as if finding gold, hurriedly chimed in, Great idea. I'll definitely do a good job. Leave it to me, he secretly rejoiced. Excellent, I'll follow him first, then escape later. What a fool, Duongthong asked worriedly. What if he lies again? This bastard even kidnapped children. Hakai defended himself weakly. I told you I was only following orders. I promise I will never kidnap children again. Naturally, no adults either. Duongthong asked irritably, How can I trust you? The guy smiled and said, If you need, I can tell you any secret. High-ranking figures in the Justice Association's records, even the location of the largest secret auction house in Henan. Do you know where it is? Duongthong wavered slightly and asked curiously, The largest secret auction house in Henan? Hakai quickly seized the opportunity. Ah, are you interested? Want to hear it? Duongthong thought to himself, he needed a place to sell the jade obtained from Demon Mountain, and this was indeed a good opportunity. Seeing he didn't answer, Hakai repeated, Ah, it's truly the top place in the world. Duongthong frowned. All right, tell me, Hakai immediately. I set conditions with him. If you let me follow him, I'll tell you. Ma Sun also spoke up. Benefactor, don't worry. I'll watch him and won't let him do anything bad. I've been fooled once. I won't be fooled a second time. Duongthong thought for a moment and then agreed. Fine. But if I find out you're doing something bad, you're dead. Hakai cheered. I won't, while laughing to himself. Heh, you fools. As soon as you leave, I'll kill that big guy and bolt. Hakai stood up and asked, Have you heard of the Scented Beauty Register? Duongthong was doubtful. Scented Beauty Register? I've heard of it before. It's a ranking of courtesans circulated annually. I heard about it in my past life. Hakai confirmed. That's right. That book ranks courtesans based on their popularity among men. You could say it's a best-selling item. Do you know where it comes from? Without waiting for an answer, Hak Hai said directly. The best brothel in Zhengzhou, the Scented Beauty Pavilion. Duong Thong already had the answer in his mind. He raised an eyebrow. That brothel not only welcomes martial artists, but also holds auctions? How do you know? Are you sure? He immediately explained, the madam there has a very keen nose for money, so people like us all know her. You're still green. There are many things in this world you don't know yet. Duong Thong thought to himself, I'm much older than you, including my past life. I'm 46 years old. But it's true I didn't know about this. He calculated in his head. A secret auction? I think I've heard of it, but back then it was of no use to me since I had neither the time nor spare money. Beside him, Hak Hai continued prattling. As you said, that place only welcomes martial artists, so I've never been inside directly. I only acted as a middleman for them. But I'm certain that place is the secret auction house. Duong Thong interrupted him. Enough, I understand. Then I'll leave him to you. Ma Sun clasped his hands to bid him farewell. Be careful going to the Murim Academy. This is my armory. If you want, stop by and take a look. The weapon you mentioned on the way. I will definitely forge it. Just wait and see. Duong Thong waved his hand. I have to go now. I'll pay your fee when I return. Ma Sun called after him. No need. But he hadn't finished his sentence. Before Duong Thong ran off very quickly, Hak Hai looked at his retreating back and laughed in his head. He he he! Goodbye! And I hope we never meet again. At that moment, Ma Sun interrupted as if reading his thoughts. You're thinking of killing me and running, aren't you? Hak Hai almost said, right. But Ma Sun continued calmly. Don't worry. Soon you'll be so busy you won't be able to think. Now let's fix your bad habits. The armory owner, Kung Tran Ma Sun, smiled friendly at him. Đi nào đến phòng sự thật không là phòng trừ ma hạc. Hãy dùng mình rút cổ, lại phòng sự thật các kỵ nữ xếp hàng dài trên những con phố cho đêm. Trong số các lầu quán ở đây nổi bật nhất chính là Thiên Hương Viện tuyết sắc lộng lẫy. Kỳ viện số 1 Trịnh Châu Thiên Hương Viễn bán nghe không bán thân không biết từ đâu. Vọng lại tiếng chào đón của kỵ nữ ở đây đa tài đa nghe, cộng với quy mô hoành tráng có cả sanh biểu diễn. Thiên Hương Viện đã trở thành kỳ viện được yêu thích số 1 của hầu hết nhân sĩ võ lâm, nó nổi tiếng đến vậy. Đặc biệt là vì nơi đây chỉ tiếp đón nhân sĩ võ lâm làm khách nói. Tóm lại, dù là kẻ giàu sụ hay quyền thế, ngút trời cũng không thể tùy tiện. Ra vào Thiên Hương Viện cũng chính vì thế mà nảy sinh ra một số kẻ giả mạo nhân sĩ võ lâm. Người gác cổng cúi đầu chào mừng quý khách đường thông vừa bước vào, vừa nghĩ thầm mình phải nhanh chóng mua bộ đồ đề tử này để chứng minh mình là nhân sĩ võ lâm. Dù sao, sau này ở võ quán cũng phải dùng, nhưng bộ đồ này là đồ cũ, tự dưng là người trùng sinh mà cuối cùng lại phải mặc đồ cũ à? Chết tiệt, cúc áo long hết rồi chẳng còn dùng được nữa. Anh cười khổ thôi. Kệ mình suýt nữa còn không mua nổi bộ đồ này, cứ coi như mình may mắn đi. Vì lúc đi qua Hà Nam mình đã tiêu hết tiền rồi. Duong Thong estimated the time. The sun had reached that point already. The induction ceremony must have finished. And it wasn't early anymore. As soon as I heard news about the auction floor, I rushed here immediately. It's all for money. Like anywhere else in the world, you can't survive at the Murim Academy without money. Even in my past life, I faced many troubles due to a lack of funds. At the Dragon Hidden Palace, my martial arts were already full of flaws, yet while others were studying under a master, I had to go to Zhengzhou to do all sorts of odd jobs to earn extra. At this moment, the gatekeeper asked, which one would the guest like to choose? Today, we even invited a performance troupe featuring the Eastern Black Red and the Twin Sun Brave women as well. Duong Thong marveled. My goodness, they're huge. Then he spoke up. I choose the first heavenly fragrance. Hearing that, the man fell silent for a moment and then bowed slightly. The first heavenly fragrance was the most formidable entertainer at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, ranking first on the high-end entertainer list of the Heavenly Fragrance Registry, and also the current owner of the pavilion. The man replied, I'm afraid that's not possible. Duong Thong thought to himself, as expected. Even though I'm wearing Murim Academy clothes, he can still tell they're old. But no matter how ragged these clothes were, what would happen if he knew I was wearing the Sleeping Dragon uniform? Originally, the Murim Academy had 2 different official uniforms. the old Sleeping Dragon uniform, and the old Dragon Hidden Palace uniform. However, later on, when the current leader of the Murim Alliance, Jia Cat Tung, took office, he modified the two uniforms to look identical to erase the distinction between the Sleeping Dragon and Dragon Hidden Palace areas. The Sleeping Dragon uniform is the ceremonial uniform of the Murim Academy. But what about the people from the 9 great sects, the 5 great families, and the wealthy? Those who always want to prove they are superior to others would use expensive silk, or they would embroider a magnificent white dragon on the robe to match their titles. Initially, the enforcement team tried to stop this behavior. But when the 9 great sects and 5 great families showed their displeasure, their control was quickly weakened. Even a small change to the official uniform followed the current alliance leader's preference. Following that trend, the design of the official Sleeping Dragon uniform changed as well. This outfit is from that era, the new Sleeping Dragon uniform. Even though the clothes I'm wearing are both dirty and old, they are still a Sleeping Dragon uniform. The Sleeping Dragon is where future high-ranking officials originate. In Zhengzhou, though I look a bit shabby now, if they could lend me some money. Seeing Duongthong's peculiar behavior, the gatekeeper asked, "What are you doing?" Drenched in sweat, Duongthong didn't answer. The man took the opportunity to continue. "Whether you are a young master of the Murim Alliance or from the Sleeping Dragon, you won't get to meet the first heavenly fragrance." Duongthong considered the man's words. "I can't meet her? Do I have to prove I'm very rich? If I had known, I would have learned more about these things in my past life." Suddenly, Duongthong turned and cursed Hakai in his mind. "I shouldn't have trusted that guy from the start." Thinking of this, he recalled Hakai's words. "I've never entered that place directly." Duongthong put his hand in his pocket and decided to use another way. "Damn it, I'll just take a risk." He took out a stone. He said mysteriously, "I came here to sell this." The gatekeeper observed the item and his expression gradually changed. Then he bowed and replied, "I will pass on your word immediately." Duongthong breathed a sigh of relief and satisfaction. Success. Was it really that simple? Was it really, because I have something to sell, it worked? Passing 15 minutes later, the gatekeeper returned to inform Duongthong, "Please follow me." As he walked, he introduced the surroundings. You can watch small performances in each room. This common area is normally used like other taverns, but from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. it serves as a stage for major performances. If you have time, please come watch our show. The Black Red is very impressive. Duongthong looked around, marveling at the crowd. It hadn't been open long, yet over there, 2 people were talking. "Ha ha ha! Did you come to see the show too?" "Of course. How could I miss the brave women's performance?" He led him to a secluded but equally spacious place and instructed, "Please wait a moment, our madam will be here shortly." At that moment, a woman appeared on the floor above and asked down, "Is it you? You have the stone?" She was the owner of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Don Chan. Duongthong silently observed her. She was the first heavenly fragrance. He replied, "Yes." Don Chan looked at him, assessing. "You look quite young." He wasn't overly polite. "I didn't know there was an age limit here," she sneered. "Who would have thought a young master wearing a Sleeping Dragon uniform would visit us on the very day of induction?" Duongthong wasn't much more polite either. "To have the madam worry about me is truly an honor." Don Chan showed no reaction, so he continued. "Rest assured, even if I miss the induction ceremony, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion won't face any trouble." Finally, she spoke up and invited him into another luxurious room. Don Chan spoke, "Apologies for my behavior earlier. This is the first time I've seen someone come alone with a stone like that on the day of induction." Duongthong was frank. "This is also the first time I've come to a secret place like this. I had to keep asking if this was indeed the secret auction floor." Don Chan glanced at him and offered a price. 500 taels. "We will buy that stone for 500 taels," Duongthong calculated. 500 taels? If it were my past life, serving in the military for a year without spending a penny would only earn this much. If I count all the granite I have, I could live in luxury forever without worrying about money. Furthermore, if she saw his clothes and still offered such a high price, it was clear he could sell it for even more. His current appearance could be described as indescribably sloppy. He hadn't bathed all winter, and his old clothes emitted a terrible smell. That's why Duong Thong confidently raised the price. I'll sell that stone for 2,000 taels. The gatekeeper gritted his teeth. What? But Don Chan raised her hand, signaling him not to act rashly. She lowered the price to 1,000 taels. This is the best price I can offer. The gatekeeper thought to himself, has the madam already calculated the profit? On this side, Duong Thong also refused to back down. 1,500 taels. This is my lowest price. The room fell into silence. The gatekeeper bowed, seeking instructions. Just give the order, and I'll kick him out immediately. But Don Chan spoke up. Fine. This is granite, a type of gemstone more precious than gold. Its hardness is second only to 1,000-year cold iron. Duong Thong pretended to be knowledgeable. That's right. While thinking, she knows quite a lot. He had tested it himself. It's incredibly hard. Don Chan continued, I don't know where you got this granite. It's not found in the Central Plains. But our business doesn't allow us to ask guests for such information. If you can provide another piece of the same quality, I am willing to pay 3,000 taels for both. Facing Don Chan's challenge, Duong Thong gently tossed out an identical stone. I have as many as you want. The stone hit the ground with a thud. The three were stunned again. The two from the pavilion instinctively leaned down to look. Duong Thong broke the silence. Deal. He smiled confidently. If you need more, just call me any time. When he stepped outside, it was dusk. The people from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion respectfully saw him off. Wishing you a safe journey. We hope you visit again. Duong Thong walked out satisfied, thinking to himself, this can finally be called returning home in glory. I'll send some to Father to ensure she doesn't suspect anything. I only sold about 6 stones and promised to continue selling to her later. My goal for coming here has been achieved. Is it because I died once? I didn't expect to be able to pull off a deal like this. I sold 6 stones for 9,000 taels. In his storage space, he thought of the large pile of stones still there. Wait, if I sell all the granite I got from Demon Mountain, I'll be stinking rich. Duong Thong couldn't hide his excited face. He walked leisurely, but his pace became faster and faster. More and more urgent, but he tried to suppress his mood. Duong Thong ran off excitedly. Let's go to the Sleeping Dragon! To an even higher place. Duong Thong, full of vigor, ran with all his might. Passing the riverbank, he saw a beggar. Great sir, passing by, please do a good deed and give me some spare change. Duong Thong stopped. Ah, wait. He placed some papers into the man's bowl. Don't sit here anymore. Go somewhere better to rest. The man spoke up. Thank you, lad. But looking closely, it was paper. He screamed, What the hell is this? This isn't money. Give me money. Duong Thong explained while running. It is money! But the man still didn't believe it, picking up the banknote. This scrap of paper is money? You damn bastard, do you take me for a fool? You think I don't know this is toilet paper? The boatman slowly rowed across the river. Duong Thong sat quietly on the boat without a word, his eyes full of determination. The boat drifted lazily on the water. The boatman spoke. I say, young man, judging by your clothes, you must be a new student of the Murim Academy, right? Duong Thong replied proudly, Yes, sir. So the man said kindly, Though it's late, I'll give you a free ride today. Heh heh heh. Duong Thong modestly declined. That really isn't necessary, sir. But the boatman insisted. Come on now. Duong Thong observed the old man and thought, he probably interacts with martial artists often, so even in his old age he's very respectful. He must have seen many things he shouldn't have. He accepted the kindness. Thank you, elder. The old man gestured for him to look. We're almost there. Duong Thong quickly turned his gaze toward the mountain range. The Murim Alliance Council of Elders consists of excellent policymakers from the 9 great sects. the 5 great families, and many other major sects. After consulting the council, the alliance leader will appear and announce the constitution known as the Murim Alliance Code of Conduct. According to its contents, disciples and soldiers of the sects within the alliance must unite to form an 8th power to manage the Central Plains Murim. Duong Thong huffed impatiently. All nonsense. It's just a ragtag bunch from the 9 great sects and 5 great families, established to expand influence and strengthen control. The first chapter of the charter proudly records words like global community and equality for all. Yet based on personal info, achievements, age, origin, seniority, and weapons, they divide people into countless ranks. He recalled the charter's contents. In a world of community, everyone is equal. All must be seen as friends, treating each other with faith and mutual respect. Unnecessary killing is forbidden. However, people obsess over rank, because those rigid rules are used as an excuse for every act of control. Duong Thong reflected while observing the place. Looking at the Murim alliance, he once again felt the weight of those iron rules. Previously, when sitting on a boat like this, the closer he got to that place, the more suffocated he felt, unable to breathe. Now seeing it again, it's just a building. Now I need to focus more on what's ahead. He stood up and bowed to the old man. I wish you smooth sailing. As soon as he finished, he leaped, using the momentum to land on the shore. The old boatman couldn't help but marvel. Good heavens, the shore was still so far, yet he reached it in one leap. Truly impressive. Suddenly he looked toward Duong Thong. From the shore, his voice echoed back. As for the money... Duong Thong smiled and sent a voice transmission to the old man. Elder, you will surely be blessed by the gods. The boatman was startled. I can still hear his voice from here? He stammered. Oh, thank you very much. But holding a stack of banknotes, the old man didn't know what to do. How much is this? Duong Thong felt a bit embarrassed. He thought to himself, suddenly having this much money, even I can't control myself. Maybe I should buy the Murim Alliance or just build a new one. If possible, the Hainan sword sect could probably buy this whole country. Just imagining it felt good. Using it all by myself is too much. He remembered his old companions. He reflexively smiled. Now I'm starting to daydream again. Duong Thong entered the gateless hall. It was named after a book by a great master named Kai. The name signifies that its doors are wide open to all who pursue justice. But it doesn't truly lack a door. In times of crisis, rumors say a thick iron door buried underground will rise, turning it into a fortress. I've never seen it personally because I wasn't here when the demon cult invaded the Murim Alliance. He gave his belongings to the guard for inspection. This is my dragon seal. Passing through the gateless hall, one can see many different pavilions on both sides obscuring the view. The guard finished checking his identity and replied, A new student of the Sleeping Dragon. I will lead the way. Please follow me. He passed by several buildings. First was the demon-slaying pavilion, which mainly handles requests from the Murim Alliance. Then the watchtower of the Murim Alliance, Tianshan Tower, responsible for mission communications. Past this, the main hall is visible. Even the main building of the Murim Alliance, the Great Hall, is located deep in the valley. From here, follow the small path beside the fork further inside. We must take this path. The narrow mountain split in two ahead is the main gate of the Murim Academy, the Gate of Justice. The guide added, Starting from here is the Murim Academy. Duong Thong said, I can go on my own now. The man replied indifferently, Is that so? He thought to himself, he didn't seem surprised at all on the way here. Has he been here before? Regardless, he instructed Duong Thong, Yes. Once inside, you'll see the Dragon Tiger Pavilion at the end of the road. They handle the induction process and all other administrative procedures there. Duong Thong nodded and strode boldly through the gate. Passing the Gate of Justice, two valley areas are visible. Sleeping Dragon Valley, which houses the oldest structures of the Murim Alliance, and Sleeping Tiger Valley, modestly located behind the Murim Alliance. All the structures around here belong to the Murim Academy. Duongthong looked down and marveled. This is the first time I've seen Sleeping Tiger Valley from this direction. Before, I used to look at Sleeping Dragon Valley from Sleeping Tiger Valley every day. He suddenly stopped, reminding himself, is now the time to relax and be nostalgic. Duongthong focused his mind to hunt down the demon cult and monopolize all these lucky duels. He stepped forward with determination. The second lucky duel is right here in this Sleeping Dragon Valley. At the Dragon Tiger Pavilion, an angry voice rang out. How could he do that? How could he cut the budget for the Murim Academy? Tong Trok lamented. Since Jia Cat Tung became the alliance leader, the Murim Academy has become a mess. How could he overlook investing in the future of Murim? He clicked his tongue and leaned close to the girl. He said in a creepy voice, You think so too, don't you, Do Shuang? Do Shuang gently pushed him away and said, Haven't you heard the news? I heard that last winter, a large amount of jade was mined at Demon Mountain. Tong Trok replied, I heard. So what? Do Shuang explained. Well, if you tell the elders and bring the Hainan sword sect into the vacant spot among the 9 great sects, wouldn't the funding issue be solved at the same time? Tong Trok cried out in surprise. Ha ha ha! Great idea, so she continued. He asked curiously, What else? Recently, the book market in Hainan has grown very fast. Clearly, the first Heavenly Fragrance's top position in Zhengzhou has been replaced by banned books. Tong Trok asked curiously, What kind of banned books? Du Xuang leaned into his ear to explain. Tong Trok listened intently. Then, as if suddenly enlightened, his whole body trembled. He cursed loudly. Bastards! Are they crazy? Do you believe in that trash that corrupts morality? The existence of heaven and earth, yin and yang, has its logic. But going against heaven's will with same-sex love, and now they dare to publish it as a book? These disgusting people must be executed immediately. Do Shuang shrugged and smiled. Ha ha, this isn't something to get so angry about. Tong Trok snapped, Why not? She replied nonchalantly, If that thing makes money. Why not do it? Tong Trok was stunned. Do Shuang analyzed, Clearly those bandits made those banned books. So you just need to send students to wipe out the bandits, then use their name to publish those books. He praised, Excellent. It seems becoming the principal is only a matter of time for me. Do Shuang teased, If you become the principal, will you still let me be an assistant teacher? He glanced at her. Once I become the succeeding principal, I absolutely won't let your talent go to waste. He lifted her chin and sneered. So don't worry, my assistant teacher, Do. She suddenly lowered her voice. But I have one big worry. I heard that today at the induction ceremony entrance, the person standing next to the alliance leader will become the succeeding principal. He nodded in agreement. I'm actually worried about that too. But as you said, if I use the Hainan sword sect and the banned books to solve the funding problem, even the elders will have to help us. Suddenly, someone below announced, Vice Principal, the final new student of this year, Duongthong, has just arrived. What should we do, sir? He asked suspiciously. A new student at this hour? Let him in. Duongthong quickly appeared in the middle of the room. Tong Trok sized him up and began to ask, Why are you late? Duongthong told the truth. I traveled a very long way to get here. Huh? He commented, Didn't attend the induction ceremony. Student evaluation, minus 10 points. Duongthong thought annoyedly to himself, Just arrived and I already ran into the worst person here. He spoke up weakly, because on the way here, I ran into a group of bandits. The old man sighed. What bandits? If you came from Xi'an, it's not that far. You should have set out earlier. Duongthong silently sized up Tong Trok. Rumors said he had seduced many female students from small sects and abused his power for personal gain by arbitrarily changing class schedules. Is he still the vice principal? Duongthong remained polite as he explained, I had business in Hainan, so I had to spend some time there before coming here. Tong Trok glanced at him. So many excuses. Minus 5 points. Why is your clothing so disheveled? Duongthong replied awkwardly, I bought it in a hurry in Zhengzhou, but I didn't expect the buttons to be broken. I should have changed into another set. Tong Trok continued to scold him. How dare you talk back? Improper attire, -3 points. Talking back, -5 points.
Wait, you said you came from a high-level martial arts academy? That's insane.
Duong Thong asked back, Is there a problem? He thought to himself, Is something wrong? The old man roared, Of course, for someone of lowly origin. To be so thick-skinned, -100 points? Duong Thong was stunned. 100 points? Is this a joke? Even the old man's subordinates couldn't believe it. What? Vice Principal, sir? From above, Do Shuang interjected as the current assistant teacher. I believe that since the new student just arrived and things are this chaotic, instead of a standard punishment, why not have him return the Dragon Seal and revoke his eligibility for the Dragon Hidden Valley? What do you think? Duong Thong asked back. Revoke my admission? He silently assessed Do Shuang. He didn't know much about this assistant teacher of the Dragon Hidden Valley. She continued to sneer. That way the other new students will become very obedient. He looked at the old man Tong Trok. In his past life at the Dragon Hidden Palace, he had met him a few times because he was the principal of the Murim Academy. The time he became principal must have been around this period. Tong Trok replied, Du Shuang, the revocation process is complicated, and besides, do these kids even care? He used to be the sect leader of the Kong Tong sect, which handled the dirty work for the 9 great sects. That was also Tong Trok's origin. He added, but today, you could be expelled due to accumulated demerits. Duong Thong recalled the old man's crimes. Most importantly, that wretched old man was the culprit who assigned most of the Dragon Hidden Palace disciples, including himself and the Team 5 failures. Tong Trok suggested to him, if you admit your mistakes and beg for forgiveness, I will only punish you. Duong Thong couldn't help but burn with rage. Whatever. But after going through all that, later as an elder of the Murim Alliance, he personally proposed several military strategies, countless times using us as meat shields just so he could escape himself. For that alone, I will never forgive him. Tong Trok urged, What do you want? Beg for forgiveness? Or... He observed him and burst out laughing. Ha ha, you even dare to clench your fists. Ridiculous. You want to oppose me? Go look in a mirror. Duong Thong calmly replied, Even though I look poor and lowly on the outside, treating me like this is too unfair. The old man roared, Unfair? Well said. You're about to be kicked out and you still haven't come to your senses? Let this old man show you my power. Let's see if you still find this unfair. Duong Thong didn't expect him to use the demon-subduing array. The array quickly entangled Duong Thong, making him feel distressed. The assistant teacher couldn't help but cry out in confusion. The vice principal is using that much power to deal with an ordinary disciple. Isn't that a bit? He roared angrily. Get out! Let me correct this brat's attitude. He dares to be so arrogant. Duong Thong struggled with difficulty. My neck, I can't breathe. He's suppressing me. His strength clearly far exceeds my current level. Clearly possessing such terrifying power, yet he used me and my subordinates as meat shields for himself. How can he call himself human? Damn it! At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared, using their hand to form the heavenly mystery array to break the suppression from the outside. A surge of power shattered Tong Trok's demon-subduing array. Duong Thong staggered, gasping for breath in surprise. Tong Trok spoke up irritably, Alliance Leader. Hearing that, he quickly turned his head. Alliance Leader Jia Cat Tung stepped in coldly. You're still the same as ever, aren't you, Vice Principal? Tong Trok gave a forced laugh. Well, I was just disciplining a late-arriving freshman. I must have reflexively gone a bit too far. What brings you here? Alliance Leader Jia Cat Tung fanned himself and reminded him in a friendly tone, Well, I certainly sent you a letter today. Tong Trok was startled and tried to recall, A letter? Then, as if suddenly understanding, he replied, Ah, ha, ha, I remember now. You mentioned wanting to cut the budget. Then he tried to remember the content of the letter he had missed. What? Wait a minute. He silently sent a message, fumbling backward and muttering, I knew this would happen. Hey,
Gia Cat Tongue nodded. That's right. After cutting the budget for the Murim Academy, the Murim Alliance now has enough funds.
This is indeed good news. He placed a hand on Duong Thong's shoulder and continued, and according to the contents of the letter, I am taking this child away. Tong Trok let out an ah and hurriedly agreed, fine. Of course you may. Feel free to take him. He still didn't understand. He thought he had come here personally just for this kid. Suddenly, Do Shuang from above interjected, Wait! No matter who you are, Alliance Leader, the Murim Academy is an independent educational body within the Murim Alliance. Therefore, its independence must be guaranteed, just like how you changed our official uniforms. Tong Trok reminded her to be quiet. Now is not the time to act. Gia Cat Tongue turned his head and said, I have heard the Vice Principal mention you many times, Assistant Teacher Du. It seems... This time, the Vice Principal has brought back a truly talented assistant teacher. I look forward to meeting you again in the future. He ignored Do Shuang's words, continuing his plan. It's dark now. We shall take our leave. This child hasn't been assigned a room yet. The two of them walked out boldly. At the door, Gia Cat Tongue suddenly stopped and turned back with a smile. The demerits for this child also have a reason. Can we pretend they never happened, Vice Principal? Except for the words, of course, Tong Trok couldn't say anything else. The door closed behind them. Tong Trok remained pensive and didn't say another word. Outside, Gia Cat Tongue looked apologetically at Duong Thong. I should have come sooner. He replied respectfully, Thank you, sir. It is an honor to meet you. My name is Duong Thong. He cautiously observed the person in front of him. I've only heard of you through rumors. Even in my past life, I never saw the Alliance Leader with my own eyes. I didn't expect you to be so young. Gia Cat Tongue smiled gently and said, You have someone else to thank, too. I only came at that person's invitation. I have heard a lot about you. Duong Thong asked in confusion, Really? Who is it? But he replied vaguely, There is someone who has been watching over you for a very long time. That person hasn't officially taken office yet, so they couldn't come here personally. Duong Thong continued his thought. Even so, you shouldn't have come personally, Alliance Leader. Gia Cat Tongue asked half-jokingly, Why? You don't like it? Duong Thong broke into a cold sweat and gave a forced laugh. Of course not. I mean, you could have sent an assistant teacher or another official in your place. Gia Cat Tongue explained, Because it's the day of induction and room assignment. They are much busier than I am. Duong Thong couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, Who on earth could make the Alliance Leader come here personally and has always been watching me? Gia Cat Tongue added, Most importantly, I needed to keep an eye on the Vice Principal to see what he's up to, so you don't need to overthink it. I don't know if you noticed, but the Vice Principal and I don't get along very well. I also want to thank you. Thanks to you, he has taken root here in the Dragon Hidden Valley. Duong Thong asked in confusion, Thanks to me? He confirmed, That's right. He wondered, Does this have to do with the contents of the letter you sent? Gia Cat Tongue nodded in satisfaction. What a clever child. That's exactly it. Back at Tong Trok's place, Do Shuang quickly ran to him. She began, I didn't expect you to mention me to the Alliance Leader, he said stiffly. I never mentioned you. Do Shuang was very surprised. What? He continued, We are his enemies. Why would I mention you to him? And besides, not everyone in the Dragon Hidden Valley is on my side, so your information couldn't have leaked out. It seems he is warning me. I seem to have underestimated his intelligence-gathering abilities. Furthermore, that old fox certainly has other intentions. Du Shuang continued, He's trying to turn the elders against him. Why? I will go talk to the elders. Tong Trok asked back, What do you plan to tell them? Tell them he came here just to save a late freshman from being expelled? Or tell them he knows the truth that we planted you as an assistant teacher? Either way, the elders won't want to hear these things. Not yet. Just then the official returned and called out, I have brought the Alliance Leader's letter. Tong Trok muttered, Finally. He took the letter. Calculating. Based on the content I missed in this letter, we can decide whether to report to the elders. Earlier, besides the budget cut, there was something else. However, at that moment, the letter was just a blank sheet of paper, making him panic. What on earth is this? All the words have disappeared! The two of them carefully flipped through the letter. Du Shung suggested. The Alliance leader must have tampered with it beforehand. We can report to the elders and say the Alliance leader dared to make a mockery of the vice principal. Tong Trok did not reply, continuing to observe the letter. He thought cautiously, This scent. This letter was written with vanishing ink. This ink is only used when the content requires high-level confidentiality, so that enemies or outsiders won't find out. Du Shuang didn't understand. If it's something that shouldn't be revealed. Tong Trok thought to himself, did he really only use vanishing ink to write greetings and budget matters? I didn't expect him to destroy all evidence like that. Suddenly, she proposed a hypothesis. Could that child be a direct descendant of the 9 great sects, or the 5 great families? Tong Trok frowned and refuted her. If he truly wrote that, I absolutely wouldn't have missed it, and if that were the case, I should have known long ago. Could that kid named Duong Thong be the Alliance leader's disciple? He suddenly realized something and looked at the letter again. Meanwhile, Jia Kat Tung explained to Duong Thong, I wrote that I would cut the budget, but the truth is, we don't actually need more. The way the world works is truly marvelous. After following you to Hainan, that person discovered the truth about Demon Mountain in Hainan. Duong Thong added, in other words, thanks to what I did, that person will replace Tong Trok as principal. Jia Kat Tung was very satisfied with his deduction. That's right, it's all thanks to you, Duong Thong muttered. Unbelievable. Jia Kat Tung continued, would you prefer Tong Trok as principal? Duong Thong immediately denied. Ah, no, sir. He laughed loudly. The more I learn about you, the more I feel the Murim Alliance truly needs you. Duong Thong looked at him puzzled. He suddenly said, think about the grade A proctor incident. Now you're even fighting the vice principal. Duong Thong broke into a sweat. Oh, no. The thing with that grade A proctor was... He could only give a forced laugh. Well, may I ask who the person who has been watching me is? Jia Kat Tung still spoke vaguely. That person will soon be appointed principal, so you will meet them shortly. Duong Thong hesitated. Who could it be? I'm a bit worried history will be altered again. With a new principal, everything could change a lot. But that's still 1,000 times better than Tong Trok being principal. The day he becomes principal is the day dirty factional infighting begins, and this Murim Academy becomes a cradle for absurdity and stupidity. For his own self-interest, he manipulates students at will. If the land is rotten and the water is foul, can trees still grow well? Of course, this might not be entirely Tong Trok's fault, but if we want the Murim Alliance to function normally, he must be eliminated. The good news now is that the principal has been changed. At this moment, Jia Kat Tung pointed the way for him. Just follow this path and you'll see the dormitory. Go check in. Duong Thong looked in that direction. It was the male dormitory. He turned back to say, thank you for today. But before he could finish, Jia Kat Tung had vanished, leaving only a good luck. Duong Thong was helpless. He disappears as soon as the job is done, just like that old man Kim Trong Nam. He boldly thought of a hypothesis. Don't tell me the person watching me is that old man. Duong Thong was scared by his own thought. No, that's impossible. Back at Tong Trok's place, he muttered to himself, right, I remember now. It said Duong Thong must be treated like the Alliance leader's disciple because he did a great job saving the Alliance's budget, and he dared to say he came from an ordinary martial arts academy in Shanxi. No way. He must be the hidden adopted son of some family, or the Alliance leader's trump card. His unclear background was probably added as a stepping stone to take a high position in the Murim Academy. He turned and ordered, from now on, use all your strength to monitor that kid named Duong Thong. Do Shuang asked back, monitor him? Tong Trok nodded.
That's right. Also, investigate his background thoroughly. Do Shuang couldn't help but worry. But secretly investigating a child the Alliance leader cares about, isn't that a bit? Tong Trok snapped. Just do as I tell you if you still want to be an assistant teacher here. She paused for a moment, but finally accepted the order. Yes, I will do my best, he reminded her. Don't forget who put you in this assistant teacher position. After Do Shuang left, he calculated privately, a private investigation. If necessary, I can do even more extreme things. This time I must ensure someone from our 9 great sects becomes the succeeding Murim Alliance leader at all costs. The dormitory manager spoke up. Do you have any pets? Duong Thong replied, Yes, I have one. He thought to himself, that kid Tutu is probably using the wine I bought in Zhengzhou to have a party again. The manager continued to press, eyes fixed on him. It's not a tiger or a bear, is it? This made Duong Thong freeze. A tiger? He immediately gave a forced laugh. Ha ha, how could that be? It's just a cat. A cat, huh? Better to keep Tutu and the jade flute separate. The manager explained, I'm just asking as a precaution. Lately, some fools even brought tigers in here. Before the semester starts, you must get a permit from the Spirit Medicine and Spirit Beast Department to the north over there. Duong Thong nodded. Yes, sir. He continued to instruct. The semester officially begins in 15 days. During this time, we will conduct ability assessments to class students, so think ahead about which class you want to join. Breakfast is from 7 to 9 a.m., lunch from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., and dinner from 5 to 7 p.m. at the cafeteria. If you don't like the food here, you can go to nearby eateries or inns. Any more questions? Duong Thong smiled and said, No more. The manager was a bit surprised. New disciples usually ask a lot about the sleeping. Dragon Valley, but this kid asked nothing. Truly strange. He pointed out Duong Thong's accommodation. This is the dormitory. You'll stay in the south wing, northern room. That one right there. You can do whatever you want now, but remember the semester starts in 15 days. That's it, go on. Suddenly he called out, one more thing. On the first day, you guys might fight to compete for the position of dorm leader, so be careful. Don't miss the ability assessment. If you can't handle it, just pretend to faint. On the first night in the male dormitory, as a tradition, hot-blooded teenagers from 13 to over 20 meet for the first time and decide who will become the dorm leader. For these boys, the most fair and direct way to decide is to fight. Duong Thong calculated, if I charge in now, I'll have to fight. But do I really need this dorm leader position? His smile gradually turned mischievous. But I also want to check the results of the last winter training. Because of those perverts, I haven't had a chance to see how strong I've become, even though the training was just a million duck-walk steps. He stopped in front of his dormitory block, swimming across the sea, dodging arrows, training until my shoulders nearly broke. But this sleeping Dragon Valley is the gathering place for almost all the talents who passed the Dragon Phoenix examination. If I duel them, I'll know how much I've improved. Otherwise, let that Jang Hung guy be my roommate. Thinking of friends, he couldn't just stand there smiling. If it's him, he's probably finished cleaning the room by now. That way I just need to hand over the responsibility of dorm leader and a bit of authority to him. That bastard, I hope you've been living well while I was away. At room number 2, Earth Tower, Jang Hung was fighting with his roommates. He blocked an opponent's attack with one hand and landed a kick that made the person lose balance. Then he wrestled the person to the ground and sighed. Nothing fun at all. Bored to death. He stood with hands on hips, remembering Duong Thong. That bastard Duong Thong should be arriving soon. At this moment, several disciples lay scattered on the dormitory floor. Jang Hung sneered, You'd better not come. If you do, I'll definitely make you call me Big Brother. It's decided then. Room leader of Earth Tower, Jang Hung. He picked his nose and muttered, Guess it's time for bed. At room number 2, Silver Moon Tower of the female dormitory, the sound of chatter echoed out. No matter how strong you are, as girls, you must know how to take care of your appearance. A girl continued, Just look at the names of the female heroes. Jiangxi's #1 beauty. Hunan's 10 phoenixes. There's surely a reason people call them that.
right? When it comes to self-management, I'm afraid no one in this world can compare to Gumdong Shin. Another girl interjected. So how do you think we should choose the room leader? A third girl cut in. He will definitely say the most beautiful one here is the leader. Just wait and see. The second girl stood up proudly. Then this room leader position is surely mine. The room fell silent. The black-haired girl smiled and reminded her. Hey, lady, did you look in a mirror before coming? A bronze mirror? The other girl replied irritably, Worry about yourself first. Is your face any different from a piece of tofu? The black-haired girl immediately stood up. What? Look, I'm from the Ime sect, you know? You think just anyone can join Ime? If you're not satisfied, let's vote. Suddenly, the door swung open. Ta Thuong entered with her hair soaking wet, having just washed it. She couldn't help but be surprised by the scene before her. All three girls froze, staring blankly at Ta Thuong. Immediately after, they all slumped down and cried out, Whoa! I cast one vote for her! How can she be so beautiful without makeup? Room leader of room number 2, Silver Moon Tower, Ta Thuong. At the observation deck of Shungthian Tower, roommates were talking to Duong Ngok Lai respectfully. Hey, the only person worthy of this number 1 room leader position is naturally the young Lord Long. He continued to ask those behind, Does anyone have any objections? If so, step out here and defeat me, then you'll get to duel young Lord Long. The rest immediately scrambled to please Duong Ngok Li. You have to defeat me first. No, me! Mo Dung Ba stood to the side, observing silently. Then Duong Ngok Li spoke coldly. I don't care about these things. Does anyone want to fight me? The rest of the people immediately fell silent. What madman would go and fight young Lord Long? Duong Ngok Li thought to himself. I didn't expect to be placed in the same room with these useless people. Then he spoke up. Mo Dung Ba, fortunately you are in the same room with me. What do you think? Do you want to fight? Mo Dung Ba refused. Is it necessary? Shouldn't we save our energy for the ability assessment test? Why don't you just be the room leader? I think it suits you well. Duong Ngok Li snorted in annoyance. Bored to death. He instinctively thought, if it were that bastard, he would have charged in to fight by now. Where are you and what are you doing at this hour? Seeing no movement, the others whispered to each other, Can we go down now? Probably. Duong Ngok Li silently called that name, in his heart. Room leader of room number 1, Shungthian Tower, Duong Ngok Li. Duong Thong walked along the corridor, noticing a few things. He thought to himself, is this for real? Except for the Sleeping Tiger dormitory being a bit smaller, the structure is identical. The first floor of this human tower consists of 2 double rooms. On the left are single room number 2 and single room number 3 for Team 1. On the right, there are 3 teams in total. The rooms for Team 2 and Team 3 are similar. The double rooms on the second floor are divided into 4 teams. On the left are Teams 4 and 5. On the right are Teams 6 and 7. Then I must be in Team 9 on the 3rd floor. Again, it was the furthest spot. Duong Thong walked toward his room. Just as he looked inside, he was met with glares from a group of roommates. Duong Thong walked in slowly. He silently assessed them. They looked like a bunch of kids caught red-handed doing something bad. But looking to the side, he was suddenly enlightened. Oh boy, they really are doing something bad. Suddenly, the person sitting on the bed spoke up. Who are you? Is this your room? Duong Thong was startled. Dai Pham He impatiently kicked him out. If you're in the wrong room, get the hell out. Close the door. Duong Thong was silently amazed. Dai Pham Hai! He couldn't help but sneer. Seeing that the opponent didn't budge, Dai Pham Hai spoke again. What are you still standing there for? If you have no business, leave quickly. Duong Thong thought to himself, I didn't expect to meet this bastard again so soon. The chance for revenge has come quickly. Then he spoke up. Very glad to see you again. Dai Pham Hai repeated in confusion, Very glad to see me again? Do you know me? He smiled cunningly. Of course I do. The archer of the Hainan sword sect. I've been waiting for a chance for the 2 of us to meet for a long time.
Dai Pham Hai still didn't remember.
I don't know you. Duong Thong was a bit disappointed. My appearance is generic, but to even forget what happened at Demon Mountain in winter, this guy is really something. Forget it. Don't expect him to remember. He looked at the rest, setting this guy aside for a moment to see the others. What's wrong with these people?
Could it be because of his origin?
A shirtless guy cursed. Look at this piece of filth. Duong Thong read the information of the person being beaten, Luke Min.
How strange.
This kid from Southeast Asia is considered weak even in this sleeping tiger valley. I don't know how he got admitted, but it seems this is why he's being beaten, because he's not from the Central Plains. In his past life, he had encountered similar cases. This kid, after all, was a victim of racial discrimination. Discrimination is also a form of bias. I come from a lower-class family. I am an outer disciple. I come from a branch academy. I come from the Dragon Phoenix examination. I come from Sleeping Tiger Valley. To a defenseless person, they will say all these things. But if you think carefully, you can see the contempt in their words. This image sparked a sense of injustice in Duong Thong. Aren't we all human? Gray-haired Bok Ha suddenly spoke up. Why stop? Keep going. So those people charged forward again to continue beating Luke Min. However, Duong Thong intervened quickly. He used the active skill, Footwork Level 3, Mastery 42%. A strange footwork that can effectively dodge opponents' attacks. When activated, Bok Ha could teleport once in one of 4 directions: front, back, left, or right. The current distance can reach 270 centimeters. Each use consumes 10% of maximum spiritual energy. Bok Ha couldn't react in time to Duong Thong's action, only managing to turn his head to look. He then used the passive skill, Bronze Skin Iron Bones, Level 1, Mastery 75%. Strengthens the hardness of the skin on the body. This skill will grow slowly according to mastery. Dai Pham Hai, who was sitting, couldn't help but watch as Duong Thong rushed into the crowd to shield Luke Min from the attacks. This made him completely unexpected. Then he spoke up. If you people have any shame left, stop your hands for me. Dai Pham Hai burst out laughing. He stood up and shouted, Aha, so it's you, I finally remember now.
You went to Hainan once, didn't you?
After dodging my arrow, I thought you were crushed to death by the falling rocks. He gripped his bow, pointing it at Duong Thong, and said in a provocative tone, Yet you're still alive and dragged your carcass all the way here. Welcome back. Duong Thong didn't answer. He just stared at him. The two faced each other. Dai Pham Hai frowned and said, Setting that aside, have you brought the blue jade flute yet? Duong Thong thought to himself, The blue jade flute, huh? I knew this guy had known about it for a long time. He continued to provoke, To be honest, I never thought anyone else would have heard of the blue jade flute. But of course. Duong Thong couldn't help but be confused. Heard of it. But Dai Pham Hai continued, If used to craft a weapon, it can change shape at will. So who wouldn't want it? Duong Thong thought to himself, I'm very curious where he heard that from. But asking is useless. Right, Tora, it's best not to talk about the blue jade flute. He had to speak up. I've disappointed you then. Sorry, but when the rocks fell, the blue jade flute was buried along with them. Dai Pham Hai's face turned grim. Buried? You mean not a single piece of jade is left? Stop talking nonsense. Duong Thong gave a smug smile. If the person in that rubble was you, could you have gotten it? I had to look after my own small life first. It's probably buried under the dirt and rocks of that mountain. You can start looking from there. Dai Pham Hai didn't answer. Bok Ha cursed him in annoyance. You brat! How dare you be so disrespectful to Dai Pham Hai? Where are you from? He's from the Tat family in Liaodong. Bok Ha, for his own benefit, had sided with the 9 great sects and 5 great families. When the heavenly demon army attacked, he locked himself in Liaodong and never showed his face. Duong Thong introduced himself. Than Phong Martial Arts Academy in Xi'an, Shaanxi, Duong Thong. You should at least speak with the respect due to a fellow disciple. Instead, he looked at Duong Thong with contempt and snorted. A martial arts academy in Xi'an? Kid, do you think just because we registered together and were placed in the same room, you've become friends with us or a fellow disciple? He looked at him as if looking at a worm. Seeing you so confident, I thought you were some son of a high official or from a prestigious family. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. But he didn't attack Duong Thong. He turned around and delivered a kick to Luke Min's stomach. He shouted excitedly, "Just like this guy, you are nothing at all!" So Duong Thong stuck his leg out to block him. He spoke up. Murim Academy Internal Regulations, Section 1, Article 1. All students are equal. This is the first page of the regulations. Bak Ha let out a contemptuous laugh. What regulations? Are you some kind of pervert to remember this stuff? Equality? Whatever, it's all a scam. In a place like this, those things aren't worth a penny, you fool. He gave a loud shout and rushed toward Duong Thong. This guy was using the Tat family's secret technique. Tat family fist throwing a direct punch. Vào mắt anh Đường Thông nhíu mày như đang tự nói với mình thôi. Được rồi, vậy thì nói lý với võ sư thì có ích gì chứ? Một cú đầm nhanh như chớp giáng thẳng vào má Bạch Hà, khiến vài chiếc răng của hắn bay ra ngoài. Đường Thông đã nhanh nhẹn né đòn và phản công anh tóm lấy vai Bạch Hà. Tiếp tục đọc nội quy Murim học đường khoan 3 điều. 30 đường thông tụng một cú đá khiến hắn đau đớn, rồi vừa tiếp tục đọc nội quy, vừa dùng tay liên tục tấn công khắp người. Hạn nghiêm cấm bắt nạt môn sinh còn một điều nữa, cũng thuộc khoan này trừ các trận tỉ thí chính thức mới hành xế. Đánh nhau đều bị nghiêm cấm, nhưng nếu một người bị đánh người đó có quyền đánh trả. Hệ thống đột nhiên hiện lên thông báo nhiệm vụ đột xuất ấn áp tất cả thành viên phòng số 9, trở thành trưởng phòng phần thưởng thành công nhận được danh hiệu trưởng phòng hình phạt bài nhiệm vụ bị hủy bỏ và phải chịu trạng thái say rượu trong 3 ngày. Đường Thông không khỏi chép miệng cảm giác này, thật đã ở trong cái tông trạch củ kỹ. Kia mình đúng là uất ức chết đi được ở phía bên kia. Dương Ngọc Lý đột nhiên cảm nhận được điều gì đó. Hắn vội đưa mắt nhìn về phía xa tìm kiếm luồng linh lực quen thuộc này. Chắc chắn là gã đó hắn nhớ lại lời dạy của Kim Hắc. Nếu con có thể cảm nhận được linh lực của người khác, thì con có thể nhìn thấy họ mà không cần gặp mặt. Thế là Dương Ngọc Lý nhắm mắt lại tập trung tinh thần ngươi đang ở đâu Đường Thông. Một lát sau lòng hắn vui mừng cảm nhận được. Rồi tăng 3 phòng cuối cùng, Đường Thông quay lại phòng đội 9 nhìn Bạch Hàng ngã xông xoài trên đất, tất cả mọi người đều sững sờ. Đại Phàm Hỷ khó chịu, thầm nghĩ cái gì? Hắn mạnh đến thế sao ở Hải Nam, hắn cứ chạy trốn suốt mình. Còn tưởng hắn là một kẻ nhát gan chỉ nhanh chân nhanh. Tay thôi, nhà họ Tất ở Lưu Đông tuy chỉ ở ngoại ô Trung Nguyên, nhưng cũng không phải là một gia tộc tầm thường, mà Bạch Hà còn là con trai thủ của trưởng tử nhà họ Tất vậy. Mà hắn chỉ dùng một chiêu dù bị đấm vô số cú nhưng thắng bại đã được định đoạt ngay từ cú đấm đầu tiên. Bạch Hà hoàn toàn không nhận ra đối thủ đã giơ nắm đấm lên quyền pháp này thật nhanh và chuẩn xác. Chỉ trong một khoảnh khắc anh đã nắm được quyền chủ đạo của căn phòng này. Đường Thông lẩm bẩm, mẹ kiếp phiên thất giờ, mình phải làm trưởng phòng rồi. Đại Phàm Hỷ cố gắng gỗ gạc chút thể diện gầm lên, trưởng phòng ngươi nói. AI hắn không khỏi nghiến răng, nghiến lợi tính toán tình hình hụ chân mình, không cử động được. Nếu là kẻ khác đến gây rối, mình đã dễ dàng đánh. Cho hắn nửa sống nửa chết rồi. Phái Hải Nam Kiếm đã là một trong 9 đại môn phái. Mình không thể cứ thế mà thua được Đại Phàm Hỷ. Chỉ vào Đường Thông gầm lên, đừng có mơ cái vị trí trưởng phòng đó. Ta Đại Phàm Hỷ đệ tử của phái Hải Nam Kiếm, một trong 9 đại môn phái. Tuyệt đối không cho phép chuyện này xảy ra. Hơn nữa ở đây còn có 4 người của các danh gia vọng tộc. Người đàn ông tóc đen lập tức vào thể, đáp lại đúng. Đúng vậy, ta Văn Phi Dân, người thừa kế của 6 hồ tiêu cực ở Chiết Giang, tuyệt đối sẽ không thua một kẻ xuất thân từ một võ quán bình thường ở Tây An thế. Là có người cầm gậy, có người rút dao găm trong nháy mắt. 4 người còn lại đều vây lấy Đường Thông. Đại Phàm Hỷ thầm phân tích trong một trận chiến tương quan lực lượng rất quan trọng, đặc biệt là giữa những người cùng đẳng cấp. Tuyệt đối không thể để đối phương chiếm ưu thế về số lượng, dù hắn có mạnh đến đâu. Hắn cũng không phải người của 9 đại môn phái hay 5 đại gia tộc. Đường Thông nhìn quanh thầm chửi, lại còn đoàn kết với nhau cơ. Giá mà dùng tinh thần này để cứu thế giới thì tốt biết mấy. Ở tòa nhà đối diện trên lầu, Dương Ngọc Lý vẫn lặng lẽ quan sát trận chiến nguy hiểm quá. Mình có thể cảm nhận được không khí căng thẳng đến mức như chỉ cần chạm nhẹ là sẽ nổ tung. Mộ Dung Bá đứng cạnh không khỏi tò mò, cậu ta đang nhìn cái gì vậy? Không lẽ nào cậu ta đang cảm nhận linh khí? Sao, Dương Ngọc Lý đã đạt đến cảnh giới mà chỉ những đại sư vượt qua nhân giới mới đạt được ư? Hai người họ cứ thế đứng trên lầu quan sát Dương Ngọc Lý lặng lẽ tập trung, rồi lòng hắn khẽ động. Chính là lúc này, trở lại phòng sổ 9, Đại Phàm Hỷ ra lệnh đánh nó. Những người còn lại lập tức xông lên. Đường Thông dễ dàng né được thanh kiếm vũng tối và cây gậy quét qua anh nhảy lên dùng hai chân đá mọi người một cú. Vài con dao găm bay về phía anh Đường Thông lập tức xoay người né khỏi đường bay của chúng anh. Thầm chép miệng cái gã dùng dao găm này dù lưỡi dao găm rất cùn, là loại chuyên dùng để luyện tập, nhưng chúng vẫn rất nguy hiểm. Trước khi hắn có thể ném thêm dao mình phải tiếp cận hắn Đường Thông từng một cú đá ngươi chết trước đi giải quyết xong. Một tên anh lại bị Văn Phi gian xông lên ép phải nhảy. Ra xa một gã khác hét lên thằng này né dối. Thật đúng là một con chuột nhát đại phàm hỉ khó chịu đáp lại nhưng cũng chỉ là cá nằm trong chậu thôi. Dọn nó vào góc đi. Dương Ngọc Lý khinh thường lời nói của gã kia. Muốn dọn Đường Thông vào chậu nằm mơ, hắn tiếp tục theo dõi trận chiến. Đường Thông đã nhanh trí cầm lấy một chiếc ghế gỗ, dùng nó làm vũ khí vùng về phía đối phương. Cầm của Văn Phi gian ăn trốn một cú, mấy người còn lại cũng ngã ngửa. Ra sau Đường Thông tùng một cú đá vào chiếc ghế đại phàm hỉ kinh ngạc trộn tròn mắt. Chiếc ghế vỡ tan tành, hắn chỉ một chiêu đã phá vỡ được cái chậu đó. Mấy người kia hoàn toàn không ngờ tới chiêu này, AI nay đều kinh ngạc. Đại phàm hỉ vừa đổ đòn vừa chửi thằng khốn ngươi chơi ăn gian. Đường Thông đắc ý đáp trả ăn gian. Loại như ngươi cày đông hiếp yếu còn dám nói câu đó à? Lại còn chơi dao găm nữa chứ? Dương Ngọc Lý dù ở rất xa cũng cảm thấy kinh ngạc, hắn lấy lại bình tĩnh phong cách chiến đấu không. Theo một quy tắc nào, gã này vẫn ngu ngốc như vậy. Mộ Dung Bá để ý thấy Dương Ngọc Lý đã nắm lấy chuôi kiếm của mình, hắn toát mồ hôi lạnh thầm nghĩ cậu ta đã thấy gì vậy. Hành động của Đường Thông buộc đám người phải tàn ra, họ giữ cảnh giác, nhưng không dám xông lên đại phàm hỉ khó chịu nghi chỉ vì may mảnh gỗ mà đã tàn ra. Đường Thông nhảy lên anh nhắm vào kẻ cầm gậy. Cây gậy này có tấm đánh dài trong một đám đông. Mức độ phiền phức của gã này chỉ đứng sau kẻ dùng dao găm. Trước khi hắn vào thề phòng thủ mình phải giải quyết, hắn thấy là Đường Thông lao tới. Tuy nhiên một gã khác lại dùng gậy tấn công vào đầu anh. Đường Thông dùng tay đổ lấy nó, gã đó kinh hãi kêu lên gậy của tôi gãy. Rồi một gã khác chửi ta vừa cứu mạng ngươi đầy. Đường Thông cảnh giác đánh giá phản ứng cũng khá nhanh hơn lũ thỏ phỉ. Nhiều gậy cũng gãy rồi chắc không có gì to tát. Tuy nhiên gã đó lại dùng đầu gậy gãy đâm về phía Đường Thông. Anh chống hai tay xuống đất lớn một vòng ra sau để né đòn. Đại phàm hỉ không thể tin nổi nhảy lớn ngược ra sau để né đòn Đường Thông tiếp đặt. Thế là anh quay người đội mục tiêu. Gã kia thấy anh lao tới liền hét lớn một tiếng. Đường Thông sử dụng kỹ năng điểm huyết 8 pháp cốt kỵ rồi đoạt lấy vũ khí trong tay hắn. Anh cười khẩy tôi dùng kiếm gỗ cũng rất giỏi đây. Hệ thống hiện lên thông báo bạn đang sử dụng kiếm tốc độ tan công tăng 100%, kỹ năng bị động kiếm pháp cấp 11 độ thông thạo 60%. Khi sử dụng kiếm tốc độ tan công tăng, tốc độ tăng phụ thuộc vào cấp độ kỹ năng, hiệu quả hiện tại tăng 100%. Anh thầm nghĩ, hồi ở núi Tuyết Yêu Sơn kiếm của mình dùng đến gãy để xem bây giờ nó có thể nhanh đến mức nào. Đại phàm hỉ gầm lên với Đường Thông lăn lộn như lửa ngươi. Còn chút từ trong nào không. Đường Thông thầm nghĩ ăn lớn như lửa lâu lắm rồi mới nghe thấy gã bị đánh rên rỉ trả kiếm lại. Cho ta. Đường Thông từng một đòn vào mặt hắn, khiến những người còn lại đều sững sờ. Anh thở dài trước chiến tranh. In Murim, there is a rule that a martial artist is not allowed to use a rolling technique like a donkey. Rule? My foot! People say it looks like a lazy donkey rolling on the ground. The Murim world utterly despises this behavior because they feel the sight of rolling on the ground is ridiculous. So Duong Thong repeated Dai Pham Hai's words. Self-respect. If self-respect could save my life, of course I would protect it. But what about in real combat? On the contrary, it was that donkey rolling move that protected my true self-respect. This time it was Dai Pham Hai's turn to repeat his words. True self-respect? Duong Thong pointed his sword at his face and sneered. Allowing myself to lose to someone like you? My true self-respect won't permit it. Dai Pham Hai flew into a rage. You! From the other side, the uninvited commentator Duong Ngok Li thought to himself, Duong Thong is right. The biggest problem with the martial artists of the 9 great sects and 5 great families is their rules, laws, ethics, and self-respect. They have too many things to consider. In the end, they still calculate power, money, and fame as the most important things. Duong Ngok Li recalled Duong Thong's words. Anyway, sooner or later you will become like that. Stop being so sanctimonious. Duong Thong was using his actions to imply just that. On the other side, Duong Thong was weighing the situation. Only 2 people remained. Dai Pham He gritted his teeth. On high alert, he was also observing Duong Thong. Duong Thong's eyes darted around constantly as Dai Pham Hai moved. Duong Thong followed suit. He suddenly stomped hard, using a stomping foot technique. Dai Pham Hai was startled. A stomp? The third person was stunned. Then he reassured himself. At this distance, any stomp is useless. That move is just to scare people. Then he said to the third person,
It's fine. Continue. Continue the attack.
Duong Thong landed, activating the equipped title, Duck Footwork Master. When equipped, attack speed plus 10%, movement speed plus 10%, all attributes plus 10%. Duong Thong changed his direction of attack. Just before he reached Dai Pham Hai, he startled both of them. The sword swung down, hitting the other person's head. Blood sprayed from his nostrils as he fell in pain. As for Duong Thong, he slowly landed. He looked around, his gaze stopping at the broken half-stick from earlier. Oh, the stick that broke earlier. So, Duong Thong put his strength into kicking that stick toward Dai Pham Hai. The wooden stick hissed through the air. He was startled and hurriedly dodged. He ended up rolling pathetically on the ground. Dai Pham Hai stood up in anger. He didn't dare lift his head, only gritting his teeth hard. Duong Ngoc Li observed this scene and assessed. A perfectly timed stomp, an unimaginable stance. Unpredictable footwork. He is from a prestigious righteous sect, so every action must follow the rules. That is why no opponent is more difficult than Duong Thong right now. Duong Thong spoke to Dai Pham Hai in a mocking tone. Your actions don't match your words, do they? Do you have any self-respect left? He stood up in silence. Dai Pham Hai exhaled. He threw his bow away and replied to Duong Thong, Yeah, you're right. Dai Pham Hai leaned forward. Now to win, there is nothing I won't do. I will go all out. In his hand was a wooden sword. From now on, everything will be completely different. You bastard, you just woke up the sword spirit of the Hainan sword sect. Duong Thong sneered, still in a mocking tone. I knew you couldn't win with that bow. Dai Pham Hai roared, Shut up! Then he leaned down and said, Did you grease your mouth, saying such cheesy things again? How am I supposed to respond to that? Sword spirit, my foot? Hearing you talk gives me goosebumps. Passive skill. Sword mastery level 11, 60% proficiency. When using a sword, attack speed increases. The speed increase depends on the skill level. Current effect is plus 100%. You are holding a stick. Passive skill. Staff mastery level 3, 26% proficiency. When using a staff-type weapon, your critical hit rate increases. The increase rate depends on the skill level. Current effect is plus 10%. Duong Thong smiled defiantly. You two, go brew me a warm cup of green tea. System notification, critical hit rate increased by 10%. Duong Thong curled his lip and finished his sentence. But the tea will be a bit bitter. Dai Pham Hai exhaled. He found Duong Thong's behavior ridiculous. You think holding a broken stick can change anything? As expected, a shallow person who only knows soldier-level fist techniques. Duong Thong reminded him, Hey, talk after you win. If you want to be beaten to a pulp and lose face, be my guest. Dai Pham Hai swung his sword and replied to him, Wait until this fight is over to see if your mouth remains intact. He got into a stance, using the move, Silver Light Speed Sword, Reverse Surge Method. He focused entirely on the opponent before him. Silver Light Speed Sword. This is the sword technique of the Hainan sword sect, simulating the image of a salmon swimming against the current. Specifically, the reverse surge method is a defensive stance opposite to Central Plains sword styles. But if defended correctly, the sword technique becomes extremely fast and lethal. Each sword strike will stab into the opponent's body from different angles, so if it hits the target, even a single strike can take the opponent's life. Duong Thong focused his observation. I didn't expect the day I'd have to deal with an attack like this. Equipping a sword and a staff increases attack speed by 100% and critical hit rate by 10%. Now I'm even more excited than when dealing with multiple opponents. One-on-one. I truly crave experiencing this famous Murim sword style, and I get to duel one of the 5 kings of the Year of the Fire Monkey. This battle will certainly be completely different from dealing with the 14 forms of the Plum Blossom Sword of Mount Hua. If that time was like a test where I already knew the answers, this time is like a test after actually studying. Despite the tension, Duong Thong still broke into a smile. So Dai Pham Hai rushed forward. His attack carried an afterimage. He aimed at Duong Thong, but he quickly dodged. Dai Pham Hai immediately noticed the opponent's sword swinging toward him. They dodged each other's attacks. Duong Thong gritted his teeth and charged. Dai Pham Hai timely used his hand to block the blade and pushed it away. Dai Pham Hai jumped up and slashed toward Duong Thong. Silver Cicada Sword. In an instant, his wooden sword snapped in two. Duong Thong couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, just one move and the wooden sword? It's truly strong. As expected, its reputation is well-deserved. No wonder it's called the Speed Sword. Duong Thong activated the passive skill. Sword Mastery Level 11. 60% proficiency. When using a sword, attack speed increases. The speed increase depends on the skill level. Current effect is plus 100%. Duong Thong charged forward without fear, thinking confidently, my attack speed has increased. This bit is nothing. Dai Pham Hai shouted loudly, you think I'll let you close the distance in peace? Dai Pham Hai continued to attack. His continuous strikes forced Duong Thong to step back. Then he used the half-sword he had left to counterattack. Dai Pham Hai was startled. Duong Thong's wooden stick collided with Dai Pham Hai's sword. He immediately realized he had used the hilt to block. He immediately used his strength to push Dai Pham Hai away. That was dangerous. Dai Pham Hai gasped for air. I can't fully execute the Silver Light Speed Sword. His sword technique grew faster and faster. His hand holding the sword trembled. He observed Duong Thong. What on earth did he do? But I'm not at a disadvantage either. My speed sword is also very fast and accurate, so he has to focus to defend against my attacks. His sword hasn't even touched me. Luckily, I broke his sword. If I keep attacking while maintaining distance, the ultimate winner will be me. On this side, Duong Thong was also calculating his strategy. As soon as the attacks from both sides made contact, he used the rebounding force to maintain distance. I still have many moves I haven't used, but I will continue to use only basic moves because there is one thing I want to confirm. Dai Pham Hai shouted as Duong Thong rushed forward, do you still want to foolishly close the distance? Duong Thong pierced through the lightning-fast sword strikes, but not without some hits landing. Dai Pham Hai and Duong Thong clashed repeatedly, their two swords colliding incessantly. Then they leaped back to dodge each other's techniques. Duong Thong thought to himself, using the elastic force again? Meanwhile, Dai Pham Hai had unleashed the Silver Light Speed Sword. 4 C's Tranquility. Duong Thong struggled to block the blows while silently calculating, the timing for that thing to appear hasn't come yet. He counted in his head. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Duong Thong seized the opportunity and gave a cold laugh. Now is the time with just one strike. Duong Thong knocked Dai Pham Hai far back, delivering a fatal blow. The system notification rang. Your attack has dealt 200% damage to the enemy. Dai Pham Hai stood unsteadily, panic-stricken. What just happened? Duong Thong immediately charged. Now is not the time for you to hesitate. Seeing him rush forward, Dai Pham Hai was startled. He hurriedly raised his sword to parry. But Duong Thong used his other hand to swing his staff, striking the opponent's ribs. Dai Pham Hai cried out in pain. Duong Thong followed up with another sword strike. He used both hands for a continuous assault, executing the reverse surge speed sword, a martial art stance specialized for attacking. Its strikes are incredibly sharp, but its defense is extremely weak. If one tries to use it for defense in a hurry, their footing will become unstable. Most importantly, the fundamental difference between him and me is stamina. For a martial artist, spiritual energy is certainly vital, but to fight for a long time, physical stamina is also indispensable. My speed remains the same, but Dai Pham Hai is getting slower. To be precise, I am becoming faster than the rest. What remains is the finishing blow I've planned since the moment I picked up this staff. 1 appearance in 100 10 times 10 appearances for 1 critical blow from above. While Dai Pham Hai struggled to block Duong Thong's staff above, Duong Thong swung the staff below to strike his opponent's ankle. Duong Thong steeled his resolve. Dai Pham Hai, I will take you down. The broken sword, along with Dai Pham Hai himself, was sent flying into the air. Duong Thong ended the match cleanly. Your attack has dealt 200% damage to the enemy. Dai Pham Hai completely lost consciousness. Duong Thong gave a cold laugh and shouted, Victory! He then looked around. Everyone in the room had fainted, lying scattered across the floor without exception. Bak-ha had not escaped the same fate. Dai-Fam Hai's head was stuck against the floor. The system sent a notification. Quest complete. You have completed the sudden quest. Rewards will be sent to you. You have received the title Dorm Leader. Do you want to equip the Dorm Leader title now? The Dorm Leader title has been equipped. You can form a 3-person team. This title can continue to evolve. Duong Thong looked at the notification in confusion. A 3-person team? What does this mean? A voice reached his ears. You're late. Duong Thong was startled, thinking, voice transmission? This voice is so familiar. Duong Thong went to the window, opened it, and looked across. He immediately recognized the familiar sword hilt with 2 red tassels. The pink-haired Duong Ngok Li was watching him intently. Old man. Duong Thong broke into a smile. Long time no see, Duong Ngok Li. Duong Thong spoke from his side. You even learned voice transmission? Duong Ngok Li replied, What I've learned isn't just voice transmission. I've been waiting for the day of our rematch for a long time. He provoked, Didn't learn your lesson from the last beating? Duong Ngok Li paused, then said, On that day you will surely die. Duong Thong shot back, Is that so? If even being a lone hero doesn't make you happy, next time I'll pluck your other fruit. He frowned and said aggrievedly, Duong Thong, you always only know how to insult me. He asked back, Oh, aren't you used to it yet? Duong Ngok Li declared, I will never forgive you. Duong Thong repeated sarcastically, Forgive me? I should be the one saying that. I wouldn't dream of asking for your forgiveness. Did you think that just because of that incident during the duel, I would forget how you insulted the people of our martial arts academy? Duong Thong stopped the transmission and said to himself, I will never escape the memories of my past life. And as for you, Duong Ngok Li, I will absolutely not forgive you. On the other side, Duong Ngok Li broke into a smile. He challenged, Then in the upcoming competition, both of us must go all out. What do you say? I'm waiting. Duong Thong gave a cold laugh. Ho, ho. A silence fell between the two. Then, without a word, they both turned away. Duong Ngok Li slowly walked back into the room, making Mo Dongba unable to resist looking back. He thought to himself, Did he just smile? He saw the opposite room slam its window shut too. He sighed. Maybe I saw wrong. At this moment, Luke Min spoke up. Is it okay to just leave them like that? Duong Thong looked around and replied, Oh, these guys? Falling flat on your face when arriving at a new place is quite common. Gosh, did I hurt them a bit? It's all because my hands were too slippery. It was just a slip. What's wrong? Does it bother you that I touched them? Luke Min replied innocently, Oh, no, it doesn't. Then Duong Thong laughed and said, I'm just joking. The moment I saw these guys, I wanted to play with them. Then Duong Thong assessed the person in front of him, thinking, Come to think of it, how did he get into the Murim Academy? At that age, he's the first to ever get in here. System displays level 1, Luke Min. Strength, 21. Stamina, 19. Agility, 11. Spiritual energy, 15. Status, abnormal. Duong Thong. Luke Min spoke up shyly. Thank you. Duong Thong asked in confusion, Thank you for what? He smiled innocently and replied, Because you, bastard, saved this person. Duong Thong was startled by this way of speaking. Bastard? This person? He wondered, what the hell? Where did he learn this self-centered way of talking? Duong Thong asked awkwardly, If you're going to refer to yourself as this person, can't you call me friend instead of bastard? Never mind. I didn't want to get close to these people from the start anyway. You don't need to thank me. Luke Min giggled again. Yes. Duong Thong hesitated, thinking it over. These stats, the more I look, the more excessive they seem. Though I don't want to admit it, I'm starting to worry. He couldn't be like that old man Kim Trong Nam, knowing how to hide his age and spiritual energy, could he? So he had to ask, By the way, how did you get in here? Luke Min asked back. Are you talking to this person? Duong Thong repeated painfully, yes, I'm talking to you. I'm still small and weak like this.
How could I come to study at the Murim Academy?
Luke Min then said, This person's name is Shin Tong. Duong Thong repeated in confusion. Shin Tong. He thought helplessly, What Shin Tong? This is so confusing. He felt a bit drained. Talking to this kid is truly exhausting. He uses his own language. Luckily, I have the translation skill. Passive skill. Max speed translation. Max mastery. All languages and narrations can be translated. Current status, perfect. Duong Thong thought dejectedly, Whatever, I'm exhausted. I don't want to do anything else. Come to think of it, I haven't had a proper rest since the Dragon Phoenix exam. He waved his hand to signal the end of the conversation. You should go to sleep too. We have the ability assessment test tomorrow. Luke Min replied cheerfully, Yes, hi. Walking toward his bed, Duong Thong wondered, Is this kid truly a fool or just innocent? It's been so long since I've been able to lie in a bed. He turned to watch. Despite being discriminated against and beaten, he still helped each person onto their bed. If it were me, I wouldn't do that. I'm exhausted. He buried his head in his pillow again. This is only the beginning. I've been thinking about this the whole way here. I will graduate from Murim Academy as the top student. And before that, I'll seize all the opportunities from those 5 kings of the year of the fire monkey. He looked toward the slack-jawed, blue-haired bastard. Duong Thong took attendance. Dai Pham He is the first. Night fell. The lights in the pavilions gradually dimmed. Duong Thong steeled his resolve. Now is the time to hunt the second target. To do that, I must first get into the class I want during this ability assessment. He took a breath. I really should congratulate you, Duong Thong, because you've successfully entered the Dragon Hidden Valley of the Murim Academy. Elsewhere, on the roof of a certain building, Jia Cat Tung stood there and said, That boy has entered his room safely. Trong Nam, standing beside him, nodded. This kid probably got into another fight with his peers. Jia Cat Tung fanned himself. It's settled then. He must be resting now. The old man smiled with interest. Heh, for the great leader of the Murim Alliance to care so much about a single student. It's all your fault I can't even enjoy my drink. Jia Cat Tung laughed teasingly. Ha ha ha, surely the principal here, who is also a former leader of the Murim Alliance, cares about that boy just as much as I do. Trong Nam scolded while laughing. You rascal. I am a former leader after all, while you are the current one. Naturally, you shouldn't care too much about one student. He then added, Indeed, I am the current leader, so every student is important to the entirety of Murim. The old man laughed. You rascal, daring to play with words against this old man. Jia Cat Tung smiled. Didn't you just say it yourself? If you are a leader eager to learn, then direct your words to the high heavens. Lend an ear to the world and keep your eyes wide open to observe the Murim Alliance. Trong Nam gave a cold laugh. Heh, even this old man says things like that? Sounds so cheesy. He narrowed his eyes and replied, Thanks, I've learned a lot. Then Kim Trong Nam moved to a more important topic. How is Tong Trok? Jia Cat Tung recounted the morning's events. I personally stepped in to prevent the expulsion, but he will definitely keep a closer eye on Duong Thong and will surely investigate him secretly. Kim Trong Nam lamented, If that old man becomes principal, the world will descend into chaos. Without me here, that wretched old man will stretch his claws into the Dragon Hidden Valley. Jia Cat Tung couldn't help but hesitate and bowed his head. I also feel deeply ashamed about this. Kim Trong Nam calmly took a sip of wine. He has the 9 great sects behind him, so you are helpless. Since I've become the principal of Murim Academy, this matter will surely cause a stir for a while. Jia Cat Tung silently looked at the old man and suggested, Should we speed up the plan? Kim Trong Nam was a bit confused. Jia Cat Tung explained seriously, The ability assessment test will be held tomorrow. It's going to be chaotic anyway.
Why don't we act sooner? You must be present as well. Kim Trong-nam asked back, I have to go too? Are you planning to skip the inauguration ceremony? Hearing that, he suggested, You can attend as a guest of honor. The old man repeated in surprise, A guest of honor? You mean you'll be going there as a guest of honor too? Until now, the Murim Academy's ability assessments have always been conducted. I've also received handwritten recommendation letters for my disciples, but I haven't replied. I must choose a disciple through a handwritten letter. But this time I want to break this tradition because I want to introduce a new principle to them. Jia Cat Tung fanned himself. I've been observing thousands of children in the Central Plains for a long time. Among these new students, there are people I want to meet. There are people I want to challenge and people I want to bring under my wing. Therefore, I must personally go and observe them.